Oh, hello, 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 my people. What's up? See what happened to Darius' finger? Nope, what happened? Cute.
There's right there. Listen, you fucking bitch. You wanna run one right here? No. Fuck you.
Apologize. Hey, say sorry.
We can run it right here, you fucking right fuck. Fuck you. You fucking loser. He's right there. Listen, you fucking bitch. You wanna run one right here? No. Fuck you.
Apologize. Hey, say sorry.
We can run it right here, you fucking right fuck. Fuck you. You fucking loser. He's right there. Listen,
Okay, wait, I don't know this Neon guy at all. Everyone is saying he got pressed by him. What is he supposed to do? No way I'm hiding behind security if a literal 10-year-old presses me. What was he supposed to do? Beat up a 14? That's like a lose-lose. What are you supposed to do? It's a kid. Keep it pushing. You just keep moving on. What do you I don't understand what he was supposed to do here. What do you Yeah, call CPS.
go.
Darius Hobbs fence.
Oh, dude. I'm bleeding intense. Dude, you gotta go to the hospital. You gotta go to the hospital right now. You gotta go to the hospital right now. Bro, you gotta go to the hospital right now. Holy shit.
Okay. Just cut his finger red. See calculations below. Israel's delivered 2 times the 104,000 tons of food. WFP itself says it's necessary to meet food right. Where is this coming from? Eisenberg, board member at Honest Reporting. And NGO Monitor. These are big pro-Zionist accounts, yeah. Can't believe you would let a 14-year-old talk shit to you in your face, son. You less atheist than I thought. My life is worth more than attacking a 14-year-old. Why would you waste your time? You're a kid. Just move the fuck on. What? I don't understand what you think you're supposed to do. You're supposed to whip his ass? He's a 14-year-old kid. You're just gonna get fucked. Why would you do that? Just fuck his mom? True. Oh.
I'm proud to announce the Sleep Deprived multiplayer server is the only Minecraft server with no pedophiles on it. No pedophiles! There's none! There's not.
What? Block his ass. Block
What
his
the
ass.
fuck?
Can we kick him? Can we kick this guy? Yo, can we kick this guy?
What the fuck are you doing here?
I thought you hung
So
yourself.
what you're saying is that Jeffrey Epstein is not. I'm
No,
not gonna
I don't think.
No, yes.
I don't think you're on the right account. I think you need to leave right now. Okay?
I got
Jesus
this guy,
fucking
I know.
Christ.
Get his ass! Get his ass!
Hey! After him! After him!
Can I go on the stage now?
Yeah, come up. Yeah. I'm proud to announce.
Jesus. Which debate that you've done so far in 2024 do you think was your best? I don't know. I guess the Jordan Peterson one. Russia lose 2 more boats? Ukrainian Storm Shadow cruise missiles hit and destroyed 212-meter long, large Rapuka-class landing ships in Crimea last night. Both Azov and Yamal were destroyed. I don't give a fuck. Nope. Be careful though. Wow, amazing. This is Arma 4 based. How drunk was Ryan after the show? Not that drunk. He's a warrior. Rabbi Shmuley said he wants to talk to you. Link the clip where he says it, or you're getting permabanned. Good luck. Oh shit. Okay, real quick. There used to be ways to do like mass block lists on Twitter. Is that still a thing? Could you do that? Ask Keffel. She had a program. Lex Friedman had some scripts. Do you ever get a thing where a hair is like in front of your eye, but you can't tell how far away it is? Jesus. You can block words, but not like associated accounts. Oh, so if you wanted to block like every single person who followed somebody, you can't do that, you don't think? Who are you blocking? It'd be nice to just block all the gripers, like to remove them from all my mentions. There's no reason to. It's just annoying to manually block too many. I don't know if there's like an easy thing to download and do it though, or if you have to Is a Twitter API for this? Yeah, I have no idea.
To give a Nobel Peace Prize, I would give it to three. I would divide it between three. Number one, the South African delegation. Number two, those doctors who volunteered to go to Gaza. One doctor, he was Palestinian. He was asked, why don't you leave? Because he had the option. He was able to go. He said, I didn't go to medical school for 30 years to abandon my people.
I think this one was killed. This one you're talking
about. Yes,
he
was killed. He was killed. So number two, the doctors. And the third, it's still Houthis. They're the third winners in a real Nobel Peace Prize. If genocide is the crime of crimes, as it's called, then I say the Houthis are the hero of heroes.
What a champion. Is there anybody from the blood sports era that you still have contact with? Nope. I think those people all faded away into nothingness.
Continuing to communicate for a moment, you're not actually in. So let me just be blunt. The headline here is that Biden is so racist against Arabs, he would rather fund a genocide than win re-election. Is that on the people to fix? Furthermore, if he is so racist against Arabs that he's willing to commit a genocide and nothing being said or done moves him in any direction, what makes you all think he's gonna save you from jack shit? Because I genuinely don't get it. I genuinely don't get the cognitive dissonance you all have to still believe in any of this. Frankly, the greatest threat to Democrats, which I've been saying for almost a year now, is not that people are going to vote for Trump. It is that people are not going to vote at all because they do not fucking believe in any of it anymore. Studies have shown time and time again that public will means nothing legislatively. That the greatest indication a law is going to pass is the money that is behind it. What you say or do, is it moving the needle? And if it's not moving the needle, if electoral politics isn't doing shit, why would people continue to invest in that system? People are literally begging the carnage to stop, and this administration is literally ignoring them. I said a long time ago that if you wanted to save the party, because now it's a matter of not just saving Biden, because it's done. Now it's a matter of whether or not the Democrats exist beyond this election. If you want to save that, you connect with people. You stand by the people of the party rather than its figureheads. But thus far, none of you demonstrated any of that. And I've said this for months. Which means that what Biden's doing is not just going to tank his re-election chances, it's going to sink the entire party. And people's unwillingness to critique him or to criticize him or to just repeat never Trump all the fucking time is not only not winning people over, it is showing the rot that is fundamental to Democrats. And frankly, fundamentally, Trump is the best thing that has ever happened to the Democratic Party. Because it means that they don't have to try anymore and you'll still stand there looking like a rube. None of you are actually voting for the lesser of two evils. You just became the evil.
Somebody mentioned something that I'm upset that I didn't catch before. We'll do a quick thing and then we'll... I'll probably fact check this or double check it, but. So some of you know, Professor Twinklestein recently tweeted his affirmative proof that the IDF has a top-down policy of murdering innocent, peaceful Palestinian civilians for pure sport and offers a list compiled by the OHCHR to substantiate it, although it should be noted that both the original inquiry itself, which Destiny correctly pointed out, was absurdly categorized as a policing event despite neither citizens of Israel/tourists nor police being involved, and Finkelstein's quotations thereof should be taken with a grain of salt in regard to context and veracity, but let's assume everything is in order. In other threads on this subreddit, where people were mostly bemused by Finkelstein's attitude towards Destiny, I've seen quite a few posters clamoring for someone to address the contents of Finkelstein's tweets, who maintains that the march organized by Hamas and, after October 7th, revealed to be a test run for assessing the readiness of the IDF and the border's defenses. Wait, is this true or is this conjecture from the poster? Only turned violent when the IDF... I'm guessing it's conjecture from the poster since there's no source. That's what I would guess. Only turned violent when the IDF elite band of sniper war criminals, ruthless killers to a man, decided to start randomly sniping the legs or sometimes bodies of defenseless Palestinians using a lottery system. Finkelstein's portrayal of these events and the truth behind them are important enough to warrant this threat on their own, in my opinion, especially since I haven't seen anyone else catch on to the simple trick which Finkelstein managed to fool them with. You see, as Finkelstein himself points out, there were 40 to 50,000 people in that rally, but only 223 killed, and according to the commission, 23,000 injured, which is a pretty useless statistic since they're counting tear gas inhalation as an injury. But it would seem that prior to the peak of the violent confrontations with the IDF and acts of terrorism, the early period outlined by Finkelstein and from which he's likely pulling as many unjustifiable incidents as he can find, there are only a few dozen killed. There are only dozens killed and possibly a few dozens, perhaps hundreds more who suffered bullet wounds to their lower limbs. These individuals engaged in no hostile activity are picked at random out of the crowd of 50,000 Palestinians by the crack IDF sniper war crime unit, and some of them only receive what appear to be neutralizing shots to lower limbs as opposed to being killed, which doesn't matter if you're already keen on doing war crimes in full view of 50,000 people because they want to torture them by making them amputated for the rest of their life, as opposed to granting them a quick death. Yes, that is it. Finkelstein proceeds to expose the Death Sniper team's cruelty with each description: a man who was simply standing, draped in the flag of Palestine, a person with a press vest simply taking pictures, a person merely filming themselves and talking, and so on and so forth. How could the IDF do this? However, something interesting stands out in all of Finkelstein's horror stories, and by all of them, I mean each and every single one in his tweet. This guy gets shot approximately 150 meters from the separation fence. This guy gets shot at least 800 meters from the separation fence. This guy gets shot 150 meters from the fence. This guy gets shot 300 meters from the fence, 300 meters from the fence, 300 meters from the fence, 250 to 300 meters from the fence, 300 meters from the separation fence, 150 meters from the separation fence, 200 meters from the separation fence, 100 meters, 10 to 15 meters, 250 meters, 250 to 300 meters, 300 meters, 300 meters, 250 to 300, 250 to 300, 150. Something interesting out by all of them, I mean each and every single one in his tweet. Well, to be fair, there was one that didn't, but anyone with a barely functional pattern recognition, or with barely functional pattern recognition, should be able to realize it. For some reason, every single innocent Palestinian civilian drawn up by the sniper lottery and then butchered for sport until they reach their quota is located precisely 300 meters or less from the Israeli border fence. Go double check that right now. That is an astonishingly specific coincidence. Perhaps it's because that's as far as the Daredevil sniper squad could shoot. Nope, even a medium caliber sniper would be effective at a range of 300 to 600 meters. Actually, whereas a military like the IDF positioned on a border would probably be using snipers effective from 800 to 1200 meters. What's up with the deadly 300 meter threshold in Finkelstein's list, and why does the IDF only deliberately massacre innocent civilians within it? There's a military buffer zone exactly 300 meters from the border fence, which is strictly off limits to anyone but farmers with special permission, lined with endless signs for warnings forbidding civilians from approaching it, which has been in effect in its current form since 2012 and would be zealously enforced during the Great March of Return to prevent breaches. That every single person crossing it knew exactly what they were doing and disobeying, which the other 50,000 people weren't willing to risk themselves as a show of defiance for. That's an interesting point. I never even considered the ranges of people getting shot. Obviously, the post is a little bit sensational, but geopolitical quiz you could do. Still waking up. 51 questions. Fuck that. Fuck this. Okay, watching this. Seems interesting.
Here lies Eric Arthur Blair. Here lies Eric Arthur Blair, a man who had such a deep impact on 20th century political writing that his surname has become a metonym for dystopia. And no, I'm not talking about Blairism. If you're wondering why I've driven 30 minutes to visit the grave of a man who you perhaps have never even heard of, you may be more familiar with the pen name that he wrote under, George Orwell. And perhaps a graveyard is a fitting place to open today's video, in which I want to talk about Orwell's views on a tragedy that he perceived as far back as 1946, the death of the English language. Orwell was first and foremost a political writer with a particular care for clarity of language, which he felt was a necessary precondition for clarity of thought. So much of political disaster, as he saw it, can be attributed to the lack of this crucial component in our thinking and our speaking and our writing. Orwell's most celebrated work, of course, 1984, is in many ways a book about language and how its erosion has a corrupting influence not only on the way that we communicate, but also on the way that we think, and especially the way that we think about politics. Now, say what you will about the state of modern political discourse, you'll have a hard time arguing that it's characterized by clarity or lack of ambiguity. And this is what Orwell was so terrified of. It's something of a trope to recognize that the English language is in decline and to complain about the fact that the newer generations are corrupting it so carelessly. But the good news is that Orwell thought that there was something we can do about this, and in fact gave us some very specific tips on how we can avoid this erosion of our thinking and of our writing. And
is your take on the Great March of Return that Israel didn't target civilians? Yeah, I'm not aware of any credible things that the snipers were just like randomly shooting civilians during the Great March of Return. There's a really clever way that people have taken that position, and that way is that a UN analysis, I don't remember if this is a fact-finding mission or what, basically analyzed the situation not as a armed conflict situation, but they analyzed it as a policing situation. And when you're doing an analysis on a policing situation, basically the only time a cop can kill somebody is if the cop's life is threatened. So from that analysis, they say that basically every single killing was unjustified. And then from there, people say, oh, the IDF were just randomly shooting and killing civilians, basically.
And how we can aim to be much more clear in the discussion of political topics. Today, of course, Orwell is mostly remembered for his works of fiction, but he also has an expansive corpus of essays. One in particular, called Politics and the English Language, written in 1946, is one of the most insightful commentaries on this subject of language available in print, even to this day. And so today we're going to explore that essay and the tips that he gives for writing more clearly and discover why it is that Orwell is still remembered, even now, as one of the clearest and most intelligent writers of the 20th century. Orwell begins his essay by providing some examples of bad modern English. In order to fix our writing, of course, we need an idea of what it is that's going wrong. Here's one example that he cites, written by Harold Lasky. I am not, indeed, sure whether it is not true to say that Milton, who once seemed not unlike a 17th century Shelley, had not become, out of an experience ever more bitter in each year, more alien to the founder of that Jesuit sect, which nothing could induce him to tolerate. Got that? Of course not. What on earth did that sentence mean? This kind of lack of clarity is something that Orwell thought was found all over political discourse, and he thought that it always shared two problems in particular. The first, he writes, is staleness of imagery. The other is lack of precision. Let's talk first about staleness of imagery. One of the most helpful ways to convey a message is to use metaphor and simile, creating unique mental images to illustrate a point. Orwell quotes Ecclesiastes as an example of brilliant use of imagery. I returned and saw under the sun that the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, neither yet bread to the wise, nor yet riches to men of understanding, nor yet favour to men of skill, but time and chance happeneth to them all. A beautiful way, I think you'll agree, to express the idea that luck, rather than skill, is often the reason why people are successful. And to show what so often goes wrong in modern writing, Orwell translates this passage into what he calls modern English of the worst sort. Objective considerations of contemporary phenomena compel the conclusion that success or failure in competitive activities exhibits no tendency to be commensurate with innate capacity, but that a considerable element of the unpredictable must invariably be taken into account. This says the same thing as the...
Hold on, I need to put my 150 IQ brain on, I guess, to understand anything this guy's saying. Objective considerations of contemporary phenomena compel the conclusion that success or failure in competitive activities exhibits no tendency to be commensurate with innate capacity, that a considerable element of the unpredictable must invariably... Okay, just... If you're looking at successful people today, then you must acknowledge that there is a big degree of luck involved in them becoming successful. Okay.
Predictable must invariably be taken into account. This says the same thing as the original biblical passage, but it's far more stale, far less eloquent, and indeed far less convincing than the original. Why? Because it's a circus of unnecessarily complex words which are completely devoid of imagery in an attempt to feign sophistication. Though the same point is made, the lack of imagery, of bread to the wise and riches to men of understanding, is lost, and it's exactly this kind of imagery that makes Ecclesiastes such an eloquent book. Orwell's second complaint, you'll remember, is lack of precision. This is something we can find all over modern writing and speaking. In politics, consider how instead of saying, "I made a mistake," politicians will often say something more like, "Undeniably, departmental mistakes were made in the process of decision-making, which will be addressed as a matter of urgency." Or perhaps you felt that nagging feeling that regardless of how many times an interviewer asks a question, a politician just seems ludicrously incapable of giving what we might call a straight answer.
Did you threaten to overrule
I
him?
was not entitled to instruct Derek Lewis, and I did not instruct him. And
Did
the
you
truth
threaten
of,
to overrule
the
him?
truth of the matter is that Mr. Marriott was not suspended.
Did you threaten to overrule him?
I did not overrule Derek
Did
Lewis.
you threaten to overrule him?
I took advice on what I could or could not do.
Did you threaten
and
to
I
overrule him,
acted
Mr. Howard?
scrupulously in accordance with that advice. I did not overrule Derek Lewis.
Did you threaten to overrule
Mr.
him?
Marriott was not suspended.
Did you threaten to overrule him?
I have a
I'm sorry, I'm going to be
business.
frightfully rude, but...
Yes, you can...
I'm sorry.
The defining quality of such speech
Frightfully.
is, as Orwell says, lack of precision. I would add that this kind of writing and speaking also extends to academia, especially, I hate to have to say it, in the
Philosophy.
humanities.
Oh.
The social sciences in particular are often accused of containing large swaths of essentially meaningless words strung mindlessly together. Here's a sometimes cited example of a single sentence from an essay by the philosopher Judith Butler. The move from a structuralist account in which capital is understood to structure social relations in relatively homologous ways to a view of hegemony in which power relations are subject to repetition, convergence, and rearticulation brought the question of temporality into the thinking of structure and marked a shift from a form of Althuserian theory that takes structural tonalities as theoretical objects to one in which the insights into the contingent possibility of structure inaugurate a renewed conception of hegemony as bound up with the contingent sites and strategies of the rearticulation of power. How very insightful. This meaningless verbiage by a professor at Berkeley was actually published in a real scholarly journal and, I think, is exactly the kind of writing that would have made George Orwell start to uncontrollably vomit. Luckily, though, Orwell has helpfully specified 4 things to avoid in your own writing and speaking in order to prevent the kind of unclarity that we've seen in these examples. 4 things to resist in particular, and here they are. First, dying metaphors. Genuinely fresh metaphors are a crucial tool, evoking a visual image to help make a point. Orwell compares these with dead metaphors, those which have been so overused that they actually cease to be metaphors altogether, and instead begin to function like ordinary words. Consider referring to something as brand new. What does this mean? Brand new. Originally, this referred to a brand or firebrand, implying the immediate newness of something just forged in a fire. Saying brand new thus evoked an image, one that simply isn't evoked anymore. Now it's just a plain phrase, functioning like any other ordinary word. To be clear, dead metaphors, like brand new, are fine to use, specifically because they are dead. They now function like ordinary words. What we should avoid, according to Orwell, is not dead metaphors, but dying metaphors. Somewhere between alive and dead, no longer fresh enough to be insightful, but not quite dead enough to function as a common word. These are metaphors that someone, somewhere, cleverly devised a long time ago, but have now passed into common parlance, meaning that they no longer strike the reader or listener as interesting. Orwell's own examples of dying metaphors are, of course, a bit dated, being from the 40s, but one of the examples he gave was the phrase, "stand shoulder to shoulder with." Such a metaphor is unoriginal and overused, and is perhaps best described as a cliché. It's boring. Your eyes or ears gloss over it without it having the evocative effect that was originally intended. When a country's leader boldly states that we will stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies, the sentence isn't nearly as powerful as it would have been when such a metaphor was genuinely original. Now it's just quite boring and common to hear. Another example Orwell gives is toe the line. When you hear this phrase, do you imagine people standing alongside each other at the beginning of a foot race? Probably not. Orwell notes that in this case, the original imagery has become so lost that this phrase is often even distorted into toe the line with a W. The imagery is stale, the meaning forgotten, and the metaphor is dying. I think that some modern examples of dying metaphors might include a rule of thumb or skating on thin ice. Dying metaphors are, says Orwell, merely used because they save people the trouble of inventing phrases for themselves. The effect is that modern writing, quote, does not consist in picking out words for the sake of their meaning and inventing images in order to make the meaning clearer. It consists in gumming together long strips of words which have already been set in order by someone else and making the results presentable by sheer humbug. So, stop using dying metaphors that someone else came up with and everyone else uses. Try some new ones, all of your own. This will make your writing far more interesting. Second is what Orwell calls operators or verbal false limbs. He phrases this a bit weirdly, but this one is essentially an issue of economy. Instead of using the perfectly good word break, a person may write render inoperative. Instead of saying fight, they might say militate against. Orwell describes this kind of language as turning a verb into a whole phrase when it's unnecessary to do so. Other examples he gives include be subjected to, play a leading part in, and exhibit a tendency to. Such phrases may sound sophisticated, but when going for clarity, Orwell thinks that we should always use one word instead of many whenever we can. Now, I myself, for what it's worth, am not sure that I agree with Orwell here. I think this kind of writing is okay, so long as clarity is not hindered by a little bit of verbal dressing. Orwell also notes in this section something which today we can recognise as an obsession of politicians, which is speaking in the passive rather than the active voice. This is the difference between saying, I made a mistake, which is active, and mistakes were made, which is passive. A subtle distinction, but when the passive voice is overused, it renders a speech completely detached and impersonal. So Orwell thinks that wherever possible, we should be using the active voice rather than the passive. Thirdly, in this section, Orwell advises against the not-un formation, saying something like not uncommonly, instead of the far easier commonly. When criticised, a politician won't say the claims are founded, but rather the claims are not unfounded. This allows the speaker or writer to disguise uncomfortable admissions in ambiguous phrasing, and something that, for the sake of clarity, we ought to avoid. So, always prioritise clarity, and don't use more words when less will do. This is Orwell's second piece of advice to you. Third, pretentious diction. Of course, this will depend on the context, but, frankly, try not to be pretentious. And before you run to the comments to call me a pretentious hypocrite, bear in mind that Orwell is talking here about literally putting up a pretense, using words inappropriately or falsely. For example, Orwell resents how words like objective or categorical are, quote, used to dress up a simple statement and give an air of scientific impartiality to biased judgments. Consider, for example, when someone claims that we need to follow the science, when in a
No one will settle for anything less than a reboot of Leftovers. You and Ethan. Yeah, I'm working on it, okay.
lot of arguments, a person is really advocating for a biased personal judgment, an interpretation of data, not some objective scientific fact. Yet they will still label their views as objective in an attempt to sound impartial. Orwell continues by noting that when writing about international politics, we say things like epoch-making, historic, inevitable, and unprecedented, when oftentimes the subject matter is, in fact, not any of these things. When talking about war, and keep in mind that this essay was published just after World War II, writing takes on an archaic colour, according to Orwell, using words like realm, and trident, sword and shield, and jackboot. In an even more egregious pretense, we might refer to a war as an intervention, or an invasion as an operation. Orwell also uses this section to advise against unnecessarily using foreign words where English ones will do. I should add, this obviously only applies when you're actually writing in English. Orwell cites phrases like cul-de-sac and status quo as being pretentious, but again, these are dated examples, since nowadays these are actually extremely common staples of very much non-pretentious English discourse. Orwell isn't against the use of foreign words. Of course, our entire language has roots all over the globe, but if a foreign word is being used just for the sake of sounding fancy or scientific, when there's actually a perfectly good commonly used alternative in the English language, that's just a bit annoying, I think you'll agree. But I do have a feeling that Orwell would agree with my stipulation here, which is that in many cases, in my view, there are foreign words whose specific meaning has no direct translation and is therefore best left untouched. But again, Orwell's key advice here is to...
I feel like these examples are kind of iffy. Like, I understand what is being said. Like, this can all be kind of boiled down into just be precise, which is kind of ironic given the whole point of these 4 rules is to talk about precision. Maybe that could have been one. But, like, there are some longer phrases that I think have a different implication than just the shorter word. So, for instance, when somebody says something is common versus somebody says something is not uncommon, I feel like there's a different implication. You are communicating a different idea. Like when somebody's like, oh, well, it's not uncommon that somebody might do this particular thing. It doesn't have the same connotation as, well, it's common that somebody does this thing. When I hear like, oh, this is a common thing, I'm thinking like 60% plus, 70% plus. Like it's common to see somebody come through the store in this outfit, as opposed to somebody saying like, it's not uncommon to see somebody come through with something like this. I'm thinking like less than 50%, but like greater than like 20, 30%. Depending on the context, of course. Although I'm sure Alex would agree with this and he'd say, well, yeah, of course, it just depends on the context. But it feels like a lot of this just kind of boils down to...
To avoid vagueness. Fourth, meaningless words. Okay, this seems a bit obvious. Of course, we don't want to use meaningless words. But Orwell is specifically advising against using words that don't have a specific definition. Using words that can mean something completely different to different listeners without actually specifying what you intend it to mean. Here's a quote from his essay. The word fascism has now no meaning except insofar...
Oh, yeah. Somebody just tried to do this ironically, but actually even that works. If somebody's like, you're correct, versus saying like, you're not incorrect. These are two different phrases. Not incorrect does not mean the same thing as correct, right?
As it signifies something not desirable. The words democracy, socialism, freedom, patriotic, realistic, justice have each of them several different meanings which cannot be reconciled with one another. In the case of a word like democracy, not only is there no agreed definition, but the attempt to make one is resisted from all sides. It's almost universally felt that when we call a country democratic, we are praising it. Consequently, the defenders of every kind of regime claim that it is a democracy and fear that they might have to stop using...
Isn't that just tone of voice? No, English has a lot of connotative implication. Did I just use a phrase? There's like a... just... No, it's not just tone. You would never say that like, oh, how did I do in problem 4? Oh, you weren't incorrect on 4. Or you weren't wrong. Like the implication there is that it's not quite perfect. I think that's the implication. Whereas when somebody says you're correct, that makes it feel like you are essentially perfect for the response.
Using that word if it were tied down to any one meaning. How very relatable. Orwell also notes that many people use such words in a deliberately dishonest way, relying on the ambiguity in their definition to make claims which they can defend as honest because they did mean what they said, but that they know are misleading. Imagine a priest saying, the Catholic Church is opposed to persecution. Okay, sure, but we clearly just have different definitions of what counts as persecution. Another of Orwell's examples, the Soviet press is the freest in the world. Okay.
If you're not incorrect but still not correct, it's still incorrect, no? When somebody says that you're not incorrect, it sounds like what you've done is you've missed the essential point of what was being communicated. Hi. So like for instance, if somebody says I'm trying to think, what would be an example of this? Like let's say for some reason cars are in my brain. If somebody's saying like, what kind of car does John drive? And somebody's like, he drives a red car. Then you might answer, okay, well, you're not wrong. You're not incorrect. Like the statement that you said was a correct statement. And you even kind of sort of addressed the question, but you kind of missed the main point of what I was saying. You know, like you're probably looking for a make and model. If you're saying like, what kind of car does somebody drive? Generally speaking, right? So you say, oh, he drives a red car. You're not wrong. Right, yeah.
Fine. But I have a feeling that you've got a slightly more paternalistic conception of what freedom means than I do. The same thing, of course, happens in politics all the time, when a politician says, I would never do anything to...
You know, there's a really good example of this.
Anyways, I'm glad I got to visit Israel and a lot of hummus. Man, I had some good hummus when I was there. Do you like hummus?
Is it this one? Is that just like is that like orange? Or green? I feel like that's like a dipping sauce I've used. It's like mid as fuck. It's not a dipping sauce, but it is gross. No, it's not gross. It's just bland. God, hummus is so fucking mid. Hummus is probably the most mid thing. I instantly know I can discredit everything a person says when they start jerking off hummus. They're about to elevate the most mid food in the world just because it's not from North America. That's what they're going to do. Oh, God. Wow, Lawson Harrison, thanks for $20. Kind of like how no doesn't necessarily mean no. True, that's what I always say before I... Veal venison? Go back, it was the first result. Oh, it was this, you're right. Somebody edit, or animated it? Somebody, Silkworm.
Have you ever eaten deer? Like venison or whatever?
Yeah. You haven't? Or have
No,
you?
I have. My uncle and...
It's not good.
I don't think it's bad.
Well, it's not bad. It's just not good. It's like
What do you mean it's not good?
It's not good.
It's not bad.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing here.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it's bad. So I don't know. I don't know if it's devoid of good.
What the
It's
fuck?
not. It's not good.
It's
okay?
not
Is all
bad.
I'm saying. Yes. I feel like we've been here.
Okay, I don't know what we're saying anymore.
It's just okay. That's it.
Okay, yeah, it's okay. Chad, do not derp any man Dan.
Ban him.
Anyway.
Harm the country. They kind of beg the question as to what harming the country means in the first place. Of course, what they're doing is something that they don't think is going to harm the country, but the whole argument is whether the thing they're doing is...
Oh, true. The same... You know what? If we were to draw a Venn diagram... This is what it would look like. People on the left think hummus is amazing. People on the right think guacamole is amazing. And you know what? Both of them, they both agree with each other. There's almost a complete overlap between these two groups of people. It's like a mid-off between things you can put on food. Guacamole and fucking hummus. Some of the blandest, most boring fuck things that can top anything. And these people are almost in full agreement with one another. Oh my God. Both are gross? No, they're not gross. They're just bleh. They're so bleh. They're so bleh.
harmful at all. So the definition of harmful is something that needs to be specified in order for the sentence to even make sense. If these words are not strictly defined, then they are, in a sense, meaningless. They have no unifying meaning. This is exactly how we end up with the United States, the Netherlands, and North Korea all claiming to be democratic. Similarly, if a traditionalist community is accused of misogyny, they might say,
what is a superior version of those two? I submit to you that in any case where you're using guacamole or hummus, you can substitute it with a hot sauce and it'll be better. I don't care that the texture's different. I don't care that it's got less matte. I don't care. Just substitute it with a hot sauce. You're better off for it. Or literally any Indian curry topping thing ever. Okay? Any of it would be better than either of those two things. There you go.
No, we care deeply for the welfare of our women. I don't doubt that they genuinely do, but they probably have a different idea of what a woman's
salsa?
welfare is.
Yeah, a good hot salsa. There you go.
Consists in. Unless we specify precisely what it is that we're actually talking about, we will always run into avoidable ambiguities. So, then, the way to avoid meaningless words is to precisely define what it is that you're talking about, wherever you suspect that there might be some potential ambiguity. These, then, are Orwell's 4 things to avoid. Dying metaphor.
Would you eat chips plain, no sauce, before hummus? If I had nothing else, I'll use hummus. But hummus is there to, like... Hummus is there to, like, fill space. Hummus is like when you open a box of crayons and there's a white crayon, and you're like, huh. That's what hummus is for.
Metaphors, false verbal limbs, pretentious diction, and meaningless words. Helpfully, Orwell condenses his points into 6 easy-to-follow rules whenever you're writing an essay or speech.
Name an Indian curry topping, fuck you. I don't know, literally any of the sauces that come with any of the default Indian dishes. You usually order naan or garlic naan with your food, you can literally dip it in any of those sauces. Could you imagine? And you're like, oh no, I don't want to dip this in my vindaloo or my chicken tikka masala. I'm just going to use hummus. Why? Why would you ever do that?
1. Never use a metaphor, simile, or other figure of speech which you are used to seeing in print. 2. Never use a long word where a short one will do. 3. If it is possible to cut out a word.
Who dips chips in hot sauce? Salsa. I don't know. Damn.
Always cut it out. 4. Never use the passive where you can use the active. 5. Never use a foreign phrase, a scientific word, or a jargon word if you can think of an everyday English equivalent. And 6, perhaps most importantly, break any of these rules sooner than say anything outright barbarous. I've already mentioned that I personally distrust some of the advice that Orwell gives in this essay, but that final rule of his seems to recognize that
hummus is like cheese on its own. It's mid, but it's top snacking with the right carb. Okay, listen, I love you, my friend, okay? But you know there's more cheese out there than just the pasteurized slices of square American cheese, right?
There is some scope for legitimate disagreement about the points that he raises. I would highly recommend reading it for yourself. I'll leave a link in the description. Just bear in mind, if you do read it, that it was written in the 40s, and so the examples may seem a bit nonsensical to the modern reader, but you can easily fill in examples of your own. Reading politics and the English language, I get the impression that I myself have a bit more admiration for, shall we say, flair and linguistic indulgence than Orwell did. But then I'm not really a political writer, as Orwell was, and whenever I'm aiming at perfect clarity, I'm much more likely to follow his rules. At any rate, we can be sure that the people I quoted at the beginning of this video could certainly have done with listening to Mr. Eric Blair. By heeding his warnings, we might be able to protect our language against a decline in clarity and meaning, something he warned us about most extremely with 1984.
There's more than one type of hummus, you absolute imbecile. Yeah, and they're all the same, okay? Do you know how scary it was to eat hummus in like 2020, 2021? Like, imagine you're at a place, you've got a nice bread or nice roll or nice like thin whatever the fuck, and you're dipping it in hummus, and then you go to eat it, and you're like, oh shit, do I have long COVID? Is my sense of taste completely gone? It feels like I'm just chewing paste that has no discernible flavor whatsoever. I'm completely fucked. Oh no, is this the rest of my life? And then you eat literally any other piece of food and you're like, oh, whew, it was just hummus, which is boring and flavorless, thank God.
And given that Orwell's writing is still today a staple of our culture, he must have been getting something right. Now, there is something else that Orwell himself never wrote about protecting, because he died before it existed, but I like to think that if he were still alive, he'd care about it too.
Twitter.
And that something is your internet security. That's right, I want to take a moment to thank ExpressVPN for sponsoring today's video. ExpressVPN is a virtual private network which protects your internet security when browsing online. The online world can be a nefarious place, with hackers trying to
Okay, someone said, what about cookie dough hummus? Listen, if that was a real thing, I would eat it.
Steal your data, and big tech companies mining your data to sell to advertisers. In fact, in the UK, internet service...
No one will ask you about politics anymore when you're in Israel. It will just be hummus. Oh, bro, we should get the best hummus in Tel Aviv, the best hummus in Hebron, the best hummus in East and West Jerusalem, and then we can leave Israel and settle once and for all who makes the best hummus.
Providers are required by law to keep logs of the websites that I visit, something that I actually never knew they were doing before I learned about internet security. Luckily, ExpressVPN is an incredibly simple app that you can use on your computer or smartphone, which allows you to choose from one of a whole host of servers from all over the world and connect to one of them instantly. ExpressVPN then reroutes all of my network data through this separate secure server, which hides my IP address and my location from any prying eyes. ExpressVPN also doesn't slow down my browsing at all. It's incredibly fast. You won't even notice that you have it on, but it will be on in the background, protecting your data. Hiding your location also means that you can appear as though you're anywhere in the world, allowing you to access content that's usually restricted by region. This is how I can, for instance, watch US Netflix, even when I'm in the UK. And here's the best part. You can get 3 months of all of this completely for free by using my referral link. Go to expressvpn.com/Cosmic Skeptic, or click the link in the first line of the description and give yourself that extra bit of peace of mind. With that said, I want to say thank you for watching, and if you do like my content, please do consider becoming a supporter on Patreon, and a special thanks as always to my top tier patrons for helping to keep this channel financially afloat. More information is at patreon.com/Cosmic Skeptic. Don't forget to subscribe and follow me on the various social media platforms, and I'll see you in the next one.
Thanks, Alex. Attempted murder or self-defense. He rebranded. When are you going to? Alex O'Connor. I just don't like, my name is just so bad for branding. I think if I had a different name, I think I would have tried, but it's so bad for branding. And I've got really good socials. You can find me on YouTube at youtube.com/destiny and instagram.com/destiny. It's such a good, like, I was gonna say proper noun, but it's not a noun. Just a good noun, boom. But yeah, I've already complained about this. There's too many different ways to spell Steven, which is annoying. Nobody can pronounce my last name correctly. There's like 30 different ways that you could spell my last name if you, like, yeah. Look, even this guy in Kick Chat, your brand is good. You can create a second brand, Stephen Bonnell. He only put one N instead of two N's. Attempted murder or self-defense.
Get down! Put your fucking hands up, pussy. Put your fucking hands up, pussy. Get down. Put your fucking hands up, pussy. Put the fucking gun down and scrap like a man, bitch. Scrap like a man, bitch. Put your motherfucker, I'm gonna think that. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Follow KO fights for more.
Do you think this is real? I don't know if this is real or not.
Put your motherfucker, I'm gonna think that.
I need a news article or I'm going to believe this is fake. I want a news article. Why do you think it's fake? Guy falls down instantaneously, happens to get shot in the one area where like the tree is blocking where the shot would be. Screams like a retard after going down. I don't know, I guess it could be real. It's just this guy just like he only shoots one time. I think does he just walk away at the end?
Follow KO fights for more video.
I think the guy was a retard. Okay, well. Let's see, we got a news article. Put the gun down and fight like a man, says man in road rage. Oh, road rage incident. Pretty sure the guy dies? How would you scream? I think not. Generally, the videos I see, people that are fighting or like in these life and death situations don't seem to register the gunshot pain as much. They just keep fighting or running around. I don't know if I've ever seen. Generally, people in fights who get shot at shit seems like they get shot a lot. But I don't know how much. Maybe there are certain places if you get shot in your balls or something, maybe you would. I sent the wrong link. Could be panic from noticing he got shot. Do you think so? I don't know. He drops like instantly after getting shot. Why don't you try to debate RFK Jr. on vaccines? If you wanted to. I don't know if I'd reach out to him, but I honestly, I don't know if I could. Never mind. Yeah, maybe. This doesn't even look like a real fucking website. I guess all news websites kind of look like that, so. I'm like blocked from 80% of the guys you, or the Twitter accounts you guys fucking like. Okay. Wait, is this even a news article or is this just a Is this just a website that wrote an article based on an internet video? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. I'm getting a stroke trying to read this fucking website. Wait, what the fuck are we? This sounds like it was written by AI. While the video may be difficult to watch, it is crucial in today's environment of increasing crime rates, mental instability, and societal dysfunction to understand what lawful use of force entails. Additionally, with an increase in anti-constitutional activists, politicians, and judges who seek to make examples out of citizens who use firearms in self-defense, it is vital for everyone to have a comprehensive understanding of these situations. This article provides factual information regarding a recent viral situation and does not intend to trivialize the tragic loss of life, regardless of the circumstances. The website is from Lagos, Nigeria. Take a look at them here. Oh. Control F Benjamin. Benjamin Bacchus, a 40-year-old financial advisor, reportedly provided assistance to his ex-felon neighbor Michael Montanarella in starting his own business. Alleged descent into heavy drug use, and kicked out of rehab, and I believe it was breaking into his home and stealing things, despite the fact that Bacchus and his son had moved. What, there must be like a real news article on this. Why would you link this website? You know what? Am I doing this? I don't know if this is real. I feel like this story didn't actually happen. Hold on. I'm going to go grab a Red Bull. Are we going to spend an hour looking into this? I don't know if this actually happened. Can somebody find me one reputable, one actual local media website? I feel like if a man shot another man and killed him in self-defense, there would be at least one website that would be like a reputable local news that would run this story on its site, right? Shouldn't there be one? There should be one news story. This is a sensational story. Oh, okay, hold on. ABC 15. What is this? Jesus. Man killed in shooting near 28th Street and Greenway Parkway. Phoenix. Police say a man is dead after shooting in Phoenix early Wednesday morning. Officers called to the area on 20. Police said the subject called 911 and reported he was involved in a shooting and told police the victim had attacked him. Okay, thank you. Jesus. A man later identified as 32-year-old Michael Montanarella, or is it Montanarea? With a gunshot wound was found at the scene and taken to the hospital where he died from the wounds. 40-year-old suspect. Okay. Jesus, thank God. Why do you guys... Oh, I think this is a real website. The weird, like, linking to, like, other random shit. Christ. Are we sure that's the same video? Well, I guess technically no, we're not sure. It could just be a random thing and then somebody made a video afterwards to like... The first article you were linked was from 2018. Well, when is this article from? Oh, yeah, because this was posted in 2021. No, hold on, that doesn't make sense. They can't... Wait, was this posted on 2021 or was it just an updated in 2021? Yeah, it was. Wait. Hold on. Wait, what the fuck is happening here? This was posted 2021. When is the video from? The footage timestamp is 3/24/2021. Wait, who was saying the video was from 2018 then? The video is from 2021. The article said 2018. Oh, but this was like the Nigerian AI spam whatever fucking article. This one. No, not this one. Mandy News. Wait, did this even say it? Wait, where did the 2018 come from? Did we just invent this? Oh wait, this one. This was posted in 2018. Put the gun down and fight like a man, says man in road rage incident. But this isn't the same one. This is from a different city. This isn't related to that thing we just saw. Forget the first article I linked. That wasn't the same one. Oh, it was just Prism Magic fucking us all in the brain. Holy fucking Christ. Okay. Apparently that's a popular thing to say right before you get blown the fuck away. Jesus. If it was a real security camera, it probably wouldn't capture the muzzle flash. Really? Why would we think that? Security camera caught shooting. Do you think that people in gangs have ever thought that, like, bro, we should spend like 1 week and actually learn how to shoot our guns? To be fair, maybe they only show the worst like drive-bys or the worst shootings on cameras and the real sharpshooters on other places. Like, or what is the, actually, I don't even know. I'm not a gang person. Is the goal in a drive-by to just scare people, or are you actually trying to kill somebody here? Like, what was the goal here, to actually hit somebody, or was the goal to just like make them scared? The people doing drive-bys are mostly teenagers? Okay. Goal of drive-by is to cause panic and kill an opposing member. If you miss, no big deal. You've caused an issue and sent a message to the rival set. Wow. The goal is to keep rent prices down. Professional hood here. What they just said is essentially the truth, but if you have ops, you shouldn't ever give them the impression that that shit works on you. I don't even know what that sentence meant, but okay. Operators? Opposition? Oh, also, wait, real quick question. Do you think I saw tweets about this big Stardew Valley thing. Is there an actual update out? Do you think this significantly changes the game enough to make it worth playing? I remember Stardew Valley. New farm type, start out with a coop. And I already missed one big update, so it's a second. Damn. Oh, also, excuse me. Where the fuck is Kenshi 2 at? Hello?
Kenshi 2. It's a coming! And we have lots of hopes and dreams
7 months ago.
Hyped up for this. Also scrap. However, we long for the days of clouds and the interiors and things. Production of Kenshi was with the models.
You ever even played the League map update? It's been like 6 months. Wait, there's a League map update?
But
okay, let me grab a Red Bull and then we'll jump into JP. Yeah, everything was supposed to be comically fucking expensive. Went to a diner last night, ordered 2 appetizers and 2 drinks, and it was $70. Bro, Miami Beach is another world. Are we doing the synth debate today? If they want to. They, she, I... Oh my god. What if we took... April. What if for April? What if for April? Somebody said it. Listen, I'm a changed man on Vyvanse. My life is changed something I never thought it could be. What if part of that life was a Masters, bot lane, Draven, Tristana, Jinx? I remember them. My friends. I haven't talked to them in so long. We W for Rohan. My Tristana jumpers. How's Draven doing today? Let's just take a look at the league. What does it look like? Ugh, denims. What's she up to?
Over and over again.
Oh, she's not just watching Al Jazeera. Big props. Good job. You're not going to write a book because it'll ruin your stream, but you'll play LOL, which gets you literally nothing in life. LOL just hits in a way that... What, how do you see directories? Browse, okay. AD carry Godmaster.
Nutrish Whole Health Blend for happy, healthy dogs.
Oh, I'm a stick. Made out of stick.
Nutrish Whole Health Blend for balanced energy, active mind.
I definitely think your double-edged sword that you love and begrudge is your lack of credentials. I don't think credentials matter at all. When I debate certain people, everybody's all big on like credentials are irrelevant, academia is stupid, but then if the person they like happens to be credentialed, then all of a sudden credentials are the most important things in the world. I don't think people give a fuck about it.
Yes.
They removed mythical items? They finally dumped that horrible, god-awful mythic system of building? Oh my god, look at him go. Oh, and he's got, that's my Jinx. Oh my god, the flash charm. She tried to get away and she couldn't. Oh, look at this guy going big. And he gets out. Oh. It's over. Look at him go. Boom, and the speed boost. Oh. I would have dived. I would have dived. So, oh, and he dives anyway. Oh my god, he did it anyway.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Okay.
You do?
Sorry, hold on. It's like having my 5-year clean Alcoholics Anonymous badge and walking into a bar. All right.
I'm pleased to announce.
Would you ever do a debate/discussion with a PhD historian, Brian McLeod? I think at this point in my life, I think I'll debate anybody. I just need, as long as I knew who it is and what the topic is. As long as I can prepare, I'll do it.
Hello, everyone. I'm pleased to announce my new tour for 2024. Beginning in early February and running through June, Tammy and I and an assortment of special guests are going to visit 51 cities in the U.S. You can find out more information about this on my website, jordanbpeterson.com, as well as accessing all relevant ticketing information. I'm going to use the tour to walk through some of the ideas I've been working on in my forthcoming book, out November 2024, We Who Wrestle with God. I'm looking forward to this. I'm thrilled to be able to do it again, and I'll be pleased to see all of you again soon. Bye-bye.
When you look at like the fall of the Soviet Union, or you look at the failure of like socialist or communist regimes, I don't know if the issue there was so much redistribution.
That was one of many issues.
I don't think it was an issue at all, actually.
What do you mean redistribution wasn't an issue? What the hell do you think they did to the kulaks?
If you believe climate models, or if you believe that we're heading in a certain direction.
I don't believe any of those presumptions.
People keep saying that, but we just got another one of the hottest years on record.
That's a classic.
God, oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting sucked back into this. This debate was 2 months ago. I want to be polite because I enjoyed the conversation. But God, his political understanding is unbelievable. Like, what was the problem with the Soviet Union and communism? And he says redistribution because taxes are too high. Redistribution. It's like the conservative critique. It's like somebody took conservatives under Reagan, calling Democrats communists their whole lives, and then pretended that the democratic communism that exists in the United States was the same as the communism of the Soviet Union. Wait, what the fuck? Deepak, thanks for the 700 viewer host. Oh my God, sorry. Oh God, I'm getting sucked back into remembering these unbelievable arguments. The central problem for people that care, the central problem with like socialism and shit isn't redistribution or taxes. Taxes have nothing to do with socialism. You retarded conservative fucks. The problem with socialism are like planned or command economies. That's the issue. It's not redistribution.
Leftist argument.
Why wouldn't Putin, why wouldn't Xi Jinping, why wouldn't anybody else in the world call this out if it was as horrible as it was?
There are plenty of people attempting to call
Nobody
out
credible.
You really think that you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of the trials for the vaccines, do you? Hello, everyone. I'm here today talking to Stephen Bunnell, known professionally and online as Destiny. He's an American streamer, debater, and political commentator. He really came to my attention, I would say,
Isn't the problem that the redistribution is at gunpoint? No, it has nothing to do with redistribution. There is no redistributing in like socialism and communism. Well, I mean, there kind of is, but it's not. That's not. When we think of redistribution in the West, we're thinking of taxing people and then giving that money back in the form of like government subsidies or government welfare, right? When you're talking about more socialized or communistic systems or whatever, you're talking about changing the inputs and the outputs of your economy, and you're talking about having these directed by a central government or bureau. And in an idealized form, you're talking about a ownership of the actual capital capital itself by the workers. None of this is redistribution. Like in a very abstract form, you can call it redistribution, but chances are if you call it redistribution, it's because you don't understand any of the models at play. You don't understand the capitalistic model or the socialist model.
Consequence of the discussion he had with Ben Shapiro and Lex Friedman, and I decided to talk to him, not least because it's not that easy to bring people who are identified, at least to some degree, with the political beliefs on the left into a studio where I can actually have a conversation with them. I've tried that more often than you might think, and it happens now and then, but not very often. So today we talk a lot about, well, the differences between the left and the right, and the dangers of political ideology per se, and the use of power as opposed to invitation, and all sorts of other often heated and contentious issues. And so,
can you give a concrete example of how the command economy falls short? Well, yeah, every country that's tried. If your inputs and outputs are being determined by like a central body trying to figure out who needs what, you're just way less ability. You have less of an ability to be responsive to changing conditions on the ground, basically. As people want different things, as money shifts around, as opportunities become available for whatever, there could be a variety of ways that this functions. Government policy can lag behind what a market would solve in a very quick, real-time manner. By the way, I'm not saying markets are perfect. I'm not going to hedge that, though. If you think I'm saying that, drink bleach.
You're welcome to join us. And
I think Destiny's just using a different definition. Wait, hold on. Am I getting triggered? Wait. Destiny, you need to understand he's talking about the redistribution of food if you're talking about the Soviet Union. No, I don't think he is, but we'll get there. Could you call Amazon a form of planned economy? No.
I was happy to have the opportunity to do this. So I guess we might as well start by letting the people who don't know who you are get to know who you are with a little bit more precision. So why have you become known, and how has that developed?
It's a pretty broad question. Destiny presumes that the government has the people's best interest in mind. No. Oh, Wolfie. What a hilariously, naively, retarded fuck way to view other people or to view the world. The government doesn't have the people's best interest. The government is composed of a bunch of people, or comprised of a bunch of people that want to win elections. Now, typically you do this by adhering to what people want, but you could also find ways to do it that doesn't adhere to what people want. There are sneaky, weird things. But the same thing can be said for corporations as well. If you truly want to level up to the next level of being a thinking human being who's not a sheep fuck that just follows whatever stupid fuck online influencer you happen to watch the most of, okay? Understand this. Everybody has incentives. Very rarely are those incentives make the world a better place for everybody. That's true of corporations. That's true of the government, okay? Everybody has incentives. They respond to them predictably. You just try to follow where the incentives go, and then you try to construct a system where the incentives hopefully point you in the right direction, okay? That's what Adam Smith was talking about when he talked about the invisible jerk-off, okay? Is you have a hand that sneaks into your pants that you can't see, that nobody can see, and it jerks you off as long as you're sitting in the right position. And sitting in the right position means that you have all of the particular externalities accounted for with government policy. It means you've got all of the particular capital rules and all of the particular government restrictions set up so that when people are jerking you off, okay, they're not going to come everywhere, right? That's what it means. Thoughts on the most recent Bridge episode? It was good. The Ryan guy was fun to chat with. There's still things I can clean up for the studio and appearance and everything, but no, I thought it was good.
Become known, and how has that developed?
It's a pretty broad question. I think I started streaming around 15 years ago when it wasn't really a thing yet. There were a few people that did it. When did I start saying 15 years ago? It was 14 years ago. I started in 2010. I started early on. I was I guess back then you weren't a professional gamer yet because the game had just started to come out, but there was a game called StarCraft 2. And I need to find a snappy way to put together my backstory. We should think about this for a second because everybody always asks me this. How'd you get into streaming? Bro, I don't know. How'd you get into psychology? I streamed myself playing that game. I was a pretty good player. It was pretty entertaining to watch. And then I kind of grew over, I guess maybe the next 7 years. Stop wearing black on black, you retard. I love wearing black on black. Just streaming that people would watch.
Streaming on YouTube?
I have green sweatpants now, okay. Well, back then I started on. Oh, actually, I just ordered a new shirt. It actually just came in the mail today. I don't know if I saw this on Twitter, but when I go to New York City, I'm doing like 3 shows now. I'm going to be on Ryan Long's show. I'm going to be on that Around the Table or whatever, and then I'm going to do something with Big Ack. I think I'm going to wear this shirt for every single appearance. It just got in the mail today. I love it. I love it. I might wear this shirt every fucking place I go to. God damn, look at that American eagle with the flag over the goddamn Constitution. Hell the fuck yes.
A website called Livestream, then I switched to Ustream, then I switched to a site called Justin TV, and then that turned into Twitch.tv. So after streaming there for like 7 or 8 years, I was a semi-professional StarCraft 2 gamer. That game kind of came and went, but I had a lot of other interests. Around 2016, I started to get more involved into the world of politics. It's kind of a left-leaning figure because of my background in like esports and internet gaming and internet trash talk. I had.
Is Destiny always fidgety on podcasts? It's because I'm trying to slow my speech down and stay rather than running off.
More of a kind of like a combative attitude.
I kind of think I talk with my hands.
And that was kind of rare for left-leaning people at the time. So it's basically where my early political popularity came from. I think from.
How do you feel like you fared against JP? I don't know. I remember the conversation just being fucking horrible. But now I've watched probably like 5 or 6 clips. And I'm like, damn, maybe it wasn't as horrible. I'm not sure.
Like 2016 to 2018 was debating right-wing people.
So was there a game?
I'm curious to what extent you would consider yourself pro-Israel as opposed to simply being against the narrative of Palestinian oppression, wherein the Palestinian side can do no wrong. I don't know. I'm probably like 65 or 70% pro-Israel. It just depends on where you're at. If I start talking to any, like that Simcha Rockman guy or whatever, if I start talking to any crazy pro-Zionist, I'm probably going to come off as super anti-Israel.
Popularity came from. I think from like 2016 to 2018 was debating right-wing people.
So was there a game-like element to the debating?
Wait, people are saying the video is very loud. Is it significantly louder than my... All right, hold on. Jesus. Oh, shit. The volume on my computer is turned down. I just saw this, so it sounds quieter for me. Okay.
Do you think? And
Jesus.
Is that part of why that morphing made sense?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, if you get really reductionist...
It was horrible for anyone who can understand Peterson. For Peterson, you actually did really well. For how respectful, you're forced to be with all these big timers.
Everything in life is kind of a game, but that's not very satisfying. I think I grew up like very argumentative. My mom is from Cuba, so my family was like very conservative. And then
Do you agree with JP's take on your temperament, like on relative agreeableness? I'm probably a person who's very low in agreeability. I think that's probably true as a temperament, yeah? I mean, I'm literally like a debater archetype, right? How would I be anything but low in agreeability? Or low in agreeability.
Listening to the news all day, listening to my mom's political opinions all day, and then I argued with kids in high school and everything, and I've always been kind of like an argumentative, type A, aggressive personality. So I think that probably lent itself well to the political stuff in 2016, yeah.
Was that useful in gaming? That personality?
In some ways, yeah. In some ways, no. I don't know directly for the games itself. I don't know how much it necessarily mattered, but for all the peripheral stuff, in some ways it was really beneficial. I could kind of like cut out my own path and I could be very unique and I could kind of be on my own. In some ways it was very detrimental. I can be very difficult to get along with, and I'm very much kind of like, I want to do this thing, and if you try to tell me what to do, I don't want to have like a sponsor or a team or anybody kind of with a leash on.
You seem exceptionally agreeable in social interactions. Well, yeah, I try to be autistic. I mean, it just depends.
This thing, and if you try to tell me what to do, I don't want to have like a sponsor or a team or anybody kind of with a leash on me. So yeah, I guess it worked out.
It's interesting because
you fit in well with almost any community and get along with anyone. I don't know how that fits into your agreeability. Agreeability, I think, just has to do with a temperament. I think it would be said in general that if you're very high in agreeability, it might be impossible for you to super disagree with somebody, to fight a lot on an opinion. But I think if you're very low in agreeability, you can probably just like chill, I think. That'd be my guess. I'm kind of making my temperament sound objectively better by saying I can do both though, so. But I do think it's objectively better to be low in agreeability, so I would say that. Yeah. Agreeability. Agreeableness is the general concern for social harmony. Agreeable individuals value getting along with others. They are generally considerate, kind, generous, trusting, and trustworthy, helpful, and willing to compromise their interests with others. Agreeable people also have an optimistic view of human nature. Oh, well, fuck, hold on. Disagreeable individuals place self-interest above getting along with others. Well, no, fuck. Well, now maybe you could argue the other one. An agreeable person is optimizing for the social situations, but they can argue or disagree with somebody if they want. They can fight with somebody if they want. I might be using agreeable incorrectly here. In terms of like the 5-factor personality shit. Wait, big 5 personality test. Maybe we'll do this after. Actually, fuck. At Destiny, Dan is an idiot claiming I just came to argue hypothetical. I came to argue a debate, and your first argument in that debate was hypothetical. Unfortunately, the whole thing was derailed. Nice, Axel. I accept people the way they are. The problem is these are always so vague. Like, I accept people the way they are. Like, I mean, like, I think generally I do, but if you were like a rapist or a racist or practicing pedophile, you're supposed to go by your intuitions and not overthink these. Okay, well, I think I'm a pretty unjudgmental person. I believe in the importance of art. Absolutely. My moods change easily. Neutral? I take care of other people before taking care of myself. I mean, not to the detriment of myself, but I'm also a really low maintenance person. I feel like everybody answers this. Who says no? I only take care of myself first. Well, no, but I'm not gonna set myself on fire to keep somebody else warm. Neutral. I'm always prepared. I guess I'm a pretty prepared person. I have a vivid imagination. My imagination is super good. I feel comfortable around people. That's pretty true. I haven't feel blue. It's my favorite color. No, I'm the life of the party. I usually just chill. I can be funny though. I'm neutral. With kindness and sympathy, I try my best. I get chores done right away. On Vyvanse, I do. I have a kind word for everyone. I mean, if they deserve it, if I want to. I'm skilled in handling social. I think I do really well. A lot of different social circumstances. Okay. I feel anxious about what could go wrong. No, I start arguments just for the fun of it. Hell yeah. I'm worried that I'm not good enough. No, I find it difficult to get to work. Not usually. I stay in the background sometimes. If I don't need to be the center of attention. There are many things that I do not like myself. No. I still don't feel blue. True. I do not like art. No. I stop what I'm doing to help other people. Always. I change my plans frequently. I mean, it's airplane tickets. I can't really change those. Troubled by negative thoughts? No. Comfort myself? Yes. Avoid philosophy? No. Original? I think I'm pretty original. Systematic? I think I have a pretty top-down approach. I think shy? Fuck no. Soft-hearted? Depends on how tsundere I'm being. Tense? I don't think I'm very tense. Inquisitive? I'm pretty curious. Forgetful? I don't think so. Reserved? I can be. Agreeable? I mean, isn't that what we're trying to figure out? I don't know. Nervous? Creative? Sometimes. Self-discipline? I mean, I went to school for music. I should get at least this, right? No, I mean, I do okay. Outgoing? Pretty outgoing. Charitable? Huh, too much. Moody? I mean, I can be. Imaginative? Didn't we already have this? Organized? I'm fairly organized. Talkative? I can be very talkative. Humble? I'm the most humble. Pessimistic? No. I have a lot to say. Yeah. I enjoy going to art museums. Fuck no. I always make good use of my time. I could do better. I'm interested in the meaning of things. Sure. I avoid taking on a lot of responsibility. Probably. I don't like to draw attention to myself. I feel I'm better than other people. I can be. Man, it's hard not to be when you're surrounded by fucking retards. I make friends easily. Yeah, we lose them easily too. I make plans and stick to them. Starting at 1 today, guys. I'm not interested in abstract ideas. Dumb. I criticize other people. I don't talk a lot. I don't talk a lot. Oh, no, this isn't accurate. We talk a ton. I enjoy hearing new ideas, sure. It's important to me that other people are on time. I mean, it's nice, but my expectations are pretty low. How often do you read books? Let's go with the... you don't have a yearly here? We'll do rarely. Your assumptions of why JP are wrong. He thought and read more on the leaders and their ideas than I think you'd believe. Okay, I don't know how to convince you of this, but just as a quick thing, if a man who has to say that he is the king is no true king, okay? Saying that you've read or saying that you've done this or whatever doesn't matter. If you've truly read and understood something, you should be able to incorporate it into your own thoughts, your own speech, your own worldview. Yeah. How often do you watch movies? I don't know, monthly, rarely? What's your favorite movie that you watched in 2023? Is that one our one? Oh, skip this part. Oh. It's going to say we need an email. I'm an empathic idealist. I use my insight and creativity to help others. True, this does sound like me. True. Absolutely true. This puts my agreeableness at 65. Openness at 90. That makes sense. They say that people that have done mushrooms have higher openness than, like, it permanently changes. So, wow. Okay, anyway, back to this. Michael Tracy wants attention. Yeah, he started messaging me on Discord. I don't give a fuck.
Or anybody kind of with a leash on me, so yeah. I guess
super chat got missed, but I want your brains on principle of subsidiarity, relative localism, nullification / interposition. John, I don't know what any of that means. I'm so sorry.
Worked out.
It's interesting because the temperamental proclivity that you're describing, that's associated with low agreeableness. And generally, well, and that's more combative, it's more stubborn, it's more implacable, it's more competitive. The downside is that it's more skeptical, it can be more cynical, it can be less cooperative. But generally, a temperament like that is not associated with political belief on the left, because the left.
Do you think J. Jordan B. Peterson got so argumentative because he's trying to test if you're truly low in agreeableness? My hope is that he got really argumentative because, one, I was willing to play back, which I think is fun, and two, is because he enjoyed the conversation, and three, is because he was passionate about the things he believed in. That would be my hope for why he got argumentative, but
is not associated with political belief on the left.
Do you feel different in these debates or as effective? Your in-person debates always feel like you're rushing or you're not fully there. I don't know. Really? I feel apparently this is a really good one. Again, when I watched clips of this, I was surprised. I felt like I was a lot more on point than I thought I was.
It can be more cynical. It can be less cooperative, but generally a temperament like that is not associated with political belief on the left.
Okay, fuck. Wait. I'm going to start breaking these out, or I can't keep pausing to read all these. What was JP like before and after the convo? Was he nice to you? Yeah, most of these people are usually pretty polite in person. Yeah, I think most of these are... what is this? Hold on. Most of these people are really polite before and after, except for Norm. I didn't say a single fucking word to him before and after. Fuck him. The Wayne guy was more polite, though. He talks significantly more than you. I think him cutting you off all the time gave you the feeling you had to be more concise than you probably needed to be. Yeah, everybody just likes to talk a lot. Especially on their own shows. But, whatever. Did you ask him about his daughter ghosting you like 10 times? Nope. Oh, also, I need a list of like the most retarded possible things that you could say about like Kendrick or Drake or J. Cole so that I can troll the fuck out of Big Ac. Somebody write me up like a few paragraphs and I'll roll with it. Okay, what do you want?
Tell me your big five. What's the link to the big five that you did? I want to see.
Here you go. But this is literally like a 5-minute.
What was your neuroticism was super low, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I feel like there's a fair bit of big copium there.
Why? What does neuroticism mean?
It's like affinity to feeling negative emotions.
I don't think I think I would score way higher than the average person in terms of feeling negative emotions. Why? What do you mean?
You score way higher, like you feel more negative emotions than the average person?
I feel far less negative emotions than the average person.
Yes, I agree, but I also think that okay, remember, you know what you feel really strong negative emotions toward that I don't think you're thinking about when you were filling this out?
What?
Sound autism or black letterboxing.
Okay.
You were like mega stressed when we were figuring all that shit out.
I was irritated because I couldn't work on the problem, yeah?
Yeah, irritation is a negative emotion. It's a large negative emotion. Well, not large, but it's a negative emotion. And I feel like you feel irritated about things like that a lot.
Okay. I feel like when people are thinking neuroticism, I think it's a little bit more broad than that, but maybe, sure, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's any negative emotions, right? It's like going to be sad.
Your thing is you're a robot. You're roboting hard.
Oh.
Hello?
Well, am I still roboting? Hi.
Oh. Okay. Individuals with high scores on neuroticism or I'm just reading the wiki are more likely to experience such feelings as anxiety. I don't think I have very much anxiety. Worry. I don't think I worry very much. Fear. I don't think I fear very much. Anger. I think my anger is generally pretty fleeting. Frustration. I mean, if I'm failing something, I guess. Envy. Not really. Jealousy. Not really. Pessimism. Never almost. Guilt. Never. Very rarely. Depressed mood and loneliness.
Yeah.
I don't think I
feel
generally
like
have.
You feel a lot more irritation.
Yeah, I get irritated if there's like a problem I'm working on, I want to fix. But I think that like in the grand scheme of like all of people's neuroticism, I think that's quite low. If the only like neurotic trait you have is if you're like in the middle of working something, you can't fix something.
Hold on. Are you about to bad faith me? Are you gonna bad faith me like the fucking meat thing where you turn this into your argument is to eat the cake? It's not. I'm not saying that you have a higher than average neuroticism. I'm saying that when you talk about emotionality specifically, you do a lot of copium, particularly around negative emotionality. Which is going to cause you to like falsely deflate your neuroticism level.
Okay, so you think what? Okay, on a scale from wait, you get what?
You get irritated a lot. That's like your thing. That's like why people like to watch you, like the Nebraska Steve, like going off. You get really mad when you're like talking. You get irritated about understandable things.
Yeah, I think I don't think you understand the difference between like when I'm irritated or whatever, and I'm like on stream. This is like a fun form of irritation. It's like, oh, this is pissing me off. Let's go read and research and blah, 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 blah. I don't think that's like a temperamental disposition. In terms of irritation for temperament, I think that falls way, way, way lower than average. That's the only reason I had the jobs that I did growing up is because of my ability to deal with irritating fuck customers. The whole reason I started working at that casino is because a supervisor saw me deal with a horrible fuck customer and saw my lack of irritation and hired me for that job at the casino. It's the reason why I was promoted to supervisor on grave shift. I'm an incredibly patient, like, yeah, if you see me on stream and I'm like, oh, we gotta fucking research this, blah, blah, blah. I think that's a different type of irritation than genuinely like fucking seething over a particular thing and just like being like really upset and negative about it. What?
I'm not saying that you're not below average. You're fighting.
Oh, no, I'm not even talking about below average, but I think you're confusing like me getting like shouting at something on stream with like a genuine feeling of like irritation. I think these things are two different things.
Irritation.
I think like a better criticism would be like irritated at like random people in chat. I think would be a different thing. But go ahead.
In chat or. Well, I brought up the letterboxing and the sound autism specifically. I think they're more accurate.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, real quick. When you say letterboxing and sound autism,
yeah,
you make it sound like these are random
I'm referring to
problems. Yeah, but they're not. The irritation is that we have a $15,000 to $20,000 studio and we've got black band aspect ratio issues on OBS, which we shouldn't, or sound issues that are being fucked up in a $3,000 audio chain where I'm like, okay, this shouldn't be happening. And then a lot of the suggested fixes are like, oh, well, we can just mask it at OBS. I'm like, no, we're not going to mask it at OBS. I think it's okay, but that's not like, I'm not like leaving the studio like, oh, this is going to kill me. I just want to like figure out and solve a problem. I like to figure out and solve problems. If you ever want to say that I'm a neurotic person, that when I'm in the course of like trying to solve a problem and I haven't fixed it yet, then yeah, I'm like very into like solving the problem, but it's not like
Nobody goes. I'm not saying you're a neurotic person. I did say you're a neurotic person. I already said you're below average, way below average.
You said that I'm coping on my, what are we coping on?
Oh, and Bert, you know, we gotta get you to bite with using grandiose words, but I think you're coping. You tend to cope about like negative emotions specifically. I think you were more irritated about the letterboxing than I think was like your reaction to it was larger than I think was reasonable for the situation. And we fixated on it for 2 to 3 hours. And there's other ways that you express negative emotion that you'll say that you're not feeling any negative emotion, but based on the behavioral that you're doing, I can usually tell that you feel negative about some sort of thing. And I'm not going to go into details about that like publicly on stream because I don't know if that's, yeah, I don't want to do that. But there are like things. So like when you say, I feel okay about this, as your friend, I've learned to basically go, does he feel okay about this? And then I watch how you tend to like react and respond to that thing. And then I figure out if you actually feel okay about that thing. And that's
sure.
Like the coping.
When somebody says that I feel, yeah, it's not coping, it's just your inability to parse complex human emotion, okay? When I say I feel okay about it, I think we might have even had, yes, I think we might have even had conversations about this. When I say I feel okay about something, generally what I'm saying is, here's a particular thing that I'm experiencing. I don't need any immediate help with this. And in some number of days or a week or two, I'm probably gonna be like processed and over it. Generally when I say like, I'm okay, that's what I mean. If there's something that's like, obviously it's like, this is an annoying situation, I've got to deal with some bullshit or whatever, and somebody's like, oh, how are you feeling? I was like, I'm okay. And you're like, oh, but actually, you are experiencing some negative emotion about this. So when you say you're okay, that is a massive cope, sir. No, it's not a cope. I'm fine. There's an issue. Obviously, it's irritating me right now, but I'm dealing with it. In about a week or two, I'll be over it, which I generally am for most things. Now, there is like the secondary Kyla world where there's this whole sea of resentment and irritation that is like raging in my inner mind that just it will one day come out in the form of some postal, genocidal, homicidal serial killer spree. But until that happens.
I see you like Max saw you, okay? I see the true you. I know the deep, dark sadness that exists within, okay? I know that you're very sad and lonely. Okay, fuck you, bad faith Rastiny. I never said that, like, there's, like, all this, deep seething underlying. You just, like, create statements that I've not made, okay? You're fighting ghosts. I think that you do a little bit of copium. I'm not going to give you specific examples publicly on stream because I think that they're decently personal.
Then why did you come in here on stream to talk about it? Okay, listen, we can argue about it next time I see you then.
There are definitely times where you feel negative emotions, but when I ask you about it, you'll be like, it's totally fine.
I don't think you've ever asked me. Hold on. You have to ask a better question. If you want to say like, hey,
I need to specify my questions to figure out if you're not feeling okay.
No, because if you're asking somebody, are they okay? I think the general implication is like, do you need help?
Give me the 1,000-yard stare. You do like a soft.
No, it's the because I'm contemplating the question. Yeah, because I actually generally think about things more than like an average. Okay, listen. I love you. Anything else?
Do you know how many people, I love you, how many people come up to me trying to fucking destiny whisper you because they can't read you? You do the 1,000-yard stare, you do a soft little smile, and then you pause, and that usually tells me that you feel slightly, not huge, you're not gonna have a cry fest, you're not gonna go kick a puppy afterwards, but you feel a little bit negative about it. But I know for a fact that if I ask you, hey, does this upset you? You will always 100% say no, even though I know that it absolutely
I feel like you and Nick, I think you and Nick have, if you ask me like, oh, is this a thing that's upsetting you? I think I almost will always like, yeah, it's upsetting that this happened, or it's irritating or annoying that this particular thing happened. But if you ask me like, are you okay? Yeah, probably generally am okay.
No shot. Are you on crack?
Okay, well, we'll ask Nick, okay? Because I feel like Nick has been here for one of these things.
I'll put Nick on the phone, okay? I'll put Nick on the phone, and then you can talk to my horse, all right? Just call Vosh for me, okay? Say hi to Tosh.
Yeah.
Okay, she didn't want to say hi.
Okay. Can I watch my JP debate?
Yeah, you can watch it. Okay, sorry.
Be careful.
Hey, have fun. Till then, I love him. Bye.
Yep, bye. Jesus.
Because the left is not associated with political belief on the left, because the leftists tend to be characterized.
Why do you spend thousands on a professional setup but refuse to hire a professional? Do you just like to solve problems? Personally, I don't know if it's better or worse. I like knowing every single part of everything that's happening in my setup. Yeah. I've seen streamers have breakdowns and cry when they move houses and shit and they don't have somebody to help them set their shit up. I like being able to set up everything that I have. I like understanding all the pieces of tech I use. I'm like a tech person. That's the reason why I was able to start streaming when I did, is because I knew all the background on all the tech shit and was able to figure stuff out. Because no offense, the average gamer is fucking tech retarded, so.
Associated with political belief on the left, because the leftists tend to be characterized by higher levels of compassion, and that's low agreeableness. So, you know, that element of your temperament at least is quite masculine, and a lot of the ideology that characterizes the modern left has a much more temperamentally feminine nature. So all right, so why do you think the shift from your popularity to political commentary worked? And you said that started about 2016, and why do you think that shift happened for you, like in terms of your interest?
I think I've always been interested in a lot of things. Like, I grew up with a very strong political bend. It was conservative until I got into my streaming years, probably 5 or 6 years into streaming. I slowly kind of started to shift to the left. I would say that, I guess in around 2016, when I saw all of the conversations going on with the election and when all the issues being talked about, I felt like the conversations were very low quality. And in my naivety, I thought that maybe I could come in and boost the quality, at least in like my little corner of the internet, to have better conversations about what was going on. And so that was basically my injection point into all of that was, yeah, fighting about those political issues and then arguing with people about them, doing research and reading and all of that, yeah.
And so did you do that by video to begin with as well?
Yeah, it was all streaming, yeah.
It was all streaming. And so I presume you built an audience among the people who were following you as a gamer first, and then that started to expand. Is that correct?
Basically, yeah. Without getting too much into like the business or streaming side of things, basically, actually, this probably carries over to basically.
Hi, what's up? How's it going, buddy?
Hello, I'm sorry to interrupt your Jordan Peterson's reaction. I will not take long, I promise. I just wanted to say that I watched I think it's your podcast thing you did with Kyla and the funny dude in the head.
Yeah.
And I really appreciated the conversation you had and the talk about like Ukraine and our military and everything. It was incredibly well done and interesting to listen to. And yeah, thumbs up for that. I listened to it today, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well.
It's the only time I had internet, and that's what I wasted on. You must, be appreciative, I guess, that I'm so invested in your podcast.
Well, thank you very much. I'm flattered. Can I give you a quick tech tip that might help? I don't know if this is inappropriate or whatever. I'm not sure. Just because I know that you have periods where your internet goes in and out. If you, I think if you download a YouTube app, I think if you're a YouTube Red member, you can download a ton of videos and shit to watch if you don't have internet. So if there's like a show you like, or if there's a whatever, there's ways to like get all that offline. So if you don't have internet for long periods of time, I know like on long flights, I used to do shit like that with Melina. So.
Oh, damn. That's a good tip, because I might actually watch something, because we have major blackouts now again, because of the massive attack. We survived 2 days in a row. So 50% of my city's power grid has been destroyed, unfortunately. Jeez. So it's a good tip. I might actually use it, because we will not have like controlled, scheduled blackouts again. Basically the ones we had when I just started talking with you. It's now like back to that because of the humongous attacks. We have been like 24 hours with no electricity, no mobile connection, no heat, no water, like anything. And now it kind of returned, but it will be in parts and bits. So like for 6 hours you have internet and like light and everything, and then you don't have it. So yeah, not to be too bored, I could probably download stuff and watch it when I can.
Okay.
21 explosion in one like hour.
That's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty shitty. I don't know what I can say. That sounds really horrible. Are you? How long? When all of your power stuff gets blown up, how long does it take for that to normally come back online? Like, is it a course of like days, weeks, months? Like, what does that look like?
Well, usually it's kind of like a day or two, but now it won't be because that was the biggest attack ever. So usually they don't take out 50% of our entire power grid in one attack. So this might take a while, I think. I hope our guys will be able to do something, but it will take insane amount of money to fix it, and also time. And they also might attack again today. There's massive attack planned today again. So I don't know, honestly, how long it will take this time.
Well, good luck. Yeah, damn, that sucks. I don't know what else to say, but it sounds shitty, but yeah.
My favorite part. Well, damn. Good luck.
I don't know what to say. I mean, it's a shitty situation. I don't know how to help you. Listen, if I had some oil, I'd fucking ship it to you, okay?
Okay,
yeah.
don't get triggered.
Maybe if you act like an asshole, maybe Santa will bring you coal and you can burn that for Jesus Christ. I don't know. Damn. That does suck, though. That's really horrible.
Oh, by the way, a special thank you to DGG, as always, because they helped me buy Power Station a while back, like a long time ago. And I use it all the time. I even managed to blow dry my fucking hair using it. I put the blow dry in it and it was a heaven. It was truly magnificent to do your hair in a situation like this.
Is it
so
like a
I really appreciate it.
Is it like a solar powered battery thing, or is it just like a battery that charges when the electrical grid is on, or?
It's basically you can charge it when there is power. Solar like stuff won't work here. There's no fucking sun, you know. So yeah, so it's not like. Anyhow, point is that they helped me buy it back in the day, like I think in 22 actually. So I still use it, and yeah, it helps a lot. It's kind of expensive, but it's a great thingy to have in a situation like that. So yeah. Also, it's not very cold now, so it's not that bad without heat. So yeah, I'd say we're doing relatively okay, but we will see what they will do today. Or I guess tomorrow, because it will be 4 a.m. again.
Yeah.
Usually it's 4 a.m. So yeah, by the way, that conversation, I really like fucking enjoyed listening someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, the Ryan guy's a really cool dude, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I never heard of him, never saw him before, so I was like, I don't know. But then when he started talking, it was pretty clear that he understands what the hell he's talking about, and everything he said was 100% what our military said to me, like, I mean, soldiers and everyone. Even like what he told about the javelins and how effective they were in anti-tank weaponry, and about the ballistics and, you know, the drones and everything was just fucking spot on. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah,
it's a person who knows what they're talking about.
It's really
I
hard.
can't believe it on the internet.
I don't know if this is the same with like every other country. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, but it's really hard because in the United States, the military, just for a variety of reasons historically, the military is associated with the right and Republicans. So you're in a really weird world where when you hear somebody talk and they're like, oh, I used to be in the military, that means either one of two things, which are diametrically opposed to one another. It either means that they're about to give you a take that's informed by their years of military service, that's going to be way more informed than an average civilian, or it means they're about to give you the most right-wing, conservative, retarded fucking take in the world, and they're citing their military experience because, oh, well, look, I'm in the military, so you've got to believe me because I'm on the right. It's very, very, very fucking frustrating, but yeah.
Yeah, see, I didn't really know what I will be getting here, obviously, but what I got here was refreshing, to say the least. So yeah, appreciate it. Also, the Finkelstein thing, I like already commented on it, so I'm not gonna go there. But apparently my friend who said that he has a Cheka member face was correct. A fucking Nostradamus, because the dude is apparently Maoist. Or at least used to be. I haven't seen a lot of his other views, but apparently he literally is just like a West bad guy. So it's whatever he can do to jerk off non-American shit is basically going to be what he, I mean, I caught Comey vibes, like, immediately when I first saw him. I didn't know who he was, anything, the language he used. I was like, that's some Soviet simpery right there. I can kind of feel it. But I was like, maybe I'm like paranoid at this point, you know? So I wasn't like taking it seriously, and I didn't research anything. But then apparently my friend was spot on with his deductive skills just by looking at his face. But yeah, anyhow, what a waste of time it was. I suffered like I never did.
Yeah.
For 5
well,
hours.
Imagine being there in person suffering. So yeah.
I don't know how you managed it, if I'm honest.
Well, because I had a good friend right
I don't
beside
know.
me. My adopted father, Benny Morris, was right
Benny,
there to
yeah,
suffer
Benny.
alongside me. So yeah.
Shout out to Benny.
Yeah.
But I mean, as cool as that was, like that you managed to have a conversation with, you know, relatively like, you know, famous big people in this, you know, area. But fuck, it was probably the most insufferable thing I have ever seen in my entire life. And I was hoping I will get bombed so I can have a good excuse not to listen to this anymore.
Jesus.
And unfortunately, Russians didn't bomb. So I had the entire day to listen to this shit. So, yeah, they failed me.
Well, hopefully you lose power. I don't know. That's not even going to make a joke, but okay. All right, well, I'm going to finish watching this JP debate.
Go back. I mean, I watched this as well, by the way, Jordan Peterson thing. And he might be unhinged, but he has style, okay?
He does. His suits are cool. I agree. Yeah.
The outfit is slaps. That's all I'm going to say about this.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Bye-bye and good luck.
Thanks.
As always.
Be careful.
All media, I would.
When JP cites studies, are there reputable double-blind studies on Google Scholar about leftists being characterized by low agreeableness? Wait, I thought he said they had high agreeableness. That would be my assumption.
Issues and then arguing with people about them, doing research and reading and all of that. Yeah.
And so did you do that by video to begin with as well?
Yeah, it was all streaming. Yeah.
It was all streaming. And so I presume you built an audience among the people who were following you as a gamer first, and then that started to expand. Is that correct?
Basically, yeah. Without getting too much into like the business or streaming side of things, basically, actually, this probably carries over to basically to all media, I would imagine, is you've got people that will watch you for special events. So maybe you're like a commentator of the Super Bowl, or maybe you're hosting like a really huge event. Then you've got people who will watch you every time you're participating in your area of expertise. So for me, that's like a particular game I might be playing.
We already know this.
It might
You've
be,
heard this.
And like the
no one cares.
Basic thing, and I talked about a lot of other stuff, whether it was politics, a few of them stuck in whatever. I had a lot of loyal fans that kind of followed me wherever I went. So quite a few of them stuck in Star Trek.
So you established a reputation.
Yeah.
So how would you characterize your reach?
Honestly, Jordan's main forte is on the trans issue where he started. The more the subject deviates from psychology, the lower the quality becomes. Maybe, yeah, but man, I've heard him talk about, I think I've heard him say dumb things on depression. He said some outrageously stupid things about ADHD, which is obviously an area that I know more about. So, I don't know. He's wandered. He's strayed.
Where I went, so quite a few of them stuck in Star Trek.
So you established a reputation.
Yeah.
So how would you characterize your reach now? How would you quantify it?
I think well, can you be more precise?
How many people are watching a typical video that you might produce, and what are you doing for subscribers, say on YouTube, and total? Any idea about total reach?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess my subscribers on YouTube, I have around, I think that's around 770,000 on my main channel. I think I probably do between all three channels, I think around 15 to 20 million views a month. And then I live stream to anywhere from 5 to 15,000 concurrent viewers a day for hopefully around 8 hours a day. Yeah.
Okay. So you have quite a substantial reach. And so you said that initially you were more conservative leaning, but that changed. What did it mean that you were more conservative leaning, and how and why did that change?
When I say I was conservative leaning, I mean I was writing articles for my school newspaper defending George Bush and the Iraq War. I was like very much like I think it's like an insult now when people say like neocon, but I was like very much like a conservative, a Bush era conservative. So supported big business, supported traditional, all of the conservative, I guess, like foreign policy, hawkish foreign policy, for whatever that meant as like a 14, 15-year-old.
Right.
There was the whole Elian Gonzalez incident that was very big for Cuban Americans, where there was a Cuban boy that tried to come to the United States with several other people and his mother, and their raft, I guess, crashed or something happened. I think his mom died and some other people died, and there was a huge debate on whether or not to send him back to Cuba, and Clinton ended up sending him back to Cuba, and I know that my mom was super irritated and all that, to say the least. And then once I hit college, I think I supported Ron Paul in 2008. So I was a big Ron Paul libertarian guy in high school. When I went to a Catholic Jesuit high school, and I kind of became atheist in that process. I started reading Ayn Rand. So I was very, 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 very conservative.
But on the libertarian end, it sounds
I would say so, yeah. Initially...
You should wait. Adar Weinreb from Sulha. I think he's reached out. He hosts very unique and productive Israel-Palestine convos in a world of frustrating debates. I think you forms this refreshing. Find this refreshing. I mean, if you wanted to, yeah. I don't.
On the
that makes more sense in relationship to your temperament.
Sure, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Initially, it was like Christian conservative, and then it became like libertarian conservative. Without my life kind of took like a wacky path, and then as I started working, I kind of had to drop out of school. I was working, and then I got into streaming. And once I started streaming, I had a son basically around the first year I started streaming. As I started to go through life, and I went from kind of being in this like working poor position to making a lot of money, especially through the lens of my child, I saw how different life was when I had more money versus less. And I guess like the differences between what was available to me and then my child as I
feel like I need to write. I'll spend some time on this. I need to write like a personal bio that just summarizes my life events so I know which points to hit. Because I always get asked, it's like, I don't know, fuck, you want my whole fucking life story, bro? Jesus, I don't know. I've done a lot of random shit. Like, what am I supposed to bring up here?
Made more money while I was really wealthy versus not as wealthy. It kind of started to change the way that I guess.
So you got more attuned to the consequences of inequality?
Basically, I would say, yeah.
Okay, and so how did that lead you to develop more sympathy for...
Do you feel like there was mutual respect and engagement? Do you feel like either of you changed your perspective, thoughts, or opinions on things? I doubt either of us changed. I feel like there was mutual respect. As long as somebody's listening to what I'm saying and they can pronounce my name correctly, I feel like there's mutual respect, sure.
Left-leaning ideas, particularly.
I guess my core beliefs have never really changed, but I think the way that those become applied kind of change. So much the same way that you might think that everybody deserves a shot to go to school and have an education. That might be like a core belief where as a libertarian or conservative, I might think that as long as a school is available, everybody's got the opportunity to go and study. But maybe now as like a liberal or progressive or whatever you'd call me, I might say, okay, well, we need to make sure that there's enough, maybe like food in the household or some kind of funding program to make sure the kid can actually go to school and study, basically. So like the core drive is the same, but I think the applied principle ends up changing a bit based on what you think
so is your concern essentially something like the observation that if people are bereft enough of substance?
This is also something I super appreciate. I try to do this with other people. I think I do. I usually try to verbalize this before I answer a question. Is if somebody can summarize what you just said and repeat it back to you in their own words, then it shows that they have an understanding of what you've just told them, and then you can move on from there. As fundamental and simple as that sounds, it's nice when somebody can do that.
The observation that if people are bereft enough of substance, let's say, that it's difficult for them to take advantage of equal opportunities, even if they are presented to them, let's say.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
And you have some belief, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have some belief that there is room for state intervention at the level of basic provision to make those opportunities more manifest.
Yeah, to varying degrees, yeah.
Okay. So let's start talking more broadly then on the political side. So how would you characterize the difference, in your opinion, between the left and the conservative political viewpoints?
On a very, very, very broad level, if there's some like good world that we're all aiming for, I think people on the left seem to think that a collection of taxes from a large population that goes into a government that's able to precisely kind of dole out where that tax money goes. You're basically able to take the problems of society. You're able to scrape off, hopefully, not super significant amount of money from people that can afford to give a lot of money, and then through government programs and redistribution, you target those taxes essentially to people that kind of need whatever bare minimum to take advantage of opportunities in society. Yeah.
Okay.
And then on the conservative end, I guess a conservative would generally think that why would the government take my money? I think from a community point of view, through churches, through community action, through families, we can better allocate our own dollars to our own friends and family to help them and give them the things that they need so that they can better participate in and thrive in society, basically.
Okay, so one of the things that I've always found a mystery, I mean, I think there's an equal mystery on the left and on the right in this regard, is that...
The simple version of that is just, I think people on the left take a top-down approach, people on the right take a bottom-up approach. The reality is both of these need to combine to make anything work. But
the more conservative types tend to be very skeptical of big government, and the leftist...
So would you be in favor of making college free like in Europe? I don't know where I'm at right now in college. I actually don't know if college affordability is a problem at all in the United States right now. I saw a really fucking hilarious thread pop up yesterday, and it was a thread in Our Economics where it felt like somebody posted a link to shit on how worthless college was becoming or something, but two completely different types of people showed up in this thread. One were students who said they went to college and they graduated and they couldn't find jobs, therefore college was worthless. But the second one was recruiters who showed up to argue about how poorly equipped college kids were to, do work, which was why college was useless, because the kids sucked at everything. And it was funny watching these two people fight each other for what were both stupid arguments. Did I save this thread? Profile. My God, how is the new Reddit interface still so clusterfucky? Isn't Our Economics the leftist brainwashed? Yes, that subreddit got completely washed away by lefties. Okay, what am I? Okay, click. Profile. Oh, saved here. Oh my God, this was a funny fuck thread too. Oh, I save these sometimes when they're funny. This guy describes himself as average looking and says women won't date him because he's Middle Eastern, which is really funny because I'm pretty sure in America and in Canada, I don't think we even see Middle Eastern. It's just if you're dark enough, we'll call you brown. But if you're just like if you're like a light-skinned Middle Eastern person, people will find me on this, but I don't think in America we would think you're like, if you saw Hassan in public, I think you're just thinking like, oh, it's a white dude. You're not thinking like, oh my God, that guy looks like he's from the Middle East. I don't think you're ever thinking that. Same thing with this guy. Oh my God. This guy's posting thinking that because he's 5'9", or maybe he said 5'11". No, he said 5'9", and he's Middle Eastern, that white women won't give him the time of day. I'm like, bro, in the United States, anybody looking at you is just going to think you're white. What are you talking about? Reading through this guy's comment history was so sad. Can you imagine? He's got posts where he's like, yeah, I think I'm just like an average looking dude. Imagine. It's so funny because if a girl were to write anything like this, she would be excoriated. She would be destroyed online. You know when women go to those subreddits where they're like, rate me, or like, am I ugly? r/am I ugly? And it's a girl's like a 9 out of 10. And she's like, do you think I'm ugly? Imagine if you're some 200-pound guy who's 21 years old, who's already 50% into his like male pattern balding phase. And you have a guy like this saying, yeah, I think I'm probably like an average looking guy. Bro, I would kill myself. I would kill myself. But it's really funny because he's got in his profile, if you read through his comments, I think he's like, yeah, I listen to Jordan Peterson every day, and he's taught me, like, he talks about like hoflation. I can see him: Jordan Peterson, Chris Williamson, Tom Bilyeu, Alex Hormozy. Oh, we watched a thing by that. Andrew Huberman, and More Plates, More Dates. Oh, he posted on that subreddit too. 100% agree. I've been watching Jordan Peterson explain hypergamy, and it's getting worse if you're not a dude who earns more money than the majority of women. Also, go watch Chris Williamson with Alexander Date Psych on YouTube. They explain really well why men are struggling, but women are doing just fine. You guys ask me why I don't hit the gym more and why I don't get fashion. Listen, if I was who I was right now, and I looked like this guy, it would be game over for me. I would fuck 100 women a day, and I would never, ever turn my stream on ever again. I would be at clubs, bars. It would be over. I would be this entire city. Okay, I'd have yeah, never mind. God, fuck, look at this guy. I just like, damn, how mind fucked are you to look like this and be like, yeah, I just think that women won't fuck with me because I'm 5'9". My God. Do you think he's above average looking? This guy? In terms of like entire body? Yeah, this guy's like on the low scale, I'd say 8.5. This guy is super attractive. What are you talking about? And even with like a shirt on and stuff, like he's got a nice smile. He's got like a nice proportioned face. His hair looks fine. He's like, what is he, 29? Yeah, his hair looks fine. Like everything. Yeah, he's like, yeah. Looks good with the shirt on and everything. This guy's super, yeah, 100%. I will say though, anybody that states an explicit preference for certain types of women is usually 9 out of 10 times going to be really fucking weird. So if somebody says like, oh yeah, I just try to date, especially brown people. No, not brown people. Especially Middle Eastern, Asian, and Hispanic people. When you see somebody who's like one of those three groups that are online saying how they only want to date white women, usually there's really weird shit going on there. There's almost always really weird shit going on there. Same thing with white guys who are like, I only want to date Asian women or whatever. Or, yeah. But I mean, I think that's generally true. Anytime people have like explicitly, it's part of their thing, they have like a racial preference, usually there's some really weird shit going on there. Wait, like what? It's not a racial preference. Their attitudes are really shitty, and they think that if they can jump ship to a different race, that they can find women that are more likely to put up with their shitty behavior attitudes. What does Jordan Peterson say about depression that you disagree with? I'd have to go back and find the videos, but it's usually some degree of like, it's just not real, or people need to exercise more or something. I think I've seen him talk about this. And then there's a couple of videos he's done on ADHD as well, yeah. Can you explain why women get away with that shit? Like almost all the Asian women are vocal about how they prefer white men. Because I think generally you can shit on men, and if you're a woman and you're like in that category, you can get away with saying retarded shit. But it is really gross though. Like, yeah. Like it should be treated the exact same. Especially Asian people are really fucking weird about that crazy fetishization of white people. Asian women especially. That is really fucking weird, but... Although I think... there's a lot of weird dynamics at play. Something else is interesting in that there's so many dynamics at play. I haven't heard this from Asian people. I have heard this a lot from Middle Eastern people. I'm trying to think if I've heard any Hispanic people say this. I don't think I've heard any Hispanic people say this. For Middle Eastern people, when I hear Middle Eastern women talk about how they want to date white men, I think that when they say white men, what they really mean is they're doing like the opposite of a passport bro thing, to where passport bros might go to the Middle East or some shit because they're like, I really want a traditional woman. But sometimes educated women from the Middle East are like, I really want to get away from these traditional men. So I have heard that. I've heard that several times from Middle Eastern women who are like, I don't want to date guys that earn less than me and treat me like shit. Or I don't want to date guys that think I'm like a baby production machine. And these guys are like literally second children. Like I have to adopt this man who can't fucking take care of himself. I don't know if that's as true for Asian women or not, because I feel like I'm borrowing a lot of anecdotal here. I feel like the Asian men that I meet aren't like tradcon traditional men. So it doesn't make sense for Asian women escaping those Asian men. But also a lot of the Asian people that I know are going to be like San Francisco, LA Asian guys in like tech communities. So maybe that's not representative. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. There's also a perception of white people being rich. There's an element of status for Asians if they date a white person, in my opinion. Yeah, for us, I mean, I understand that in the East, but that doesn't really make sense in America, right? Because in America, bro, every Chinese girl I've hooked up with, these people, like, if I'm visiting them, I need a gate code because they always live in gated communities. They always have huge fucking houses. They're always from hugely wealthy families. Although, again, to be fair, I lived in Southern California. These people were always fucking loaded, though. But maybe, but I feel like on average, it's got to be true that on average, median income, white versus Asian family, household, USA. The Asian one has to be significantly higher. Oh, income. I don't want wealth. I want income. The household median income for Asian Americans in 2021 was $101,418. That's 43% greater than the national median income. What are white Americans at? Racial wealth snapshot. Why do we not have white on here? Indians are by far the wealthiest households, but they're pretty low on the totem pole of dating. Yeah, that's true too. It could be that white is associated with wealth though, and that's like a generationally inherited bias. It doesn't make sense in the environment in the USA, but like people might inherit it, the bias, and they come over here and they still have it. So it'll be bred out in like a generation or two. Sorry, I meant from when I speak to my family / friends back in Taiwan. It's also pretty funny how psycho the Taiwanese / Chinese incels are, and how they talk about how white men take all the women. Oh yeah, I've heard that. I've experienced that. If you go with Tinder to any like Asian country, this was true in. I didn't have I didn't have Tinder when I was in South Korea, but I went out a few times with Naniwa, and in where else have I been? Taiwan. In Taiwan, it's insane. If you go on Tinder, there's a white dude, it's like being a woman in America. It's insane, yeah. To be fair, a lot of Asian dudes are pretty misogynistic at times, so a lot of Asian girls here choose not to date them. Think like comp/gamer type of dude who are really sheltered and not social. Yeah, I guess the problem is that like that might be true, but it's so hard for me anecdotally to grapple with that because most of the Asian guys that I know are pretty, I don't want to say meek, but they're like quieter gamer type dudes. Like I'm thinking of people like Albert, like Slightly Musical. That was his name, right? Like that dude wasn't misogynistic at all. Or most of the Asian gamer dudes I knew, all of these guys were super chill. So like anecdotally, that doesn't synergize with what I'm thinking. But it could be true on a wider spectrum. I just don't have that firsthand experience. How do you pull Destiny? I usually buy boots with really thick inserts at the bottom so that I can appear 6'1" instead of my ordinary height of 5'4". I'll try to run a Lamborghini so that if a woman is hypergamous, you can see that she'll upgrade based on the car type that I'm in. I'll usually try to hire 3 or 4 really attractive prostitutes to hang out with me who are 18, 19 max so that she can see that I am signaling high social value. And then after I start talking to her, I'll hold the conversation for about 60 seconds max before ignoring her. So that she sees that I have better and more important things going on in my life. Oftentimes I'll give her my phone number and my Instagram. The phone number will always be the wrong number, so she feels like I don't give a fuck, but she'll have my Instagram so that she can DM me afterwards. These are all like the super high level tricks that I employ to maximize my pull. Anyway, sorry, back to this. Wait, final thoughts. An hour? We're not watching this. She back and on the attack. Can I skip forward to something here?
Hi, mods. Thank you again. Love you guys.
Somebody said that she's now made it so that apparently he put his hand under her bra. Clip here. Okay.
This bit's kind of awkward. It is up. It is fucking sexual assault. Okay? I'm not gonna apologize, say that it isn't sexual assault, that I'm not a sexual assault victim. The touching that he has admitted to many times, this touching that he admitted.
Not to be mean, but unfortunately, like, she could come out with a full-on rape accusation and she wouldn't be believed. She lied about vital pieces of information. There have been, like, texts that have been, like, unless there's been a response to this, has she explained how that one text that that guy didn't send, she said that he sent, like, she's misrepresented pretty crucial pieces of information at this point. I don't know why, like, she has no credibility left. I don't even know.
Has admitted to many times, this touching that he admitted to not asking or getting my consent before he did. He felt up my tits on a couch with other people there. He stuck his hand up my shirt, under my bra, and felt up, fondled, whatever you want to say. He felt up my tits. Unwanted sexual touch is literally in the definition of sexual assault. It's fucking sexual assault, and I'm never gonna apologize for it. It is fucking sexual assault. Okay? I'm not gonna apologize, say that it isn't sexual assault, that I'm not a sexual assault victim. The touching that he has admitted to many times, this touching that he admitted to not asking or getting my consent before he did, he felt up my
tits. Do you see what I mean when I say tits? It's just like a shitty word. It just sounds so stupid. Tits? It's such a dumb word. It's very easy to get this in China. Okay, guys, we need to finish this video. We barely even started. What is this?
Like, it's very easy for you to get laid in China as a foreigner. Get laid. Get your dick sucked. It's easy to get bitches if you are a foreigner. Like, I don't want to say this, but it's truth. Because a lot of girls are curious about erotic culture, like a different culture from them. So if you're from a different culture from them, they will be curious about you. How do you know? Because no comment. What about BBC?
Okay.
Like,
does this work for blacks too? I think it might be a little bit harder for blacks because I think there's a lot more racism in Eastern culture against blacks. I don't think black people would have the same. I don't think they would have the same luck. Maybe with some people you like can hyper score, but with other people I think you would. I think it would generally be harder. I'm always reminded of the. Fuck. God, this fucking. No, this one.
Types tend to be more skeptical of big corporations. Right? Well, following through the logic that you just laid out, you may types tend to be more skeptical of big government, and the leftist types there's an equal mystery on the left and on the right in this regard, is that the more conservative types tend to be very skeptical of big government, and the leftist types tend to be more skeptical of big corporations. Right? Well,
this is one of the reasons why I said on that left-right paradigm, it really only works when you're dealing with liberals, like liberalism, when you're dealing with conservatives or Democrats and Republicans on the liberal spectrum. But if you go far enough to the left and far enough to the right, it breaks too much.
Following through the logic that you just laid out, you made the suggestion that one of the things that characterizes people on the left is the belief that government can act as an agent of distribution, can and should act.
Destiny is so condescending. What did I just say was condescending?
left is the belief that government can act as an agent of can and should act as an agent of distribution. Okay, a potential problem for that is the gigantism of the government that does that. Now, the conservatives are skeptical of that gigantism. And likewise, the liberals, the progressives in particular, we'll call them progressives, are skeptical of the reach of gigantic corporations. And I've always seen a commonality in those two in that both of them are skeptical of gigantism. And so one of the things that I'm concerned about, generally speaking, with regard to the potential for the rise of tyranny is the emergence of giants. And one potential problem with the view that the government can and should act as an agent of redistribution is that there is an incentive put in place, two kinds of incentives. Number one, a major league incentive towards gigantism and tyranny. And number two, an incentive for psychopaths who use compassion.
Would you be willing to do a scan of the principle of subsidiarity wiki? It's a major part of my worldview. No, I don't know anything about this. You sound like you have schizophrenia. I don't know what the fuck this is. The principle of subsidiarity. Is the principle that decisions are retained by member states of the intervention? I don't know what any of this is. I don't care. I love you though, okay? So social and political issues should be dealt with at the most immediate or local level. Okay, sounds retarded. Okay, have fun. You can do that, okay? Jesus.
To justify number two.
He said leftists more skeptical of corporations and the right are more skeptical of governments. Why would you disagree with that? Pointless. Because that's not what the political paradigms work like anymore, you fucking moron. What do you mean? He said leftists are more skeptical of corporations and the right are more skeptical of governments. That made sense 20 years ago in the United States. That doesn't map on to the current political realities. The current political realities, the farther right you go, I say far right, really the Trumples, the new era Conservative Party is actually pretty anti-big business, anti-corporatism. That's a pretty big hallmark of the current populist bend of conservatives. Now, Trump kind of like skirts on both sides of these, but if you listen to a lot of the newer, younger, more kind of like far right people, they're not going to sit here and suck out big business. People like Facebook and these huge lobbyists and the Jews and all these shit are like their mortal fucking enemies. And when you say that, like the right are skeptical of governments, leftists, when you get into like the communists and the socialists, they're super skeptical of government too. Their entire worldview is informed by fuck the US government, fuck the USA, fuck everything that the US does and stands for, fuck everything that the government supports. Even government welfare is bad because what we really should be doing is mutual aid and changing the entire mode of economic organization. So no, what do you mean? It's not irrelevant for me to contest that point. The reality is that doesn't map on to our current political reality anymore. What he's saying makes sense 20 years ago. It doesn't make sense today.
An incentive for psychopaths who use compassion to justify their grip on power, to take money and to claim that they're doing good. And I see that happening everywhere now particularly in the name of compassion. And it's one of the things that's made me very skeptical in particular about the left. And
in these convos, I think you should really push back to use DSM definitions, things like psychopathy. He just defined it in a way that suited. I wrote psychopath and sociopath are meme words now. I'm not going to sit here and fight on whether he should be using ASPD or like the subclinical definition. I don't care about it. It's not relevant to the conversation.
Grip on power to take money and to claim that they're doing good. And I see that happening everywhere now particularly in the name of compassion. And it's one of the things that's made me very skeptical in particular about the left, and at least about the progressive edge of the left. So I'm curious about what you think about those two. First of all, it's a paradox to me that the conservatives and the leftists face off each other with regard to their concern about different forms of gigantism and don't seem to notice that the thing that unites them is some antipathy. This is especially true for the libertarians, some antipathy towards gigantic structures per se. And so then I would say, with regards to your antithesis between liberalism and conservatives, the conservatives are pointing to the fact that there are intermediary forms of distribution that can be utilized to solve the social problems that you're describing that don't bring with them the associated problem of gigantism. And like it's been shocking to me to watch the left, especially in the last 6 years, ally itself, for example, with pharmaceutical companies, which was something I'd never thought I would see in my lifetime. I mean, for decades, the only gigantic corporations the left was more skeptical of than the fossil fuel companies were the pharmaceutical companies. And that all seemed to vanish overnight around the COVID time. So I know the story. That's a lot of things to throw at you, but it sort of outlines the territory that we could probably investigate.
If you're being honest, why does it seem like you won all the debates with larger figures when, to be completely fair, you're probably not entirely win-winning? What do you, have I ever said that I feel like I won every single one of these conversations? Most of these conversations aren't even over particular topics where we're taking contrary positions. Like, it's hard to win any general conversation where we're just like feeling each other out. Like my conversation with Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, these are like broad conversations where we're bouncing through a lot of topics. It's not one like Norm Finkelstein or one like I haven't had as many like one-on-one particular topic debates recently, but it's not the same style of conversation.
Productively.
Yeah, so a couple things. I would
Glenn
say
Greenwald.
that the current political landscape we have, I think, is less. I understand the concept of conservatives supporting corporations and liberals supporting like large government. I think today the divide we're starting to see more and more is more of like a populist, anti-populist rise, or even like an institutional or anti-institutional rise. So for instance, I think conservatives today in the United States are largely characterized with, I would say, with populism. In that they're supporting like certain figures, namely right now Donald Trump, who they think alone can kind of like lead them against the corrupt institutions, be them corporate or government. I feel like most conservatives today are not as trustful of big corporations as they were back in like the Bush era, where we would, conservatives would champion, big corporations.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
That's a strange thing because it makes the modern conservatives a lot more like the 60s leftists.
Potentially, yeah.
I mean, that brings us into the issue, too, of whether the left-right divide is actually a reasonable way of construing the current political landscape at all, and I'm not sure it is.
I don't like it when people say that, like, the conservatives today are like the people of the 60s. When I say potentially, I don't know how much I want to flesh out or fight on every single thing. People get to similar belief sets, but in totally different ways. So it's you have to be careful. When you say like horseshoe, for instance, horseshoe is kind of true in that applied positions can start to mirror each other, but they get there in very, very different ways. The far left, doesn't get to anti-Semitism the far left doesn't get to anti-Zionism through anti-Semitism. It gets there through anti-imperialism or anti-West or pro-Marxist thinking. That's how it gets there. So even if the far left might look the same as the far right, who might be anti-Semitic or conspiratorial, and the applied positions look the same, fuck Israel and fuck Jewish influence on the United States, and Jews are all up to weird shit, even though it looks the same in the applied world, they've horseshoed there, they've gotten there. I mean, even by definition, look at a horseshoe. You get there in different ways, right? Yeah.
Right now, it kind of is, but only because so many conservatives are following Trump. So like your populist, anti-populist thing kind of maps on kind of cleanly to the left and right. It doesn't work with progressives, though, or the far left, because they're also anti-large everything. So in a surprising way, on very, very far left people, you might find them having a bit more in common with kind of like a MAGA Trump supporter than like a center-left liberal. So for instance, like both of these groups of people on the very far left will be very dovish on foreign policy, probably a little bit more isolationist. They're not a big fan of like a ton of immigration or a ton of trade with other countries. They might think that there's a lot of institutional capture of both government and corporations. So both all of the MAGA supporters and the far, far left might think that corporations don't have our best interest at heart and the government is corrupt and captured by lobbyists.
Yeah,
you'll see a lot of overlap there.
Right.
I think that sometimes there's a couple things. One, this is something I feel like I've discovered. People have no principles. I think that people are largely guided by whatever is kind of satisfying them or making them feel good at the time. I think that's a really important thing to understand because people's beliefs will seem to change at random. If you're trying to imagine that a belief is coming from some underlying principle or is...
If that's true, then why do you think it's so common for people who are de-radicalized to just become re-radicalized to the opposing side? Probably because these people don't have a stable system of belief and they don't have a stable like social group that they belong to. So they'll bounce from one social group to the next because they're looking for a group of friends or they feel outside the whatever particular social system they're in and not accepted. So they go from like extremist fringe group to extremist fringe group and you bounce around that way basically.
Governed by to imagine that a belief is coming from some underlying principle. I think that's a really important thing to understand because people's beliefs will seem to change at random. If you're trying to imagine that a belief is coming from some underlying principle or is governed by some internal, like moral or reasonable code or whatever. I think generally there are large social groups and people kind of follow them along from thing to thing, which is why you end up in strange worlds sometimes where, you know, like the position on vaccines and being an anti-vaxxer might have been seen as something, you know, 10 years ago as kind of like a hippie leftist, and now maybe it's more like a conservative, or it's associated more with like MAGA Trump supporters or whatever. I think as a result of how the social groups move around. When it comes to the, you mentioned
Destiny seems like a sociopath here. Wait, hold on. You elaborate or get permabanned. Melanie Cosmic Fox. Okay, I've got the hide forever hovered. Good luck.
This like gigantism thing. That's another thing where I'm not sure if people actually care about gigantism or if they're using it as a proxy for other things that they don't like. Like, I could totally imagine.
Well, I care about it.
Sure. Yeah, you might. Yeah, sorry. It just mean in general.
That's
yeah.
okay.
Because like I could imagine somebody saying that like they don't trust like a large government, they think there's too much, you know, prone to tyranny or something like that, but also be supportive of an institution like the Catholic Church, which is literally, you know, one guy who has a direct line to God.
But they can't tax.
Well, I mean,
and they don't have a military.
That
and
is,
they can't.
I mean, they used. Well, would you say the Catholic Church ever had a formal military of its own? Probably not, but they were like super influential over countries that did and fought kind of for them or on their behalf. Like, I don't know, the 1500s? Fuck me, dude. I did church history for, and like the Middle Ages and the, or the Dark Ages? What would you call it? I don't fucking know.
Conscript you.
True.
They literally have one still, the Crusades and everything. Yeah, but I'm trying to think, would you say that like these are commanded by the Catholic Church? Or would it be like monarchs that are trying to curry favor with the Catholic Church? Or would it be like monarchs that work alongside that? I don't know, like formally what the, I guess what the relationship would look like. Wait. When you say nobody has principles, you sound like you're just projecting onto people your own shortcomings. Okay, you're permabanned. If you can't even listen to what I say and your mind instantly like goes to buzzwords like projecting, like I've got like tens of thousands of hours of like content where I explain in great detail every single fucking thing I've spoken about, okay? For you to just like projecting, like, okay, I can't win that one, true.
Well, I mean,
and they don't have a military.
And
they can't conscript you.
True,
right?
yeah.
And they can't throw you in jail.
That is true, yeah. I mean,
right. Well, those are major and significant. I mean, I get the overlap. Don't get me wrong.
Sure, but I'm saying like even if you had a local government, like if you had a state government or a tribe, usually they've got some form of enacting punishment. It'll be sometimes more brutal, but they can throw you in jail. Conscription hasn't existed in the U.S. since the Vietnam War.
Yet.
I mean, yeah, true, yeah.
Yeah, true.
So yeah,
and that's what yet means, yeah.
I think that
or since
I guess when I look at
so this is so let's go back. Well, let's go back to to the redistribution issue. I mean, we pay 65% of our income at, say, upper middle class to upper middle class level.
It's a new viewer. Most people are seeing you from short clips. Remember? Okay, true. Sorry, you're right. I was being extra neurotic there. My bad.
Level in Canada. It isn't obvious to me at all that that money is well used. In fact, quite the contrary.
Why do you ban people when you can wait 10 seconds and the message is going to flood away? Clearly you care too much and you're quite fragile in a sense. So the issue is most people, when they are trying to form opinions about people, what they're doing is they are looking at the person themselves and what they do like 10% of the time, and they're looking at what other people say 90% of the time. So my goal, oh my God, bro, stop pausing the video. Here's the full video if you want to watch it. Good luck. Bye. Permanently banned. See ya. So in my own community, I have to walk a fine line between like banning people that are just shit posting or providing nothing of valuable substance, or having people that can provide criticism, but it's like of substance. There's plenty of places on the internet where people just flood like random retarded things at me. Why would I let it stand in my community and then reach a critical mass where I've got like anti-fan hate community in my own community? Plenty of other people host unhinged retarded criticism of me 24/7. Like, I don't need it in my community. If you have a good criticism, I'll let it stand. If for no other reason, because the community can engage with it, I can engage with it, or whatever. But if you're just saying like random retarded shit, like no, like there's plenty of other places. Like if you're gonna accuse me of being bad faith or some shit, why would I ever host that criticism? It's stupid. And I don't want like that. Why would I want that growing in my own community? It's dumb.
Obvious to me at all that that money is well used. In fact, quite the contrary. In my country now, our citizens make 60% of, they produce 60% of what you produce in the US. That's plummeted over the last 20 years as state intervention has increased. I'm not convinced that 60% in my country now, Our citizens make 60% of, they produce 60% of what you produce in the US. That's plummeted over the last 20 years.
I can't speak to Canada. Canada seems kind of fucked, but I don't know what to say, yeah.
State intervention.
I just signed up for the subscription, but nah, Destiny is a piece of garbage out here if he's hiding. Oh shit, I can't read the rest of what that guy was saying because it says message deleted by Destiny. Huh. I'm just kidding. I'll unhide you. Get fucked though.
Has increased. I'm not convinced that the claim that the interests of people who lack opportunity are best served by state intervention. And there's a couple of reasons for that. I mean, first of all, I'm aware of the relationship between inequality and social problem. There's a very well-developed literature on that, and it essentially shows that the more arbitrary, the broader the reach of inequality in a political institution of any given size, the more social unrest. So where all people are poor, there isn't much social unrest, and where all people are rich, there isn't much social unrest. But when there's a big gap between the two, there's plenty, and that's mostly driven by disaffected young men who aren't very happy that they can't climb the hierarchy. There are barriers in their way. And so there is reason to ameliorate relative poverty. The problem with that, to some degree, is that most attempts to ameliorate relative poverty tend to increase absolute poverty, and they do it dramatically. And the only solution that we've ever been able to develop to that is something approximating a free market system. I wouldn't call it a capitalist system because I think that's capture of the terminology by the radical leftists. It's a free exchange system, and the price you pay for a free exchange system is you still have inequality, but the advantage you gain is that the absolute levels of privation plummet. And I think the data on that I think they're absolutely conclusive, especially, and that's been
Technically, this point doesn't make sense. If he complained that relative poverty is the driver and inequality is the driver, I like how he uses relative, which I'm pretty sure is a code word here for inequality, because I think that is what drives crime in areas. It's not absolute poverty. It's the inequality between the rich and the poor. Wouldn't it be better to increase the rate of absolute poverty as long as we bring down the inequality? Wouldn't that be a goal if we're trying to just reduce crime?
Especially
now, I don't know if that would follow empirically, but deductively from the premises he set forth, it would seem to be true, right?
Demonstrated in the radical decrease in rates of poverty since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989, because we've lifted more people out of poverty in the last 4 decades than we had in the entire course of human history up to that date. And that's not least because the statist interventionist types who argued for a radical state-sponsored redistribution lost the Cold War, right? And that freed up Africa to some degree, and certainly the Southeast Asian countries to...
Jordan P. Peterson gets away with saying the data/studies on this are clear without saying any data or naming any studies. If I'm having a general conversation, I'm generally not going to be doing like source vetting, like, oh, well, name the study, or like what it's just not worth it for a general conversation. If we were having a precise conversation about something where I was familiar with the literature that's going to be relevant to the conversation, then I will be asking, well, who says that? Where did you get that from? Let's think about that. Like my Norman Finkelstein debate. Do you ever feel extra pressure to not cut them off or hold them to the fire due to their status or authority as an intellectual? Not that you don't see yourself as one, but maybe do you feel threatened at all? No, I don't typically feel threatened in these conversations. I might have felt threatened a little bit in the beginning of the Finkelstein-Wien conversation because I was legitimately curious if I was about to get buried by historical lack of understanding. But in these, it's usually just feeling the other person out. And I don't want to start off as being unhinged. Remember, you always let the other person strike first.
Who argued for a radical state-sponsored redistribution lost the Cold War, right? And that freed up Africa to some degree, and certainly the Southeast Asian countries, to pursue something like a free trade economy. And that instantly made them rich, even China. So...
Do you get nervous? Not really. I mean, I've had these same conversations like 50 billion times. Like what? It's highly unlikely at this point that somebody's going to say something that I've never heard before or something that's going to throw me off. It's just probably not going to happen.
Made them rich, even China. So that's an argument, let's say, on the side of free exchange, but it's also an argument, a twofold argument, pointing out how we ameliorate absolute poverty, which should be a concern for leftists, but doesn't seem to be anymore, by the way. and also an argument for the maintenance of a necessary inequality. Like, I'm not sure that inequality can be decreased beyond a certain degree without that decrease causing other serious problems. And we can talk about that. But
what he's talking about here is an externality, which is funny because I think later on in this debate he says externalities don't exist, or he seems to imply it, but...
But it's a complicated problem.
Yeah, for one point of clarification, when you say leftist, what do you mean by that?
Well, I was going with your definition, like essentially.
I haven't given a definition, but okay.
The core idea being something like the central problem being one of relative inequality and distribution of resources, and the central solution to that being something like state-sponsored economic intervention. I mean, there's other ways we could define left or right, and we can do that, but, I'll stick with the one that you brought forward to begin with.
Gotcha. Okay. I only want to be clear on that because people get mad if I call myself a leftist. Oftentimes online or especially in Europe or worldwide, leftists will refer exclusively to like socialists or communists, and anybody to the right of that would be considered like a liberal. If you
no, usually a fascist.
Well, depending on who you're
very rapidly.
Yeah. I just wanted to be clear on that. So I'm absolutely a pro-capitalist, pro-free-market guy. I usually a fascist or communists, and any leftists will refer exclusively to like socialists or communists, and anybody to the right of that would be considered like a liberal. If you
no, usually a fascist.
Well, depending on who you're
very rapidly.
Yeah.
I just don't want to engage. Would you ever engage with this guy who gives pro-Marxist arguments? I don't know. I'll watch this video later, maybe.
I just wanted to be clear on that. So I'm absolutely a pro-capitalist, pro-free-market guy.
You did say that you weren't prepared for the conversation to go into a deep global warming debate. At that point, you weren't nervous. It depends on... There's multiple ways to engage with the conversation. We can either engage on the factual level, where we're going to debate the facts, or I can engage on a philosophical level. So for instance, I can try to point out a contradiction in your argument if I don't have the facts. Now that's a much scarier level to engage on because if the other person is familiar or can maneuver the conversation well, you're gonna get completely blown the fuck out. Or I can try to like focus on another point that's more philosophically related and less factually related, which I think is the direction I go, which is, I have to re-listen to it, but I think the question was more just like, listen, I'm not going to sit here and disagree with you or agree with you on particular fact-based things, but like, can't we agree that if people believe this particular thing, it's not because they're all fucking evil, right? Because our main points of contention, remember, the main points of contention between the right and the left don't actually have to do with the fact of the matter of climate change. It has to do with people on the right thinking that climate change is a tool used by George Soros so that we all have to eat crickets in the future and eliminate our population or something. Like that's really the central disagreement. I'm never gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. It's good to get that clear. Why?
Yeah. Because I would argue that when you look at like the fall of the Soviet Union, or you look at the failure of like socialist or communist regimes, I don't know if the issue there was so much redistribution. I think the problem
that was one of many issues.
I don't think it was an issue at all, actually, I would say. I think the issue was command economies.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What do you mean redistribution wasn't an issue? What the hell do you think they did to the kulaks? That was forced redistribution. It resulted in the death of 6 million people. So maybe wait a minute. What
an issue at all, actually, I would say. Failure of like socialist or communist.
That's good. It's good to get that clear.
I'm never gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. It's good to get that clear. Why?
Yeah. Because I would argue that when you look at like the fall of the Soviet Union, or you look at the failure of like socialist or communist regimes, I don't know if the issue there was so much redistribution. I think the problem
that was one of many issues.
I don't think it was an issue at all, actually, I would say. I think the issue was command economies.
Wait a minute. What do you mean redistribution wasn't an issue? What the hell do you think they did to the kulaks?
It's just such a not like the Holodomor wasn't an issue of like redistribution, or these huge famines weren't issues of redistribution. They were issues of famine, and then the things that followed, which you could argue it wasn't even redistribution, it was just stealing crops from starving people. It's not really, but I don't even want to. It's just such a dumb, and then to relate this to like redistribution in general just doesn't make any sense.
That was forced redistribution. It resulted in the death of 6 million people. So maybe I'm not understanding what you mean, but that was redistribution.
Also, this isn't redistributing like taxes from wealthy people to poor people. This is stealing food from starving people. Like this is just wow, Exikori or whatever. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Zukiro Air. Jesus, gifted 5 subs. I would argue that it seems to be the case, in my understanding, that Dan didn't vote in 2016. Nice.
it's at its like pinnacle.
Sure.
And forced redistribution. And it was brutal.
When I think of the strengths of capitalism, the ability for markets to dynamically respond to shifting.
Yeah, but redistribution, as he's using it, isn't taxes. It absolutely is. It's what he's trying to relate it back to. Yes, is forced redistribution. Yes, it's trying to be. It's trying to be related back to like taxation and liberals, and this is what they. It's just not worth. It's not even worth it to bring this up or go down this rabbit hole. It's just not. It's not worth it.
Consumer demand is like the reason why capitalism and free market economies dominate the world. When you've got socialist or communist systems, command economies, where a government is trying to say, this is how much this is going to cost, this is how much you're going to produce and make. This is a failed way of managing a state economy. Even in places where they still do it, there are always shadow economies and stuff. There were in the Soviet Union that prop up where people try to basically ameliorate the conditions.
Isn't his point land redistribution? Kulaks or large landowners having their land forcibly requisitioned? Listen, if you disagree with me on this, then just disagree with me on it and say that I'm wrong, and that's fine, and we'll move on from this, okay? I haven't done an extensive studying of the Soviet Union. My understanding is for the Soviet Union, for China, the reason why famine and everything got fucked up and was horrible wasn't because they took land from some people, and it wasn't because that of redistribution. The issue is that the country tried to modernize in an incredibly accelerated timetable, so much so that in the course of this modernization and industrialization, they didn't have enough food because they were so busy transforming farmland and shit into industrial land or more productive land that they didn't have the food to feed the fucking people. That this was the huge issue. So to say that it was an issue of redistribution, not really. There are other ways that this exact same thing could have been effected. It just, redistribution was like a part of this, but it's like, it would be like saying the reason why so many Jews died in the concentration camps is because of the type of gas they used in the shower. Like if they would have used Zyklon B, it would have been different. It's like kind of, but not, I don't think, that's not really the central issue, I don't think. Destiny, the issue is collectivism. That is literally about okay, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. Or that's fine. No, it was. I'm sorry. I'm wrong, and you're right. It was collectivization. You're absolutely right. It was big government, collectivization, and gigantism. You're absolutely right. Okay. Yes.
Conditions that are resulting from said horrible command economy practices. So I guess in a way you could argue a command economy is kind of like redistribution. It's a form of it, but
no, it's a worse problem. If you're pointing to the fact that that's a worse problem, I'm with you
I would say that's
100%.
definitely the reason why these places failed, because they just weren't able to respond to changing conditions.
Okay, so what's the difference between
Going online without ExpressVPN is like leaving your kids with the nearest stranger while you go to the restroom. They're probably not a kidnapper or a serial killer, but why would you ever take that risk? Every time you connect to an
Wait, are we like still talking in the background, or is it gonna rewind, or what? Well, while they're doing this, it rewinds. Destiny, is it just me, is it just me? You seem to start slow, then get stronger as the debate goes on. Is it just because as time goes on, you can corner the opponent? No, it's usually because we're filling each other out. Again, I don't really start super hard. Destiny, you're the only political figure I watch that cares so much about how people arrive at their political opinions. Why is it so important to you, and why don't others care about it? Because how somebody gets there is everything. I don't know how else to say that. It's like once you start doing does it happen in algebra? Probably even in algebra, but certainly once you start doing calc, the answers to your problems don't really matter that much. Most of the points, like we would have like 10-point, 20-point questions, and like I think you get 2 points for the right answer. The right answer is just not that important. The process is everything. Destiny, this is not the first time you've talked with a conservative who isn't familiar with politics and makes significant assumptions about you based on being liberal. Is that an advantage since you can disarm them with the correction, or just annoying that they aren't familiar? I mean, it works in some ways and it doesn't work in other ways. It works in some ways in that they're thrown off balance, so I get like, it's easier for me to navigate arguments because I'm on familiar territory and they're not. And other ways it doesn't work well because people think that I'm lying about my positions. That's like, oh, really? A liberal who is who wants to ban second and third trimester abortions, or a liberal who's pro-gun, or a liberal, they'll think that I'm being disingenuous because of the platform that I'm on. I think Jordan B. Peterson contradicted himself on this statement. Most people who abuse others were abused, but most people who were abused don't abuse others. Wouldn't it mean number of abusers drastically reduced from Gen 1 to the next? Most people who abuse others were abused. Most people who abuse others were abused, but most people who were abused don't abuse others. Most people. No, it doesn't. There's a statistical inferencing that makes this work. Go read it on your own. I'm too lazy to explain this. According to Tim Snyder, it was not food shortages, but food distribution that killed millions in Soviet Ukraine, and it was Stalin who decided who was entitled to what. I'm pretty sure the famines were real. I think it was a lack of food. But distribution, absolutely. Distribution, I'm pretty sure, was absolutely a problem in all of these countries, in every communist-style country. Distribution is always a huge problem. Yes, for sure. Absolutely.
Encrypted network in cafes, hotels, or airports, you leave your data vulnerable. Any hacker on the same network can steal your personal data, such as your passwords and financial details. It doesn't take much time.
Who got the food? Wasn't it mainly people in Moscow? People in, what do you call Russia when you don't include, what was the name for like the Russian province? What was the name? Like, would it even be proud? What the fuck would you call it? So like in the Soviet Union, you had all of the, I don't know the names of the Russia SFSR. Like just the Russian country itself, not including places like Poland or any of the oblasts. Would it be an oblast? But anyway, yeah, I think didn't Stalin prioritize this like European part of Russia more than anything else? I totally get what you're trying to say. Issue is that I think socialism tends to prioritize redistribution over private property rights. When people say redistribution, okay? And listen, if you want to get into a super nuanced argument about this, you can, but Jordan Peterson didn't illustrate this, so I am running on some assumptions. But when people talk about redistribution, they normally talk about taking things from one person and giving things to another, usually taking things from a wealthy person and giving to a poor person. Generally speaking, in the West, that's what we mean when conservatives say redistribution. The Soviets and the Chinese had issues with distribution, but it wasn't bad because it was redistribution. It was bad because of the mode of economy of trying to figure out from a central governing body what your economic output should be rather than using market forces. That was the issue. But I wouldn't call that capitalism versus redistribution. It doesn't make sense. I would call this like planned or command economy versus free market or mixed market economy. That's the distinguishing. Maybe I feel like in the literature, I feel like this is how these terms are referred to. I could be wrong. Somebody can link me a paper. Maybe I'm just incorrect. But I haven't heard of a command economy or a planned economy where your inputs and outputs are dictated by a central governing body, irrespective of market forces. I haven't heard of that referred to as redistribution. Redistribution usually refers to tax schemes or taking from the wealthy, giving to the poor, generally. That's it. You just wouldn't call that. It's not like redistribution. You would call it an issue of planned command economy versus free market or mixed market economy. Yeah. Can't you say their command economy is driven by desire for redistribution? I just don't think I would use, because like in the United States, I'm a huge proponent of redistribution. It's an incredibly positive thing. We should absolutely be, because of the fact of marginal utility. We have to do like an Econ 101 course. Okay. I can't do every goddamn fucking explanation for everything. Okay. There's a concept called marginal utility. What marginal utility means is the next thing that you have doesn't matter as much as the thing before it, okay? If we say that this is $10,000, okay, going from $0 to $10,000 is a really big deal, okay? Going from 10 to 20,000 is not as big of a deal. It's still a big deal. You're doubling your money. 20 to 30 is nice, for sure. 30 to 40 is still nice. 40, at some point, you get to, if you've made $200,000 and somebody takes 10 grand from you, depending on your financial situation, you might not notice, right? This is marginal utility. Marginal utility means that the utility that you get from the next thing tends to decrease, right? Do you see this? If we measure, the difference here between the utility that we get, if we look at our curve, the utility you get from one unit to the next, see how it's decreasing, except for my drawing is bad? It's decreasing as the curve gets lower and lower, such that when we're up here, look at the utility difference. It's almost non-existent, right? What this means is that if you're measuring society on a function where we're looking at the overall utility of society, if you take something from a guy up here and you give it to a guy down here, whoa, we've just created so much from that thing, right? If you steal $10,000 from me and you give it to a poor family, the improvement in life of that family, theoretically, for at least some number of months, is going to be massively outscaled versus my $10,000 that I would have just spent fucking your mom 1,000 times, right? That's marginal utility, okay? If this concept is true, which it is, undeniably it's true, the concept is true, then this is the argument in favor of things like progressive taxation systems. Like, oh, wealthy people can probably afford to pay a bit more because the marginal impact on life is lower. So you take a little bit more from here, you redistribute down here, and then it's like, okay, right? This is a taxation scheme, and I would call this redistribution. Planned economies, we are trying to say, like, there's people here, we can produce this much here. Let's go ahead and requisition 10,000 units from here, and these guys need 10,000 units. Okay, well, these guys need 4,000 units. We're going to requisition 4,000 units from these guys, and we're going to run this for a while. This form of like trying to plan your economic inputs and outputs doesn't work because let's say 2,000 people move here in the course of a year. This central body can't figure out like, in a very quick and adaptive way, well, okay, well, fuck, how much more do we need to take from them? How much more do we need to transfer here? Do these guys need to send us? It's impossible. You can't do it, okay? This is called the calculation problem, okay? Anybody that tells you this is solved with AI, tell them to rope themselves, okay? It's stupid, okay? But the calculation problem is a famous issue relating to command or planned economies because you can't figure out. Now, if you have a free market, this problem is solved not only almost instantaneously, it's solved automatically, right? If these guys are all, if we eliminate this bullshit and they're just buying and selling, oh, well, this is super easy. A bunch of people leave here. Oof. Well, all these people left here. So your demand is decreasing, okay? Meaning that your price is decreasing. Well, or no. Yes, meaning you're not going to sell here as much anymore, right? Holy shit, the demand has fallen so much, people only want to pay $5 per unit when we were selling at $10 per unit. And now these people down here, there's so many population growth, there's so much population growth here. Well, these guys were buying at $10 a unit, now they're buying at $15 a unit. Holy shit, we need to get some fucking trucks to sell food to these people, right? This is how market forces, when you're using supply and demand, are helping you distribute shit throughout your economy in a more efficient manner. The allocation is more efficient. Capital flows very quickly and identifies new money-making opportunities and moves away from things that are moving money in a very quick and efficient manner compared to planned economies or command economies where a central governing body is trying to calculate all this shit on its own. Okay. Nothing that I just spoke about here. None of this, free market versus planned, none of this I would describe as like redistribution. It's just, it doesn't make sense. Like in a free market economy, the producers here are like, in a way, kind of redistributing their supply to down here, but it doesn't make, it's just dumb. Okay. Can you explain why AI can't solve it? I mean, theoretically, if it was powerful enough, it could, but it's so many inputs and outputs. There's so much going on in an economy. There's like there's probably trillions of variables, maybe 100, maybe more than that, whatever is quadrillions. There's just so many variables in an economy that it's hard to adapt to all of it with one central calculator. You might not even have access to all the information necessary to make these calculations. This is super interesting. Why are you so irritated by the topic? Because people's understandings of modes of economy and modes of production are so rudimentary and irritating, and then people have really strong opinions on it that they'll say shit like, oh, well, actually, the reason why the Soviet Union failed is because of redistribution from wealthy people, and it was high taxes that were in. It's like, no, it's not high taxes. No, it's just not, that's not what we're talking about at all. From this logic, wouldn't it be moral to take, when you look at the Venezuela huge problems, for instance, that was an issue relating to planned economic policies. So for instance, my understanding is, and I'm pretty sure this is true because I have said this a lot, nobody's corrected me on it, but in Venezuela, the government was saying, these products are too expensive. We think you're ripping off our people. We're going to start using price controls. A price control means that regardless of where your supply and demand curve is, right? I don't know how to draw these because I've never taken a formal class. Suck my dick. Wait, what's the thing? I don't care. Okay. This is quantity produced at a given price. This is supply demanded at a given price. And your equilibrium is where your market exists. So these are your producers. These are your consumers. If you have a widget that's worth $1, they're going to buy 1 billion of them. If you've got a widget that's worth $1 billion, only one person's going to buy it. And for producers, if you could produce a widget for $1, you're not going to produce any of them. And if you could produce a widget for $1 billion, you're going to produce a lot of them, but nobody will buy them. So you meet in the middle here for your equilibrium. What a command economy does is, what a price control does is a price control seeks to shift this equilibrium point in an unnatural way, higher or lower down this curve. So an example of moving it higher would be a minimum wage. That's a price floor. An example of moving it lower would be a price ceiling, right? So for instance, if I think that this is the natural price of corn at $10 a bushel or whatever, well, fuck the, do you buy corn in bushels? I don't fucking know. And I want to say, well, no, we should actually set the price of corn over here. Well, what's happening? The issue with setting the price of corn down here, there's fancy boxes that people draw to measure this that tells you something, but I don't know it off the top of my head. We thought about it if we could. The problem here is that, well, producers aren't going to want to produce as much, right? Well, now you run into a problem because if I produce down here, it might be that my profit level might only be right here, right? I might only be profitable here. So if you move this price control, if you move the ceiling of the price down too low and you force these people out of business, well, now nobody wants to sell products in your country because it's not profitable to do so. And then people stop producing shit and now you're fucked. And I think that was a big issue that happened in Venezuela. That's an issue relating to
hack someone.
Price controls. Okay. What I just described there, by the way, setting a price control that moves the economy too out of whack and causing negative things to happen outside of that price control, that would be considered an externality. No, wait, or maybe that wouldn't be an externality. Maybe that would just be considered, would that be considered an externality? Where's my econ people? No, actually, that wouldn't be considered an externality. I don't think so. That would just be part of the resulting fallout from your economic policy. I don't think that wouldn't be an externality. Never mind. That wouldn't be an externality. Because externalities are things that aren't accounted for generally in whatever economic model you're setting up. An externality is going to be, it's called externality because it's not related to directly to your pricing of anything. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Jesus. All right.
Hackers can make
You realize you are regurgitating Econ 101 nonsense. Firms don't make decisions based on supply and demand, but on markup. Look into Keynesian economics. What? Firms don't make decisions based on supply and demand, but on markup? When you say markup, what do you mean by that? I don't know the term. I mean, maybe because I only did the Econ 101 lecture series. So when you say markup, what does that mean? Are you talking about profit margin or... So glad he caught that. Am I getting trolled? Also, Keynesian economics isn't going to fight against Econ 101. It's called Econ 101 because it just gives you a general guideline to understand, like, this is the general principles of economics. But in the real world, things are going to be more complicated, of course. Look up Keynesian economics as a sentence goes hard. I love you, chat. Okay, fuck you. I'm not getting trolled by this. Okay.
Financial details. It doesn't take much technical knowledge to hack someone. Hackers can make up to
So is that the argument against rent control? Yes, correct. Yeah, good job. Wow, good for you, chatter. If I was a teacher, you'd get bonus points for bringing that up. The issue with rent control is that if we draw our curves, okay, if you would supply a given apartment, okay, this is the supplier, this is the consumer. I don't know how they normally draw these. But if you would supply apartments here, but somebody says, oh, well, we're only going to allow you to rent right here. Well, what are you going to do? You're probably going to reduce the supply that you offer. You're going to be investing less into whatever buildings you have. So that might mean less renovations. It might mean less new construction or whatever. You're going to invest less because now the price isn't as worth it for you to compete. It's not where this natural equilibrium point is for you producing a certain quantity for a certain price. Yeah. Nice graph to the point you're trying to explain. Supply is the negative slope. The demand is the positive slope. Oh, well, fuck you. I mixed my slopes up. Suck a dick. Maybe you should do your research. Control F markup. How do you change the market point without price controls? Well, you can. It's not, careful with what I'm saying. Changing the market point isn't necessarily bad. Okay, so for instance, okay, hold on. When I'm talking about descriptive things, okay, try to blow this out of your mind if you can. When I'm talking about descriptive things, I'm not saying that these things are necessarily bad or good. They just things that are. So for instance, let's say that there's a supply-demand curve where a company is only profitable here, and this point here represents $1.50 an hour wage, okay? But let's say that we've set a minimum wage way the fuck up here, where you have to pay this much, okay? Well, if you said the top one is usually the supply, right? Well, at this given price, a producer might not be able to produce anything. They're like, well, fuck, this isn't even worth it. I can't produce actually below like this level. It's too much for me, right? But do we want businesses in society that can only function with paying wages of $1.50 an hour? Probably not. So in that case, having certain price controls that make these things non-competitive might be good. It might be, oh, fuck it, we don't need this business in society, you know? The inverse is demand, you got trolled. I wish I had the same audacity as Destiny to speak on things on which I had the wrong basic understandings of. Everything that I just explained is super Econ 101. What do you think I'm misunderstanding or not explaining correctly? I don't think I've even said anything. I think everything I just said you'd probably learn in week 1 of an Econ 101, of a high school econ class. You did get trolled, supply and demand, or how you had it before. Oh, okay. Any subject you talk about, there's a teacher in here. Triggered? Drew. Isn't the natural price of corn the cost price of making it? Wouldn't you be able to set a fixed price based on that? Oh man, do we want to, I don't know how much we want to do this. No. When you're talking about these supply and demand curves in general, you're not talking about, okay, the specific terms I believe that you would be using is you would be using quantity produced at a given price and quantity demanded at a given price, okay? That doesn't mean what is the base cost. What you're asking fundamentally, or broadly, I guess, what you're asking is how much of a given unit or how much quantity of a given thing would a producer produce given that it could sell it at this cost or at this price? Fuck. So that's going to incorporate things like how much profit do you want to make? What's the raw cost of materials? What's my cost of labor? What's my cost of effort? It's going to incorporate all of those things into your very broad level thing, right? So if I say like I need to sell iPhones at $1,000 each because that's the only person I want to sell them for, that might be with a $100 markup or profit, right? You want to make a certain level of profit, otherwise you'd go and invest in other. I think the term is NPV plus projects, net present value plus projects, meaning whatever your dollars are going into right now represents positive cash flows in the future. So the net present value or cash investment into a given product, I think, is higher as opposed to NPV neutral or NPV negative things, which is if you're investing money now, you're losing money in the future, I think. But that might be Econ 102 or 201. I didn't go that high. In an ideal market, doesn't the profit tend towards zero over time? Isn't that a Marxist idea? Like the theory of the falling rate of profits or some bullshit? Isn't that a Marxist idea that was never actually proven or never actually came to fruition? No, that's true, Destiny. I don't think that's true. That's not Marxism at all. There's a Marxist idea. Fuck, what's it called? Why are you saying it's not at all? Isn't that a central part of? That's a central big point on the. It's a central huge prediction made by Marxists. According to Marxist theory, the declining rate of profit is what leads to recurrent crises under capitalism, since it reduces incentives to invest and even spurs capitalists. There's a name for this. I think it's the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Is a theory in the crisis theory of political economy, according to which the rate of profit, the ratio of the profit to the amount of invested capital, decreases over time. The hypothesis gained additional prominence from its discussion by Karl Marx in Chapter 13 of Capital Volume 3, but economists as diverse as Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill, David Ricardo, and William Stanley Jevons referred explicitly to the TRPF as an empirical phenomenon that demanded further theoretical explanation, although they differed on their reasons why the TRPF should necessarily occur. I don't think this has necessarily been observed, right? Like, Wasn't this basically saying that all profit is going to fall to zero at some point, but it still has maintained like relative consistency over hundreds of years? Jesus Christ. It's just because the market gets so competitive that it approaches cost, right? That feels like it just makes sense. Well, I think that for that to work, okay, last side pivot. I think for that to work, I think that only works if you assume a perfect, perfect frictionless competition. That every person can enter a market with zero friction. Everybody can produce a given good or service at the exact same cost. That everybody has perfect access to all markets. That every consumer has perfect access to all information. I think that in that world, theoretically, if I could go and create a phone as efficiently as Apple, and there was no such thing as like an economy of scale, there was no such thing as market access, there was no such thing as advertising, then maybe, but that world doesn't exist. So I don't think that I don't think that would ever happen. Hold on, I might have to go have a shootout with the cops. One sec. I'm just gonna use the bathroom. One sec. Jesus. I just got to the part where Killua and Gon got abducted by the... Are they called the... They're not called the Shadow Troop. It was the Shadow Beast... Oh, they're called the Phantom Troop. Are they gonna kill Gon? Okay. Why would you start a series that's never finishing? People say that it doesn't finish, but that it basically like wraps up the important stuff and it's like kind of open-ended. Maybe that's cute. So you feel like they've got like a life beyond the anime, you know? Destiny likes to say, I'm a capitalist, and then astutely argue against most key tenets of capitalism. Let me have it. What? Everything I just said is squarely... What are you, Puffy Shirt 681? What did I just argue against that's against capitalism? Are you guys... I feel like you guys are like... I feel like this is you guys crafting like the perfect retarded fuck bait statements to try to trigger the fuck out of me. I feel like the rate of profits to fall hypothesis is true in some markets. Like I doubt plastic straw manufacturers are making as much profit as they did a long time ago. Maybe, I don't know. But the rate of profits falling wasn't a market specific analysis. That was supposed to be an analysis of the entire market or all markets, right? This would be an amazing one guy emote. Holy shit, why don't we have this? Do you support Keynesian or Austrian economics? Anybody that says that I'm like a Keynesian or Austrian, it's so reductive. What do you mean? There are different policies. Both of these schools are going to approach different aspects of economics in different ways. But I doubt you're going to have like a completely and totally 1 billion% orthodox fucking take on the entirety of the economy using just one like school of thought. I'm sure any modern economist is probably incorporating thoughts and ideas from plenty of schools of thought into how they view the economy, right? Okay.
$1,000 per person selling personal info on the dark web. ExpressVPN creates a secure, encrypted tunnel between your device and the internet so that hackers can't steal your sensitive data.
Awesome.
It took a hacker with a supercomputer over 1 billion years to get past ExpressVPN.
I don't like these ads anymore, okay? Where was my NordVPN ads? Did I say shit like this? All it does is it protects people from seeing your IP address, or protects people from monitoring your traffic if they're like on your router. Did I ever say, in any of my NordVPN ads, did I ever say protects you from hackers? How the fuck does a VPN protect you from a hacker? Or Surfshark protect you from a hacker? It's a VPN. It anonymizes your internet connection to a site so people can't necessarily see who's connecting. That's it. Destiny comparing taxation and redistribution in the United States to the coercive redistribution policies of the Soviet Union was the most retarded thing I've heard him say in a while. You're so close. My whole argument is that you wouldn't compare these two things. They're not comparable. That's why I don't like it when thank you for summarizing everything. Yes, it would be retarded to compare those things. That's why I don't like it when somebody says, oh, the Soviet Union did redistribution. That's why I'm against progressive taxation. Because of everything I just explained, it wasn't really a redistribution. It was a whole different economic mode of organization, okay? Okay.
VPN's encryption. I love how easy ExpressVPN is to use. You just fire up the app and click one button to get protected. Plus, it works on all devices, phones, laptops, tablets, and more, so you can stay secure on the go. Secure your online data today by visiting ExpressVPN.
It protects you from rats. They can't connect to you via your IP if they don't have it, just like they can't DDoS you if they do it to your VPN IP. A remote access toolkit is going to be on your computer if you download and run a file that you're not supposed to. A VPN will not protect you from that. What are you talking about? If you go on a bad site on a VPN, you download dumb shit and run it on your box, your shit is owned. Doesn't matter if you have a VPN or not. Well, I'm getting trolled. I'm getting trolled. I'm getting trolled. Did this guy troll me? He must be trolling me. Every time I try to hack someone and find out they have a VPN, I get so upset I give up. Is it not true that VPNs encrypt your internet traffic? For example, you're using public Wi-Fi accessing websites. Where is Cake at? Isn't every single thing on the internet encrypted? Is HTTP without the HTTPS, is that even a thing anymore? Will your browser even let you go to a non-encrypted site? I think by default, I think everything is encrypted these days. I don't think there's any non-encrypted internet traffic anymore. I think everything is encrypted by default. I don't know if a VPN, what is like the default HTTPS encryption? Is there like a default, or is it like different levels that are declared by the site you're on? But no, I don't think a VPN is all the VPN does is hide your IP address, essentially. And it might make it more difficult for, do we know what a VPN is? Do I need to explain this? I don't want to do this. We're not doing this. All a VPN does is it makes it so that, here's what a VPN does, okay? A VPN takes a whole bunch of different boxes, okay? Mom's house, dad's house, sister's house, brother's house, stepsister, stepbrother. All of these people might have different IP addresses. And if they go to a website, this website can go, ah, it's mom. Or this site can go, oh, it's dad. Or this can go, oh, it's stepsister. All the VPN does is go, oh, that's VPN accessing me. Oh, that's VPN accessing me. oh, that's VPN accessing me. And oh, that's VPN accessing me. Or if somebody is in a house, for instance, if you come to my house and you're sleeping in one of my rooms and maybe I'm like, oh, I wonder what websites they're going to. Oh, I think I can bring up logs on my router. I don't know how much access you have to the fucking AT&T router. I'm sure there's some way you can get into it and check. Or you can install a different firmware on it. You can go and I check like, oh, look at this. If I look at my router, I can see every website you're going to. That's it. All I can see is the address, but I can at least see what websites you're going to. Interesting. Okay, cool. I can see the IPs, I can see the DNS resolution, I can see the names, right? Okay, cool. Oh, you're going to Pornhub. Oh, you're going on this. Okay, awesome, right? But if you use a VPN, all I'm saying is, oh, he's going to VPN. 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 That's all you can see, okay? That's all it does though, okay? But all it does, hold on, and also be very, very, very clear. All it does is hide your all it does is hide your IP address. Notice I'm not saying that it anonymizes you. That's not true. I'm not saying that it hides your identity. That's not true. And I'm not saying it makes you impossible to track. That's not true, right? I'm pretty sure the vast majority of tracking these days, by the way, I'm saying this with no expertise, it's just an intuition, I could be wrong. I'd be surprised if I was wrong, but I'm pretty sure the vast majority of tracking these days is done via like session tracking, meaning if you go to a website and you don't have any kind of ad block or ghostery or any other cuck shit like that, and this website puts a cookie, okay, a piece of digital information that's stored on your browser that can be accessed by other sites, if it puts a cookie in your browser and then it sees you going to a bunch of different sites, it doesn't matter if you're on a VPN or not, right? How do you know? Why is it that for my phone, when I'm at home and I log into Amazon on the website, it logs in, but when I go out on the street and I log into Amazon, oh, it's still logged in. Well, how does it know it's me? It doesn't know that because of your IP address. It knows that because in an unsophisticated way, it could be because you're literally logged in. Well, no, that is a type of session browser tracking, right? It's because your browser itself is storing bits of information to help track you across sometimes multiple websites, depending on the advertising model and blah, 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 right? So for instance, mom could turn her VPN on and go to www.bigblackdicksdownmoms.com, okay, and log into that website, or not log into it, just have the cookies on her browser because she's not using incognito mode, she's not using ghostery, she's not using whatever the fuck else, and then she could turn the VPN off and she'll go back to that website and they'll still remember her. Oh shit, well how do you remember me? I was using a VPN before. Because the VPN just provides one level of protection, which is just the IP revealing level, which doesn't even really matter that much because most session tracking probably isn't even done on the IP level anyway. Okay, no more random shit, we're done. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of more sophisticated ways they could track you too, depending on how much information a browser by default reveals of the client. I don't know how much is revealed by default.
VPN.com/Jordan. EXPRESSVPN.com/Jordan. And you can get an extra 3 months free. That's ExpressVPN.
Isn't a VPN also useful for security if you're connected to an unsecured Wi-Fi network? Why? Why would that make it more secure? If you're connected to an unsecured network, the only thing people can typically see are things that you're doing on websites. Or no, they can't even see what you're doing. They just see they can see the traffic. But if you use a VPN, the VPN is still after the unsecured Wi-Fi, right? If my box is connecting to an unsecured Wi-Fi, I have to go through that to get to the VPN. The only thing I'd be changing by connecting to VPN is where I'm sending the traffic to through the box, meaning all of my traffic is going through to a VPN instead of www.hugedaddicks.com or something. Okay. Is it plausible that a VPN merely decreases the probability of one getting hacked? This would be my guess. If you took 100 people that got hacked, if you took 1,000 people that got hacked and you gave them all VPNs, I think you would probably prevent one of them from getting hacked. 999 would still get hacked. That would be my guess, okay? Destiny, no, you were thinking of a proxy. The data is still encrypted on the device when using a VPN. Everything on the internet is 2024, not 1998, bro. Everything on the internet is encrypted. There is no such thing as packet sniffing to see, oh my God. Like, bro, hacking in the 90s was a fucking joke, okay? Hacking in the 90s was, oh, I downloaded a program on my fucking laptop and I pushed a button and now I've got packets flying through the air. Oh, this packet says Stephen Bonnell, social security code, XYZ, username, plain text, password, plain text, or it's like the most simplistic fucking hash in the world that a 6-year-old Chinese math contest winner could solve by fucking hand and paper, okay? That type of shit isn't possible anymore. In order to hack today, it's going to be a lot of social engineering, day zero exploits, or just people being fucking retarded, like downloading and writing shit that they shouldn't run, okay? So no, like sniffing packets out of the air and just like pulling plain text information from these packets. Like, oh, now I've got your data and I've got your stream of connections. I can hack it. You're not going to do shit anymore, okay? Unless you've got like a fucking quantum supercomputer and the patience to wait till the heat death of the universe to crack some of these encryptions, all right? What is a day zero exploit? Okay. If you remember, ask me on the next commercial break. I don't know how we got so sidetracked.
And .com/Jordan.
Okay, so what's the difference between a state that attempts to redistribute to foster equality of opportunity?
Wait, I will answer this one question, okay? I'm going to answer this one question, okay? Because it's important. Somebody said, how do people get hacked nowadays then? People get hacked nowadays typically is because, and I'm talking hack, not like you lose your password by responding to something. Usually it's because you click a link that you think is authentic. It asks you to download a program, and then you download it, and then you run it. It might not always be a program. It could be like a Windows screensaver file or something. But it's when you download a thing and you run it, and that file is something you shouldn't be running. And then a screen will pop up, and it'll say, hello, do you want to allow this particular program to run at the executable level on this layer of your system? And then you click yes. And then once you click yes, now your shit is fucked. That's where most people get hacked, okay? Or other types of things could happen with exploits on like game servers or something like that. That's a totally different thing. But in terms of like an ordinary person getting hacked, that's going to be the thing that happens, okay? Some programs run themselves though, Destiny. Aquarama91. Can somebody tag him in chat? Because I think his stream is lagged, or he might still be using something called Windows XP, okay? On most operating systems in the past decade and a half, programs can't run themselves. There's something called user access control, I think, is the UAC. That's why when you run a program today, that's why your whole screen goes, turns black, and it's like, are you sure you want to do this? That's the retard mode. That's the thing saying like, hey, just letting you know, if you say yes to the wrong thing here, your shit is fucked. Are you sure you want to run this? That's the whole point of that thing. Now, back in the day, on Windows XP, on Windows ME, on Windows 95, like you could just have shit. Shit was crazy. Back then, the world was crazy, okay? It's not like that anymore, okay? Okay. I think JBP contradicted himself in this statement. Most people... Oh, okay. All right. The value in hacking these days is not something on a... Oh, God. This is what we're going to do all day. The value in hacking these days is not something on a local machine. No actors care about local machines. I agree. They care about getting access to PayPal, social media, Gmail, bank, etc. They do that with advanced AITM phishing attacks. AITM. Is that AI in the middle? Phishing attacks? Or actor in the middle? I think I agree with you. Yeah, I think that's probably typically how most things are going to be done when it comes to hacking. Most people that are hacking you aren't going to be like, I've got a remote executable on his box. Like, we got a keylogger. We're going to dump all the information, blah, blah, blah. What most, honest to God, it wouldn't surprise me. What most people probably do is you go online, you either pay or you just access it, because these databases are probably, a lot of them are available openly on like Tor. Is you find a database, you go, oh, look, John Smith banks with Wells Fargo. John Smith banks with Wells Fargo, and here's John Smith's phone number. Let's see if I can look up his docs somewhere else. Oh, here's John Smith's docs. Oh, in his docs, it's got an email account listed. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, and passwords that he uses. And he uses the same password for every website. Awesome. Here's what I'm going to do. Okay, I got John Smith's phone number. I've got some of his docs. Okay, all right. We're going to go to wellsfargo.com. Okay. I'm going to see it in the login I'm going to put the email in and a commonly used password. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to text John Smith and I'm going to say, hey, John Smith, or I'm going to call John Smith if I'm super. I'm going to say, hey, John Smith, this is a representative from Wells Fargo. I just said that I noticed we had some strange behavior on your account. We just wanted to call and confirm that behavior was authorized or not. And John Smith will go, oh, okay. And then I might say, John Smith, In order to grant me access to the account, Wells Fargo is going to text you a code. Can you please read me that code so that I'm authorized to access your account so I can make sure I'm talking to the real John Smith? And John Smith will go, yeah, sure. John Smith is going to look at his phone, and then as a hacker, now I'm going to try to enter the email address and the password that I found in the database, and I know he makes it. Then I'm going to enter it, and it's going to go, oh, two-factor authentication. We're going to text you a code to log in. John Smith is going to look at his phone, and he's going to go, okay, Wells Fargo, because it's going to come from Wells Fargo. They text him the number 123456, and the hacker, who's a hacker, right, at this point, is going to go, okay, thanks, John. We just wanted to verify, did you purchase this thing for $600? Oh, no, you didn't? Okay, cool. Well, thanks a lot. We're glad you called. We just wanted to check. Thanks for banking Wells Fargo. They're going to hang up, and now they've got full access to your account because you gave them the two-factor authentication to get in. That would be like a common way to get into an account. It doesn't involve like hacking or rootkits or crazy shit like that. It's usually like some social engineering with leaked databases of passwords and shit on other websites. That's why you shouldn't reuse the same password. That's why when Google tells you your password is being reused, you need to change it. It's why you should use a two-factor authentication that you don't give to anybody else. This is why when you get text messages and they say, don't give this to anybody else, just use it for yourself, because people will call and try to do that, okay? Okay. Okay. How do hackers hack companies then? Do they have this? That's a more complicated thing. That's actual hacking. So it's just human error? Yes. Most hacking is phishing or it's usually phishing or it's social engineering. Yes.
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Hi. Okay. What's up?
Hi. Yeah, I think the question you asked Candace Owens that kind of led into that whole college section starts you off on like a really crazy ass footing because it's just so obviously silly. If your family is poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
Yes, this was in the context of her saying that her family was unbelievably poor, that she had multiple siblings, and that she had done pretty well in school. And then she says that because my family is poor, we had to take out, I think she said she had $150,000 in debt in my conversation. And that didn't make sense to me why a poor black woman that does decent school, I don't understand if you're poor. I don't understand here why you would have to take out loans to go to school.
You would take out loans to go to school because you don't have a lot of money. You said the FAFSA, right, is the way you could get out of that. It gives you a ton of federal aid, but the federal aid it gives you is subsidized loans.
It's not just subsidized loans. The
it's
federal
not
aid
it's a majority of that, isn't it?
Well, a lot of it will be Pell Grants. A lot of it could also be subsidized loans as well. There's also a lot of state aid.
Come on.
What?
Didn't ask you what a lot of it was. I asked you the majority of the loans they give out are not going to be in Pell Grants, right?
Well, it depends on the type of school you go to. If you go out of state, probably not. If you go in state, possibly, depending on the tuition. Yeah.
I'm asking you, when you fill out FAFSA, right? When you fill out that form, and student aid gives you money. The majority of the money they give out to people, do you think that's coming from Pell Grants? Or is it
the majority of the money given out is, in totality, is probably going to be subsidized loans.
Yeah, the vast majority of it. So filling out FAFSA to get like a free ride to college is just going to give you a loan, right? That's what FAFSA is going to do. Right?
That's not the only thing. That's not the only. Hold on. What is the point you're trying to make here? Are you trying to argue?
That you are saying something crazy by saying that poor people taking out loans to go to school is strange.
If the central point was that she didn't seem to grasp the question at all. That was the confusing part of the question for her. Is if somebody says, if somebody says,
is the implication.
No. The implication is only.
I don't grasp it either. Why would
because you're probably from a rich family. That's fine. I understand.
Oh, you're dead wrong, dog. Wrong one for that one.
That's fine.
My family. If you want to play the whose family is poorer game, you're playing it with the wrong one.
Okay, that's fine. But typically, if you fill out a FAFSA, especially if you do decently on tests, especially if you're like minority status or whatever, you should probably be going to school, if not for free, for very, 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 very low cost of attendance. You should be getting a fuck ton of aid.
FAFSA, the maximum you could possibly fucking get in terms of Pell Grants from filling out the FAFSA will not be even close to encompassing even half of your tuition.
Pell Grants
let alone
aren't
the
even
overall cost of going to college.
Hold on. First of all, Pell Grants aren't the only thing that you get for aid. I'm pretty sure every single state in the United States
loans from aids. Yeah.
No. I'm pretty sure every single state has tuition types of grants, like literally free money, that are built into all of these different programs. Like in California, there's a ton of programs that are available. In the particular states that she lived in, people email me stuff that there's a ton of aid available.
In Rhode Island, if you're super, super poor and you're in Rhode Island and you fill out, or you're outside of Rhode Island going to a school in it, you fill out the FAFSA, right? You fill it all out, fill it out properly, and you get money from that. How do you think that if you're just sufficiently poor, that they're going to give from FAFSA alone, you're going to be able to pay for more than 50% of your college, not including the loan portion? Like from just the non-loan stuff that FAFSA will give you.
Are you talking about cost of attendance or tuition?
I'm talking about cost of tuition overall, but if we want to talk about just tuition, we can, right? Even
I don't know
half
what
your
cost of
what are your
tuition
answers?
overall means. I'm asking you, are you talking about cost of attendance or are you talking about just tuition?
I just said cost of. I just told you what I'm talking about.
You said
right?
cost
I'll
of
tell you
tuition
again.
overall.
Can
I don't know what
finish my
cost of
sentence
tuition.
without you
Yeah,
interrupting?
yeah. Well, I'm not interrupting, but you said cost of tuition
right?
overall. So I'm
Look,
just
you're not
curious.
understanding because you're interrupting, right? What I'm telling you is that either of those, either overall cost of going to college, including your room and board, including both the room and board that you pay for yourself when you're paying for your own housing and food, or in paying for things like transportation, you can do that. Or we can just look at purely the tuition cost, and you still won't be able to get more than half of it through things that FAFSA gives you as free money. Like, did you fill out the FAFSA?
I actually did. Okay, so
you actually did fill out the FAFSA.
In Florida,
okay,
your in-state tuition is $6,360.
Wait.
So I'm looking up from 2024 to 2025. The maximum Pell Grant award is $7,400. This exceeds the total cost of in-state tuition. So can you explain what you mean when you say you couldn't even cover up to half of that?
The total cost of in-state, she wouldn't be doing in-state. She's from Connecticut.
Okay,
and I don't even think she's eligible for the
Hold on, wait. You jumped to
either because she's journalism, right?
You jumped to a different. You've jumped to a different thing.
Different thing? No, I didn't jump to a different thing. I just addressed the point directly, which is you think that for some fucking reason, you think that for some fucking reason you're gonna get like enough free money out of FAFSA to pay for even half of your tuition, and you're just dead wrong.
Yeah, and I'm showing you that, first of all, it's like 80% of kids go to in-state schools. You're not typically going to an out-of-state school as a poor person. And when I look at the cost of tuition for most schools, I'm pretty sure, I think the Pell Grant will cover, I don't know if it's most states, but it'll cover almost all the tuition, or all the tuition, I think in almost every state.
No, I have no idea where the fuck you get that from. But dog, in the case of URI, even for in-state, you're not covering all the tuition. And she's not getting in-state. So I have no idea what you brought up in-state. It's irrelevant.
Well, because we wouldn't typically, because we wouldn't be typically talking about, we wouldn't be talking about in-state. I'm sorry, we typically wouldn't be talking about out-of-state tuition when we're talking about like students with huge financial needs or whatever. Because out-of-state is
that's insane.
It's less than
in terms of
less than 20% of students even do out-of-state tuition or out-of-state schools.
Less than 20% of students even do out-of-state schooling. If you're in New England, that's a lot more common in particular. If you're in New England, it's way, way higher. Because of the fact that New England has things like the NERSP. I guess it was tuition break now in New England, right?
Wait, if you've got the NERSP, that allows you to attend another school.
She doesn't have the NERSP.
She what?
She doesn't. She doesn't. I'm telling you.
I know she doesn't.
Very a journalist wouldn't.
I understand that, but
I'm not sure you do. I'm glad you do now.
What are you talking about? Hold on, you're just here to be pedantic. Because you're retarded.
How am I being pedantic? You just said you said a stupid thing, and now you're trying to run away from it because you know damn well it's dumb. You asked if your family is poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school? If you fill out the FAFSA, you're taking out loans in 90% of cases.
What do you think What do you think the overall point was when I wait? Hold on.
The overall point when you asked that question was that you think that it's strange for poor people to take out loans to go to school. You think that's abnormal.
Okay, wait, hold on.
You?
I'm sorry, wait, I wasn't here. Okay, what do you think my overall point was?
That's the same thing holy shit, what's wrong with you?
I just said I stepped away for a second. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. Yeah. No, I'm here.
Okay, look, I heard what you said. You stepped away. I'm saying, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're like mid-conversation walking away. Do you have ADHD or something?
I had a phone call.
If your family is poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school? You asked that question because, like you said, you think it's strange for poor people to take out loans to go to school. You think it's abnormal. I'm asking, do you actually think that's abnormal? Do you think most poor people don't take out loans to go to school?
Hold on, I'm trying to see if you, I don't know, I can't tell if you have
Hold on,
autism
it doesn't answer my question, just answer it. You're the one being autistic.
No. In the course of that conversation, what am I asking when I say that?
You're asking if your family is poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school? And the implication is that it's strange for poor people to take out loans to go to school. What are you doing?
Okay. If that's what you think it is, you just didn't follow the conversation. I don't know what else to say to you.
Do you think that what did you really mean?
The implication is that it doesn't make sense that she would have the level of debt that she did, given the fact that she came from a poor family and should be able to qualify for grants of student aid to subsidize a lot of the cost of education there.
A lot of the cost or most of the cost?
I don't know what her exact financial status was, and I don't know what every single grant that could be offered by Rhode Island is. So I'd have to go and research that particular institution to find out. But
Why are you jumping to the conclusion she's lying about it if you have no fucking clue?
Because her story doesn't make sense. The idea that a person from a poor family would do an out-of-state school at max tuition for a degree that doesn't pay much is not conceivable to me. Poor people don't generally make those decisions.
It's not conceivable to you that a poor person could go to college for a dumb degree?
Really? Is that what I just said? Is that what I just said?
Yes. Did you hear what you just said?
I said it doesn't make sense to me that a poor person would go to an out-of-state school for a dumb degree and not qualify for any financial aid.
When did we say she doesn't qualify for any financial aid? Where did that come from?
Well, because initially when I was asking her about filling out the FAFSA and everything, she was like, FAFSA, I don't know what that is. And then
No,
she said
she wasn't.
She literally said, I didn't have parents to help me fill it out.
Yeah, she didn't say she doesn't know what it is. In fact, right after she said that, she said she did fill out the FAFSA.
Yes,
In
she
fact,
did.
She
Changed
got
it
the
about-
dollar amount pretty close. She said she
changed-
got about $8,000 from it, which seems pretty accurate to me, given that when I filled out the FAFSA, that's about how much I got from the Pell Grant.
That wasn't accurate to her time period at all, so I don't know why you're saying
It was
that.
pretty accurate to her time period. I have no idea what you think.
I literally wrote a whole Substack analyzing like the
I
maximum
saw your
Pell
whole
Grant.
Substack. It's trash and it's dumb as fuck. Your argument there is pulling from what you assumed that she would get the maximum possible Pell Grant if she's poor. If you get the Pell Grant at all, according to StudentAid.gov, they're trying specifically to target poor people. If you're getting it at all, if your family's making below $50,000 a year, given that she got a $35K in a settlement, which is taxable income, it's easy that her family could have made that amount like right after she got out of high school. Absolutely, her family could have made more than $50K a year and been like very, very scarcely eligible for the Pell Grant at all. And in the case of the Pell Grant now, it's even larger than it was at the time. So I have no idea why you bring that up as an example.
In case of the Pell Grant now, it's larger than I don't even know what point you're trying to make.
What part of that was confusing to you? Are you just completely lost?
Do
I have to get a caretaker in here to help you through the conversation?
Are you Candace's bravest warrior?
Are you Candace's most retarded offense?
No, there's probably more retarded ones.
There probably are. That's fair. I don't know. Do you? If there's no more response you have for me, I can't tell if you're like talking to your audience or something. But you said some crazy stuff that I'm also kind of interested about.
No, so the issue is that it doesn't make sense.
Okay, you got a response now. Good.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that there are too many different things here that don't that can't all be mutually true. So it doesn't make sense that your family is so poor that you're talking about living in cockroach-infested apartments, okay? But then you're also choosing to go to college out of state, okay, for a degree that doesn't pay much. Now, that's possible. It would be really stupid, which would make her story...
Going to URI out of state is a pretty good decision. It's a pretty good financial decision. She's probably making more money back. Even if she took out $100K in loans, this is the point that I probably would have brought up, and hopefully in the future you'll point this out. $100K in loans, you're still going to be making a net positive if it's the case that you go to college. So it's still it's still an overall at least like...
Why do you have to go to an out-of-state school?
URI is one of the best fucking schools in the country. What are you talking about?
You don't have to go to the best fucking school of the country if you don't
want to
have
make a lot of money in journalism. You probably should.
No, that's not how that works. Okay.
That's kind of how that works. If you go to better schools, you end up making more money, which is why it's okay to pay more for them.
That's not always true. Okay. Number one.
Do you think I'm saying it's always true, or it's just generally true?
You just don't. You just don't have the background. Okay. The poverty tourism is cute. Okay.
The poverty tourism, dog. Look.
When you
don't have the background when you dropped out of college in your first fucking year or something. I'm not sure that you don't have the background as an argument you can make here.
When you don't know me or Candace's college background, which is cute.
Oh really? What's your college background? Did you finish?
I don't think a poor person. Okay. No, but neither did Candace. So apparently it doesn't matter.
Neither did Candace. Perfect. So
yes,
that's
what I
you
just
don't know
said.
enough about college or something, so you don't have the background.
I don't think a poor person is saying I need to go to the absolute most expensive, best school that I can for journalism to make the highest amount of money I can. I think that generally it's going to be what's the most
for journalism. She's going to be going for journalism not because it maximizes her income, but because that's a fulfilling career path she wants to go.
Well, if it's a fulfilling career path, then you can just do the in-state tuition. Then you can just do the in-state.
Why? How could she possibly do the in-state tuition for URI?
She would go to journalism in her own state.
What's the equivalent to URI level college that you would recommend going to?
Bro, it's journalism. Nobody fucking cares. It's journalism.
Nobody cares.
Go to a school. Yeah, you'll be okay.
Are you retarded?
What? Yes, you'll be. Not every single degree requires you to go to the most prestigious school in the world. This is the richest, whitest comment I've ever heard in my life. Like, oh God, I can't. If I don't go to a UCLA, if I don't go to fucking Berkeley, if I don't go to fucking URI,
totally disconnected from what any poor person would ever have to deal with. It's fucking crazy that you're pulling this out on me, dog. If you say you were married at the time, if you were married at the time that you went into school, dog, then you should have been able to apply and get the maximum Pell Grant. Why didn't you?
Why? I did get a fuck ton in aid. What do you mean?
Did you get the maximum Pell Grant?
I think so. Or if I didn't get the max, I got close to it.
So?
I don't remember. Sure. It was 20 years ago. I'm 35.
Wow,
I'm not
really?
17
not
like you.
Fucking remembering in the moment is not condemnable? That's crazy, dog. Why is it condemnable when Candace does
Because she builds a whole recommendation off of how you should approach college based on her personal story. I don't.
Do you understand her argument?
Do you? Oh, no, wait. Hold on, wait. I need acknowledgement. Can you acknowledge
away from the claim that she fucking lied?
Can you acknowledge?
It's just an abnormal
can you
situation.
acknowledge that there's a reason why I might care about Candace not remembering her background, but it might not be as important to me? Can you acknowledge that?
There's a reason you might possibly fucking care about Candace's background. That's what you want me to acknowledge? Of course there's a fucking reason you might possibly.
Okay, can you Can you acknowledge there's a good reason?
I don't know why you're interrupting right now. You can
go ahead. I'm going to repeat the same question when you're done.
Okay. You can repeat the same question because you've been dodging every fucking single one of mine.
I haven't. I've answered almost everything up to this point.
Really? Almost everything? I think I've asked you the same question.
I'm going to ask the same question when you finish this
rant. You still haven't answered it yet. The question I asked you that you still haven't fucking answered is just, do you actually fucking believe you can pay for the majority? And every single time I ask that question, you dodge and say, well, you could pay for some of it. You've never said yes to that fucking question once. You've dodged every single question I've asked you so far. You can roll back the VOD, watch it yourself. But if you want to tell me that the reason why I don't understand is because I'm not fucking poor enough or something, dog, I can tell you that if you're saying you get the maximum fucking Pell Grant, you have no idea, you can't fucking remember, then Candace Owens not being able to remember this perfect fucking dollar value amount and approximating an 8K for the Pell Grant seems pretty fucking reasonable to me. Now, what's the question you thought I was going to dodge of yours?
Okay, so do you think that there's a reason why it's okay to be very critical, or why we should have a high investment in Candace's background for her education, but for somebody like my background, it's not really as important?
If you're just saying, like, should we have a higher standard for Candace's background? Of course we can have a higher standard for Candace's background than for yours, given that she's the one bringing up an argument. But coming to, you forgot something, therefore you're lying, is a wild fucking logical leap. And
my logical leap wasn't.
It applies to you too.
Okay.
You absolutely.
My logical leap.
She was lying about being poor. Don't lie about that.
Yep. My logical leap of you were lying about this particular thing wasn't just built off that one thing. It was the totality of facts make it so that her story is either impossible, she's lying about a particular thing, or it's so non-representative that she should never cite her personal experience in regards to college. That was the thrust.
Non-representative. Did you do any research whatsoever into seeing how common these things are before you jumped to the conclusion they were unreasonable, like her getting 8K in the Pell Grant?
Yep,
her not
I
being
sure
able to
did.
Pay for, really, you did research on this, and you came to the conclusion she could pay for most of her degree with the.
That wasn't what my. You said you read my Substack post. Hold on, wait. Did you read my Substack post?
I know that you pivoted in your Substack post, bro. Your Substack post.
Oh, so you don't want to deal with like an actual intellectual argument. You want to fixate on the one sentence
that I moved away from in the Substack article.
You want to focus on the
thing
one
I actually
sentence.
said with my words.
Okay, wait. So here's a question. So here's a question.
Actually said
here's a question. Here's a question.
Here's the question, but you're not gonna answer.
Did I say anything? I already answered all of your things. You're asking me the most one-dimensional questions, like you get every single thing being paid when you're fucking student loan. No, probably not every single thing.
That's why you can't answer it. A one-dimensional question should be simple to answer, buddy. Why are you having trouble with a one-dimensional question? I've asked the same shit over and over.
Do you think that? Do you think that anything? I've already answered. What question? Hold on. Can you say it in like 20 words or less? What's a question that I haven't answered?
The one that I told you earlier.
Which was what? Didn't you ask me? Do you think that you can pay with all of? Didn't you say? Are you paying for the majority or all of your college with a Pell Grant? And I looked up the average tuition for colleges, and it seems like that seems to be the case right now. Yes.
Your answer is yes. It seems to be the case right now that you can pay for the majority or all of your college with a Pell Grant.
The majority or all of your tuition, yes, based on the level of poverty you have. Yeah.
Oh, your tuition based on the level of poverty you have. Oh, okay. Sorry. So not just if you're poor, but if you have a sufficient level of poverty to max out the Pell Grant, and you specifically go to the cheapest colleges in state, completely unrelated to what Candace was doing. That's the argument you're giving me, really.
Why are you saying like, oh, you have to be a certain level of poverty for the Pell Grant? Yes, Pell Grant is based on need and based on cost of attendance. Is that surprising?
Wait, Pell Grant is based on need? So in order to get the Pell Grant, you have to be sufficiently poor?
Yes.
You think so? Oh, that's crazy, dog. Do you think that Candace just didn't get a Pell Grant?
Well, initially she said she didn't know how to fill out the FAFSA. She said because her parents weren't there to help her, and then she said that she actually got $8,000.
She didn't know how to fill it out. She never said that.
She said her parents didn't help her.
Oh, this is so sad. Saying that I didn't have anybody to help me do it doesn't mean that I didn't do it.
That's what the implication was. Nobody
no,
was there.
No, it wasn't. It was not the implication. You have to be autistic to think that, because she clarified immediately afterwards that what she meant by that statement was, yes, I filled the FAFSA out. I didn't have anyone helping me, so I might have done something wrong.
Didn't clarify. She realized that she fucked up and said retarded shit, and then she started backtracking.
Even remotely inconsistent. Saying those two things, I'll say it right now. Look, I had nobody to help me fill out the FAFSA. Do you think that means that that I didn't fill out the FAFSA?
Do you think if I ask you about the FAFSA,
that's another example of you not answering my question.
No. Yes. Wait. If you restate your question.
This is so sad. Are you listening?
It's not sad. It's conversationally relevant. If I say, "Hey, what did you get for the FAFSA?" If I say, "Hey, what did you get for the FAFSA?" and your response is, "I didn't have any parents tell me to fill it out." Well, the implication is, "Oh, you didn't fill it out." But if I say, "Hey, you didn't get that much student aid from the FAFSA," and you go, "Yeah, I didn't have parents tell me to fill it out." Oh, well, the implication is they just didn't help you and you filled out in a suboptimal way.
This thing you said is not you could pay for your entire college with the FAFSA immediately. You just said the FAFSA is going to award you a ton of federal aid. Then you move the claim to that after.
The FAFSA, you typically will get through grants and everything. You typically will get a ton of aid. By the way, subsidized loans count as aid.
What Pell Grants do you think you get from the FAFSA? Other than
it's not just Pell Grants. You also qualify for state and local aid as well.
With FAFSA, what grants do you get?
There's the Pell Grant and then whatever. I'm pretty sure you fill out the FAFSA to qualify for state and local aid as well. Do you not? Isn't that part of your...
What kind of aid are you thinking about?
Like what? I don't know the names of every single state aid program. A ton of people email me random fucking state aid programs, but there are going to be a lot of different state aid programs that will give you...
I don't know what the fuck kind of thing you're appealing to. Like I filled out the FAFSA in Rhode Island. I was really, really poor when I filled it out. They didn't give me any kind of extra aid other than the Pell Grant, other than the subsidized student loans for aid too. Yeah.
Does Rhode Island Rhode Island doesn't have any state level tuition assistance grant programs?
The difference between whether or not we have those grant programs and whether or not filling out the FAFSA will give you those grants?
Okay.
Do you see the distinction?
We can go and look it up. Okay, I could be wrong.
There's another question.
I'm not dodging you, fucking retard. Hold on, we'll look it up. This is a factual. Hold on. This is a factual. This is a factual. This is a factual. It's a fact. You're scared. You're scared because you know you're wrong. This is why you overtalk me. It's because he's scared. I'm not dodging. I'm literally answering your question. I can't get more than 2 words out before you fucking splurg all over the fucking chat because you're so excited to talk on my stream.
First, before you answer, just to make sure that you remember.
Sure. It sounded like you said, "Do you have to fill out the FAFSA to qualify for other aids or grants besides the Pell Grant?"
No, the question was, you don't even remember the question. Are you answering it?
I don't remember the question because you're screaming at me every time I try to answer a question.
I'm screaming at you. You're the one screaming right now. So I'm telling you, right? I'm asking you, do you understand the distinction between filling out the FAFSA will give you the state grants and saying the state grants exist? Do you understand the distinction, yes or no? It's not a complicated question.
Yes, of course there's a distinction. You might not qualify for any grants.
When you bring up one to support the other, you're not really doing that, are you?
How am I bringing... What I'm saying is that if you fill out a FAFSA and you're a student in need, not only do you qualify for Pell Grants, because your implication was a Pell Grant is the only grant you'll get from filling it out, there's also state and local grants you can qualify for as well.
By filling out the FAFSA, do you think you're getting any of those?
I don't know if you'll get them or not. It depends on your financial need and the cost of attendance at the school you go to.
Do you think if you're fucking dirt poor, say you're completely fucking emancipated, you have $0 in terms of income and you read it,
you're swaying so hard, your thing is cutting out. Repeat that. Wait, you got to restate that. Your thing cut out. I know you're so excited to talk over me.
It was me, so that's my audio.
Okay, restate what you just said because it cut out at 3 different points. Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand. You already said that on my end. You're freaking out.
He's lagging, I think.
Understand. Okay. I'm telling you that. Can you hear me now? Test. Yep. Can you hear me now? Perfect. So I'm asking you, right, in regards to the FAFSA thing, right? I want to understand. Do you think right now in Rhode Island, right, if I have $0, totally emancipated, and I fill out the FAFSA, that I will get a single state grant by doing that?
If you're dirt poor?
When I filled out the FAFSA, I was dirt poor. I had 0 reportable income.
My understanding is yes.
You're wrong. I filled out in Rhode Island. I can fucking show you that goddamn paper.
Wait. You said you had 0 reportable income. Your reportable income doesn't matter. It'd be the reportable income of your parents.
No, you fucking idiot. When you're emancipated or when you're when you're separate from your parents, if you're married, you would be. If it's the case that you're above...
okay. I'm sorry. If you're emancipated, correct. It would just go by your income. You had 0 income and you didn't qualify for any state grants at all?
Did I qualify for state grants? You keep forgetting what we're talking about. I'm telling you the FAFSA doesn't give me any. The FAFSA doesn't do that.
Yeah, because it's just an application. Just like a job application doesn't get you a job. I don't understand what you're saying.
What do you think it's the application for?
It's for aid. What do you mean?
For aid from who?
It stands for, I think it stands for Financial Application for Federal Student Aid.
So it's federal aid, right?
No.
You're retarded.
You didn't fill it out because you're a fucking poser. You're such a fucking retard.
I'll go to my fucking studentaid.gov. Do you think I'm a lying poser too?
Okay. Do you have any?
You're the only real poor person ever, Dustin. Look, I'll give you a show. I'll show you, buddy.
No, I don't need to say it. You're either lying or you're fucking retarded. Most states
You are
that I've
genuinely
seen, I
retarded.
did because I
You
literally
are
did a whole
just so
fucking write-up and I
sad.
spent days doing
Every
this.
single-
Most
Oh, go
states,
ahead,
okay. Most states, or every state that I've seen, if you want to qualify for any aid in state, and I think sometimes even go to university, you have to fill out your FAFSA first. Even though it's the federal application even though it's a federal application, you still have to fill out your FAFSA to qualify for state aid as well.
You retard. That's for qualifying. You brain damaged fucking monkey.
Yeah,
That's
what do you
not
think we're
that's like-
talking about? That's what an application
We're
is for
talking about it
qualifying.
giving you federal. We're talking about the fucking.
Okay, this is dumb. We're good. Okay, fun times. What did we actually say here? I'm curious.
What are you talking about?
If you go to school and your family has a low gross income, you fill out the FAFSA, and the FAFSA is going to award you a ton of federal aid, assuming that you don't actually have the gross income from your parents to actually go to school. So if your parents are super poor, I don't know why you had to pay full out-of-state tuition to go to full out-of-state tuition. So he didn't even listen to the words that I said. Okay. What university?
I did. Do you think? What do you mean? Did I lie?
I don't know how if your parents are poor, if they have a low gross income, how do you not qualify for the FAFSA?
Okay, well, all I can say to you is that I had to pay 35, almost. My school cost more, and by the end of it, and I'm also including because then I defaulted on my student loans and I had to pay it back. So now I had to pay back the bank for not being able to pay them on time.
So, something doesn't match up here.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think yeah. He literally wanted to hyperfixate on one sentence. And ignore the entire conversation surrounding it. Somebody linked this for Rhode Island. Before applying for any state-supported financial aid for college, students need to fill out and submit their free application for federal student aid. So if he goes to Rhode Island, school in Rhode Island, he lives there, and he went to this university, then he would have had to fill out this first before qualifying for any state aid. My understanding is this is how it works in every single state. Now, it could be that in some states it doesn't work that way. That's possible. I don't know. I can't claim to know every single state. I think in Nebraska this was the case, and from what I've heard, this tends to be the case. But yes, when you, even for qualifying for state aid, I think the FAFSA is usually what unlocks, because a lot of other people use your results from the FAFSA, I think, to determine your eligibility for aid. The FAFSA is used by both federal and state governments to determine a student's eligibility for any financial aid for college. But this would be, now I don't know if that guy's rich or not, but this would be like a poverty poser thing to say, oh, FAFSA, that stands for Federal Application for Student Aid, which it does, which is like the trap you try to get me in. I know what it stands for, but just because it's the Federal Application for Student Aid doesn't mean nobody else uses it, right? I know that because at UNO, when I tried to apply for aid, you had to fill out a FAFSA before you went for any state or aid or grants as well. Yeah, obviously, unless that's changed since then, but it doesn't look like it has. Everyone has to complete the FAFSA just to enroll in class. It's a prerequisite for going to school. Okay. You've got to stop second guessing yourself. When you talk, you're very careful with your words, and I've never seen you getting gotcha in clips. That is true. One thing I need to do, I need to trust myself more, because like, I'll say that I complain about overqualifying so much, but then I'll have somebody come and misquote me and I'll just assume that I spoke poorly. But I'm usually trying to qualify everything I say pretty carefully. So I should just say before we begin on a conversation, let's watch the clip you're talking about. Yeah. Destiny, was he not trying to say that filling out the FAFSA didn't automatically net you student aid? Yeah, but I mean, that's true. But what a weird pedantic, that's like saying like, I got this job yesterday because I filled out this job application and I got hired. And like, filling out the application didn't get you hired. Well, no, it's just an application to get hired, of course. Jesus. Okay. In some states it does, though. In some states, what does? If Destiny is playing the clip, when Candace says she didn't get help filling out the form, she was 100% applying, she didn't do it. Yeah, I know she was, yeah.
Well, I'm back the bank for not being able to pay them on time.
So, something doesn't match up here.
Okay, well, I'm telling you the truth, so I don't know what to say.
Did you fill out a FAFSA?
Yeah, well, I also didn't have parents that could help me fill it out. I was a first-generation college student. My dad...
you didn't have a the same school counselor you told these people to ignore? You didn't talk to one of them and say, hey, can you help me fill out?
Like, if you're trying to shame me for not doing things right.
I'm not trying to shame you. I'm just saying the background doesn't make any sense. I'm not shaming anything.
I'm just like, I don't get your point here. Like, I'm telling you the truth. I have no reason to lie about this.
My point is, you complained about having $100,000 in debt. You told these people not to talk to counselors. And you said that your family was poor, so you went to school for journalism on an out-of-state tuition. You didn't fill out a FAFSA for any student aid. There's a ton of money there.
I'm just saying, like, what is your point in saying, am I lying about it? Like,
because I don't understand how you came from a poor family and didn't fill out a FAFSA and get a ton of student aid.
I did fill out FAFSA.
And they didn't give you anything?
I maybe got, in terms of I remember getting a Pell Grant that was like $8,000.
a Pell Grant that was $8,000. Technically, that's impossible. If I'm going to be autistic about our words, a Pell Grant, you couldn't get a single one back then for $8,000. It doesn't make any sense. Also, I don't even know how she could fill this out without having her parents or grandparents help her, technically, because most of the FAFSA is your parents or whoever is your guardian, their income. So you have to have somebody help you figure it out. Nothing that she's saying makes sense. Okay.
But I'm telling the truth. So I just want to be clear. I'm telling the truth about my life.
Nah, she 100% lied. And all the digging afterwards, 1,000,000% she lied about it. Oh, and then somebody else also linked me this. The only state grants for families in Rhode Island is the Rhode Island State Grant. To apply for this scholarship, simply fill out a FAFSA and list Rhode Island as a state of residence. So even in Rhode Island, the state that he's from, yes, you fill out the FAFSA first for your state aid. Like, she never said no to the FAFSA question, just FYI. She says yes the first time, just as no, bullshit. She's waffling so hard. You guys are lying. You guys are so retarded. She is waffling on this question, and it's obvious if you look at her background. She lies a fuck ton about her background for school. This bitch says she got $150,000 in student aid, or I'm sorry, she says $150,000 in unsecured private loans and paid them back in 4 years after dropping out of school. Bullshit. No, this is the biggest waffle in the world. And also, how do you go back and forth? I had $100,000 in debt or $150,000 debt. How do you go back and forth on these random numbers? No shot. No shot. 1,000,000,000%. This is all a fucking lie. No shot. And also, in terms of people might not remember, that's fair. I'm not going to hold somebody to account for every fucking detail of their student loan history or whatever. But when she's using her story over and over and over again, when she's using that story to tell people why they shouldn't go to college, well, yeah, of course I'm going to be very particular about your details, because you're literally holding your anecdote up as like a warning tale to other people. So those details need to be correct. That's important. Why do these people never bring up scholarships? Like, were they too stupid to qualify? On the contrary, she brags that she was so smart. She was in classes with all white kids and scored very well on her tests all the time. She brings it up, I think, in 2 different profile pieces. I know it's all content, but the way that guy was being super bad faith with you, why even engage with that guy any further? I don't know. Maybe they changed. I'm not sure. I mean, it's still fun to do disagreements. It's funny because that guy is technically, I think, one of the worst conversations I think I've ever had on stream was with him. Does anybody remember the debate? Did you know him? Yes. It was the worst conversation we've ever had. It was the guilt by, I don't even remember the exact point. It was such a horrible conversation. Problem, sir, is you fundamentally misunderstood the difference between associating in the community and participating. Oh, please stop cutting me off. I can tell that when you do that, you're getting increasingly upset. This combo was so fucking horrible. Oh, Pisco, yeah, you came in to argue against it, like, as long as you can have... we're not real listeners. Okay, anyway. Good job, guys. 4 hours into stream, 27 minutes into our JP debate.
/Jordan, and you can get an extra 3 months free. That's expressvpn.com/Jordan.
Okay, so what's the difference between a state that attempts to redistribute to foster equality of opportunity and a command economy? Is it a difference of degree? Like, are you looking at models, let's say, like the Scandinavian countries? Or I wouldn't use Canada, by the way, because Canada is now, what would you call, predicted by economic analysts to have the worst performing economy for the next 4 decades of all the developed world. So maybe we'll just leave the example of Canada off the table. Sure. Scandinavian countries are often the polities that are pointed to by, I would say,
I need to focus on
economy. Is it to... Okay, so what's the difference between a state that attempts to redistribute to foster equality of opportunity and a command economy? Is it a difference of degree? Like, are you looking at models,
I don't. The question here is, I can't tell if he's asking to probe my thoughts or if he just is genuinely curious because he's never looked into the difference before. Because these are massively different things, but.
Say like the Scandinavian countries, or I wouldn't use Canada, by the way, because Canada is now.
Oh, he's talking about Canada.
What would you call predicted by economic analysts to have the worst performing economy for the next 4 decades of.
That is a good point. It's interesting that he trusts economic predictions, but not climate models. Like the economy is easy and possible to predict, but climate is just completely impossible.
Analysts to have the worst performing economy for the next 4 decades of all the developed world. So maybe we'll just leave the example of Canada off the table. Sure. Scandinavian countries are often the polities that are pointed to by, I would say, by people who, at least in part, are putting forward a view of redistribution for purposes of equality of opportunity like you are. But they're a strange analogy because they're very small countries, and up till now they were very ethnically homogenous. Yeah. Exactly, and that makes a big difference when you're trying to flatten out the redistribution. Plus, they are also incredibly wealthy, which makes, redistribution, let's say, a lot easier. So why doesn't a government that's bent on redistribution fall prey to the pitfalls of command economy and forced redistribution, for that matter? How do you protect against that?
Why doesn't
a government that's bent on redistribution fall prey to the pitfalls of command economy and forced redistribution, for that matter? How do you protect against that?
I think what you have to do is very, very, very difficult. Is people get very ideologically captured by both ends, and they feel very, committed, or they feel very allegiant to pushing certain forms of economic organization. And I think sometimes it blinds them to some of the benefits of what exists when you incorporate kind of multiple models, or you'd call them mixed economies, which is really what every capitalist economy today is. It's some form of free market capitalism combined with some form of government intervention to control for negative externalities. These are the ways that all economies, even in Scandinavia and the world, work. And I think that recognizing the benefits of both systems are the best way to make things work. Yeah.
Fair enough. And the Scandinavian countries seem to have done a pretty good job of that. But like I said, they have a simpler problem to solve, let's say, than the Americans have. Negative externalities. That's an interesting rabbit hole to wander down, because the problem I have with negative
Am I retarded, or was this a bit of a non-answer to his question? Wait, he was asking me, how do you avoid a command economy if you're focused on redistribution to get rid of inequalities,
which makes redistribution, let's say, a lot easier. Why doesn't a government that's bent on redistribution fall prey to the pitfalls of command economy and forced redistribution, for that matter? How do you protect against that?
I think what you have to do is very, very, very difficult. Is people get very ideologically captured by both ends, and they feel very, committed, or they feel very allegiant to pushing certain forms of economic organization. And I think sometimes it blinds them to some of the benefits of what exists when you incorporate kind of multiple models. Or
I think all I'm saying is that the way to avoid it is you just try to maintain a heterodox view, I guess, on running economies or government, right? Don't get completely ideologically captured from one side to the other. I feel like it's maybe it's a little indirect. I wonder if anything was cut before this, but I feel like it's.
You call them mixed economies, which is really what every capitalist economy today is. It's some form of free market capitalism combined with some form of government intervention to control for negative externalities. These are the ways that all economies, even in Scandinavia and the world, work. And I think that recognizing the benefits of both systems are the best way to make things work. Yeah.
Fair enough. And the Scandinavian countries seem to have done a pretty good job of that. But like I said, they have a simpler problem to solve, let's say, than the Americans have. Negative externalities. That's an interesting rabbit hole to wander down, because the problem I have with negative externalities, you made a case already that, and again, correct me if I've got this wrong, but I think that I understood what you said. A free market, free exchange economy is a gigantic distributed computational device.
Basically, yeah.
Right, exactly.
Which, funnily enough, one of the big problems for command economies is called the computation problem, because no central body can actually...
Actually, it's called the calculation problem, a retard.
Compute,
yes,
the ins and outs of...
Right, exactly. Right, that's not... Yeah, that's a fatal problem, right? Because it doesn't have the computational power. It certainly doesn't have the speed of data recognition. It doesn't...
Why do you do that, though? He's asking you, not where do other people make the mistake. I swear you answer 30% of your questions with what people don't understand. Well, because the implication is this would be a mistake you should avoid. If somebody says, how do you avoid the pitfalls of going too far to one side? my answering, oh, well, I just don't, because that would be stupid. I think the answer would be like, well, you have to be careful what to do this or that or avoid this or that. I think you're generally speaking more generally. If he asked me, if he turned it around, I was like, okay, well, if you were the dictator, how would you avoid this? Then I would give a different answer. But
doesn't have the on-the-ground agents if all of the perception and decision-making is centralized, right? It's way too low resolution. It's going to crash. Okay, so, and I think that that's comprehensible technically as well as ideologically. All right, so, but having said that, with regards to externalities, all the externalities that a market economy can't compute are so complex that they can't be determined centrally by the same argument. And
there are ways to account for them, though.
Really?
That work with.
Tell me.
Yeah.
How.
So
because I can't see that, because I can't see how that they can be accounted for without the same computational problem immediately arising.
Yeah, and I understand that. And I think that's a problem sometimes of people very far on the left when they want to deal with certain problems. I think that they want to bring like heavy-handed, you know, like things like price controls in to say, well, we need less of this, so let's just make this cost this particular thing, which ironically enough introduces a whole other set of externalities that will happen when you get a lot of friction between where your price floor or ceiling is set compared to what a market was set it at. But ideally, if you're a reasonable person and you view economies as mixed economies, what you try to do is you try to take these externalities, meaning things that aren't accounted for with your primary system. So in a capitalist system, an externality might be something that caused a negative effect, but it doesn't cost you any money. Pollution would be a good example of that. And rather than saying like, well, no company can pollute this much, or, you know, if you're a company, you have to use these things because the other things are making too much pollution, all you do is you say, okay, well, if we've determined that, say, carbon is bad for the atmosphere, well, we're just going to attach a little price to that. The government is going to say that, yeah, if you pollute this much, here's the price, and then if you want to pay for it, you can. But that type of intervention in the economy basically allows the free market to hopefully do its job because the government has tacked on a little bit of a price something that tries to account for the cost of that externality. Yeah.
Great. That's a great example. We can go right down that rabbit hole. Carbon. Okay, so first of all, one of the things I've seen, you tell me what you think about this, something that I've seen that actually shocks me, that I was interested in watching over the last 5 or 6 years. I wondered what would happen when the left, the progressives, ran into a conundrum. And the conundrum is quite straightforward. If you pursue carbon pricing and you make energy more expensive, then you hurt the poor. And I don't think you just hurt them. In fact, I know you just don't hurt them. I heard a man 2 days ago who's fed 350 million people in the course of his life, heading the UN's largest relief agency, make the claim quite straightforwardly that misappropriation on the part of interventionist governments increased the rate of absolute privation dramatically in the world over the last 4 or 5 years. And that has happened not least because of carbon pricing, not just carbon pricing, but the insistence that carbon per se is an externality that we should control. Now, Germany's paid a radical price for that, for example. So their power is now about 5 times as expensive as it could be. And they pollute more per unit of power than they did 10 years ago before they introduced these policies that were hypothetically there to account for externality. And the externality was carbon dioxide. I don't think that's a computable externality. And I don't think there's any evidence whatsoever that it's actually an externality that we should be warping the economic system to ameliorate if the cost of that, and it will be an increase in absolute privation.
Is this even true? I have no idea. I don't know if it's true or not. I wasn't ready for a whole fucking climate change debate.
The world's poor. So, and here's an additional argument on that front with regards to externalities. You get that wrong, and here's something you could get right instead. If you ameliorate absolute poverty among the world's 1 billion poorest, they take a longer view of the future. And that means they become environmentally aware. And so the fastest route to a sustainable planet could well be the remediation of absolute poverty. And the best route to that is cheap energy. And we're interfering with the development of cheap energy by meddling with the hypothetically detrimental externality of carbon dioxide. And so
a lot of right-wingers seem to think you lost this exchange on the climate change. Well, every exchange where they disagree, they're going to say I lost. They're going to say the same thing with vaccines and everything too. Again, I'm not trying to appeal to like the hardcore right-wing people, just like people in the middle that kind of like wander through basically.
I think this is a complete bloody travesty, by the way. We are putting the lives of hundreds of millions of people directly at risk right now to hypothetically save people in the future, depending on the accuracy of our projections, 100 years out. And these interventionists, these people who are remediating externalities, they actually believe that they can calculate an economic projection 1 century out. That's utterly delusional.
So, okay, so just as to be clear, the first thing, I was just giving an example of how you can use like a government intervention to make a free market track something, which is what cap and trade or like carbon taxes would do. I wasn't necessarily speaking to the strength of that individual thing, but
yeah, but that's a good thing to focus on.
Yeah, we can focus on that as well.
Major externality.
Yeah, we can focus on that as well. So the first thing, this is going to sound mean, but I'm very realistic. There needs to be a better argument than just it disproportionately impacts the poor. That's not always.
Classic leftist argument.
Sure, it might be, but
right, but it's the same argument you made to justify your swing to the left at the beginning of our discussion. You said that you were looking at economic inequalities that disproportionately affected the poor. So
one thing that's very frustrating,
that you were
I ask for
looking at.
I do debates where I ask for a piece of paper to write things down. This happened a lot with Finkelstein and Moyne. I have so many points written down here that I want to respond to. I think later on in this debate, I think I tell him, like, let me finish, and he lets me. But I've written down so much that I wanted to respond to for what he just said. But then he like goes off on another tangent after I do a sentence, and I'm like,
economic inequalities that disproportionately affected the poor. So I can't see why.
How bewildered were you at this point? I'm actually not bewildered at all on any of these points because I know where they're all coming from. These are like really standard conservative talking points. But they typically tend to be non sequiturs that don't. They're non sequiturs that come from an emotional place. So, for instance, saying things like climate change impacts poor people more. That's not an argument against, or I'm sorry, climate change policies impact poor people. That's not an argument against climate change policies. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like, if we are to believe that climate change is going to destroy the planet, it doesn't matter that policies might impact poor people more, because the overall net benefit to hurting poor people versus destroying the planet is obviously self-evident. There's a greater benefit there, right? So the question becomes one of like factual disagreement. So a lot of the arguments are, they don't really stack up. They just don't say anything meaningful. Like sin taxes negatively affect poor people. That's not an argument against sin taxes though. But I think I'd even written down, I think that point to respond to, but I don't know if I ever get to directly because he always,
And I'm not trying to be mean about this either. I can't see why you could base your argument that it was more.
His argument is that you're gambling with poor people's lives. Yeah, but that you understand that's the same argument on the other side as well, right? That if climate change is real, it's going to impact poor people more than wealthy people. How many people moving are going to be people in more impoverished areas that are near coastal areas that are closer to the equator, like some of the more impoverished countries anyways? Like these are going to be people that are going to be disproportionately impacted. It's going to be poorer people rather than wealthier people. Do I say this? Oh, I hope I say this. Okay. Thank you.
It was morally appropriate for you to swing to the left from your previous position because you saw disproportionate effects on the poor, and I can't use that argument in the situation that I'm presenting it right now.
Well, because it depends on if we think it's a condition that ought to be remedied or not. For instance, if I walk, around and I see homeless people, and I'm like, man, this is really sad. We ought to spend more money on homeless people because it seems like they're disproportionately affected by their living conditions. And then somebody says, oh, well, do you think we should still lock up, rapists and murderers? Aren't they disproportionately poor?
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I did make this. Well, yeah, we probably should. And I go, well, isn't that hypocritical? Well, no, I think that rapists and murderers should probably be in jail, but we can also help the homeless at the same time. I think that just helping the poor isn't an argument like a blank check to do every possible thing to satisfy poorer people.
Right,
it's going to depend on from issue to issue.
That's fine.
So, like, for instance,
that's
I think
because the poor, everyone who's poor is not a victim. Some people who are poor are psychopathic perpetrators.
Sure.
And it's very useful to distinguish them. But I was making a much more specific argument.
Jordan Peterson would be the kind of guy to say that stopping Shinra would hurt the poor people in Midgar. True.
My argument was that the fastest way out of absolute privation for the world's...
Destiny, how do you respond to Shapiro's talking point that why aren't real estate prices plummeting on the coasts? It depends on how much people have factored in rising. Aren't there places where the sea level has risen a bit where real estate costs are starting to reflect that? Hasn't that happened in some places? I don't check real estate prices much, so.
Bottom billion people is through cheap energy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. So I just working my way towards that.
Yeah.
I just want to say that just because something targets the poor is not necessarily an argument against it.
Depends on how hard it targets them, and it depends on whether mass starvation is the outcome.
The outcome is important. That I agree with. So, for instance, like a sin tax.
The outcome will be mass starvation.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting to it. Okay. Sin taxes on like cigarettes and alcohol are always going to disproportionately impact the poor, or even sugar, we might say, right? But just because that disproportionately impacts the poor, is that a good thing or a bad thing? These are probably the people that suffer the most from those particular afflictions. Right. So,
do you think there is sufficient proof that climate change is real by modern models? If so, there's a good enough reason to hurt the poor now? Yeah, but I mean, you obviously don't want to hurt the poor. You want to mitigate that as much as possible. But I'm pretty sure, I don't think climate change is debated much in terms of, is it a thing that's happening? Is it largely human driven? I think now the questions are more like, what is the impact it's going to have on the planet? And how can we adapt to that?
Well, and that is an immediate versus delayed issue too, right? Because the reason...
Well, is it immediate? I mean, obesity isn't immediate. I don't think alcoholism is.
Your video is top 5 view-wise of JP's videos on his channel. I don't think that's true at all. I don't think it's even close. He's got tons of multi-million view videos on his channel. What are you talking about? Popular? I have to go down like 50 videos or more. What?
The tax is to stop people from pursuing a certain form of short-term gratification at the cost of their longer-term well-being.
Correct, and that exact same idea, if you believe climate models, or if you believe that we're heading in a certain direction in terms of climate, the overall warming of the planet, would be the same argument you would make for climate change.
Only if you believe that you could model economic development 100 years into the future.
Well, we're not trying to model, we're more concerned with modeling climate development, economic development.
We're
yes,
equally,
absolutely.
well, okay, tell me how I'm wrong. I don't believe that, because what I see happening is two things. We have climate models that purport to explain what's going to happen over a century on the climate side, but we have economic models layered right on top of those that claim that there's going to be various forms of disaster for human beings economically as a consequence of that climate change. And so that's like two towers of Babel stacked on top of one another. And so, because if people were just saying, oh, the climate's going to change, there'd be no moral impetus in that. It's the climate's going to change, and that's going to be disastrous for the biosphere and for humanity. But that's an economic argument as well as a climate-based argument.
It's both, but the worst projections of what would happen if the climate took a disastrous turn are worse than the worst projections of what is our planet going to look like economically if we hardcore police,
right.
Fossil.
Why would you? Okay, but I don't understand the distinction between the models.
Well, the argument would be that whatever pain and suffering poor people might endure right now because of a move towards green energy, that pain and suffering is going to be short-term and far less than the long-term pain and suffering.
Right, but that's dependent on the integrity of the economic models and
the climate models as well, right?
Right, exactly, but is in exactly the stacked manner that I described. And like, there's nobody in 1890 who could have predicted what was going to happen in 1990 economically. Not a bit, not a bit. And if we think we can predict like 50 years out.
What do you mean by obesity is an immediate problem, alcohol isn't? That doesn't seem right if that's what you're saying. Wait, what?
Pain and suffering is going to be short-term and bring poor people.
Between the models.
Well, the argument would be that whatever pain and suffering poor people might endure right now because of a move towards green energy, that pain and suffering is going to be short-term and far less than the long-term pain and suffering.
Right, but that's dependent on the climate-based.
What did I use for that? Obesity.
That climate change. And so that's like two towers of Babel stacked on top of one another. And so, because if people were just saying, oh, the climate's going to change, there'd be no moral impetus in that. It's the climate's going to change, and that's going to be disastrous for the biosphere and for humanity. But that's an economic argument as well as a climate-based argument.
It's both, but the worst projections of what would happen
I don't even know where that
came
from.
I have no idea. Turn are worse than the worst projections of what is our planet going to look like economically if we hardcore police.
Right. But why would you? Okay, but I don't understand the distinction between the models.
Well, the argument would be that whatever pain and suffering poor people might endure right now because of a move towards green energy, that pain and suffering is going to be short-term and far less than the long-term pain and suffering.
Right, but that's dependent on the integrity of the economic models and
the climate models as well, right?
Right, exactly, but is in exactly the stacked manner that I described. And like, there's nobody in 1890 who could have predicted what was going to happen in 1990 economically. Not a bit, not a bit. And if we think we can predict like 50 years out now with the current rate of technology and calculate the potential impact of climate change on economic flourishing for humans.
It came up when you were discussing immediate versus delayed problems. Okay, I don't know what the context was. I'm not sure. Obesity and alcoholism aren't really immediate problems. If you're obese for a day or two, the obesity and alcoholism are usually problems because they, over long periods of time, destroy your body, right? They don't destroy it in one day. But I don't know what the context. I see obesity at 37.27. Oh. 37.27. Jesus Christ. We're at 39.41.
Or even sugar, we might say, right? But just because that disproportionately... Another
depends on how hard it targets them, and it depends on whether mass starvation is the outcome.
The outcome is important. That I agree with. So for instance, like a sin tax.
The outcome will be mass starvation.
I'll get to it. Okay. Yeah, I'll get to it. Okay. Sin taxes on like cigarettes and alcohol are always going to disproportionately impact the poor, or even sugar, we might say, right? But just because that disproportionately impacts the poor, is that a good thing or a bad thing? These are probably the people that suffer the most from those particular afflictions.
Right. So and that is an immediate versus delayed issue too, right? Because the reason.
I mean, obesity is an immediate.
No, I mean, the reason for the tax is to stop people from pursuing a certain form.
If I'm saying obesity is immediate, I'm probably saying that like if you make sugar cost more, that's an immediate problem negatively in terms of like you're paying more money for a particular thing, but in the long term it's better because you're not obese. So there's a bunch of other savings and help shit. I mean, my guess.
Economically, not a bit. And if we think we can predict like 50 years out now.
You said isn't? Holy shit. Okay, sorry. Hold on. Let's.
Right towards that.
Yeah. Is through cheap energy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying there. So I just working my way towards that. Yeah. I just want to say that just because something targets the poor is not necessarily an argument against it.
Depends on how hard it targets them, and it depends on whether mass starvation is the outcome.
I can't even get a fucking sentence out because I keep getting interrupted every fucking time I say 4 words.
The outcome is important. That I agree with. So, for instance, like a sin tax. Taxes on like
outcome will be mass starvation.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting to it. Okay. Sin taxes on like cigarettes and alcohol are always going to disproportionately impact the poor, or even sugar, we might say, right? But just because that disproportionately impacts the poor, is that a good thing or a bad thing? These are probably the people that suffer the most from those particular afflictions. Right.
So. And that is an immediate versus delayed issue too, right? Because the reason.
Well, no, but I mean, obesity is an immediate.
No,
I don't think alcoholism.
I mean, the reason for the tax is to stop people.
I don't know what I'm thinking. If you haven't listened to me enough to know what I'm thinking, then kill yourself. I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm getting interrupted every 2 fucking sentences, and I can't finish a fucking sentence. I could have been thinking it's not an immediate thing. I don't know. I don't even know if I said is or isn't there. I can't even hear myself speak because he's speaking over me.
I mean, obesity is the target
versus delayed issue too, right? Because the reason. Well, no, but
I mean, obesity is an immediate.
No,
I don't think
isn't immediate. Is immediate. I don't know what I'm saying. I can't even hear what I'm saying. If you don't know what I'm saying, kill yourself. Whatever I'm saying is obviously fucking understandable here. The conceptually, if you can't understand it, kill yourself. I don't know. I don't care. Jesus Christ.
Or police.
Right. Why would you? Okay, but I don't understand the distinction between the models.
Well, the argument would be that whatever pain and suffering poor people might endure right now because of a move towards green energy, that pain and suffering is going to be short-term and far less than the long-term pain and suffering.
Right, but that's dependent on the integrity of the economic models and
the climate models as well, right?
Right, exactly, but in exactly the stacked manner that I described. And like, there's nobody in 1890 who could have predicted what was going to happen in 1990 economically. Not a bit. And if we think we can predict like 50 years out now with the current rate of technology and calculate the potential impact of climate change on economic flourishing for human beings, we're deluded. No one can do that. And then, it's worse. So imagine that as you do that and you project outward, your margin of error increases. That's absolutely, definitely the case. And at some point, certainly on the climate side, the margin of error gets rapidly to the point where it subsumes any estimate of the.
You're saying it isn't immediate because its effects take time. You just don't wake up, obsess at destiny. Oh, obese. Oh, yeah, maybe. But I could have meant it's immediate and that the tax is immediate and there's a negative effect immediate. Or I could have meant it's not immediate and that like obesity is immediate. But I don't know because I can't finish more than a single sentence, I think, in this entire conversation so far without getting like him interjecting.
Degree to which the climate is going to transform, and that happens even more rapidly on the economic side.
Potentially, but right now, this is a disagreement on the fact of the matter, though, not the philosophy of what we're talking about in terms of controlling externalities. If we think, I'm curious, let's say that we think we can accurately predict the climate and the economic impact, and we think that the climate impact would be far worse if we don't account for that, both in terms of human conditions.
I don't believe any of those presumptions.
But then if you don't, but I mean, like, obviously, if I agreed with that factual analysis, I would probably agree with you on the prescription here too, right? And I thought that like none of the climate models were accurate or couldn't accurately predict anything, then I'd also say why make.
Well, they're not sufficiently accurate. That's the first thing. And
I don't like that he's not engaging with my point here. I feel like we get sidetracked a lot sometimes. Like, I'm trying to draw a distinction here between the applied theory versus, or not even the applied theory. I'm trying to draw a distinction between the conclusions that we're drawing based on the premises before us. That, of course, we're drawing different conclusions based on the premises before us, but if we agreed on the set of premises, we'd probably agree on the conclusion. But he's not engaging with that. He just is really triggered on the climate change thing.
I also say why make...
I shouldn't have uttered the word carbon. I didn't realize that was going to be a 40-minute trigger point.
Here too, right? And I thought that like none of the climate models were accurate or couldn't accurately predict anything. Then I'd also say why make...
Well, they're not sufficiently accurate. That's the first thing. And because they have a margin...
He's just bad faith? I don't think he's being bad faith. I think he feels very passionate about this particular thing.
Margin of error, and it's a large margin of error. They don't even model cloud coverage well. That's a big problem. They don't have the resolution. They don't have nearly the resolution to produce the accuracy that's claimed by the climate apocalypse mongers.
People
Not even
keep
close.
saying that, but we just got another one of the hottest years on record. How many times are we going to have another hottest year on record? How many times are we going to have an increase of carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere before we're finally like, okay.
I don't know. And the reason I don't know is because it depends. The scientific answer to that question depends precisely on the time frame over which you evaluate the climate fluctuation. And that's actually an intractable scientific problem. So you might say, well, if you take the last 100 years, this variation looks pretty dismal. And I'd say, well, what if you took the last 150,000 years? Or the last 10,000 or the last 10 million? You can't specify the damn time frame of analysis.
The time frame is incredibly...
I wouldn't say he's bad faith, but do you think he's a bit senile? Jordan Peterson, senile? No, I don't think so at all. No.
Million. You can't specify the damn time frame of analysis.
The time frame is incredibly important. That would be like saying, look at your, let's say somebody developed cancer and they didn't realize it, and the person has lost, 40 or 50 pounds in the past 6 months, and I'm just like, you look very sickly. And you're like, okay, well, look at my weight fluctuation over the past 10 years. You say, well, that doesn't really matter. What matters is the fact that
I'm not saying the time frame isn't important.
Well, but I'm saying that...
That's a good point. That's a good example on the fly, too. That's, yeah. Of course, the time span is important. If human activity has just caused an increase of carbon concentration in the atmosphere for the past 200 years, why would I use a 10 million year or 100,000 year time frame? Of course, the time frame is going to be relevant to the variability of whatever we're talking about, right? Which is carbon in the atmosphere or surface temperature.
10 years. You say, well, that doesn't really matter. What matters is the fact that
I'm not saying the time frame isn't important.
Well, but I'm saying
that it is important.
Yeah,
I'm just saying I don't know how to specify it.
Well, you would probably specify it with the beginning of the industrial age, right?
Why?
Because that's when carbon dioxide, which is a gas that's seen as trapping more heat on the planet,
Why is that relevant to the time over which you compute the variability?
Because it seems like as carbon dioxide has increased in the atmosphere, the surface temperatures have risen at a rate that is a departure from what we'd expect over 150,000 year cycles of temperature variations on the planet.
Not with
Good job. Okay, I answered this way better than I thought I did.
That time frame. That's
absolutely
just not
1,000-year cycles of temperature variations on the planet.
No, not with that time frame. That's
absolutely.
just not the case.
It's absolutely the case.
No, what do you mean? You just flipped to 150,000-year time span.
What I'm saying is that if we expect to see a temperature do this in a 150,000-year time span, in a 100-year time span, seeing it do this, that's very worrying. Now,
you mean like Michael Mann's hockey stick, the one that's under attack right now in court?
I have no fucking idea what the fuck we're talking. I feel like I just got sucked into a PKA podcast where we're talking about sports. Wait, what? Let's look up strange attractors. Canonical math for dynamical systems which are chaotic and unpredictable. Okay.
Worrying. Now,
you mean like Michael Mann's hockey stick, the one that's under attack right now in court by a major statistician who claimed that he falsified his data. I mean, that spike?
I'm talking about the record temperatures that are declared, that have been declared for like the past 5 years, that have also increased with the concentration of parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. I mean, I'm not going to tell you that every model is perfect.
They're not
right
perfect.
Now, sure, but right now we're like standing in traffic with our eyes closed.
He always feels the need to interject that. Like, most of the time I'll hedge. I'm like, these things might not be the best. They're not the best. Thank you. That is indeed what I just said.
It's perfect.
They're
but
not
right
perfect.
Now, sure, but right now we're like standing in traffic with our eyes closed saying the car hasn't hit me yet, so I don't think there's any coming. I think it's pretty undeniable at this point that there is an impact on climate across the planet. I
think that's highly deniable. We have no idea what the impact is from. We don't know where the carbon dioxide is from. We can't measure the warming of the oceans. We have terrible temperature records going back 100 years. Almost all the terrestrial temperature detection sites were first put outside urban areas.
I heard this talking about first from Lauren De Laguna. I didn't know this is a popular conservative conspiracy meme, that now that we measure temperatures inside the cities, the thermometers are warmer because the cities are warmer because there's too much heat from the buildings and everything.
Detection sites were first put outside urban areas, and then you have to correct. Then you have to correct for the movement of the urban areas, and then you introduce an error parameter that's larger than the purported increase in temperature.
Do you have a date and time schedule for the Mark Hill talk? There is no Mark Hill talk. There is no Mark Hill talk. Nothing, and that has been scheduled.
That you're planning to measure. This isn't data. This is guess, and there's something weird underneath it. There's something weird that isn't oriented well towards human beings underneath it. It has this guise of compassion. Oh, we're going to save the poor in the future. It's like that's what the bloody communists said. And they killed a lot of people doing it. And we're walking down that same road now with this insistence that, you know, we're so compassionate that we care about the poor 100 years from now. And if we have to wipe out several 100 million of them now, well, that's a small price to pay for the future utopia. And we've heard that sort of thing before. And the alternative to that is for...
Man's hockey stick lawsuit was settled February 2024. He was awarded $1 million. Big LJBP. I don't know anything about this data lawsuit or anything. I have no idea.
Utopia. And we've heard that sort of thing before. And the alternative to that is to stop having global level elites plot out a utopian future or even an anti-dystopian future. And that's exactly what's happening now with organizations like the WEF. And if this wasn't immediately impacting the poor in a devastating manner, I wouldn't care about it that much, but it is. You know, I watched over the course of the last 5 years the estimates of the number of people who were in serious danger of food privation rise from about 100 million to about 350 million. That's a major price to pay for a little bit of, what would you say, for progress on the climate front that's so narrow it can't even be measured.
I don't think the increase in hungry people on the planet is because of climate policies.
Why not?
Because I don't think that countries in Africa are being pushed away from fossil fuels. I think most developing
nations. Of course they are.
Right?
They can't even get loans from the World Bank to pursue fossil fuel development. And there's plenty of African leaders who are screeching at the top of their lungs about that because the elites in the West have decided that, well, it was okay for us to use fossil fuel so that we wouldn't have to starve to death and our children had some opportunities. But maybe the starving masses that are too large a load for the world anyways shouldn't have that opportunity. And that's direct policy from the UN, fostered by organizations like the WEF. They're going to have to turn to renewables. Yeah, well, good luck with that, because renewables have no energy density. Besides that, they're not renewable and they're not environmentally friendly. And then one more thing. There's one more weird thing.
In like 1 minute, it's like every single conspiratorial talking point, every single one. The WEF, renewables actually cause more pollution. They're not energy dense. Poor people are being killed. The WEF is forcibly killing poor. It's like every single talking point in like 2 minutes, 1 minute. My God.
And they're not environmentally friendly. And then one more thing. There's one more weird thing underneath all of this.
Okay.
Well, let's say if carbon dioxide was actually your bugbear and it was genuine. Well, then why wouldn't the Greens, for example, in Africa, the progressives, be agitating to expand the use of nuclear energy? Especially because Germany has to import it anyways, especially because France has demonstrated that it's possible. We could drive down the cost of energy with low-cost nuclear, and there'd be no carbon production. And then the poor people would have something to eat because they'd have enough energy. And that isn't what's happening. And that's one of the things that makes me extremely skeptical of the entire narrative. It's like two things. The left will sacrifice the poor to save the planet. And the left will deindustrialize even at the nuclear level, despite the fact that it devastates the poor. And that's even worse, because if you devastate the poor and you force them into a short-term orientation, in any given country where starvation beckons, for example, they will cut down all the trees and they will kill down all the animals and they will destroy the ecosphere. And so even by the standards of the people who are pushing the carbon dioxide externality control, all the consequences of...
You feel like it looks bad when JP goes on rant? Yeah, letting people rant is, but it's like it's his platform. I'm not going to cut him off and be unhinged. Like
that doctrine appear to me to be devastating even by their own measurement principles. We're trying to fix the environment. Well, boys and girls, doesn't look like it's working. All you've managed to do is make energy 5 times as expensive and more polluting. You were wrong. That didn't work. And I can't understand. You can help me. That's why you're here today talking to me. I can't understand how the left can support this.
Just one quick thing. Let's say that everything you've said is true.
Skillerized, thanks for the 60th viewer host, buddy.
How the left can support this.
Just one quick thing. let's say that everything you've said is true. What do you think is the plan then? What is the goal? What is the drive? Like, why push obviously horrible ideas for the planet and the poor?
That's a good question. That's
Well,
a good question.
Well, because you're positing it, right? So what do you think is the driver goal?
Well, I listen to what people say. Here's the most terrible thing they say. There are too many people on the planet. Okay, so
I think I should have restated a position before asking a question, because when you ask a question, it's never going to be like a question and then I get to talk. It's going to be like more pontificating and more proselytizing. But I think it gets us into a better point.
There are too many people on the planet. Okay, so who says that? I've heard people say that for 30 years. Perfectly ordinary, compassionate people. Well, there's too many people on the planet. And I think, well, for me, that's like hearing Satan himself take possession of their spine and move their mouth. It's like, okay, who are these excess people that you're so concerned about? And exactly who has to go? And when? And why? And how? And who's going to make that decision? And even if you're not consciously aiming at that, you are the one who uttered the words. You're the ones who muttered the phrase. What makes you think that the thing that possessed you to make you utter that words isn't aiming at exactly what you just declared? And so that's a terrible vision. But when you look at what happens in genocidal societies, and they emerge with fair regularity, and usually with a utopian vision at hand, the consequence is the mass destruction of millions of people. So why should I assume that something horrible isn't lurking like that right now? Especially given that we have pushed a few 100 million people back into absolute poverty when we were doing a pretty damn good job of getting rid of that. And I just don't understand what's happening in Germany or in the UK. Like, it's insane. Like, look, man, if they would have got rid of the nuclear plant.
You agree with this position on overpopulation, the anti-human sentiment? No, that's a completely and totally fabricated, like, conspiratorial talking point that's usually strung together by 2 or 3 different 10-second voice clips. Anybody that truly believes that is not a person generally to be taken seriously on the topic. It's always like an unhinged. It'll be some person will say something like, right now on the planet, we are reaching critical levels of having massive populations that can't be supported with the food and energy infrastructure that we currently have. If the planet were half as populated as it could be, like that might be potentially a more sustainable path for the future, but the current course we're on, blah, 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 blah. And then people will take like a minute speech like this and they'll clip out the 5 seconds and they'll be like, they said that if the planet had half as many people, ... Klaus Schwab, who is part of the World Economic Forum, also funds this company, who owned this shell company, who was a holding company for this other company that was charged with creating a drug that caused a child to die. They were trying to kill all your children. This is it's always like stupid.
And made energy 5 times as expensive. And the consequence would have been they weren't burning lignite coal as a backup, and their unit production of energy, of pollution per unit of energy had plummeted. You could say, well, look, we hurt a lot of poor people, but at least the air is cleaner. It's like, no, air's worse and everyone's poorer. So explain to me how the hell the left can be anti-nuclear. Okay. I don't understand it at all.
Gotcha. All right. This is something that I brought up earlier that is concerning to me. I feel like when people get political beliefs, I feel like what happens is, what we think happens, what we'd hope happen is you have some moral or philosophical underpinning, and then from there, you combine this with some epistemic understanding of the world, and then you combine these two things.
Hold on real quick. This point has nothing to do with Klaus Schwab. It's just a typical progressive buzz phrase of too many people on the planet. I don't know if you've never heard this stated. You might be in La La Land. The point is not to say that there's too many people on the planet. It's that conservatives take this point and they make it sound like progressives want to eliminate half the people or sterilize half the people. Kind of like how you just got sterilized from my chat. See ya, retard.
Things what we'd hope happen is you have some moral or philosophical underpinning, and then from there you combine this with some epistemic understanding of the world, and then you combine these two things, you engage in some form of analysis, and through your moral
it'd be
view,
nice if that was true.
you start to apply like prescriptions. So maybe I'm religious, maybe I analyze society and I see that particular TV shows lead to premarital sex. So my societal prescription is we should ban these TV shows, right? Ideally, this is how you would imagine this process works. What I find happens, unfortunately, all too often is what people do is they join social groups, and then with those social groups, they inherit something that I call like a constellation of beliefs. And this constellation of beliefs, instead of rationally building on each of these, you basically get this like Jenga tower that is like floating over a table, and every block is like supporting itself, and no real part of the tower can be addressed because you pull out one piece, it all falls apart. So people become like very stuck in all of this combined constellation stuff, and none of it is really given like any analysis, and you can't really push anybody from one way or another in terms of like reevaluating any of the beliefs that are part of this constellation. I wish I would have.
That's good.
Yep.
That's fine. That's right.
Oh boy.
Sleep is the foundation of our mental and physical health. You must have a consistent nighttime routine to function at your best. If you're struggling with sleep, you need to check out Beam. It's not just your run-of-the-mill sleep aid. It's a concoction carefully crafted to help you rest without the grogginess that often accompanies other sleep remedies. Several people on our team use Beam's Dream Powder to sleep better through the night and show up ready for work. Other sleep aids can cause next-day grogginess, but Dream contains a powerful, all-natural blend of reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, apigenin, and melatonin to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. Now available in delicious flavors like cinnamon cocoa, chocolate peanut butter, and mint chip. Better sleep has never tasted better. And today, our listeners get a special discount on Beam's Dream Powder. Their science-backed, healthy hot cocoa for sleep with no added sugar. Better sleep has never tasted better. Just mix Beam Dream into hot water or milk, stir or froth, and enjoy before bedtime. If you find yourself struggling to sleep, give it a shot. Get up to 40% off for a limited time when you go to shopbeam.com/Peterson and use code Peterson at checkout. That's shop, BEAM.
Since when do you call anything a constellation of beliefs? You never have said those two words together on screen. What? I feel like I've talked about this a ton over the past like 4 months.
.com/Peterson and use code Peterson for 40% off.
That's good. That's fine. That's right. Well, you know, there are models now of there are models now of cognitive processing, belief system processing that make the technical claim that what a belief system does is constrain entropy.
Sure, that's not surprising at all to me. Yeah.
So, and now the signal for released entropy, which would be a consequence of, say, violated fundamental beliefs, is a radical increase in anxiety, right? And a decrease in the possibility of positive emotion. And so people will struggle very hard against that, which is exactly the phenomena that you're describing.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with what you said. Although,
so here's my
so I'm not sure why it's relevant to the issue I was pursuing.
I'm getting.
Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's my issue. Okay, so when I'm trying to evaluate a situation, I like to think that I have some, I've got some insulation from the effects of what liberal.
Can you explain what he's referring to when he says entropy? I think he said that like systems of belief are supposed to constrain entropy. If he's using entropy as like a synonym for disorder or for dissonance, systems of belief basically help you sort things out more easier in the world to make things more understandable. So less entropy. It helps explain more, I think is what he's getting at.
I like to think that I have some, I've got some insulation from.
What do you think of the antinatalism school of thought? Cringe, stupid, waste of time, the most Discord tier debate I've ever heard in my dumb. No one cares.
The effects of what liberals think or what conservatives think is because on my platform, I don't necessarily have an allegiance to a particular political ideology. Like right now, I'm like
Destiny, you're cutting him off an awful lot too. Bye. It wouldn't surprise me if you went. Does anybody do talking time at the end? What is the actual talking time at the end of this? I know we spoke more than me.
Left to progressive, but I break really hard from progressive.
I think we had a thing in the subreddit for it.
On the right, I think basically everything you guys are doing with indigenous people is insane, including the complete mass grave hoax. I think that I'm a big supporter of the Second Amendment. I have beliefs where I can break from my side, you know, pretty hardcore because I am not like allegiant to a certain political ideology. One thing that worries me with this constellation of beliefs thing is that sometimes when it comes to evaluating a particular policy or a particular problem, I feel like it's part of the constellation, and sometimes it inhibits people from like taking a step back and reasonably thinking about the issue. So when we're talking about climate change, you mentioned the WEF sacrificing tons of people, the UN, global elites, 5 times energy costs in Germany, genocidal people. I feel like this is part of like a whole thing where it's like, okay, well, let's take a quick step back and let's just like think rationally about this particular issue for one moment. Okay.
Well, you asked me what the motivation for anti-poor policies might be, so that's why I was trying
to
flesh
I did,
that out.
but I got all of those things before I even asked that question. Because I think it's totally possible that somebody might say, okay, well, when you put carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, It seems to cause an increase in surface temperatures. This has been happening from about the 1800s, and as we've started to track surface temperatures, whether the thermometer is on top of the Empire State Building or in the middle of the field, it seems like there's an average rise in temperatures, and people all around the world are observing this. In some places more than others. If you live in Seattle and 20 years ago, your apartment building wasn't built with air conditioner units, you feel that now. If you live in a place in London and you've never had an air conditioner before, now that's not acceptable. I think that people on the ground can see that there are changes, and I think that scientists, when they look in labs, can see changes. It might...
He's dominating the debate, and you're not coming back with anything that refutes his claims. You're just casting doubt, but no real counter-argument. True. That's a really good point. Thank you, Dan A. I need more retarded conservatives because I'm not used to functioning like at the 75 IQ level, so I'm not trying to think of like, what would a 75 IQ person watching this conversation think in terms of my responses? And that is true. You cannot refute claims that start from nothing. I can never refute the claim of the elite are trying to kill everybody because there's nothing to refute there. There's not a single piece of evidence given. The only piece of evidence given are facts that we both agree on, but the scary part is the conclusion being drawn or the story or narrative being woven from those facts. That's irrefutable. How can I fight back against a 7-word quote from the WEF? That's not what I'm trying to do, is fight back against your just so story that happens to explain everything in the world with your particular set of bad guys at the helm. Damn, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. So my goal here in the conversation is to introduce maybe a second way of looking at these facts, where I say like, hey, maybe it's actually not evil people that are controlling everything. Maybe some people look at this stuff and they say, hey, well, this might be the best thing we can do for humanity, so let's do that. That's my goal. Observing this. In some places more than others. If you live in Seattle and 20 years ago, your apartment building wasn't built with air conditioner units, you feel that now. If you live in a place in London and you've never had an air conditioner before, now that's not acceptable. I think that people on the ground can see that there are changes, and I think that scientists, when they look in labs, can see changes. It might be that some models aren't precise enough, and it might be that for reasons we don't even understand
Well, the economic models certainly aren't precise enough.
Sure, maybe that might be true.
Maybe. They can't even use them to predict the price of a single stock for 6 months. The economic models are not sufficiently...
Finance and econ are two separate things. Inability to predict an economic thing. It's like the difference between... Do I use the example, the difference between weather and climate? I hope I do. It's such a one-to-one analogy. Please tell me I bring this up.
accurate to calculate out the consequences of climate change over a century.
Yes?
And
not in the least.
I like the comparison because economic models can't predict individual stocks, but they do predict the rough rise of the market. If you invest in the S&P 500,
you get cataclysmic collapse.
Nope. Even with the cataclysmic collapse accounted for, you're going to see about 7% returns on average with inflation over long periods of time.
I wouldn't call an average a very sophisticated model analogous to a climate change.
That's the difference between climate and weather, though, right? Is that climate isn't going to tell you what the temperature is on a given day, but it might tell you the average surface temperature over a period of 1 year or 10 years. And then that's the difference between climate and weather. That's the difference between like the market and the stock.
Difference.
It is a hypothetical, but again, we're seeing more.
I shouldn't even. No, it's not a hypothetical. It's definitionally true. What do you mean, dog? Climate is not. What's the climate today? The biggest mistake was putting weather systems in cars called climate control because it's confused a whole generation of boomers.
More and more data every single year that things are getting hotter and hotter.
Let's jump out of our cloud of presuppositions for a minute.
Sure.
Now, one of the things that...
Or no, wait. Before we do that, actually, because
I have so many things I've written down, I didn't get to like half of them.
There are some things that we've gotten as a result of investing in green energy that have been good. So, for instance, the power of solar energy has dropped.
Sweat Croc has donated $20. Destiny, stop wasting 3 clicks. Use blah, 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 and no one cares.
Dropped dramatically in the United States, faster than anybody thought possible, such that solar energy is like competitive or beating fossil fuels in certain areas. As long as you can set the solar panels up, you're literally beating fossil fuels.
Yeah, and as long as the sun is shining.
Well, it still is, but we're not a nuclear winter yet.
No,
so.
but it isn't when it's cloudy, and
that's why I said depending on where you live. There are places, equatorial places. If you're trying to set up a solar panel in Seattle, you might not have as much luck, or in New York City, you might not have as much. Or in Germany, true.
I don't know in Germany how. Apparently in Germany, I think they are actually okay for solar panel coverage, but I'd have to go and check.
Also,
Europe,
I think
or in Canada.
There are also other issues.
What is the point of bringing up every random fuck place where it doesn't work? Use windmills. Christ.
That are coming up that I think are obfuscating our ability to evaluate what's being caused by green energy versus not. When we look at energy increases in Germany, I think there's a similar constellation around nuclear energy, for instance. People don't want nuclear energy because they think of nukes, and they think of nuclear meltdowns, and they think of Chernobyl, and they think of Fukushima, and they think of atomic bombs, and that's it, and that's stupid. And I agree with you. But nuclear energy is a totally viable alternative to other forms of fossil
fuels. Then why does
fuels.
the radical left oppose it? You think it's just this
for the same reason the right opposes vaccines, because it sounds scary and it's a big thing and they don't trust it.
Oh, that's such a good comparison. God, that was such a great one-to-one mapping on of a similar irrational drive getting you to dumb position on the left and right. Good one, Destiny.
It comes well, the right has a reason to distrust vaccines.
And the left feels like they have a reason. Say that. And the left feel like they have a reason.
Because they were imposed by force.
Well, you should say, and the left... Oh, no. I think I do this here. Oh, this is such a good...
You get to choose if you have a nuclear power plant? That's imposed by force too, no?
Yep.
You don't get to choose where your energy comes from if you live in a country. You you turn the light switch and...
I watched the clip of this. I can't even believe I thought of all this on the fly. God damn.
By force too, no? You don't get to choose where your energy comes from if you live in a country. You turn the light switch and hopefully you don't have a Chernobyl that melts down in your particular town, right?
Well, you get to choose it because you can buy it or not.
Well,
that's
I mean,
the choice.
Nobody
had a choice with the vaccines.
Nobody had a choice whether or not they lived near Chernobyl or not. Nobody's a choice.
Sure,
there's a nuclear power plant.
Away.
Well,
you just not work in the U.S.
Move like 500 miles. That's like telling conservatives when Biden tried to do the OSHA mandate for vaccines, like, well, you can just get a different job, right?
I don't want to debate about whether or not large nuclear power plants are frightening. They are.
Sure.
I don't know. It's not bad faith. I genuinely go into these conversations curiously. I like to have the conversation. I'm trying to think of the rhetorical stuff, but I am like curious. It's fun to have the conversation. I feel like this is a string of W comparisons and argumentation, and to let him moonwalk away from all of them and be like, I don't want to do this topic after I just fucking wasted 20 minutes on fucking climate change. I'm actually like, you know what? We are going to talk about this.
Okay. And there are technologies now where that's not a problem. So I think that's a counterproductive place for our discussion to go, because I also understand why people are afraid of it. But what I don't understand, for example, is why the Germans shut down their nuclear power plants and the Californians are thinking and doing the same thing when they have to import power from France anyways. Like, it's complete...
Or burn coal, which is a million times worse.
Not just coal, lignite.
Yeah.
Right.
Ligma.
And then with regards to these renewable power sources, they have a number of problems. One is they're not energy dense. They require tremendous infrastructure to produce. They might be renewable at the energy level, but they're not renewable at the raw materials level. So that's a complete bloody lie. They're insanely variable in their power production. And because of that, you have to have a backup system, and the backup system has to be reliable without variability. And that means if you have a renewable grid, you have to have a parallel fossil fuel or coal grid to back it up when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow, which is unfortunately very, very frequently. And so, again, and I'm not going to say there's no place for renewable energy like solar and wind, because maybe there are specific niche locales where those are useful. But the logical,
NPR says that over 175K migrants came to only New York City in like the last year. So it's safe to assume that Texas and border states have way more. So how did you come with your 200K estimate? Where the fuck did I estimate 200K? I don't know what the fuck the numbers are. Didn't me and Peace look these up a few days ago?
Would you say, antidote to the problem of reliability, if we're concerned about carbon, but we're really not, would be to use nuclear. And the Greens haven't been like flying their bloody flags for 30 years.
Or me and Dan actually might have.
We could use fossil fuels for fertilizer and feed people, and we could use nuclear power to drive energy costs down in a carbon dioxide-free manner. That seems pretty bloody self-evident to me. And so then it brings up this other mystery that we were talking about earlier. You know, what's the impetus behind all this? Because the cover story is, oh, we care about carbon dioxide, which I don't think they do, especially given the willingness to sacrifice the poor. It makes no sense to me. And I think it's relevant to the issue you brought up, which is that people have these constellations of ideas, and there's a driving force in the midst of them, so to speak. They're not necessarily aware of what that driving force is.
Isn't it more likely that people are either misinformed?
Love you. See you debating the big dogs now. Please update your wardrobe, though. Please. You look like a bum in these high-end debates. Love you. I agree, and I have started to. That's why right now this is a Ralph Lauren shirt, and I've got a Ralph Lauren blue set of sweatpants on. So don't worry, buddy. I'm one step ahead of you.
Or misguided, then people are legitimately trying to depopulate the planet.
I'm not necessarily aware of what that driving force is.
Isn't it more likely that people are either misinformed or misguided than people are legitimately trying to depopulate the planet?
This is such a good line of questioning. This is what I went into this debate wanting to see. Is it like, can't we admit that it's more likely people are misinformed or misguided rather than like intentionally malevolent evil forces roaming the planet? I just wish I could have gotten here like 45 minutes earlier, Socratically, rather than the ramble of everything that came before this.
Look, misinformed and ignorant, that's plenty relevant and worth considering. And
I think it's telling, too, that he doesn't want to directly confront that question. I think it is pretty telling.
Informed or misguided, then people are legitimately trying to depopulate the planet.
Look, misinformed and ignorant, that's plenty relevant and worth considering. And stupidity is always a better explanation than malevolence. But malevolence is also an explanation. And no, I don't think it's a better explanation because...
Why would we waste so much money sending food aid, having Bush do, programs through Africa for AIDS, having other billionaires like Bill Gates invest so much money in anti-malarial stuff? Like, why would all the global elites be so invested in helping and killing the people here at the same time?
Well, some of it's confusion.
Okay.
And some of it's the fact, many things can be happening simultaneously with a fair bit of internal paradox because people just don't know which way is up often. But the problem with the argument, okay, so you tell me what you think about this.
I feel like this is good because I think he's not stupid. He's not. And he does know a lot of psychological facts. He says things that are true on a theoretical level. Like he just said that, like, well, yeah, stupidity can explain things, and stupidity can explain a lot before malevolence. So he knows these things. So we can kind of like plug into some of these internal drives and try to wiggle him to a slightly more reasonable position. Like, okay, maybe all these horrible, evil things are happening, but at the very least, they're mistakes. They're not intentional. They're not by design, right?
The problem with the argument, okay, so you tell me what you think about this. So
this seems kind of like how Destiny would describe the Destiny support group back in the day. He was cordial during the conversation, and now he's acting like Peterson is just a nut job. I don't know. Okay, I might be using harsher terms here, but I'm saying basically everything I said right now to him in the debate. I described the whole constellation of beliefs. I said that I thought that he was falling prey to this. I feel like his arguments were ascribing way more to malice than to stupidity. I'm just being a little bit harsher here, but it's not like I'm pretending to agree with him. I'm just not fighting on every single point as well because we don't have the time, and it would be...
So, Hitler's cover story was that he wanted to make the glorious Third Reich and elevate the Germans to the highest possible status for the longest possible period of time. Okay, but that wasn't the outcome. The outcome was that Hitler shot himself through the head after he married his wife, who died from poison the same day, in a bunker underneath Berlin while Europe was in flames. Well, he was insisting that the Germans deserved exactly what they got because they weren't the noble people he thought they were. And then
Destiny, in the paywalled part, you literally tell him you think he's audience captured. Oh, I don't even know what gets paywalled or not, yeah.
You might say, well, underneath Berlin, while Europe was in flames, well, he was insisting that the Germans deserved exactly what they got because they weren't the noble people he thought they were. And then you might say, well, Hitler's plans collapsed in flames, and wasn't that a catastrophe? Or you could say that was exactly what he was aiming for from the...
It's insane seeing him jump to malevolence now when his old speech seemed to stress the importance of assuming stupidity using shooters, and I think even Hitler is an example of trying to understand what true malevolence is. I can't believe brains can be broken this hard. It is, and you know what? You saying that just jogged my fucking mind, and I don't think I do I? If I would have quoted this old speech back to him, it would have been so interesting to see his take on it now. I think it was Jordan Peterson that did this. Didn't Jordan Peterson, wasn't he on stage talking about... I feel like somebody brought up a question of like, can you believe how horrible the Nazis were? Do you believe the Nazis were evil or something like that? And I think his response was something like, well, I tried to consider what would it take for me to become a Nazi. That's a better question than just like, are they evil? What am I thinking of? It was an answer like this. Oh, fuck. The radical left. How Hitler was even more evil than you think. I think it was the first video. This one? I thought he was like on a big stage, but maybe not. Maybe it's just a classroom one. Let's check.
There's a book called Ordinary Men that's a lot like that. I don't think I've mentioned that to you before, but Ordinary Men is a book about, it's the best book of its type. Maybe it's the only book of its type. It's possible, but it's plotted much like Breaking Bad in some sense. It's a story about these German policemen in early stages of World War II. And they were guys who were old enough to be raised in Germany,
He said, whenever mass shooters shoot up a school, it's when he says, what would it take for me to do what they did? Was it about mass shooters?
Really, before the Hitlerian propaganda came out in full force, you know, if you were a teenager, say in the 1930s, you were going to be pulled right into the propaganda machine, and maybe you were part of the Hitler Youth, and like you were raised in that, you know. But if you were older, then you were raised before that, and you're not as amenable to propaganda once you're older than about, well, I would say about 22 or something like that. It's pretty young, actually.
It's odd Destiny will chuckle about not being prepared to discuss climate change, exposing a lack of well-rounded ability to engage with one of the main policy debates of the world. No, Nate, am I getting one guide? If I'm going to engage with something, I could beat 99% of conservatives on debates on climate change if I wanted to, right? I would just confidently state points that I'm like 80% sure are true and just try to steamroll the conversation that way. But I haven't done like deep dive research into it. And when I argue things, I don't want to be able to argue the point that I can win the debate on. I want to be able to argue the point that is like factually and empirically backed to be the most true point. I haven't done that research for climate change. I'm like reasonably confident in my, like 70-ish% confident in my climate change takes, which is way higher of a conviction than any conservative that debates this shit deserves to have. But I haven't like researched it such to where I'm super confident putting out really strong views on it that I want everybody else to emulate. But I hope you get climate changed in your brain. I hope you're...
If you're going to make a soldier, you have to get a soldier young, because once people are in their early 20s, say, they already have their personality developed. Anyways, these police...
What would have to do be school shooter Jordan Peterson? It was actually like a good, it was like even what I call it, insightful. It was a good video. Was it this? I feel like it was on stage with him talking to people. Was it this?
And it's got this archetypal pattern, you know, and the pattern is that there's a threat, and worse than that, that there are threats, and at the back of it there is the fact of threat itself. You see, so human beings, we're so smart, eh? So this is so amazing that we figured this out. So you imagine, well, human beings are the only creatures that can really conceive of the class of all threatening things, right? And that's kind of why we can be permanently anxious. So it's sort of annoying. So, you know, here you are, and it's safe, there's no lions here, or anything that might prey on you. But you can think of something to be anxious about, no problem. You know, I'm certain you've got some little skeleton rattling around in your closet somewhere that's like eating away at you. And so I think part of the reason we're so damn awake, human beings, is because we're always anxious. Like, and you have to be awake when you're anxious. And the anxiety system actually activates your reticular activating system, and that actually produces, it's the substrate for consciousness. If you snap a few fibers in the back of your brain that are part of the reticular activating system in a car accident or something, you'll go into a coma, and that'll be that. You're not getting out of it. It doesn't take much of an injury either in the right place. So anyways, so human beings have been struggling with this problem of threat forever. Really, for as long as there's been life, or at least as long as there's been life with a nervous system, and you know that's several 100 million years. It's a long time, and of course, it's easy to to respond to a particular threat. Think about zebras; they're out there on the veldt, and there's lions everywhere, right? But the zebras are like they're calm because their lions are sleeping, and so the zebras don't think, apparently, oh my God, what was going to happen when those lions wake up? Because they don't think that way. You know, and they're not going to be happy if the lion goes into a hunting crouch and starts its hunting approach, obviously. But it's not like the zebras are freaking out nonstop because there are lions around. You know, so. They can react to specific threats, but human beings, partly because we discovered the future, which was a big mistake. It was a big mistake, because the future is an uncertain place. We realized that, well, there isn't any threat right now, but there might well be some tomorrow. And if there isn't some tomorrow, well, maybe next week or next month or next year, like it's coming. And so there's danger. So it's the category of danger, you know? And out of the category of danger emerge specific threats. And the dragon seems to be a symbol of, it is a symbol, I believe, of the ever-present fact of slightly predatory threat. But our nervous systems, as they've become capable of abstraction, have used that underlying architecture to represent more abstract categories. So it's not a predator, like a dragon is not a predator because there are no dragons, but maybe a dragon is a snake and a crocodile and maybe a leopard and maybe a predatory bird all mangled into one monster, because a monster is actually technically something that's made out of disparate parts. And so it's a good symbolic representation for the unknown as such, that which lies beyond the campfire, let's say, and what lurks out there. And so the eternal problem is, what the hell do you do with the dragon? And that also explains why the dragon typically is a treasure guarder, right? Because it's even more
holy shit
surrounding your territory.
It's not this.
To articulate.
It's not this. Okay, I'll try one more thing. Otherwise, I won't look for this. Fuck me, dude.
And to come to grips.
I think if I was a professor, I would do the thing where how much free time? Maybe 3 minutes, 5 minutes most. You'd be allowed. At 5 minutes, the door gets locked. You would just fuck my mind to interrupt my train of thought that you're walking into my class late as a professor. As a student, though, no, never mind. I remember thinking this as a student because there was a professor that got mad when people came in late. Fuck that, actually. No, as a professor, that's what I would do because fuck students. But as a student, I would say, listen, I pay you to be here, motherfucker, okay? You're getting paid to be here. I'm paying to be here. I'll come whenever the fuck I want. And you'll lecture when the fuck you're supposed to. If I come into the middle, get a quieter door, okay? You don't like me coming into class late? Get some WD-40, motherfucker. I pay to be here when the fuck I want to be here. You're getting paid. Even if nobody shows up, you're lecturing today, motherfucker. Work.
The willingness to face everything terrible that's happened to you and to think it through and to articulate it and to come to grips perhaps with your own capacity for malevolence.
You know, I read about...
This looks like the background. This looks like what I was thinking of. Let's see. Hopefully it's this.
The Columbine... You know, I read about the Columbine massacre and the kids who undertook it. That'll make your hair stand on end if you want to read something that will really disturb you. Reading Eric Harris's writings will really disturb you. No matter how much you know about human beings, reading Eric Harris's writings will disturb you. And Harris is Cain, you know. He says it straightforwardly. He hates human beings. He hates being itself. He would destroy everything if it was within his power to do that. And of course, him and his colleague were motivated to produce far more carnage than they managed that day.
Are you against professors grading student attendance in college? I don't know, bro. That's a hard one. I think you should. I think for freshmen you should. But also, like, if you can pass the test and do the coursework, like, I mean, fuck. I don't know. I don't know, bro. That's a hard one. It's the difference between, like, am I taking a student side of the argument to where, listen, if I can do the work and I can pass the test, why the fuck do I have to go to your class? Versus, like, the enriching environment for all students and then the environment, like, in a more utilitarian, like, to create a better environment for everybody and to increase the likelihood of success. So, like, you should probably attend class. I always thought the most dangerous pitfall, at least for me, was the first time you skip class your freshman year and nobody gives a fuck. You don't get in trouble. You don't get a detention. Depending on your classes, you don't even get a bad mark. That's an addicting feeling. That first time, you're like, wait a second. I can skip class and nobody cares? That's more addicting than heroin, okay? Yeah. I remember my freshman year of school, I had to rein that shit. And I was like, wait a second, I just don't want to go today. And I could just not go to class today. Fuck it.
What was him and his colleague were motivated to produce far more carnage than they...
Do you have the ability, would you want to finish college? I've thought about it a few times. It's like a meme, like enroll in like the University of Florida, just go to class and... I don't even know if I can get anything. Like, do I get credit for my like old test scores or my classes or my AP class? I don't know if I get credit for anything. Do I have to go ask UNO for my transcripts? Like, if I could go to school for like 1 year... If I go to school for 1 year and get my bachelor's, that would be based. But when did I drop out of school? It would have been in 2010, so it'd be like 14 years ago. How long do prior school credits last? As a general rule, college credits do not expire. Oh, shit. What about like AP credits? How long do AP credits last for college? 10 years? Oh, no. I think this is like over a semester of school for me. So this would suck. Well, it's not like they've changed it's not like English or calculus have changed, right? I don't know. We'll see. Just retake the test? Yeah, right. Would you keep your original major or change it? I'd probably major in like poli-sci or philosophy or some stupid shit. Because why not? What, am I going to go back to school for music? Then I'd have to actually like practice and shit again. Oof. Okay.
He says it straightforwardly. He hates human beings. He hates being itself. He would destroy everything if it was within his power to do that.
As someone who leans libertarian to conservative, I really, really appreciate your dialogue with likes of Shapiro and Dr. Peterson. Drinks on me if you're ever in Tampa. Cheers. Thanks.
And of course, him and his colleague were motivated to produce far more carnage than they managed that day. What was successful was only a fraction of what they had planned. And Harris said very straightforwardly that he had set himself up as the judge of being and that it lacked all utility in his eyes. Human beings, certainly, should all be removed from the face of existence.
Okay.
Because of their pathology and the fundamental horrors of being itself. It's why the mass murderers always shoot themselves afterwards, not before. Because you might wonder, if you're so upset with the structure of being, why you don't just commit suicide in your basement? Why do you have to go out and mass murder before you top it off with a gun to your forehead? Well, you don't make the point as effectively if you just commit suicide in your basement. It's like, well, my life means nothing to me, but neither does anyone else's, and neither does the structure of being itself, and I'll take all my revenge as much as I possibly can, and then just to show you how little I care, I'll cap myself off at the end. And I would say also, people say all the time, I don't understand how that could happen. It's like, I don't believe that. I think an hour of thought, of real thought about your darkest feelings about existence itself, illuminates the pathway to that sort of behavior quite clearly.
Oh, okay, this is the thing I was thinking of.
And I think if you, I mean, I might be wrong. Like, I might be a darker person than most, and it's certain. Okay. Well, at least I think there are plenty of people out there who are sufficiently dark to know exactly what I mean when I'm saying these things. And I would also say that if it doesn't leap to your understanding how that pathway might be illuminated, then you need to know a lot more about yourself than you actually know now. Because whatever you might say about someone like Eric Harris, he was a human being too, you know.
If you're going to change your major, then you're going to have to get all different credits anyway? What?
There's this idea in the New Testament that Christ was he who took the sins of the world unto himself. It's a very complicated idea, but part of it is associated with the idea that he met the devil in the desert as well. To take the sins of mankind onto yourself is to understand that within you dwells exactly the same spirit that commit the atrocities at Columbine or that ran the camps at Auschwitz, and to actually understand that that's part and parcel of your makeup, and then to take responsibility for it. And I think that in the aftermath of the terrible 20th century, that's what we're left with. We're left with the necessity to take responsibility for the most terrible aspects of ourselves. And that way, perhaps we can stop those terrible things from happening again. That's all.
I don't even know what we're trying to relate this back into now.
And that also means, you know, that you don't look for the, what would you call it, the purveyor of malevolence outside yourself, right? It isn't someone else, even though sometimes it's someone else. You know what I mean? It's like there are identifiable perpetrators, but that's not precisely the point. The point is something more like that the proper place for the encapsulation of that malevolence, at least the proper place to start, is within the confines of your own existence, and then perhaps within the confines of your family. And that way you're not a danger to those that you misapprehend as malevolent and evil, because you won't get your aim right to begin with. You'll identify them improperly. And you'll
Oh, it was this. Okay, yes. Okay. If you feel like other people are evil, or you don't know where evil comes from, you should begin with an analysis of the self to figure out like where it could come from in your own mind, to figure out how you could even get to these some of these positions. And if you don't understand that about yourself, you won't understand it about other people. This is the ends, especially
within the confines of your family. And that way you're not a danger to those that you misapprehend as malevolent and evil.
Yes.
Because you won't get your aim right to begin with.
Yeah.
You'll identify them improperly, and you'll take your revenge in a manner that allows you to omit your own responsibility, to act out your unconscious desire for revenge, and to move the world just that much closer to hell.
It would be interesting to see what he thinks about that, because he's so quick to identify people that are pro-climate change as being malevolent. Like, doesn't this contradict with your prior assessment of people that you should do a deeper understanding of where people's views come from and everything? Yeah.
Names. Well, he was insisting that the Germans deserved...
People keep asking about if we're using a boom mic or whatever. I don't think we are. I think we're just using clip-on mics here. But
exactly what they got because they weren't the noble people he thought they were. And then you might say, well, Hitler's plans collapsed in flames, and wasn't that a catastrophe? Or you could say that was exactly what he was aiming for from the beginning, because he was brutally resentful and miserable right from the time he was,
Destiny, you are so professional. JP does not know how to keep his cool, very emotional. I think emotional is better. I like him when people are emotional. I don't have any complaints about his demeanor or being emotional. I think that's totally fine. I just didn't like being cut off or him talking so much more than me. That's the only thing that bothers me. But I don't mind people being emotional or passionate.
A rejected artist at the age of 16. And so he was working or something.
It looked like boom mics in that one pic you tweeted out. Oh, they might have used boom mic. There might have been a boom mic and a clip-on mic then. There might have been both.
Regarded as demonic. So he was working, or something was working within him, and something that might well be regarded as demonic, whose end goal was precisely what it attained, which was the devastation of hundreds of millions of people, and Europe left in a smoking ruin. And the cover story was the Grand Third Reich. And so there's no reason at all to assume that we're not in exactly the same situation right now.
I think there's a great reason to assume. I think that Hitler's motives and everything that he was trying to do wasn't a secret. I don't think that anybody had to guess that he was incredibly anti-Semitic, that his Aryan supremacy was going to lead to the destruction and the murder of like so many different people in concentration camps. Like none of this was a secret. It's not like he was hiding it.
He hid a lot of it.
I mean, like he tried to maybe hide the death camps, but nobody in Germany was wondering like, wow, crazy that pogroms are happening against Jewish people. That's so crazy. Or wow, they're all being shipped to just mainly the Jews to camps to work. Like, that's kind of interesting. Or, wow, he talks about this a lot in Mein Kampf, but maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't think you can compare, like, Hitler to people that are worried about climate change. The worry that I have here is because if we're applying this...
People in Germany thought Hitler was perfectly motivated by the highest of benevolent...
If I were to take this standard of evidence and apply this lens of analysis, couldn't I say the exact same thing about the conservative constellation of belief? They don't want to intervene anywhere in the world because they don't care about the problems there. They're anti-immigration because they hate brown people. Trump wanted to ban Muslims from coming to the United States because he's xenophobic. Conservatives don't want to have taxes to help the poor because they want homeless people to starve and die in the winter. But like, I feel like
Some of that's true. And yes, you can adopt...
It's such a non-central response. Like, obviously what I'm saying is assessing all conservative beliefs as coming from an evil, malevolent place would be equally foolish as assessing all leftist beliefs coming from a horrible place. But the way they just like, well, some of that might be true. It's like, but that's obviously that's not my point, right?
Die in the winter. But like, I feel like
Some of that's true. And yes, you can adopt that criticism. I think the difference with regards especially to the libertarian side of the conservative enterprise, but also to some degree to the conservative enterprise, is they're not building a central, gigantic organization to put forward this particular utopian claim. And so even if the conservatives are as morally addled as the leftists, and to some degree that might be true, they're not organized with the same gigantism in mind.
I don't bring this up. I don't think I thought of this at the time. Does gigantism only happen when there's a lot of different people involved, or could one person amassing a ton of power be gigantic? Because a fascist authoritarian leader could theoretically be gigantic in terms of the structural power that they possess, even if it's not like a big government. And a large government with very little power could be gigantic in one sense, but very small in another sense. I wonder how you would respond to that. I don't think I bring this up.
And so they're not as dangerous at the moment. Now, they could well be, and they have been in the past, but at the moment they're not. And so, of course, you can be skeptical about people's motivations when they're brandishing the moral flag.
Why would we say that they're not as concerned about the gigantism? I feel like everybody is when it's a particular thing that they care about.
You mean whether they would be inclined in that direction?
For sure. That conservatives wield the power of the government whenever they feel they need to, just as liberals do, right? Conservatives were very happy to see, for instance, abortion was brought back as a state-regulated thing.
That's a good objection. I think that you're correct in your assumption that once people identify a core area of concern, they're going to be motivated to seek power to implement that concern.
I think cancel culture is a good idea too. I think conservatives prior to the 2000s, if they could censor everything related to either LGBT stuff or weird musical stuff or stuff that they didn't want their kids to watch, conservatives would do it. But now that you see that like liberals and progressives are kind of wielding that corporate hammer, now conservatives are very much, well, hold on, we need freedom of speech, we need to platform everybody. And now progressives are like, well, hold on, maybe we shouldn't platform people.
I've got no disagreement with those things that you said, and I have no disagreement about your proposition that people...
I'm pretty sure gigantism isn't a real political word. I don't think it is. I've never heard it before, but he's using gigantism as a way to just say that the complaint that he's making is that these institutions have grown so big and their tendrils have snuck into every area of your life that they're one massive superstructure, a group of people could control every aspect of your existence. That's what his complaint is.
People will seek power to impose their central.
Which podcast you're going on to next? On the 27th, I'm going to New York City, and I'll be doing, I'll do Ryan Long's show, then I'll do the table show above the Comedy Cellar with Gnome, and then I'll do a Big Axe show, and then I should be back on the 20th. I should just be gone for one day for that, I think.
Doctrine. Okay, so then you might say, and so we can have a very serious conversation about that.
Do you feel JP's concessions were genuine or a rhetorical aphorism? I think they were genuine. He feels genuine in the conversation, I think.
But now that you see that like liberals and progressives are kind of wielding that corporate hammer, now conservatives are very much, well, hold on, we need freedom of speech, we need to platform everybody, and now progressives are like, well, hold on, maybe we shouldn't platform people.
I've got no disagreement with those things that you said, and I have no disagreement about your proposition that people will seek power to impose their central doctrine. Okay, so then you might say, and so we can have a very serious conversation about that. What do we have that ameliorates that tendency?
Good night, Ryan.
In the United States, we've got hopefully a form of decentralized government. I can't speak to Canada as much, but
yes, yes, that's true. So that's one of the institutional protections against that, because what that does is put various forms of power striving in conflict with one another, right?
Why do you talk about conservatives as a whole, like the conservatives you grew up supporting? Do you think a George Bush Republican is the same as a Trump or DeSantis Republican? What? I've always drawn distinctions between these things, but these George Bush Republicans don't really exist anymore. Or if they do, they're in very small number. Most of them turned into Trump Republicans. Most Republicans now are just Trump Republicans. The other types don't really exist as much anymore.
It's a very intelligent solution, but then there are psychological and philosophical solutions as well. And one of them might be that you abjure the use of power, right, as a principle. And so, and this is one of the things that was done very badly during the COVID era, let's say, because the rule should be something like, you don't get to impose your solution on people using compulsion and force. There's a doctrine there, which is any policy that requires compulsion and force is to be looked upon with extreme skepticism. Now, it's tricky because now and then you have to deal with psychopaths, and they tend not to respond to anything but force.
That's all of society is kind of run by force, but whatever. Do you really believe that Trump will ruin the country if he is reelected, or are you being hyperbolic? I'm like 40% serious on that. The issue isn't really Trump himself, it's just what he's turned Republicans into. There is a fear that the centralization of power under Trump or the flagrant abuse of norms in certain institutions could destroy the country in some ways that are very hard to come back from. But it would depend on how sophisticated now of a political actor he is, because before his level of sophistication and political understanding was almost non-existent. If it's any higher now, then things could look a lot scarier.
And so there's an exception there that always has to be made, and it's a very tricky exception. But
you said the conservatives support cancel culture for things like music and games in the 2000s, but that's not true today. Yes, I literally explained why. Didn't I just say that? I'm trying to reach out at the same time. Didn't I just say that when people have power, they like to cancel shit, and when they don't have power, they don't cancel shit? So yes, back then, I think in the 2000s, conservatives had way more cultural control, generally speaking. So they would cancel shit they didn't like, but now they don't have as much cultural control, so they want to, have free speech for everybody, right?
Look, there that always has to be made, and it's a very tricky exception. But look, let me tell you a story, and you tell me what you think about this, because I think it's very relevant to the concern that you just expressed, and I don't believe that the conservatives are necessary.
The world was peaceful when conservatives had control circa 2000? Excuse me? Are you forgetting that we started 2 multi-decade Middle Eastern conflicts under Bush? Are you forgetting the whole run-up to the housing crisis in 2007? Peaceful for who? Or for which part? What are we talking about right now? It's a troll.
Story, and you tell me what you think about this, because I think it's very relevant to the concern that you just expressed, and I don't believe that the conservatives are necessarily any less tempted by the calling of power than the leftists. That's going to vary from situation to situation. Though I would say probably overall in the 20th century, the leftists have the worst record in terms of sheer numbers of people killed.
So I mean, it depends on how we're quantifying
not
that.
Really. Okay,
yeah,
we'll just quantify
sure.
Mao. How's that? Direct death of 100 million people. So, you know, that's a pretty stark fact. And if we're going to argue about that, well, then we're really not going to get anywhere. So, and
I'm not disagreeing that the Holodomor happened as well. The Soviet Union and China were horrible. I mean, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Say those were horrible things. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So war.
Why do you let JP strong arm you? It's not. It's just. It's trying to figure out like, what do I want to argue on? Like, do I really want to argue if things like famine, or if like, do I want to argue if these things count as like leftist? It's just. I just don't want to have this. We've already wasted an hour and we haven't talked about much. Why would I want to? It's just picking the things I want to fight with. And I'm kind of thinking here, like, do I want to fight on this point? And I don't. It's okay. I'll give it to you. Whatever. Or like, would the leftist governments of Mao and Stalin be comparable to progressive taxation in the United States? Like, I don't think it's worth arguing. I'm like, fuck it.
And I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna say those were horrible things. Yeah, of course.
And so war of.
I'm just saying, for World War II, it depends on how much you attribute the war deaths to Nazi Germany.
I shouldn't even talk. Let's just move on from this.
But sure, like largely speaking, I don't think that the left beat the right because the right wasn't trying. I don't think it's because Hitler's lack of trying led him to kill less people than who ended up dying during the Great Leap Forward or during the industrialization of the Soviet
Yes, well, I also think it's an open question still to what degree Hitler's policies were right-wing versus left-wing, and no one's done the analysis properly yet to determine that.
Well, what do we
Because
consider?
it was a national socialist movement for a reason. And the socialist part of it wasn't accidental.
Well, but there was no, cooperatively formed businesses that were owned by all of the people for the people and distributed to the people. And I don't think redistribution was high on Hitler's list of things to do for.
That's true. It was a strange mix of.
Which is a cornerstone. Wait, what do you mean strange mix? Which part was leftist? But I don't want to get into the argument of like, they've got Nazi. The socialist is in the name. I mean, Democratic People's Republic of North Korea. What is the DPR? What the fuck is it called? The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the DPRK. Like, yeah, I mean, yes, they do have it in the name. That is correct. But like,
well, but
totalitarian policy.
I don't think it was a strange mix. I think it was a bid to appeal to mid-left and center-left, the KPD and the German social.
I think initially them naming themselves, I'm not 100% confident on this fact, but I think initially the aiming in the goal was to draw some of the more farther left people to position themselves that way. But I don't think the Nazi Party in Germany, I don't think ever enacted any socialist or far left policies. I don't think they actually did.
Party by calling themselves National Socialists. I think it was very much like an authoritarian, ultra-nationalist regime that pretty squarely fits with. People get mad if you call something far right or far left because they have an attachment
Well, you know,
to terms,
one of the things I would have done if I would have been able to hang on to my professorship at the University of Toronto would have been to extract out a random sample of Nazi policies and strip them of markers of their origin and present them to a set of people with conservative or leftist beliefs and see who agreed with them more. And that analysis has never been done, as far as I know. So we actually
see that. I don't think I asked it because I don't want to do this debate of were Nazis left or right. It's such a silly, it's such a dumb debate. But a good question, if I wanted to go down this road, is what do you think is a Nazi policy that more left-leaning people would agree with than right-leaning people? Because if he's just gonna say like, well, Hitler built more, roads or expanded manufacturing for the wartime economy, like, come on, is this really? These are the policies that come to mind that are evocative of Hitler's regime?
We don't know. And we could know if the social scientists would do their bloody job, which they don't, generally speaking. That's something we could know. We could probably use the AI systems we have now, the large language models, to determine to what degree left and right beliefs intermingled in the rise of National Socialism. So that's all technically possible. So, and it hasn't been done, so it's a matter of opinion.
Sure.
So,
I don't necessarily disagree.
If I had a better understanding of the history of Hitler, we'll do World War II. Wait, do I have this? We should do this. This is going on the things to research. Oh, we did college. Fuck this. We're done with this. Oh, I should have a color for marking it off. Hitler's rise to power should be a thing. If I had a better grapple on all the underlying facts, I bet there's a sophisticated argument that I could put forth here where it's like Hitler didn't rise to power because of a left versus right paradigm. It's actually due to unsophisticated populations that confuse the utilization of left versus right paradigms, but in reality, they're just falling for populist figures that are promising them dumb things that don't correlate well with their political values at all. For instance, like conservatives voting for Trump think they're doing it because he's some big conservative leader, but it's not actually correlating with any of their values at all. It's because he's a populist leader and he owns the left, right? I bet there's a more sophisticated argument I could put together here, but I would have to I wouldn't do this live in a conversation. I would have to have rehearsed and debated these talking points to get there. But
and it hasn't been done, so it's a matter of opinion.
Like that, because I can't tell. Are you genuinely suggesting that Hitler's rise to power and his maintaining power in Nazi Germany was done on the backs of appealing to left-wing voters? That's the implication of what he's saying. Do we really think that's the case? It's obviously not the case. And when you think about like his rise to power, if I were to start listing positions, right, intense xenophobia, blaming everything on a mysterious group of people in power that seem to control all of society, who also have a big interest in credit scores and interest rates, racial superiority, obsession with dominance hierarchies.
That's all technically possible.
Like these typically don't sound like left-wing beliefs. Not to say that the far left people were better, but I think there was a different way that left-wing people maintained their authoritarian regime. It's just a different path.
So, and it hasn't been done, so it's a matter of opinion.
Sure.
So,
I don't necessarily disagree. But that's something you could do.
Okay, I was going to tell you this story. Okay, well, this has...
The KPD literally worked for the NSDAP interests. I mean, like, kind of. People say... So leftists will lie and say that the Nazis never worked with the communists early on in Nazi Germany or worked together, which is a lie. But then other people will say, oh, well, they worked together, which is kind of a lie. The reality is that, now conjecture, boom, okay, conjecture time. I think the reality is that when the administration is failing for whatever reason, a certain people, which I think were the Social Democrat Party at the time, when it feels like they're failing, it gives it an opportunity for extremist parties to come up and say they can do a better job. And the KPD and the Nazi people were those people that said that we can do better. At times, they both wanted to work together over the people in power, the SOCDEMs, because they thought they could do a better job. So they, would vote for each other or run or do attacks in the streets, other dumb shit. In the lead up to Hitler and the takeover power and everything. So I don't think you could say that like, oh, they never worked with each other, they never liked each other, but it's also not really fair to say they worked together like they were on the same team. I don't think they were on the same team. They just were they were anti-liberal. They didn't like the SOCDEMs at the time, so they were willing to watch the system fall. The same way that like Bernie bros and Trumples might have been both against the establishment, but I don't know if they were truly on the same team, if that makes sense.
Has to do with the use of power. So I spent a time with a group of scholars and analyzing the Exodus story in Exodus 7.
I noticed on your podcast you seemed a bit uneasy. Is being a podcast host a lot different than being a guest? It's a bit different, but mainly I was just like checking production and getting audio. There's a ton of like show feedback that I was doing while we were doing it. I probably could have waited until after the show and just reviewed, but I wanted to adjust it on the fly so that there'd be if there was one big problem at the beginning of the show that fucked the whole thing up, then I couldn't get much good feedback afterwards in rewatching things and
seminar recently, and so the Exodus story is a very interesting story because it's what would you say? It's an analysis of the central tendency of movement away from tyranny and slavery. That's a good way of thinking about it. So the possibility of tyranny and the possibility of slavery are possibilities that present themselves to everyone within the confines of their life, psychologically and socially. You can be your own...
Wasn't there an actual right-wing party in Germany at the time? I imagine the Nazi Party was the de facto left-wing party. What? I don't think they were ever considered a left-wing party. That's not my understanding. I've never read that or seen that. But also, I haven't studied pre-World War II Germany or the Weimar Republic or something. I haven't studied it. It's a great deal, but I've never heard of the initial Nazi Party ever being viewed as a left-wing party.
Own tyrant with regards to the imposition of a set of radical doctrines that you have to abide by and punish yourself brutally whenever you deviate from them. And we all contend with the issue of tyranny and slavery. And there's an alternative path, and that's what the Exodus story lays out. And Moses is the exemplar of that alternative path, although he has his flaws. And one of his flaws is that he turns too often to the use of force. So he kills an Egyptian, for example, an Egyptian noble who has slayed a Hebrew, one of Moses' Hebrew slave brothers, and he has to leave. There's a variety of indications in the text that he uses his staff, he uses his rod, and he uses power when he's supposed to use persuasion and legal or verbal invitation and argumentation. And this happens most spectacularly right at the end of the sojourn. So Moses has spent 40 years leading the Israelites through the desert, and he's right on the border of the promised land. And really what that means at a more fundamental basis is that he's at the threshold of attaining what he's been aiming at, what he's devoted his whole life to. And he's been a servant of that purpose in the highest order. and the Israelites are still in the desert, which means they're lost and confused. They don't know which way is up. They're still slaves, and now they're dying of thirst, which is what you die of, spiritual thirst, if you're sufficiently lost. And they go to Moses and ask him to intercede with God, and God tells Moses to speak to the rocks so that they'll reveal the water within. And Moses strikes the rocks with his rod twice instead, right? He uses force. And so God says to him, you'll now die before you enter the promised land.
How much of the Bible do you actually remember? Did your school have something similar to Bible study? I mean, each year in school, because I went to a private high school, we had to take a religious class. Each semester we had to take a religious course. So we did like a Bible history for 1 year with Father Cinnarood, baby, who apparently got fired for touching somebody or accused of. I don't know what happened to that. I don't remember. I mean, I probably know more than the average Christian, but I wouldn't say like my biblical scholarship is very high or anything.
It's Joshua who enters and not Moses. Okay, and you might wonder why I'm telling you that story. I'm telling you that story because...
I think there's any value in the Bible? Not much, but I don't know. If you're very lost and want something to read, I don't know, maybe.
Those concepts at the...
I mean, if you're totally spiritually lost or destitute, maybe having a religion can give you like a framework to live your life by, I think. It just depends. That's a complicated question.
It's Joshua who enters and not Moses. Okay, and you might wonder why I'm telling you that story. I'm telling you that story because those concepts at the center of that cloud of concepts that you described are stories, right? They're stories. And if they're well formulated, they're archetypal stories. And this is an archetypal story that's illustrating the danger of the use of compulsion and force. You know, and so one of the problems you're obviously obsessed by and that I'm trying to solve is what do we do as an alternative to tyranny, whether it's for a utopian purpose in the future or maybe for the purpose of like conservatives censoring music lyrics they don't approve of. And one answer is we don't use force. We do the sort of thing that you and I are trying to do right now, which is to have a conversation that's aimed at clarifying things. And so that's a principle that's something like the consent of the governed, right? Mm-hmm. It's something like, but it's also something like you have the right to go to hell in a handbasket if that's what you choose. And as long as you don't, in doing so, you're not in everyone's way too much. You have the right to your own destiny, right? Uh-huh. And so, and you don't get to use power to impose that. That's the other thing that worries me about what's going on the utopian front, because the problem is, once you conjure up a climate apocalypse and you make the case that there's an impending disaster that's delayed, and you might say, well, delayed how long? And the response would be, well, we're not sure, but it's likely to occur in the next 100 or so years, which is pretty inaccurate. You now have a universal get out of jail card that can be utilized extremely well by power-mad psychopaths. And they will absolutely do that because power-mad psychopaths use whatever they can to further their cause.
So this is my issue, I think. This is my issue with a lot of people when it comes to political conversations. I think that everything you've said is true. And I think that all of it it's good analysis, but I feel like it just gets wielded sometimes in one direction. And then people kind of miss that it completely and fully describes their entire side as well. And the thing that I feel like the only solution for this is you hinted at it. It's more than just conversation, although that's a good start. We have to go back to inhabiting similar areas. We have to go back to inhabiting similar media landscapes. I think that the issue that we're running into right now more than anything else is people live in completely separate realities at the moment, such that if we were even to describe basic reality, how many illegal immigrants came into the United States last year? That should be a factual number that we can know.
How many do you think?
Somebody, the actual number, probably in the hundreds of thousands. I think some conservatives think it's 3 million per year over the past 3 years because they look at border contacts or they look at asylum seekers and they're not looking at
I think it's 3.6 million.
Came into the U.S. and stayed?
Yes, through the southern border.
Okay. So
the historical.
Wait.
Oh God! I'm so triggered. Are you about to jump into a hole? No, hold on. Let me Jesus Christ! I can't at any point out before we jump into a hole. Jesus.
I understand the shirt. Well, historically, there's 13 to 15 million people.
I think the number is actually a little lower. I quote this, but it's a bit high. What he says is, I think he means border encounters, but I don't even know if I want to fight on this point. I feel like it's so sticky talking to people because I don't know if I can bring up anything without it going into a whole other fucking rabbit hole of conspiratorial nonsense. Oh my God.
stop in the United States illegally. That's like the whole history of illegal immigration in the United States. But but hey, maybe I'm wrong there, right? So we can say that that's an example of us living in a fundamentally different reality.
Well, the Pew Research Group has established
God.
quite conclusively that the variability over the last 20 years for illegal migration in the south border is between 300,000 and 1.2 million.
Well, the Pew Research can only establish, I think, the number of people attempting to cross. I don't know if they can. No, I don't know if Pew does like census analysis. I'd have to see.
Well, I don't. Well, that's a different issue, right?
Sure.
Because I don't know how you measure how many illegal immigrants there are actually in the country.
I understand. I just want to point out. I just want to point.
That's such a. They see that's a good point. He has the knowledge. It's in his brain. There you go. Right. It is hard to measure. That's true.
Out. I agree with you. I listened to a lot of Rush Limbaugh growing up. I understand the fear of having a government agency say climate change, therefore we have a blank check to do whatever we want. That's a scary.
Which is what they are doing.
The conservatives do the same thing, though.
I'm not claiming otherwise.
Yeah, but the problem is I think people don't talk about it. So, for instance, I heard, so we can pretend now that the conservative argument was just compulsory vaccines are bad because they infringe on my freedom. That wasn't the conservative argument. The conservative argument was that mass deaths were going to happen, mass side effects were going to happen. There was going to be all this corruption and stuff related to vaccine distribution, to the crazier theories were microchips and blah, blah, blah. None of that came true. Absolutely none of the conservative fear-mongering related to the mRNA vaccines came to fruition. But now that's all forgotten. And that was used
What do you
as
mean
an
none of it?
excuse
What do you make of the excess?
Oh, God.
Imagine being able to transition academic papers, textbooks, websites, emails, or PDFs into an audio format that you can listen to while on the move. The Listening app offers exactly this. It's a convenient and flexible solution for those who want to learn anytime, anywhere. The Listening app offers lifelike AI voices, complete with emotion and intonation for a realistic listening experience. It allows you to indulge in your love for reading and learning, even when you're on the go. Take your studying to the next level by uploading your notes and listening to them on the Listening app. With their note-taking feature, every time you come across a key idea, simply click the Add Note button, and the app instantly adds the last few sentences to the notepad, enhancing your learning experience. Have you ever experienced motion sickness while trying to read your favorite book during a journey? The Listening app.
What is a day zero exploit?
It allows you to easily
a day zero exploit is an exploit that exists in some piece of software, hardware, whatever, that nobody knows about. There's not published information about it. So you can use it to exploit a system, assuming that the other person doesn't have a defense against it.
Right now. Just go to listing.com/Jordan and use code Jordan at checkout. That's listing.com/Jordan and use code Jordan at checkout today.
Forgotten, and that was used
What do you mean
as an
none of it?
excuse
What do you make of the excess deaths?
For related to vaccines, there are almost none. The mRNA vaccines have been administered
excess
for
deaths
related
in
to
Europe.
vaccines.
Random question. You're still going to debate Vinny from the PBD podcast? No, they said that they dodged after the Candace Owens debate. I don't know why. They just said that after that they didn't want to do it.
Almost none. The mRNA vaccines have been administered
excess
for
deaths
related
in
to
Europe.
vaccines.
We don't know. No.
We don't know. We absolutely.
Wait
This
a
is like
sec. What do
settled
we know?
science.
What do we know?
In terms of vaccine-related deaths?
No, that's not my question. Excess deaths in Europe are up about 20%, and they have been since the end of the COVID
Sounds
pandemic.
really high to me. 20%?
Go look.
I'll check afterwards, but is this including like the Ukrainian war with Russia?
No, it's not including the Ukrainian war.
Okay.
No.
Are you implying that you think it's because of vaccines?
I'm not implying anything. I
hate that. That's so disingenuous. I'm not implying anything after he brings up excess deaths in response to me talking about the vaccines. It's such an obvious implication. And I think I actually make him own this point later, right?
What the excess deaths are.
But what is your take on what's causing it?
Well,
you said that
I don't even know if what are excess deaths Europe? Somebody emailed me and said they were like 7 or 6% or something. I don't know what the actual excess deaths Europe over last year. Excess mortality. This is month over month, right? For 2023. So what was the total by the end of the year here? I mean, I guess it's going to be year over year, probably 6.5%, maybe? Maybe 6%? 20% is wild. That would be insane. But 6%. I mean, even 6% is, but okay. What's excess? How can they know how many will die? Well, it's just based on prior numbers, basically. So they try to guess what the numbers should look like next year. And if more people are dying than average, then there's like a percentage increase or decrease for excess deaths.
And you said that in a counter to me describing mRNA vaccines, you said, well, the excess deaths are 20%. That makes it seem that the implication is that the vaccines are causing it or leading to it?
First of all, something is causing it.
Well, that obviously, yeah.
Something is causing it, or some combination of factors.
Sure.
Now, one possibility is that the healthcare systems were so disrupted by our insane focus on the COVID epidemic that we're still mopping up as a consequence of
Our
that.
insane focus. Like, in other words, people with COVID were going to hospitals and it was clogging our hospitals up. But he finds a way to like make that malevolent on the hospital part.
Wait, are these excess deaths tracing back through COVID as well?
Post-COVID.
Just post-COVID.
Post-COVID.
Okay.
Right. They're terrifying. Right. They're terrifying. And they're not well publicized. And
I think excess deaths are the fact that you're speaking to them right now seems like...
Yeah, but I ferret down a lot of rabbit holes. It's not like it's front bloody page news on the...
I feel like excess deaths were the only things we were talking about during 2021, 2022, because people were talking so much about how excess deaths are how you estimate deaths that weren't accounted for properly in hospitals or the true impact of COVID or whatever. Like, but okay.
New York Times.
Sure, but I think excess deaths that's a metric that you can Google, and I'm pretty sure there are like 3 different huge organizations that track excess deaths around the world. And
there are many
countries.
more than 3, yes, in every single European country. Right. Okay, well, so one relatively straightforward hypothesis is that it's a consequence of the disruption of the healthcare system, the staving off of cancer treatment, etc., the increase in depression, anxiety, suicidality, and alcoholism that was a consequence of the lockdown.
Oh, this is where he got it.
3,123 excess deaths, 4,164 excess deaths, 22.5%, 26.4%, 19.8%. And we see this all the way through the year. Deaths being above what we would expect, apart from slightly below on week 10, slightly below on week 14, and slightly below on week 429. But otherwise, all the other weeks where there's data, this is basically up to week 30, which is roughly the end of July, 36,316 excess deaths. It is clear the excess deaths were not limited to...
Are you going to have another debate with Jordan in the future? If he wants to. Do you realize that blocking people on Twitter gives them the feeling of having the upper hand? Seems counterproductive. No, it doesn't. Especially if they're just trying to dick ride your attention, which is what most of the Groper people just want attention. Who is this guy? This is a nurse that started off doing analysis of research that was coming out at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. And a lot of his initial analysis was like pretty insightful. He seems to be able to read medical literature and translate some facts to people in a pretty effective manner. And somewhere down a few months, I don't know what happened or why or when, he started to go down the huge conspiracy rabbit hole to where his interpretations of things and the data that he chose to look at became super ultra conspiratorial. And now he's basically like a COVID like alarmist, anti-vaxxer relating to mRNA vaccines and all that. And he just basically... If you're a conservative and you hate everything I'm saying right now and you want the best anti-vax, the best pro-COVID is killing or is a fake pandemic and blah, blah, blah. If you want all that, this guy's channel is the way to go because this is where a lot of that shit originates from, basically. European excess deaths, official data. European excess deaths, record excess deaths, excess. Yeah, this is the guy. This is probably where Jordan Peterson, where these talking points are coming from, would be my guess. JB tries to meme again as a Euro expert and hoping that his opponents are insecure and making a call and often gets away with it, which is frustrating. Cool.
The economic disruption. And there's plenty of reason to believe that some of that is the case. But the other obviously glaring possibility is that injecting billions of people with a vaccine that was not tested by any stretch of the imagination with the thoroughness that it should have before it was forced upon people also might be a contributing factor, partly because we know that it led to a rise in myocarditis among young men. And we also know that there was absolutely no reason whatsoever to ever recommend that that vaccine was delivered to young children. whose risk of death at COVID was so close to zero that it might as well have been zero.
When you're talking about a disease, the risk of death isn't the only thing that you worry about for the disease. There's also
So you're going to talk about transmission? Because that was another thing that...
He's like, he wants to jump right immediately to the next talking point. Oh my God.
Only thing that you worry about for the disease.
So you're going to talk about transmission? Because that was another thing that the COVID vaccine pushed. Yeah, but it didn't do anything to transmission.
It absolutely did, because it decreased your chance of getting infected. It didn't destroy. It didn't get rid of transmission, but it reduced transmission.
Yeah, but it was claimed that it would get rid of
only
transmission.
if you take one reading of one single quote. I think that Biden said one time where he said, "No, come on, I've heard so many."
I'm incorrect here. It's actually a bunch of bad readings of a bunch of quotes. I thought it was just one bad quote that it was coming from, but people have fabricated a ton of quotes retroactively now. You can see that on my Twitter when I argued against that one guy who was supposed to be having a COVID debate with me who seemed to duck out, but
times because everybody say, "Oh, you can't take anything Trump says seriously." Biden one time on the news says, "If you get the vaccine, you won't transmit the disease."
That is so silly.
Which was a no.
Do you know that our Prime Minister in Canada deprived Canadians of the right to travel for 6 months because the unvaccinated were going to transmit COVID with more likelihood than the vaccinated? So this wasn't one bloody statement. This was
hold on.
thorough government policy
what
in
I'm
my
saying
country.
is there wasn't a statement given that if you get vaccinated, there is a 0%.
I and everyone I know actually believed the vaccine would prevent us from getting COVID. No, you didn't. Nobody believed that at the time. I wish I would have remembered this for this debate, but the best knockdown argument for this was when Hutch came in, and he reminded me of the fucking meme at the time, which was the meme at the time was everybody was fucking memeing about which vaccine you got. Did you get the Pfizer one? Did you cuck out and get the Moderna one? Or did you super cuck out and get the J&J one? Everybody was talking about the protective percentage, the protection, the immunity, what was it? What did you say? I don't know, whether you got like the 96% vax, the 94 one, or like the 85 one. Did you get the J&J? Like that was what everybody was talking about at the time. This idea that everybody thought that all the vaccines were 100% effective is retarded. The only people who thought that were conservatives that weren't listening to any real news that wouldn't get it anyway. Like the only people that thought that are irrelevant because you guys were never getting vaccinated because you're ready to throw whatever anti-establishment dipshit will tell you whatever the fuck you want to hear because it makes you feel better than everybody else or feel good about the world or some stupid shit. Yeah, but I remember these memes. These memes were super prevalent at the time.
Chance of transmitting the disease. The idea is that vaccines were supposed to help because it reduces your hospitalization, it reduces death, and it reduces transmission, hopefully by making it so that people don't get sick or don't get sick for as long. All three of those things the vaccines did exceedingly well. They continue to do that to this day, but especially for the first variant and then the Delta variant, the vaccines helped immensely here. They were tested. The myocarditis rates are like 7 out of 100,000 injections, and the myocarditis is generally acute, and it's generally not as bad as even getting the coronavirus itself, which will lead you also to having myocarditis.
It's a much worse side effect than side effects that have caused other vaccines to be taken off the market before.
But 7 out of 100.
I don't think the memes are a great representation of the public's perception of what was going on. What do you think a meme is, you fucking retard? What do you think the term meme or memetics, what do you think this even comes from? As an analogy to, or as an analog to genetics or genes. The whole point is that memes represent some like cultural idea or cultural phenomenon that become widespread as a result of that. It wouldn't make sense for a meme to be incredibly popular if it wasn't indicative of some sort of cultural or societal truth. It wouldn't make any sense.
100,000 rate of acute myocarditis or pericarditis is not a worse side effect than any other vaccine. I think that is a completely acceptable, given that the disease itself is more likely to cause myocarditis or pericarditis.
Yes, I don't think the data suggests support that presupposition anymore. The latest peer-reviewed studies show that that's simply not true, especially among young men.
So there is an age bracket of young men where the elevated rate of myocarditis, acute myocarditis from the vaccine might have been high.
Why is it that I totally forgot about that and truly believed that I thought the vaccine was 100% effective? Like, it's crazy how you mentioning the meme made me remember that suddenly. Oh, I don't know, dude.
Higher of young.
But that's simply not true, especially among young men.
So there is an age bracket of young men where the elevated rate of myocarditis, acute myocarditis from the vaccine might have been higher, but we're talking about like 3 or 4 cases per 100,000 people. And again, myocarditis, pericarditis are generally acute conditions.
Well,
they don't last for very long.
I told you at the beginning of this conversation that the progressive leftists were on the side of the pharmaceutical companies.
It's not about being on the side of the pharmaceutical companies. It's about
really,
yeah. It's
yeah, well, what I see as the unholy part of that alliance with the pharmaceutical companies is that it dovetails with the radical utopians' willingness to use power to impose their utopian vision.
Well, then what do you
Because
make of
otherwise,
the fact
how
that-
would you explain it? Because the left
How
is
I can't tell if this is exhausting or if it's just comforting to have a worldview like this, where every single possible thing is explained by this conspiratorial network of bad, malevolent actors that are just trying to destroy society. My God.
should have been the ones that were most skeptical about the bloody pharmaceutical companies. And they jumped on the vaccine bandwagon. And
JP may be getting confused with the AstraZeneca vaccine, which is removed for young people in the UK due to health complications. Was it young people or was it old people? I thought AstraZeneca was increasing, or AstraZeneca or whatever. I thought that was increasing strokes in like everybody. Was it just young people? I thought it was like just, and also it was still a really low increase as well. But
exactly the same way that you're doing right now.
Pharmaceutical companies have helped us tremendously throughout the...
Right, there we go. Fine. No,
Do you think modern
I don't
medicine
think
hasn't?
so. No, I don't think
Then
so.
you're just wrong.
I think they're
You're
utterly
completely wrong.
I see. So you don't think that the pharmaceutical companies who dominate the advertising landscape was...
have you seen Anthony Magnabosco's Street Epistemology series on YouTube? Was impressed by his rational engagement with constellation beliefs rooted in faith of social motion. Wait, aren't you talking about Peter Boghossian, or do they do that together?
The pharmaceutical...
Ironically, AstraZeneca wasn't even mRNA. I know, that's a funny talking point to watch conservatives wrestle with. Like, bro, there were non-mRNA vaccines, and some of them had side effects, yeah.
Companies who dominate the advertising landscape with 75% of the funding are corrupt.
Corrupt is a very broad...
No, it's...
Do you think that
corrupt with a tinge of malevolence, willing to extract money out of people by putting their health on the line? You don't believe that?
Do you think that we get effective drugs from pharmaceutical companies?
Not particularly.
Okay. Like I don't even know where I'm at this point. This is why I feel like this interview was so, like, Jesus Christ. I'm like so defeated. What are we even talking about at this point?
Do you think that any vaccines work?
Yes.
Do you think that any...
I don't think 80 of them work. At once, for...
How many vaccines are even... Ordinary vaccine schedule, USA. I don't know the number of... We've got... from birth to 18 months. Does this mean you're getting 2 separate injections? So I wonder if you count this as the same vaccine or different vaccines. If I count every injection on its own, we've got 2, 4, 5, 7, 11, 19, 22. There's the COVID. 23, 24. I don't think influenza is even required. 25, 26, 27 shots. And then from 18 to 18, 28, 29, 1. What is this green shit? 33, 34, 5, 36, 30. And this is if I'm counting flu shots. 39, 40, 41. Okay, so like 43, 42, around 40, I guess. If we're counting each of these as different vaccinations, which I don't think most people would, but... Do you think he means the available vaccines, including all the competitors? No, people just have this idea that, like, after the COVID vaccine came out, that children were... basically, that old theory of autism is caused by vaccines has started to come up again. And now people think that the vaccine schedule is way too much, literally just completely based on emotions. There's no actual argument for why it's too much. It's just it feels bad, and then people throw around numbers, and it's like, okay.
Do you think that any...
I don't think 80 of them work.
Like, even at that, let's say the number was 80. Why don't you think 80 of them work? What do you like?
At once, for babies. I think that's a little risky.
But yet we've...
The ultimate problem was that the mRNA used new technology, and this was just never conveyed to the public effectively. People are stupid. I feel like when most people say the issue was this or that, I feel like it's actually just retarded conservatives that never were going to get vaccinated anyway. That's what it feels like. Like I feel like I could wander into like a conservative cope session on vaccines, and they're like, well, the big problem was if you wanted to get vaccinated, you had to get vaccinated by purple fire-breathing dragons. And I'm like, the fuck? I've never heard of this in my life. And you're like, well, that's what everybody was talking about. And when they say everybody, they mean that in their conservative circles, they all thought that purple fire-breathing dragons were the ones doing the vaccination. Like, nobody else thought this. This is like in your wild as fuck circles. And you guys weren't going to get vaccinated anyway for whatever reason, right? Like,
you've bet on this vaccine. Do you think that any...
I don't think 80 of them work at once for babies. I think that's a little risky.
But yet we've bet on this vaccine schedule for how many decades?
Like
and babies
this,
don't...
like this, not like this, not carefully.
I had a ton of vaccines when I was a child. I'm pretty sure that was the norm for people.
The funniest thing is that, like, and there's no way to run it twice, so conservatives would never be honest about this. But the funny thing is if mRNA vaccines had been created first, to where, oh, you take the protein that you want to train your body against, or rather a piece of mRNA that helps you manufacture the protein that your body is going to fight against. If mRNA vaccines had been created first, and then we created the attenuated virus vaccines after, holy shit. Because in those vaccines, you're taking an actual, I think it's only viral. Is it bacterial? It might be only viral. You're taking an actual virus that's like been weakened in a way to reduce its effectiveness in your body. And you're injecting that into your body, an actual live human killing murder virus into your body to train. I don't think those vaccines would have ever made it off the ground, even though that's like a standard vaccine type, are the live attenuation ones. It would have never, yeah. In fact, actually, most people probably don't even know about those types of vaccines. I bet if I described that Pfizer has a new technology that lets us take a weakened virus and inject it into people, that this is a way that maybe we could try. I bet people would immediately, out of hand, say that that's horrible and crazy. I'm never going to let somebody inject me with a fucking virus.
Ton of vaccines.
There's way more now.
Okay. And you think
and you can understand why. I mean, look, part of it, no doubt, part of it is a consequence of the genuine willingness to protect children. But the moral hazard is quite clear, and people on the left used to be aware of this.
What do you make of the fact? What do you think the mRNA vaccine, the speeding up of it, came from? How do you make for the fact that it was Donald Trump that did warp speed?
Terror. So foolish panicking, just like we're doing with the climate issue.
So you think Trump was
panicking.
Was he in bed with the pharmaceuticals? Was he working with the left, or was it just that was the only panicky thing he made? He didn't try to push for the mass lockdowns like other far left people would have wanted him to do. That was just the one mistake he made, was the pushing for the vaccine?
No, I think Trump undoubtedly made all sorts of mistakes and it certainly wasn't only the...
That's kind of reasonable though, isn't it? Like, the problem wasn't that it was, the problem was that it was new. Still retarded, but I bet they'd own that. No, that wasn't the problem. And I said this way back when, because I asked people, you can probably go back and make a compilation. I was like, how long do you think you need to see if they're safe or not? And people would say like 3 years, 5 years. Bullshit. No, they won't. They'll never change they're not going to change their mind on this. Unless maybe they have different political candidates that they fall in view with, and then eventually they'll change their belief that way. But they're never going to change their mind on like the COVID vaccines. Never. No, that'll never happen.
The left that stampeded toward the forced COVID vaccine debacle. But it was most surprising to me that it emerged on the left, because the left at least had been protected against the depredations of gigantic predatory corporations by their skepticism of the gigantic enterprises that can engage in regulatory capture, and that just vanished.
Is it not possible that maybe people looked and they said, hey, if all the governments, all the institutions, all the schools, all the private companies across all the countries around the world are saying the same thing, maybe it is the case that this vaccine just helps. Is that not possible?
Oh, sure. Of course it's possible, but that didn't mean it was right.
Well,
used force.
And then we switch from the motivations now to the application, like, completely.
They use force.
We use force for all sorts of things in terms of public health.
We don't generally use force to invade people's bodies.
How long have vaccine mandates been a thing in Canada, the United States, and the entire world?
I don't think they should have been a thing.
That's great if you don't think they should have been, but when you say we don't generally use force, we absolutely use force. We've enforced vaccines for a long time. It's an important part of public health.
Fair enough. We did it on a scale and at a rate during the COVID pandemic, so-called pandemic, that was unparalleled. And the consequence of that was that we injected billions of people with an experimental, it wasn't a bloody vaccine.
You think if vaccines were nasal sprays or pills rather than injections, that people would be more willing? No.
Billions of people with an experimental, it wasn't a bloody vaccine. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
It's
not.
Isn't
it have a 100% success rate? You think it's a definition of vaccine? Well, the point of the vaccine is to give your body a protein to train on so that your immune system works. Who cares if it's not the same? There's plenty. There's
They
different
used
types
the word
of.
vaccine so that they didn't have to contend with the fact that it wasn't the same technology.
There are different types of vaccines
There certainly
that are
and
different technologies.
Fine.
The mRNA vaccines is a type
This
of
used
vaccine
to be
technology.
vaccines. Now this is vaccines.
No, it was like this, and now it's like this.
No. It was like this, and now it's like this. The mRNA technology was a radical, qualitative leap forward in technology. You can call it a vaccine if you want to, but it bears very little resemblance to any vaccine that went before that.
What does vaccine mean? Do I ask him this? What do you mean when you say vaccine? What does that mean to you?
And the reason it was called a vaccine was because vaccine was a brand name that had a track record of safety, and shoehorning it in that was one of the ways to make sure that people weren't terrified of the technology. And
I think the reason it's called a vaccine is because they're injecting you with something.
Is that true, actually?
It's inoculating you against something in the future because it has protein.
Was vaccine initially a brand name? I don't even know. Where does the name vaccine? I don't know where the name vaccine comes from. What are we looking for? The etymology? Etymology. He's speaking figuratively. Okay, I didn't know if it was actually like Kleenex or something, but.
And
I
you
think
know,
the reason
I
it's called a vaccine
understand-
is because they're injecting you with something that's inoculating you against something in the future because it has proteins that resemble a virus that infects
There are
your immune system.
overlaps
trained against.
between the mRNA technologies and vaccines, to be sure, but they wouldn't have been put forward.
They're not overlaps. It's functionally what it is, or the purpose of what it's trying to do.
Technologies and vaccines, to be sure, but they wouldn't have been put forward with the rate that they were put forward if they weren't a radical new technology. And it's bad in principle.
What do you make of the fact that the definition of vaccine was changed by the CDC? It's a dumb fucking talking point. And I think it has to refer very specifically to like a patent or something. I looked this up a long time ago. I've forgotten all of the retarded conspiracies around vaccines. A vaccine is some form of inoculating agent that you're giving your body, something to help you train against a virus in the future. There are plenty of different technologies to do this. Every vaccine that came before COVID wasn't based on just the same technology. You've got live attenuated viruses, you've got completely dead things. There are multiple forms of the early inoculation of shit was like rubbing disease shit on people or in sores. Didn't George Washington? Am I making this up? Okay, hold on. I'm about to say something. I don't remember if I'm making this up. Were they going to cross the Delaware or some bullshit in George Washington's early army? If you got a sore, did they rub a blanket with smallpox against like open wounds? Am I making this up or did this happen? There are tons of different technologies that have been used for inoculation in the past. I don't remember if I'm making this up or not. Smallpox, rubbed, sores, inoculation. Oh, maybe it's a myth. WebMD. Material from smallpox was inhaled or rubbed into the skin. It was hoped that it was given the smallpox to replace the practice. I don't know. Maybe this is a meme. Maybe it's not true. Blowing smallpox material up the nose of the child being inoculated. Insufflation. Okay.
To inject billions of people with an untested new technology.
Isn't it also bad in principle for billions of people to get infected with a worldwide pandemic that initially was causing a decent number of deaths, a ton of complications, shutting down world economies?
Maybe it was. Maybe it was.
Maybe.
Shouldn't we be able to engage in that analysis and figure out, like, if we look at the
We're
side
not
effects of the
engaging
vaccine?
in the analysis.
No, because now we're talking about whether or not
pretending
vaccines
nothing
are even
happened.
vaccines or not instead.
No, don't play that game. That is not what I was doing. I was making a very specific and careful case. The mRNA technology, by wide recognition, is an extraordinarily novel technology. And
That doesn't make it not a vaccine, though.
Well, okay, it's a radically transformed form of vaccine. I don't give a damn. That still makes it something so new that the potential danger of its mass administration was highly probable to be at least or more dangerous than the thing that it was supposed to protect against. And we are seeing that in the excess
We are
deaths.
absolutely not saying. So are you implying now that the excess deaths were caused by the vaccines? Or
I'm glad I remembered this point to bring it back to this.
I don't bloody well know what they're
That's what you're
caused by.
implying now.
Well, look, if you're going to use Occam's razor, you're kind of stuck in an awkward place here.
I'm absolutely not stuck in it. This is the most administered vaccine in the or inoculation or whatever you prefer to call it in the history of all of mankind. Every single organization around the world is
If Destiny reads these, but would you ever do a religious debate? Fuck no.
motivated. We're going to call it the history of all of mankind. Every single organization around the world is motivated to call this out if it was a bad thing. You don't think Russia or China would be screaming if Donald Trump or the United States warp sped through a vaccine that was having deleterious effects on populations all around the world? You don't think there wouldn't be some academic institution? You didn't think there'd be more than a handful of doctors and Joe Rogan and some conservatives saying this vaccine might have been bad if it was the case that American companies working with companies in Europe and Germany especially, right, because that's where BioNTech is from, in order to create or manufacture a vaccine that was causing excess deaths all around the world? There are so many different people that we motivated to call this out. How do you explain the fact that no, it's a handful of people? Where are the governments calling it out? Where are the academic institutions calling it out? Where are the other private companies calling it out? Wouldn't you stand to make a killing if you were a private company in Europe and you could say, look, the mRNA vaccines for sure are causing all of these issues?
Yeah, why wouldn't Johnson & Johnson or AstraZeneca, why wouldn't any of these people, or the Chinese vaccine that they developed, or the one they developed in Russia, why wouldn't they?
Why wouldn't Putin? Why wouldn't Xi Jinping? Why wouldn't anybody else in the world call this out if it was as horrible as it was?
There are plenty of people attempting to call
nobody credible and no huge institution.
What do you make of the...
I like the lean forward.
Nobody credible and no huge institution.
What do you make of the excess deaths? You haven't come up with a bloody hypothesis.
I don't even know if there are 20% at the excess deaths in Europe right now. If I had to guess off the top of my head, it's going to be...
I remember heat waves in France. I think in France, don't people always die in heat waves in France? I feel like there was a big series of that over the past 4 years. I don't know if food or energy issues across Europe after the Ukraine war were an issue, and then probably just people dying from COVID. These are my guesses right now. What did I say here?
Like you said, one might be lingering effects of an overwhelmed healthcare system. Another one might be deaths related to the war in Ukraine. Another one might be rising energy costs that have happened for a couple of
years. But it's absolutely impossible that any of it could be unintended consequences of a novel technology injected into billions of people.
I think that if excess, first of all, there aren't billions of people in Europe. So if there were excess deaths, I understand, but you're talking about excess deaths in Europe. I'm not aware of excess deaths that exist in other places that are completely and totally unaccounted for, where the only explanation could be the vaccine. I think if there were, I think more people would be talking about it.
Well, first of all, the number of people talking about something is not an indication of the scientific validity of a claim.
I agree with that, but for a vaccine,
then why are you using mass consensus as the determinant of what constitutes
because
truth?
I think for something,
that's never been the case.
Because I think for something that was given to billions and billions of people, if this was something that was having a measurable effect on people, it would be impossible to cover it up or ignore it. Well, we wouldn't have to look at the one case brought up on a documentary. We would have to look at the one thing being talked about.
And what do you make of the VAERS data? There's more negative side effects reported from the mRNA vaccines than there were reported for every single vaccine ever created since the dawn of time. And not by a small margin. So it's not just the excess deaths.
I agree.
It's the VAERS data.
What is VAERS data?
It's the data.
That was dirty. Oof. I don't normally quiz people. I must have been triggered to ask him that. I don't normally ask people a clarifying question like that, but I wonder why I felt confident doing it here. I wonder if I was just so irritated by all the misinformation that I...
Just the excess deaths.
I agree.
It's the VAERS data.
What is VAERS data?
It's the database that until the COVID-19 pandemic emerged and we had the unfortunate consequence that there were so many side effects being reported, it was the gold standard for determining whether or not vaccines were safe. And now as soon as it started to misbehave on the mRNA...
Did he respond correctly? Not really. That's why I don't know why I asked it, because I don't think I call him out. Or I think I explained afterwards, right? VAERS, I don't even know what it fucking stands for. VAERS. Vaccine adverse event reporting would be my guess. VAERS. That's probably what it stands for. System. Vaccine adverse event reporting system. Yeah. VAERS is just like if you get a shot, if you go home, if anything bad happens to you, you call your doctor and you say, hey, this happened, and then they put it in a spreadsheet. That's all VAERS is. It's not a study. It's not well researched. It's not confirming any actual study. It's just saying like, hey, yesterday I got vaccinated. Today I tried to fuck my wife, and for some reason I'm having trouble getting an erection today. Can you write this down? And then they write it down. If enough stuff shows up in a VAERS database, people will look into it. Like, oh, a lot of people are reporting this type of reaction to a particular thing. But VAERS, I mean, when you're bringing unprecedented attention to a particular vaccine, people are going to be way more noticing any health effect that's happening after a vaccine. They're going to call in and report these things. That doesn't necessarily mean they were caused by the vaccine. VAERS doesn't establish causal links. It just gives you a temporal link between a thing and a thing, a vaccine and a side effect, right? I got vaccinated 2 days ago, and now I have a headache. So you call in and you might report it. That's it. It doesn't mean the vaccine caused it. It's just reporting to give you a link between two things. And then eventually there'll be research to see if there's something scary there.
vaccine front, we decided that we were going to doubt the validity of the VAERS reporting system.
Okay, the VAERS reporting system never been the gold standard for anything. VAERS reporting is just if you want to report that there is some issue that you have after getting a vaccine. That's it.
Yeah.
I think it's
What do you mean
vaccine
that's it?
adverse.
What the hell do you think it was set up for?
To report adverse events that happen after a vaccine.
Why?
To track and see if something was related to the vaccine.
Right.
So
Why?
most people didn't even know VAERS existed until after the COVID vaccine.
Yep.
Once people know that it exists, of course more people are going to engage with it. But what happens
So
when
it's
you
all
submit a
noise.
report? No, it could be or couldn't be. So what do? When a bunch of stuff
Well, you first of all might begin by suggesting that maybe it's not all noise.
Correct. So when
Especially
all
given
of
the
these
excess
things are
deaths.
admitted to VAERS, what they do is from there they investigate. All you can do, all VAERS is I might go and get a vaccine, and maybe in 3 days I go, I got a headache. I'm gonna go.
It's a genuine question. Did we ever even need these vaccines given the mortality rate? This was the most infectious disease in the history of the entire planet. What do you mean? Did we ever need these vaccines? Pretty sure excess deaths in conservative communities that weren't getting vaccinated had a huge departure from those that did afterwards. Yeah, of course. What are you talking about? Having a fuck ton of people getting infected and clogging up hospitals and shit was really bad.
Go ahead and call my doctor and make this report, and they'll say, okay, well, it's an adverse event after vaccine. Doesn't mean the vaccine caused the headache. And now that more people know about this system than ever,
I'm saying that
just
the
saying that
VAERS
VAERS is
system
not
was-
the gold standard of determining if a vaccine is working or not.
What?
Compared to actual longitudinal, prospective, randomized controlled trial
You
studies.
mean like the ones they should have done to the goddamn vaccines?
Like the ones that they did do for the vaccines, and they continue to do to this day. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
You really
That
think
is how that obviously that is what the studies were. Yeah.
that you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of
It's 99% meme, Destiny. 99% of people were fine. That's not what matters. COVID misinformation is the thing that makes me feel the most homicidal of all the topics that I cover, okay? This is one of the cases where we have to talk about absolute number because the absolute number actually matters here, okay? If you have a disease that is fine for 99% of people, kills 1% of people, and hospitalizes 5% of people, that doesn't matter if only a small percentage of society gets affected. But if everybody gets infected, that 1 in 5% number, even though it might be a low percentage of the overall population, is a huge absolute number that hospitals can't deal with. That's why when the vaccines came out, we were talking about social distancing and all that shit, we were talking about flattening the curve. What the fuck do you think that referred to?
the trials for the vaccines, do you?
No,
Really?
I don't. So I have to trust.
Then what are you
I
doing?
have to do.
I don't trust
I
them.
have to
I looked
trust
at the bloody data.
First of all, you have to trust third parties to some extent. When you go outside,
I don't have to trust
Of course
third-
you do. You do every day. When you turn the keys in your car,
I can't believe he wanted to fight on this point. What do you mean you don't trust third parties? I should have just asked him about his clinical practice. Did you do all the research for a psychoanalysis? Did you do all the research for any drug? Because he was just like, did he go to medical school? I thought he did, right? So you could like prescribe drugs. How do you know if any of these drugs work? Do you just trial and error them on all your patients?
Extent. When you go outside,
I don't have to trust
Of course
third-
you do. You do every day. When you turn the keys in your car, you hope your engine doesn't explode. When you're drinking water, you hope that the public water or whatever tap or bottled water you got it out of isn't contaminated or
He
poisoned.
didn't go to
with
med school?
cholera.
Is it just PhD?
As a consequence of consensus?
No, of course you do.
No, I don't. I do that as a consequence of observing multiple times that when I put the goddamn key in the ignition, the truck started.
Why do you know it's going to start the 50th or the 100th time? How
Don't
many times
play
do you wear
Hume
the?
with me.
I'm
You know
not
perfectly
playing
well
Hume.
why.
You don't know if the denim in those jeans isn't leaking into your bloodstream. To some extent, we have to trust third-party institutions to make
Except when they
determination.
use-
I thought here, and I didn't because I didn't want to do I don't know if it counts as a personal attack or not. And I try to stay away from these, but I thought about going in here, like when you went to Russia for your treatment and you have like an induced coma and all of this stuff, you're giving literally an infinite amount of trust to the people around you that they're going to take care of you and operate in a proper way to deal like appropriate medical treatment and not harm you, whatever. Right? Like this is the ultimate moving something from one person to another. Delegate. It's not delegating. I always want to say delegate, but there's a better word. But you're what am I thinking of? What is Hume? Hume is a philosopher, and he was trying to pull on Hume for some inductive reasoning there. So I don't fuck Hume and fuck philosophy. But yeah, this is like the ultimate. You're moving trust onto another party or whatever. Transference of trust, I guess. Yeah.
Then we have to trust third-party institutions to make
Except when they
determination.
use force. How about that?
Especially when they use force. We trust the police officers. We trust the judicial systems.
We do. We on the left trust the police, do
To
we?
some extent, do we? If somebody's breaking
That's
into your
why we
house, who do you
defund
call?
them.
I'm not a defunder, but if somebody's breaking into your house, you can be the most defund person in the world. Who are you going to call? Are you going to call your neighbor? Are you going to call
Ghostbusters?
Joe Biden? Are you going to call Obama? Are you going to call the Black
I should have said the Ghostbusters here.
Panthers? You're going to call the cops.
Okay, so tell me this. Tell me this then, because the core issue...
Would you be okay with COVID vaccinations actually forced by the military? Genuine question? Yeah, probably. They probably do force vaccinations for COVID. That'd be my guess. Don't they make you take flu shots if you're in the military? Bro, you get so many vaccines in the military. Or at least my parents told me you used to.
Here is use of force, as far as I'm concerned. You know, we examined some of the weeds around that. Politicians throughout the world, and this would be true in the...
Oh, he means by the military on citizens? Oh, that would be kind of weird. Jesus.
Conservative side now, in the aftermath of the COVID tyranny, because it was more a tyranny than a pandemic,
Okay.
are now saying that we actually didn't force anybody to take the vaccine. So what do you think of that claim? Like, so let's define force.
I think it's
Because in
technically
Canada-
true, but I think it's silly.
What do you mean it's technically true? Define
Technically
force,
true,
then.
and that in the United States, at least, I think the idea, what they tried to do, they weren't able to do it because the Supreme Court shot it down, was Biden tried to make it so that OSHA, who's the body that regulates job safety, could make it so that employees had to get vaccinated. Now, eventually,
what?
that it was,
Or what?
or they'd lose their job.
Okay, does that qualify as force?
That's why I said technically.
Yeah, I know,
but
no,
not,
but I'm at, it's a serious question. I mean, because we need to define what constitutes force before we can. It seems to me.
You could argue it's a type of force, sure. I mean, I think it'd be silly to say it's nothing. It is a type of force. It's the same as a cop telling you have to do this, you're going to be killed. No, but it's on the spectrum, sure.
I'm reading that mRNA vaccines are far less invasive than traditional vaccines as there is no live virus and the scary spike protein is just some shitty coding that the immune system eats up. No, I wouldn't call it less invasive. You're still getting something vaccinated into you. And there are still potentials for it to go very wrong. Like any vaccine can have a multitude of issues that occur for really complicated reasons from what does ADE stand for? Adaptive diplomatic embolism. I'm just making shit up. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with a lot of vaccines. It's where you have a maladaptive immune response that actually blocks your cells from being able to kill a virus, but it doesn't actually weaken the virus. ADE, what did that stand for? I did so much fucking vaccine bullshit ass research. Antibody dependent enhancement. There's a lot of random things that could go wrong in vaccinating somebody. Or some people were saying that the nanolipid particles or that the spike proteins that your cells produce could end up in your heart and cause inflammation. That was where the myocarditis comes from. Like, yeah, you would never say that it's not invasive. A vaccine is almost always going to be invasive, but
Of course, yeah.
It's as much force as...
It's a type of force, sure. I mean, I think it'd be silly to say it's nothing. It is a type of force. It's the same as a cop telling you have to do this, you're going to be killed. No, but it's on the spectrum, sure. Of course, yeah.
It's as much force as the mRNA vaccines are vaccines.
Sure. It is a type of force, and the mRNA vaccines are a type of vaccine, so sure.
I really think the problem was with the COVID response. I really think the problem was the use of force. I mean, I can understand to some degree, although I'm very skeptical of the...
You should have pushed him more on the forced vaccine narrative. It was extremely warranted given the number of deaths. You should have asked him when it can be enforced, if ever. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole argument. I'm trying so hard not to ask questions and to be a little bit more narrow here because our conversation has like expanded or spanned so many topics. Yeah.
The pharmaceutical companies and far more skeptical than...
We've seen like a 30% increase in blood clots. No, we haven't. Shut the fuck up.
Degree, although I'm very skeptical of the pharmaceutical companies and far more skeptical than your insistence upon the utility of consensus might lead me to believe you're skeptical of them, which is surprising, I would say, given
I'm
that
very
the
skeptical of them. That's why I'm glad there's multiple companies, multiple countries, multiple academic institutions that do research, and the FDA. Yeah, I'm very skeptical. You should be in any private system. You should be skeptical of every private company, of course. Whether we're talking media, pharmaceuticals, or automobile manufacturers, yeah. But skepticism doesn't mean a blind adherence to the complete total opposite of whatever it is they're saying, right? They're undoubtedly, like, if you look at Alzheimer's research, there's been
There was no justification to mandate them if they didn't stop transmission. They did. They slowed transmission by decreasing the likelihood of you getting affected or infected. That's a reduction in transmission. If you're not getting infected, then there's a less likelihood of you transmitting because you aren't infected.
groundbreaking improvements on drugs to treat Alzheimer's research over the past 3 years that 5 years ago, none of these drugs even existed. And now, yeah, so I mean...
How about if you're skeptical of anyone who's willing to use force to put their doctrine forward?
then
How's that
you're
as a rule of
skeptical of
thumb?
literally every single person, political ideology ever have existed in all of humankind. Some degree of force, you would undoubtedly believe this, right? Some degree of force is probably necessary for any kind of cohesive society, right?
No, I don't believe that.
Of course there is.
No,
Even if you had a tribe
that.
of 100, 120 people, if somebody was stealing something, right? You have to punish that person.
I said earlier that becomes complicated when you're dealing with the psychopathic types. Right, so that's a complication. But I would say, generally speaking, that the necessity to use force is a sign of bad policy. And no, I don't think, see, I'm not particularly Hobbesian. I don't think that the only reason people comport themselves with a certain degree of civility in civilized society is because they're terrified by the fact that the government has a monopoly on force that can be brought against them at any moment. I think that keeps the psychopaths in line to some degree. But I think that most people are enticed into a cooperative relationship, and that formulating the structures that make those relationships possible is a sign of good policy.
I have to ask, because I have watched a lot of your stuff in the past. I remember you speaking very distinctly on this, that for instance, when two men are communicating with each other, there is an underlying threat of force that kind of puts on the guardrails those particular social interactions. For instance,
Yeah, the threat of force is don't be psychopathic.
What is it? How broader is psychopathic here? Are we defining?
Well, I can define it. I mean,
yeah, go for it.
Well, a psychopath will gain short-term advantage at the cost of long-term relationship.
Okay,
that's really the core issue. Well, you know, you made a reference to something like that earlier in your discussion, when you pointed out that people claim to be motivated, let's say, by principle, but will default to short-term gratification, more or less at the drop of a hat. Yeah.
How is the anti-COVID researcher bad faith or ill-informed? Bro, there's a billion other people that have gone and debunked his videos. We've looked at stuff in the past, but this has been years ago. I'm not interested in even dealing with his shit anymore. The selective reading of studies, pretty sure he even pushed that hydroxychloroquine bullshit and the ivermectin bullshit. It's just a trash channel for COVID misinfo or anything related to health misinfo. Or maybe that's changed actually as of recently. I don't know. But I know there were multi-year periods where he fell into that. But there's that Dan the Funk guy or Dave, I don't remember. There's a couple people that have done debunks on things that he's done on his channel, but it's just not, it's dumb.
Yeah, exactly. Well, default to short-term gratification, more or less at the drop of a hat. Yeah.
Is he the one that argued that like aspirating needles was also like super important for vaccines, and he got upset when they started recommending not to aspirate needles anymore or shit? Like, I don't know.
But will default to short-term gratification, more or less at the drop of a hat. Yeah, exactly. Well, the exaggerated proclivity to do that is at the essence of psychopathy. So it's a very,
I'm curious with this definition of psychopathy.
Does that mean the definition of psychopathy. It's not it's not mine. That's the core of psychopathy.
Okay, I'm not. In the United States, I think we call it all ASPD now.
No, it's separate from. That's antisocial personality disorder.
I thought that subsumed psychopathy and sociopathy.
Psychopathy is. No, psychopathy is more like it's more the pathological core of antisocial personality disorder.
Okay, maybe that might be true. Okay,
that's a better way of thinking. Like the worst. A small number of criminals are responsible for the vast majority of crimes. It's 1% commit 65%, something like that.
Do you think, is psychopathy something that can be environmentally induced, or do you think this is core to a person?
It's both. Okay. So, for example, if you're disagreeable, like you are, by the way, your proclivity, if you went wrong, would be to go wrong in an antisocial and psychopathic direction. That's more true of men, for example, than it is for women. That's why men are more likely to be in prison by a lot. I think it's 10 to 1 or 20 to 1 generally. It depends on the particular crime, with it being higher proportion of men as the violence of the crime mounts. So you can imagine on the genetic versus environment side. So imagine that when you're delivered your temperamental...
Why laugh? It's true that it's both, because like everything is everything. And I feel like it's hard to like actually have a single line of thought or a single... like following a single train of thought, because every single question has every single answer. Like... Do you think that climate change has to be done by evil people, or could like good people do it? Well, I think it could be both. Okay, well, like for the people that are trying their best, do you think that they have society's benefit in mind, or do you think they're like selfishly driven? Well, it could be either. Okay, do you think that like when you say like selfishly driven, I mean like do you mean like they're just like is it selfish for their I guess psychological feel good, or like well it could be a variety of things. It's just like every answer has every answer, every question has every answer, and every answer has every answer, and everything is just like
hand side. So imagine that when you're delivered your temperamental hand of cards. You're going to have a certain set of advantages that go along with them that are part and parcel of
In fairness, you did this too in this convo, kind of. What are you talking about? I feel like I tried to narrow shit down so fucking much. Wait, at what part was I doing this in this conversation?
that genetic determination, and there's going to be a certain set of temptations as well. So, for example, if you're high in trait neuroticism, you're going to be quite sensitive to the suffering of others.
You're too focused on arguing. Even if you are right, it was fair for him to answer it like that there? No.
And be able to detect that. That's useful for infant care. But the cost you'll pay is that you'll be more likely to develop depression and anxiety. And if you're disagreeable, extroverted, and unconscientious, then the place you'll go if you go badly is in the psychopathic or antisocial direction. And there are environmental determinants of that to some degree.
Sure, genes express themselves in an environment. I agree. When I'm just curious for the definition of psychopathy, for short-term gain at the expense of long-term
relationship. Really, that's probably the best bit. Yeah.
When you look at stuff like people that are self-destructive, say people that engage in behaviors like obesity, is that like a type of psychopathy to you, or is that like something different, or how do you define these types of things, I guess, or how do you view that type of thing?
Well, no, there is an overlap in that addictive.
Not really trying to defend him on this, but is it not true that every issue has good people and bad people? Like, it's reductive to the point of useless, but isn't it right? No, but it doesn't. If you're making strong claims, if you're making strong statements about like climate change is done by malevolent evil actors, okay, well then let's figure out what we mean when we say that. Then you can't, when pushed on anything, you can't become reductive to the point of absurdity or pointlessness in that everything bleeds into everything. Because you're making strong claims initially. Well, if you're making strong claims, we need to find the foundation of those strong claims, what you believe, and then look at the justifications for those beliefs to see if we believe that it's deductively true, does it logically follow, or if the premises are true. Like, oh, are your actual statements, your initial statements that you're building this argument off of true? But if you make strong statements, and then when you try to explore those strong statements, every single thing bleeds into everything else. Everything is violence. Everything is force. Everybody is good and evil. Everything is environmental and genetic. Then it's like, okay, well, I don't know what the fuck the foundation for any of your beliefs actually are.
Processes, one of which might lead to obesity, do have this problem of prioritization of the short term. But so that overlaps with the short-term orientation of the psychopath. But a psychopath an obese person isn't gaining anything from your demise to facilitate their obesity, right? So there's a predatory and parasitical element to psychopathy that's not there in other addictive short-term processes.
Do you think, is it possible that there are things, because then to circle back to the tribal example I gave, isn't it possible that people can commit harms against other people where they're not necessarily gaining from their demise, but it's just some other sort of gain that they're doing better? So for instance, like say like I'm talking to some friends and I'm just gossiping or shit-talking another person. I'm not necessarily feeling good that I'm trashing them per se. I'm feeling good because this group of friends might view me more favorably because I have like a gossip or something to share with them.
Well, but that's the gain right there. And you are contributing to the demise of the people you're gossiping about.
But I think I feel like there's fundamentally different type of thought process between like, I want to tell you something juicy about this guy because it'll make you like me, versus I want to tell you something juicy about this guy because I hate this guy and I want him to like have a worse reputation among people. I feel like there's different drivers for that.
I would say that's an interesting distinction. I would say probably that the hatred-induced malevolence is a worse form of malevolence than the popularity-inducing malevolence.
Yeah, the only reason
it's a tough one, but
yeah, the only reason I bring that up is because I feel like a lot of malevolence that we have social guardrails for is that type of like selfish malevolence where you're not. I would argue even the majority of malevolence in the world is usually people acting selfishly or being.
Isn't it better to explain to Peterson why you say the things you believe instead of explaining here in chat why you said it? I'm trying to, I don't even know what he's saying. When I'm asking clarifying questions, because I'm trying to figure out like, what do you actually believe, or what is the claim that you're making? It's just, that's why I'm asking clarifying questions. I don't even know what the fuck is being stated at any of these points. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Consider it not necessarily like, I hate this
person.
I
think that's right. Sure. I think that's why Dante outlined levels of hell, right? Yeah, well, exactly that. And I mean, that book was an investigation into the structure of malevolence, right? He put betrayal at the bottom, which I think is right. I think that's right, because people who develop post-traumatic stress disorder, for example, which almost only accompanies an encounter with malevolence rather than tragic circumstances, they are often betrayed, sometimes by other people, but often by themselves.
Did you read Dante's Inferno? Yes, it's a fucking boring book.
And yes, there are levels of hell, you know, and you outlined a couple there.
So I guess then my question is just that if you have people, so the kid.
I shouldn't say it's a book, actually. I think technically Dante's Inferno is a play, isn't it?
Steals an orange from a stand.
I feel like it was a play, but maybe they wrote a book about it. I think it was a play, though.
There.
So I guess then my question is just that if you have people, so the kid that steals an orange from a stand, not because he hates the shop owner, but
oh, was it a poem? Maybe it was a poem. Sorry, whatever the fuck.
Because he wants the orange or he's hungry, without some type of societal, it doesn't have to be the government, it could be family, religious, without some type of use of force, do you think that society ever exists without
Use force on your wife?
Well, what are we considering force? Is withholding sex, for instance, is that considered force? Or is, you know, saying we're going to cancel a vacation?
Deprivation of an expected reward is a punishment. So, so you could, well, no, but I mean, this is a serious question. I mean, look, if we're thinking about the optimization of social structures, we might as well start from the base level of social structure and scaffold up.
Sure. So, it's like if a wife is upset at a husband, for instance, would that be considered use of force? I think a negative punishment. You're removing a stimulus to punish a person for something. Yeah, would you consider that like a use of force, or?
I would say it would depend to some degree on the intent.
The intent is to punish a.
Well, if
like, oh, bro, I feel like I can't do anything. What?
It's like if a wife is upset at a husband, for instance, would that be considered use of force? I think a negative punishment. You're removing a stimulus to punish a person for something. Yeah, would you consider that like a use of force, or?
I would say it would depend to some degree on the intent.
The intent is to reduce the behavior. That's why it's called a punishment, right? Positive or negative refers to adding or removing a stimulus. Punishment or reward refers to whether you're trying to discourage or encourage behavior. So a negative punishment is removing a stimulus in order to negative punishment is removing a stimulus to punish a behavior, right? To decrease a behavior. Why are we even asking this question at the end here? I feel like it's an endless string of reductive questions until I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about.
Punish a behavior,
well, if the intent is to punish, then it's starting to move into the domain of force. I mean, look.
Are all punishments force? Is that true? If I take away all of my son's candy bars, if he doesn't score an A+ in school, is that force?
Well, we've been talking, you know, there's been bursts of emotion, right?
Yeah.
And that's because we're freeing entropy and trying to close and to enclose it again. And so that's going to produces negative emotion fundamentally, most fundamentally anxiety and pain, and secondarily something like anger, because those emotions are quite tightly linked.
Sure.
And so within the confines of a marriage, because we might as well make it concrete, there are going to be times when disagreements result in bursts of emotion. And those bursts of emotion don't necessarily have to have an instrumental quality, right? It's when the emotion is used manipulatively.
Outcome is force. You're doing something to change some behavior of others. Almost every single interaction you have with a person is with the goal of changing their behavior. That's why you communicate or do anything. When babies cry, it's to get somebody to feed them. If you talk to somebody, it's to get somebody to play a game with you or to go somewhere with you or to have a conversation. Almost every single thing definitionally that you utter is to evoke some reaction or response from the person you're uttering it to.
To gain an advantage that's short-term for the person, and then maybe that's at the expense of the other person, or even at the expense of the person who benefits future self, then it starts to tilt into the manipulative. There's a tetrad of traits. So narcissism, Machiavellianism, that's manipulativeness. Narcissism is the desire for unearned social status. That's what you
The dark triad was not good enough anymore. Now we've got a dark tetrad. Is that what he's on right now?
For example, if you were gossiping and elevating your social status. Machiavellianism, narcissism, psychopathy, that's predatory parasitism, and those culminate in sadism. And that cloud of negative emotion that's released in the aftermath of disagreement can be tilted in the direction of those traits, and that's when it becomes malevolent. And that's when
he's talking about force, he's talking about it from a psychological level. I don't see why you can say that. If you broaden everything to be the widest term possible, at some point you're not saying anything of substance. That's the issue. Like, yesterday, John forced me to do something. Wow, really? What did he force you to do? Well, he told me that he was going to be really disappointed. This is like a Mr. Girl argument. He told me he was going to be really disappointed if I didn't clean my room. Well, how did he force you? What do you mean, how did he force me? John's acknowledgement and approval of me is incredibly important to my well-being. The fact that he told me that he was going to hold that hostage, that he was going to become disapproving of me, he's forcing me to do that. He's basically abuse by him saying that he's no longer going to approve of me. He's going to disapprove me if I don't clean my room. He's forcing me to do it. Like, bro, at this point, we've reduced the word to such a broad thing that encompasses so many different types of behavior. It's like, there's not even any point in talking about the word anymore.
The problem of force starts to become paramount, because I think that you
learned the word reductive 2 weeks ago. I don't think you know anything about who I am or what I've talked about in this stream.
I think that your fundamental presupposition was both Hobbesian and ill-formed. I do not believe that the basis for the civilized polity is force. Now you're saying that
the lesson here is that Destiny should not have oversimplified how force was used to inject people with experimental technology. Wow, retard alert. JP is right to make Destiny engage in nuance to prove his position. There is no nuance here, you retarded fuck. You understand that, like, if we're using this definition of force, you are literally forced to do everything always at all points in time if you live in a state, right? You're forced to do everything. You're forced to wear clothes by threat of by murder, by the way. If you don't wear clothes, you will be murdered, right? Because if we follow that deductive chain of logic, well, what happens? You go outside with no clothes on, somebody's going to call the police on you. Police show up and they're going to say, hey, you're breaking the law. You need to go inside or do something. You say no, they're going to arrest you. You try to resist arrest because you think you have autonomy. They're eventually going to shoot and kill you, right? Like, I mean, like, every single thing is at the end of the day met with force in any state that you live in that has a violent means of enforcing, ultimately, at the end of the day, whatever a police officer or the law tells you to do. That's so reductively stupid and boring, though. What a boring fucking statement. You're not saying anything of value at that point. Like, hey, I just had a really cool revelation today. Yeah, what's your revelation? You know, if you really think about it, the government would kill me if I spoke too loud. What do you mean the government would kill you if you spoke too loud? Well, if I was too loud, and my neighbors reported me for loud noise, and then the building tried to evict me, and I said I didn't want to leave, and then police officers showed up, and they said that I don't have the right to be here, and then I resisted them trying to get out, and then they fought me, and I fought back, and I had a gun to defend myself, and they shot and killed me. In a way, you're like, it's such a boring non-statement. This is the actual philosophical masturbation that people talk about, or the academic masturbation people talk about when they say, like, lay Reddit fedora tipper. It's when you've reduced everything to such an absurd level that you can literally make any statement to mean anything at any point in time, and you're not saying anything insightful anymore. You're just like, well, everything is. This is like when you get high, you know, like, everything at the end of the day, bro, is about sex. It's about who fucks who. And I was like, what do you mean by that? Well, think about it. If all men or all women said they wouldn't fuck you if you didn't do a thing, and then your bloodline died, and then your genes disappeared, like, at the end of the day, isn't everything in the whole world really about fucking people? And then in a way, like, it's just like, okay, it's not. What am I supposed to engage with here? Like,
I think that your fundamental presupposition was both Hobbesian and ill-formed. I do not believe that the basis for the civilized polity is force. Now you're saying that, you know, you can't abjure the use of force entirely, and I would say, unfortunately, that's true.
I would agree with you.
But if the policy isn't invitational, if I can't make a case that's powerful enough for you to go there voluntarily, then the policy is flawed. Now, it may be that we have some cases where we can't do better than a flawed policy because we're not smart enough, and maybe the
LOL, Destiny tried to make light of the mechanism that the government used to turn society upside down, and JP wouldn't let him just pass it off as simple as everything has force. What do you... Nobody forced you to get vaccinated. You would just have to get tested every week. Like, if you're going to say that that's force, and I agree that it's a type of force, but you have to be aware that when you say force, that's not what most people are thinking of. It's also, it's a non-central... Wait, didn't I write this down in one of my sneaky fallacious tricks? What do we call this one? I need a name for this. Is it non-central fallacy, or... No, debate pervertry. Oh, I need to write this one down in particular. When you make an accusation about something, I think Scott Adams wrote on this, didn't he? And he called it the non-central fallacy. He just made that name up. But it's like when you say something and it's like, oh, yesterday I was forced to do this thing. And when you say force, it invokes, or yesterday I actually hung out with 3 criminals, right? And you're like, oh shit, criminals. Like, damn. When you say criminal, that brings a certain thing to mind. And then you're like, yeah, all 3 of them had unpaid parking tickets. You're like, oh, well, that's not really. And it's like, what? You're going to tell me that's not a crime now? It literally is. Hello, criminal code, state statute. This is actually criminal behavior. They actually have warrants out for their arrest. They've got bench warrants because they were summoned to court. So they are criminal. It's like, okay, yeah, but that's not really what we're talking about, right? Much the same way when you talk about government forcing you to do a particular thing, it's important to be precise. And what do we mean when we say force, right? Because if Jordan Peterson has broadened this to encompass every single potential thing that a government could or couldn't do for you, every positive and negative thing is now being, every positive freedom and every negative freedom is now being implied here. It's like, okay. In that case, fine. Then every single thing that's happening in society is done at force. But if everything is a thing, then nothing is a thing. It's not doing anything anymore. The whole point of words and ideas is to draw circles and boundaries around things so that we can discuss them and compare them and contrast them.
Cases where we can't do better than a flawed policy because
yes, but everyone would say do this or get fired is force. You can say the thing you're forcing is justified, but it's no less forceful. If a boss forced an employee to have sex or get fired, bad. But if they say do your job or get fired, good. Okay. Weren't there some people say that they were going to get fired for not getting vaccinated? I don't think that was ever the case. I think it was just you'd have to get regularly tested if you weren't going to get vaccinated.
we're not smart enough, and maybe the involuntarily, then the policy is flawed. Now, it may be that we have some cases where we can't do better than a flawed policy because
people literally did get fired. Are you kidding me? If they did, that was up to their private place of employment to determine, which as a conservative, you should fully be supporting. If someone wants to fire you for not getting vaccinated, that's on the place of employment. I'm pretty sure you have the right to do that, don't you?
we're not smart enough. And maybe the incarceration of
Destiny, the issue is that we are making medication part of the thing we enforce. That's already happened. There's already mandatory vaccines in society if you want to be part of the military, if you want to go to public schools. There's already a thing. What do you mean?
Criminal flawed policy because we're not smart enough. And maybe the incarceration of criminals with a long-term history of violent offenses is a good example of that. We don't know how to invite those people to play. They have a history, generally from the time they're very young children, from the age of 2, of not being able to play well with others. And it's a very, very intractable problem. There's no evidence in the social science literature at all that hyper-aggressive boys by the age of 4 can ever be socialized in the course of their life. The penological evidence suggests that if you have multiple offenders, your best bet is to keep them in prison till they're 30. And the reason for that is it might be delayed maturation, you know, biologically speaking, but most criminals start to burn out at around 27. So it spikes, it's a big spike when puberty hits, and then stability among the hyper-aggressive types. So actually what happens is the aggressives at 4 tend to be aggressive their whole life, and then they decline after 27. The normal boys are not aggressive. They spike at puberty and go back down to baseline, right? And so you don't really rehabilitate people in prison.
What is he saying? This is fucking nonsense? I think it's pretty true. I think people men have huge crime committing years, and when they're outside of those years, they tend not to commit anywhere near as much crime. I'm pretty sure that's true. I'm not even listening. I'm just reading, trying to get it triggered. Isn't it like 15 to 24 or some shit? There's some age block where if you, it's just the age blocks where men are so much more likely to commit crime. And when you throw them in jail and then you lock them up until they're out of those crime committing years, generally it falls off dramatically. I don't think that's even controversial.
Prison for obvious reasons. I mean, look at the bloody places. They're great schools for crime in large, but if you keep them there until they're old enough, they tend to mature.
Wouldn't you make a distinction between going to school and going into the military in terms of what the average individual absolutely needs? I would say there's a meaningful difference. I'm saying that the requirements are the same. I'm saying that there are places where bro, I can't believe we have to debate vaccines. Please let the next one be worse. Where's the next pandemic? Force and the monopoly on violence is a literal prerequisite for the state and government, but JBP is bringing it up as if it's up for debate among anyone who isn't an anarchist. Yeah, that's what I said before. Any state you live in, there has to be some violent mechanism of enforcement. Otherwise, people will just do whatever the fuck. What is this? Oh, I already read that one. Okay. Tick History on YouTube have very detailed videos about why Hitler was left-leaning. I'm sure they do, my dude.
Out of that, except the worst of them tend to mature out of that predatory, short-term oriented lifestyle.
COVID isn't the most infectious disease, it's measles. I think that COVID, because of the lack of severity and symptoms between a lot of people and the length and duration of the disease, I'm pretty sure COVID was the most transmitted disease in the history of the planet. I think measles tends to shut you down a bit more and you're like sick and out of commission, no? I can check. What was the last one? Omicron or some shit? For measles, R naught is often cited to be 12 to 18. The Omicron variant has an average basic reproduction number of 9.5 and a range from 5.5 to 24. I'm pretty sure by now the COVID variants, I think, are more infectious than even measles. Wait, also, is measles one of those diseases that you only get once, or am I thinking of chickenpox? Or is measles the one that like eats your immune system or some shit? Just because someone transmits and is more infectious does not cause for panic. I think it is totally reasonable for citizens to cry foul when the government tries to make you seem like a leper on society for not taking vaccines for something akin to a flu/cold. Flus are serious deals, especially to people that are immunocompromised, my dude. And you should feel like a piece of shit because you are a selfish piece of shit. And you should get bullied for it. And people should make you feel like a shitty person for it too. If you don't want to get vaccinated because you're on some fucking hype, retarded fuck conspiracy nonsense. People should bully the fuck out of you. And you should feel bad for it eventually. Just like all social mechanisms. Whether you want to fuck kids or whether you want to be a bioweapon and transmit diseases to people because you're too much of a fucking retard to take a shot. Yeah, people should make everybody feel fucking bad for it. I think a cultural mechanism there is totally acceptable. And something transmitting a lot is a big deal because even if they're not dying, if a bunch of people are getting sick and clogging up fucking hospitals, then yeah, that is a deal. It's a big deal. It's an issue. You don't want that happening. Anyone else get Edward Norton Fight Club vibes from Destiny? Sometimes good one.
Yeah.
I try to be the Edward Norton from American History X, actually.
Predatory, short-term oriented lifestyle. So
yeah,
and that's the force issue.
Yeah, I agree. So fundamentally,
taking the vaccine doesn't even help the people around you. The vaccine was proven to not stop transmission. If you don't get sick, you have nothing to transmit. So if you get vaccinated, and then as a result of that, you don't get sick, then you're not transmitting. What the fuck? How is it so hard to understand?
To clear my stance up, I agree that
typically you're immune for the rest of your life after infection. That is, wait. I'm sorry, hold on. For measles or for diseases in general? For measles, that might be true. I don't remember. I think that might be true for measles. Do you get measles multiple times? I'm not sure if that's true or not. A person can spread measles for 4 days. No infection. It makes the person immune for the rest of their life. That means, okay, so measles is generally a permanent immunity afterwards. I'm pretty sure the CDC confirmed asymptomatic transmission with COVID. You can transfer asymptomatically, but if you never really develop COVID at all because you're vaccinated, which means you have a much higher chance of, well, for the early infections, I don't know for Omicron, I don't know what the protection is now. It might be down to 40, 50%, I'm not sure. For the early ones, if the SARS-CoV-2 virus enters your body and barely replicates before being eliminated and destroyed by your immune system because you've been vaccinated, then your likelihood of transmitting is way, 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 way lower because you're not sick. You're not even creating as much of the virus.
Fundamentally, you're not building society on force. If for no other reason, because there'd be some
asymptomatic spread is just not a thing for Destiny. Asymptomatic means that you have a disease, but you're not presenting symptoms. Asymptomatic doesn't mean a-diseased. It doesn't mean no disease at all. It means that you're not developing the symptoms. That's why it's called asymptomatic. What do you think the symptom part means? And what do you think the A before it means?
so much friction, it would fly. Fundamentally, you're not building society on force. If for no other reason, because there'd be so much friction, it would fly apart at the seams, right? You can't force it.
You get resistance if you use force.
Fundamentally, we're building off of cooperation. You want to invite people to participate in society. I agree with that. I feel like once you start to hit certain thresholds or certain points, and you've got so many different types of people involved, at some point, we're going to have force around the edges, on the guardrails, just to make sure that we don't allow. Are you familiar with like tit-for-tat systems?
Very.
Yeah, tit-for-tat is probably a really important part of our evolutionary biological history and an important part of the animal kingdom. And I think to some degree, that tit-for-tat punishment is important
Is that force or justice?
You can call it.
How many jabs will you take if they keep telling you? How about a healthy sense of skepticism? I like how you're so fucking retarded that you'll sit here and get diseased over and over and over again. You're like, you're so retarded for getting vaccinated as you have COVID for the 17th fucking time. Like, please. Oh my God, eat shit, literal.
What it is.
No. I'm curious what you think. This is a very serious question.
Yeah.
Because the tit for tat is very bounded, right? It's like You cheat, I whack you, and then I cooperate, right?
Yeah.
So, and I do think that there's a model there for what we actually conceptualize.
When you say tit for tat, are you referring to that Veritasium video about game theory? No, I got this from Robert Sapolsky and his talk about, is it evolutionary biology? That tit for tat systems are basically how species ensure good behavior with each other because there's always a punishment and there's some level of charitability beforehand, like tit for tat or tit for tat tat or tit whatever. There's like these different tit for tat systems so that you enforce social behavior because if you fuck up, somebody's going to keep you in line.
Is justice. Sure. It's like you don't get away with it, but the goal is the reestablishment.
Never had COVID, never had the jab. People who got the jab 15 times have gotten COVID. Womp womp destiny. Yeah, that you're not bragging, my dude. The fact that you're a 33-year-old, 250-pound fucking virgin dying of type 2 diabetes in his parents' basement is not something to brag about. Like, congratulations, you've never got a particular disease before? What do you think that your body is like super immune to it because you didn't get vaccinated? Like, what kind of retarded fuck argument is that? Holy shit. Like, if your body is so fucking strong, you should get fucked in the ass by a dude with AIDS 30 times and see if you resisted then. See how, like, disease resistant you actually are. My God.
Of the cooperative endeavor as fast as possible.
Of course, I agree. But in a reductionist way, we're kind of just using...
Thoughts on vaccines for newborns? I don't believe in vaccines, especially for newborns. Usually after a baby's born, you should roll them around in some raw sewage for like 2 hours so that they learn every single disease as soon as they're fucking born.
Cooperative endeavor as fast as possible.
Of course, I agree. But in a reductionist way, we're kind of just using justice here as a stand-in for force, right?
Well,
because a tit for tat system...
That's a good...
So there are different types of tit for tat systems, right? You've got tit for tat, you've got tit for tat tat, there's all sorts of type systems where maybe you'll let somebody make a mistake 1 or 2 times, but you can't have a tit system because then somebody can come in and take advantage of it.
Yes,
so
which is the problem with the compassionate left, by the way.
To some extent, sure, it can be. Or a problem with the right that's far too forgiving of Donald Trump. But I would say that tat part, you can call it justice. I think justice is a perspective of force, right? Where some people might consider a force to be just, the cop that arrests the murderer, and other people might consider that force, that tat, to actually be injustice because the murderer was responding to environmental conditions, blah, 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 or was
that's
or whatever.
a stupid theory, that responding to environmental conditions theory. Because here's why it's not.
Because essentially that's Rittenhouse's self-defense is responding with violence.
So if you assume that there's a causal pathway from early childhood abuse to criminality, let's say, which is the test case for environmental determination of the proclivity for...
What if I just don't want it? I ain't hating on the vaccine, I just don't want it? Then base, dude. At least just be honest about it. Just say, I don't want to get that shit. Fuck that. Then fine, base.
Exploitation of others.
Okay.
Then it spreads near exponentially in populations. That isn't what happens. So here's the data. Most people who abuse...
You did the both thing there. You're about to get banned if I didn't.
Force, that tat.
When are you doing the debate with Alex? I don't know. He said he'd be a few minutes late, so I'm just waiting for him to say go.
Actually be injustice because the murderer was responding to environmental conditions, blah, 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 or was
that's a
whatever.
Stupid theory, that responding to environmental conditions theory. Because here's why it's not.
Because essentially that's Rittenhouse's self-defense is responding with violence.
So if you assume that there's a causal pathway from early childhood abuse to criminality, let's say, which is the test case for environmental determination of the proclivity for the exploitation of others, then it spreads near exponentially in populations. That isn't what happens. So here's the data. Most people who abuse their children were abused as children. But most people who are abused as children do not abuse their children. And the reason for that is because if you were abused, there's 2 lessons you can learn from that. One is identify with the abuser. The other...
You just want to win the discussion at Destiny. When you realize you're not winning, you say the other person is stuck in their ways, not realizing that you are just as stuck. I've always said this a million times. If you show me the data, I will change my mind. I've done that. I've changed my mind on big issues in the past. I've changed my mind on small issues in the past. You will never change your mind. There is no piece of data. Adult content enjoyer. What data would you need to start taking mRNA vaccines? Tell us in chat. What would you need to see? Like a reasonable standard that would also be approved for every other type of medication. What would you need to see? Hello?
That isn't what happens. So here's the data. Most people who abuse their children were abused.
Explain why they changed the definition of vaccine. That change had to do with like the way that a line was written in some like insurance fucking or FDA classification bullshit or whatever. It had nothing to do with the actual idea of what a vaccine is. Like Again, like I said, you guys wouldn't accept attenuated virus vaccines. If those were created today, you wouldn't accept it. You would say, that's not a vaccine. That doesn't count. What do you think a vaccine is? If I were to ask you, what is a vaccine? You have no fucking idea. You can give a coherent fucking answer. You probably don't understand any of the underlying technologies at work here, especially the mRNA one. Like, so what do you mean? Why do they change the definition of vaccine? Like, there's tons of different technologies that have been employed for different types of vaccines. Whether or not the FDA had to change the way that they labeled a particular thing is not relevant to the scientific understanding of what a vaccine is or what it does.
As children. But most people who are abused as children do not abuse their children. And the reason for that is because if you were abused, there's two lessons you can learn from that. One is identify with the abuser. The other is right, exactly. And what happens, and if this didn't happen, every single family would be abusive to the core very rapidly.
Yeah.
What happens is the proclivity for violence it dampens itself out as a consequence of intergenerational transmission. So the notion that privation.
Random question. Why do you think he accused you of the debating for the sake of debating? Obviously, that's a dipshit lefty talking point. But Peterson said it too, and he never talked to you before. Probably because we're disagreeing on almost everything. He probably doesn't talk to many people that are as disagreeable on so many topics. That'd be my guess, but.
Is a pathway to criminality. That's not.
Have long-term side effects ever been recorded from a vaccine ever? I'm not aware of that. When I did research on side effects for vaccines, I think what I saw was, 2 months is the longest recorded date for vaccine side effects. I came across that a few times. I've never heard of any other vaccine producing like long-term side effects, like longer than 2 months. I haven't seen that anywhere. If somebody wants to link one, go for it. But
that's not a well-founded formulation. And there are an infinite number of counterexamples, and they're crucial. And some of the best people I know, and I mean that literally, are people who had childhood so absolutely abysmal that virtually anything they would have done in consequence could have been justified. And they chose not to turn into the predators of others. And that was a choice, and often one that caused them to reevaluate themselves right down to the bottom of their soul. And so that casual association of relative poverty even with criminality, we know this too. You take a neighborhood where there's relative poverty, the young men get violent. They don't get violent because they're all hurt and they're victims. They get violent because they use violence to seek social status.
That might be true. Okay. Alex is ready to chat. Oh boy. God, what I would give for Destiny not to react to his appearances on other shows. This is what you got. I'm getting one guide. Okay. Let me use the restroom. Hold on 1 sec. No more chat with Alex. boy. Upper or downer? Uppers are way better. But drinking is fun.
Yo, what's up, buddy?
Hi, how's it going, bud?
Are you ready for the best Israel-Palestine debate of your life?
I'm always so ready.
Obviously, I'm very well known for my political prowess on the internet. That's my #1 forte. Are you live on your end?
Always.
All right, I'm going to go live then, too. We can check it off. All right, what up, guys? We are live. So me and Destiny are going to be having a very fun and probably pretty intense Israel versus Palestine debate. So the first question that a lot of you guys might have, why the hell is a dating coach debating Israel versus Palestine? Why don't you fucking stay in your zone? So 2 reasons. One, I'm actually a low-key politics junkie, and I think this will be a fun discussion. But number 2, I feel like with you, Destiny, you haven't really had too many good pro-Palestine opponents. The only one that stands out to me from what I watched was Mark Lamont Hill. Like Norman Finkelstein is kind of a joke. So would you agree with that statement that really you haven't, that the only guy that was even relatively good was the Palestinian journalist?
I mean, I've had some like people from my stream come on chat that's been okay, but yeah, most of the conversation's been pretty bad.
Yeah. I think the problem with this issue is that it's become so polarized. So if you don't 100% agree with Israel, you are a Hamas simp or you're anti-Semitic. If you don't 100% agree with the other side, you're pro-genocide. So it's just become really, really, I think, polarized, and there's not a lot of room for nuance. And so one thing I do appreciate, I have been following a lot of your debates on this topic, is that you do tend to be nuanced. You don't take 100% one side. Now, I do think that you are wrong about a few things, but it seems like you have nuance in your position, which I find to be pretty rare when it comes to this. How familiar are you with my position on this topic? Are you just starting from scratch? I'm assuming that's the case, or
I
do you
have
have
no idea whatsoever.
Okay, let me kind of outline it. So I think you and I pretty much agree on almost everything, if not everything, when it comes to October 7th or pre-October 7th. So we are going to agree on the fact that October 7th was a terrorist attack, not an act of resistance. We're going to agree that prior to October 7th, it wasn't like an open-air prison. We're going to agree on the fact there's a unique issue with Palestinian citizens, which tends to be when they move to other countries, it causes violence. There's a specific issue of radicalization. So we're going to agree on a lot of things when it comes to that. What the disagreement, I think, is going to largely lay on is post-October 7th, specifically with Israel's conduct during the war. So do you mind if I just ask you 2 clarifying questions? I already know the answer to these, I think, but I want the audience to kind of understand.
Yeah, go for it.
So do you believe that Israel has committed war crimes during this war?
It's certainly possible. I don't know if I've like seen any where I'm like absolutely yes, but I mean it's definitely possible. Yeah.
What kind of evidence would you need to go from it's definitely possible to yes, it seems like that's the case?
Well, to go from it's definitely possible to yes, it seems like that's the case, or it's definitely possible to this absolutely happened.
No, because I think that's going to be very hard for me to get you there to like, yeah, this is most likely what happened. This is the most likely explanation is that there's war crimes being committed.
I mean, it depends on the war crime, but like I think an overwhelming amount of circumstantial evidence that seems really hard to explain, absent some fuck up, like something to that, but it's going to depend on the particular type of thing we're talking about.
What if you saw a video of a war crime and then you had statements from the IDF and the Israeli leadership denying it and lying about that? Would that kind of move you in that direction?
When you say video of a war crime, what do you mean by that?
Something that being done that's a war crime. So, for example, executing a innocent civilian.
Are you talking about like a surrendered person who's like?
Yeah, like someone who's waving a white flag or someone who's surrendered, anything along the lines of that.
I mean, the question for the determination of a war crime, the question would be is, do the soldiers have reason to believe that this person is completely surrendered and they're just killing him for no reason or because it's a civilian, or do they have another reason to believe why it's not like trustworthy, basically?
Right, but what if you saw evidence that, for example, shows you the most likely explanation is they don't have a valid reason for doing it?
It would depend on what the most likely explanation is. The problem is, let me explain the other side of this real quick. When you're talking about what a war crime is, there's a mens rea component to a war crime that requires you to be acting with a level of intentionality to kill a person without proper justification. The problem is that people think that war crime is any time a civilian is killed and that justification ends up not materializing, or any time a civilian is killed and it doesn't seem like there was a good reason to do it. It's a retrospective analysis that civilians do, rather than the prospective analysis that the law would call for, or what the particular war crime would call for. So for instance, I think a really good example, I haven't super dug into this, but my understanding is there were 3 hostages that came out waving white flags that were shot and killed by the IDF. I didn't watch the videos of that or anything, but if it was the case that multiple Hamas members in the past had like waved white flags or had appeared to be surrendering and then either tried to suicide bomb or attack the IDF afterwards, that if they see 3 other people waving white flags and they shoot kill those people, well, tragic and horrible and maybe potentially avoidable, that wouldn't necessarily amount to a war crime, because it's not like they're shooting and killing people who are surrendering with the intent of doing that. It's because they thought there was another military threat that was present in that point in time. But I don't know what's been leaked in terms of like intelligence, or what's been leaked in terms of particular circumstances. But I'm sure there are circumstances where I could look at something and I could be like, it seems really hard to explain what's happening here, where it seems hard to believe there's a compelling military reason for what's going on here. But
okay, yeah, we'll get to it when we get to it. I'll show you some videos. So the second clarifying question is: do you think Israel is doing collective punishment on the Palestinians living in Gaza?
I don't know what the international definition is. I don't know what collective punishment counts as.
Yeah, I can pull it up, actually. I have it written down.
Sure, go for it.
The definition is so it's a war crime according to Article 3 of 1949 Geneva Convention. Collective punishment specifically means that everyone is punished for something, whether they offended or not.
I would need to see the application in law, because that definition is so broad. That means that basically every single military action ever would be collective punishment. Like, is it collective punishment when Russia blows up an energy power plant in Ukraine? I don't think that would count as collective punishment. Or is it collective punishment if you blockade like an enemy's like naval fleet or something? That might also be like shipping. I don't know if that would amount to collective punishment.
So under normal wars, it would need to be deliberate. So for example, Russia and Ukraine, it would need to be deliberate. Like, hey, we were doing this as a way to punish whatever civilians. With Israel, there's a little bit of a different thing, because they're considered an occupying power. So by that, they're actually the bar is set a bit lower, especially when it applies to like blocking humanitarian aid. Again, we'll get to it when we get to it. I just kind of wanted to flesh out your position on that. So yeah, I mean, like, if we take the definition I gave you, let's just go off of that. Like, would that, in your opinion, that's something that you think Israel's doing or not doing, or
what you just said? But there just has to be something more. Like if I
can prove intent,
possibly. I think I'd really have to see this in practice. I haven't done like specific reading on collective punishment though, so this is not like a thing that I'm like super able to dole out. Yeah.
God, you motherfucker! I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to think right now, because if collective punishment is what you just read, then literally every single sanction, every single tariff, almost every single military action to some extent could be collective punishment, right? Like for instance, our sanctions on Iran or our sanctions on Iraq for like Saddam Hussein and stuff, did that count as collective punishment?
I don't think it would.
Like, why not? Because you're hurting the whole society, you're hurting the whole population by doing that.
Right, but I think that actually, that's a good point. I would have to look in like what exactly is the bar? Like, how much punishment does it need to be? Like, what if you just refuse trading with a country? Would that be collective punishment? But I think the difference there would be the fact that I don't think it's the U.S.'s intent, or at least it's not proven the U.S.'s intent is to punish civilians. I think the U.S.'s intent seems to be just like punishing the Iranian government, even though we can say that's BS because they are punishing that. There's no intent there. Versus with this thing, I'm going to show you evidence after evidence of intent. Like, hey, the goal is actually to punish the people living in Gaza for the crimes of Hamas. Okay. That would be, I think, the difference is the intent part. But okay, so let's just go through this one by one. And if you want to like stop me at any point, ask questions or whatever, we can. It's not like super form or anything like that. So let's start with war crimes and specifically collective punishment. Collective punishment is a war crime. So the way that I would argue that collective punishment is taking place is through blocking humanitarian aid and doing a siege. Two separate things that are also somewhat related. So by blocking basic necessities necessary for the survival of Gaza's 2.2 million residents, nearly a half of whom are children, Israel punishing all of Gaza's civilians for Hamas attacks. Now, the second thing I would need to prove is intent, right? This is just a statement. So I think that here's another little fun fact. Before the war, over 500 trucks a day of humanitarian aid were getting in. Now it's less than 100 a day. What's really interesting, though, this kind of jumped out at me when I was doing my research. Before the ICJ ruling, it was about 157 a day. And then like right after the ICJ ruling, it dropped closer to 50 a day. So it seems like even though the ICJ said like, hey, one of the things you have to do is you have to allow all the humanitarian aid did, it seems like Israel did the exact opposite and allowed less aid in. So how do we first determine the facts? How do we establish that what I'm saying is true? Well, I think that you and I agree that third-party sources are the best. We shouldn't take what Hamas says at face value. We shouldn't take what the Israel government says at face value. We need to look at reputable third-party sources. So I'll just run through some of these. UN's leading expert in right to food, Michael Ferrickley.
Wait, do you want to go through any of these like one at a time, or?
Yeah, we can if you want. I was just going to run through them to kind of, because the point I'm trying to make is that this is like multiple human rights organizations that are saying this happening. If you want to go through them one at a time, that I'm totally cool with doing that.
Yeah.
Or I can just run through them and then you can circle back to the ones that you want to challenge me on.
Okay, I'll start writing them down. I've got food truck meme. Okay, keep going.
So the UN's leading expert in right to food, Israel, said that Israel is intentionally starving Palestinians and should be held accountable for a war crime. He also said Israel is intentionally obliterating small-scale fishing vessels, greenhouses, and orchards in Gaza with the goal of denying people access to food. So that second sentence is pretty powerful. If they're intentionally bombing fishing vessels and greenhouses and orchards and production of food, there's no way you could justify that besides the fact that they are trying to deny them food, unless, of course, it's accidental bombing. But again, his opinion, who's the UN leading expert on this, is that it's intentional. And I have a source for that. Then we have the World Food Program, said that just 10% of needed food supplies have entered Gaza since the start of the war. Now, that in and of itself doesn't prove anything. It just kind of paints the overarching picture of how little supplies are getting in and how it's not enough for the population. Okay, so then we go to something a little bit more conclusive. Refugees International said despite Israel's claim to be facilitating humanitarian aid, research analysis by them shows that Israeli conduct has consistently and groundlessly impeded aid operations within Gaza, blocked legitimate relief operations, and resisted implementing measures that would generally enhance the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Now, one important thing to keep in mind here is because Israel is considered the occupying power, whether you agree with that assessment or not, that's just kind of how it is considered by the international community. If they are the occupying power, which it seems like pretty clearly that they are, just them not doing everything they can, like just kind of being, let's just say, totally like, whatever, I don't give a fuck, would still be blocking humanitarian aid and collective punishment because they're the occupying power. So the standard's a little bit different. Okay, so now we go to Doctors Without Borders. International President Christos said millions of civilians in Gaza faced collective punishment, his words, not mine, due to Israel's blockade on fuel and medicine. And I can get into more of that if you want. The IPC said acute hunger and malnutrition have already far exceeded the threshold for famine in northern Gaza, and IPC warns of major acceleration of death and malnutrition. Again, that one doesn't show intent, but it shows that the picture that acute hunger is getting really, really bad here in case someone was to question that. Famine is imminent in North Gaza, where 70% of the population are already suffering with catastrophic levels of hunger. This is according to UN-backed report, as the U.S. top diplomat accused Israel of doing starvation as a weapon of war. So we have here about 5 third-party sources or so, and I'm sure there's a lot more, but I just picked the ones that seem to be the most credible, basically saying like, hey, Israel is deliberately, it's either at best not doing what's within their power to make sure the food gets in, but more commonly, Israel is deliberately blocking the food aid. Now, if it is true that Israel is blocking the humanitarian aid, then they are by default guilty of collective punishment, and then by default, they're guilty of a war crime.
Okay. All right. Are we ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'm interested in this because I hear the claim that Israel is blocking aid. I hear this a lot, and I've gotten linked some things, and I try to figure out what that means, but I haven't seen any good positive claim of that ever being put forth. So before I start on sources that seem to counter that, do you have like a single thing that is demonstrating that like aid is being actively blocked or denied by Israel? Is there any, like, what is the article that you can point me to that we can read through that?
Yeah, there's many articles.
Give me the strongest one.
Okay, I don't know if this is the strongest one, but I'll just cite this because I have it written down in my notes. So let me pull this up. You want to do like a share screen type of thing?
Oh no, just link me and we can read through it.
Okay, I will. How do you want me to send it to you? Private chat?
Or Discord?
Okay, I'll just send it to you in private chat because it's easier for me. Let me know if you get this.
Oh, the chat on the side?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we're starting off with a media article. I'm not sure if this is going to have what I want, but I'll read. Okay. Israel is deliberately starving Palestinians.
Can you share the screen, please, so people can see it?
I'm not going to be able to I can't. Because I'm like looking at it over on, it's 2 different computers that I have, so that's really hard for me to do. You can bring it up yours if you want.
Yeah, let's do that so the chat can see it. Okay, 1 second.
Okay, Israel is deliberately starving Palestinians, UN rights experts say, or UN rights expert says. Exclusive, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food, Michael Fakhri, says denial of food is a war crime and constitutes a situation of genocide. Israel is intentionally starving Palestinians and should be held accountable for war crimes and genocide, according to the UN's leading expert on the right to food. Hunger and severe malnutrition are widespread in the Gaza Strip, where about 2.2 million Palestinians are facing severe shortages resulting from Israel destroying food supplies and severely restricting the flow of food, medicines, and other humanitarian supplies. Aid trucks and Palestinians waiting for humanitarian relief have come under Israeli fire. There is no reason to intentionally block the passage of humanitarian aid or intentionally obliterate small-scale fishing vessels, greenhouses, and orchards, in Gaza, other than to deny people access to food. So for a first thing here, this second statement is just wrong. There can be military reasons why you would attack certain vessels, greenhouses, and orchards. So this is kind of a huge red flag that this guy is making a factually, legally, everything incorrect statement, but that's fine. Maybe this isn't.
But that would be only if there's Hamas there.
Or military weapons there, or if they've got reason to believe. This statement is just incorrect. It's utterly incorrect.
But we don't know if it's incorrect.
It is incorrect. He's saying that there's no reason to obliterate these things other than to deny people access to food. That's a factually incorrect statement. There is no way that we can.
I think that's him giving his opinion right there. I mean, we can quibble over that, but I think that's.
Hold on. No, wait. No. This is not stated as an opinion. He said there is no reason to obliterate greenhouses and orchards in Gaza other than to deny people access to food. That's the statement. That statement is wrong.
Okay, I'll just even grant you that, and that statement is wrong.
Okay, doesn't disqualify the rest of what he says. We're just saying that statement in and of itself is wrong. Okay, now for some evidence of this. Okay, aid entering Gaza dropped to 98 daily truckloads in February, down from a pre-conflict average of 500 to 600 truckloads. Are these truckloads, is this exclusively food, or is this all types of aid, or is this like what?
I think it includes food, water, medicine. That's essentially the brunt of it.
Could it include? Well, let's see if it says it. Maybe it says it.
Could it include what? I might be able to answer a question.
Well, could it, for instance, could it include like construction materials, for instance?
I think in theory it could, but I think that the vast majority of it, from what I read, is largely food. But then also you got clean water, because right now there's massive water crisis there where people are drinking from the sea, and also medicine.
Okay, well, because that's important, because like, let's say theoretically, what if it was the case that a ton of building supplies used to go in, and now in the war they're not bringing in building supplies because nobody's even building anything, but maybe like the amount of food that's gone in is actually increased. If that was possible without knowing what is in these trucks, then it would be silly not to break down like what's actually going in.
Would that really be the case you would make? Because I think that seems a little absurd.
Really? How much food is in one truckload of food?
Probably several tons.
How much food does the average Gazan need? How many trucks a day of food needs to go in for people to be fed?
Well, it seems like it's closer to 500.
Really?
At the very least, I can't give you an exact number on this, but at the very least.
Real quick. I'm not expecting an exact number. I'm just showing you don't even have a ballpark. So for you to say that it would be absurd to assume 98 trucks.
You're showing me right now. I didn't say I don't have a ballpark. I said it's probably around 500. That's a ballpark.
You think they need 500 to 600 trucks of food today to survive, and now that's cut by 80%. You think that's the case?
It seems like before the war, about 500 or 600 was getting in, and it seems like maybe that wasn't even enough. But so the minimum would be 500 a day, 80 a day. So dropping that by 5x is definitely not sufficient. And the evidence for that would be the fact that that you see people literally starving. They're eating wild flowers.
Well, careful. If you go that far, the evidence all contradicts you. Because if we were to assume that it's actually a huge lack of food and people are starving, you would see way more than like 2 stories on it. You would start to see thousands or tens of thousands, like what happens in Yemen.
You do see a whole bunch of stories on it.
No, you don't.
I don't know. Yeah,
I've followed it. No, you don't.
I can find you dozens of stories.
Yeah,
for
I know what you're saying. Dozens of stories on like the same people with cerebral palsy and stuff. But I'm saying that you would see hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of people starving.
Is the UN cerebral palsy? Is Amnesty International cerebral palsy? Like, these are pretty well reputable.
If you want, show me an Amnesty International or UN report that talks about how many people have starved to death. I don't think you're going to find that. But if you think there is one, I'd be curious seeing it. But
why does it need to be starved to death? Why can't it just be people who are starving to death?
Well, it's hard for me to imagine that your food intake is cut by 80% and nobody is like starved if this has happened for 4 or 5 months.
No, I'm sure there are plenty of people that starved. But wait, are you just disagreeing with the basic premise?
No, wait, hold on, wait. I'm just agreeing. I was just saying that you wanted to use a future piece of evidence saying, well, look at the people eating flowers. And I'm saying, well, if you go to the future evidence, if you go even further down the line, because we haven't even established your truck thing yet, I'm saying go further down the line, it doesn't seem to be the argument, or it doesn't seem like we can establish that people are starving if nobody's actually starved to death yet. It doesn't seem to be the case. Now, maybe that's a longer process than I'm aware of or whatever, but yeah, I'm just saying that the evidence down there doesn't seem to support that idea.
So first of all, it is a longer process, like you said. They're not eating 0% of food; they're just eating way less. There's a whole bunch of evidence that confirms this. The fact that you see massive increase in malnutrition, the fact that you see people literally scavenging and eating like dog food and shit like that. But I'm just curious: are you disagreeing with the premise that people in Gaza are not getting enough food? Like, do you completely dismiss that premise?
I'm not even. Hold on. First of all, that's not a premise. That would be a conclusion. Okay.
Do you disagree with that conclusion? Sure.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen strong evidence to support that conclusion, or the evidence seems mixed at best. But the first thing that we were looking at right now was it seems like right now we've got trucks that we're entering. It was 500 to 600 trucks a day pre-conflict, or at least in February, and that's dropped to 98 trucks a day. But when I'm looking at like the graph of, or I'm looking at the data source down here, it says this data includes commercial and aid trucks, daily average calculated for working days. I don't know then, does this include a bunch of like construction or other heavy supplies that aren't related to food that are no longer going in because there's like a war? That's why I'm not sure. But I also don't know the answer to how many tons of food need to go into the Gaza Strip per day. I don't know the answer. I don't know how many tons of food a population needs to survive. I don't know the answer to that mathematically. But it sounds like you don't either, which is why I'm questioning when you say my hypothetical or my question is absurd, that maybe in 100 trucks, you could get even more food than you did with the 500 or 600 trucks, because maybe the vast majority of the food in the 500 or 600 trucks, or the vast majority of storage is like construction materials. I just don't know the answer to that. Not sure.
Do you actually believe that that's the case? From what I've seen, acute malnutrition has gone up by 16x since the start of the war.
By 16x by the start of the war. I don't know if that's possible, because I feel like that would mean that the acute malnutrition would have had to have been under 100 divided by 16. That means that it was only 6% beforehand, because if it increased, if the acute malnutrition was 10% of the population, it can increase 16 or 17 times, because that would be over 100% of the population. So that number immediately sounds incorrect to me. I thought that malnutrition instances in the Gaza Strip were around like 20 to 40%. So the most it could increase would be like 3x or 4x, but anything more than that would be fantastical.
Yeah, so like if you want like sources and stuff like that for that, I just didn't think this was going to be a disputed claim.
Well, no, wait, hold on. First of all, when it comes to Israel-Palestine, wait, hold on. When it comes to Israel-Palestine, everything is a disputed claim. That's why I dig into all of the primary sourcing on all of this instead of doing that. But also, but that doesn't necessarily mean, hold on, we haven't even established if I'm right or if you're right or if you're wrong on anything. I was just asking a very basic question here, because this is how a lot of tricks are played. My very basic question is, what's in these trucks and how much food do they need to survive? Well, I think those are pretty fundamental basic questions. Maybe the article itself might actually detail that. I don't know. I'm just asking because I see that it says here commercial supplies are included. That might have dramatically been cut after the war started, because you don't want to ship in commercial stuff that they're using to, I don't know.
Okay, right. But so do you acknowledge that just because I can't give you an exact number doesn't dismiss the claim? I mean, I've
no,
seen,
no,
I've
no.
seen
It doesn't dismiss the claim, but if the claim, this would be my question.
It's like when people talk about the Holocaust. It's like, how many exact number of Jews died? It's like, well, I think it's about 6 million. What? You can't give me an exact number? It's like just a weird, I think, like.
It's super not weird. In fact, it's so normal. What you're doing is weird, right? You said you did. Hold on, wait. You said you do a lot of like exercise stuff, right? Hold on. Let's say I were to say, I want to measure your calories. I want to measure your calories based on how much money you put on your credit card last month. Would that be a good way to measure calories?
You want to do what exactly?
If I wanted to measure your caloric intake based on the dollar amount that you spent on your credit card last month, would that make any sense at all?
No, I don't see how that's analogous.
Because why would I be measuring trucks?
Let me get.
Well, no, hold on, wait. You said you don't understand. I'm explaining the analogy, and then you go. I'm saying daily truckloads doesn't tell me anything. Why wouldn't this be measured in tons of food?
Why would it not be? Because there's more to humanitarian aid than just food. There's medicine, there's clean water. So food is by far not the only thing. In fact, I would argue clean water is probably more important than food.
Then why not break it out? Why not just break it out?
Okay, sure, we can go through that. I'm actually just pulling up some sources.
Sure, we can. But I'm saying that right now it's highly suspect that we're measuring in truckloads and including other stuff. Why not just measure food or water?
Well, there's a whole bunch of other things that can be mentioned. So, for example, a senior UN official warned that at least 500,000, over 500,000 people across the Gaza Strip, 1/4 of the population face catastrophic levels of food insecurity, and 1 in 6 children under the age of 2 in the north were suffering from acute malnutrition. So there we have a fairly definitive statement from a senior UN aid official.
What was the acute malnutrition before October 7th?
Way lower. I can pull it up if you want.
Sure, find it. Because I've heard all sorts of different things about what malnutrition looked like. Keep in mind, it's like a developing region. You would compare these to other things in the region, right? The Gaza Strip compared to Egypt, compared to Jordan, compared to maybe not Syria because that place is fucked. But you would have to look at the acute malnutrition before and after to know if the numbers gotten worse, right?
Okay.
That would be important.
Give me a second and I'll pull it up right now.
Sure. But also, we still haven't even. It would be nice to just settle the truck thing. I'm just curious of like, what did the truckloads? Why are we measuring in truckloads? We should know the amount of food and medicine going in and out. I imagine those numbers must be somewhere.
Yeah, there's just like, I'm not in charge of the measuring, but that's just how they measure it. I don't
believe you. No, wait. No, hold on. That's not how they measure it. They absolutely, hold on. Just to be clear, you're telling me that the UN or places in charge of humanitarian aid have no idea how much food is going in and out?
That's not what I said at all. That wasn't my statement at all. What my statement actually was, is that I'm not the one that's in charge of the measuring. The way I've seen people measure is in terms of trucks. And I think the reason for that, I think the best Occam's razor explanation is simply because the humanitarian aid involves multiple things. It involves food, it involves water, it involves medical supplies.
You're obfuscating super hard. All of these things can be measured super easily. There's no reason ever why you would need to bundle all these things together. That's such a weird.
Am I going to be able to finish this statement, or is this just going to be like,
okay, go for it,
like a Norman Finkelstein type of debate? So I'm not saying they can't be measured. I'm just saying that's the reason why I believe they're measuring it the way they do, because it includes multiple things. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't do it. I'm sure they can do it in terms of food, and I'd be happy to pull that up. But real quick, you asked me, we do got to keep it one thing at a time because I can't like research 5 different things. You asked me the acute malnutrition rate before and after the war started. So let me pull that up for you. Yeah, let me pull. Yeah, so it was 3% before October 7th. So this is a 15-fold increase from the pre-war prevalence of acute malnutrition.
Link me. Let me see.
Okay, sure. Let me pull this up. So here we go.
Wait, hold on. Read this paragraph.
Yes, if escalation continues, a report from London School of Hygiene, Typical Medicine, Johns Hopkins Center for Humanitarian Health, or just Almost half the children in Gaza aged 6 months to 5 years, approximately 140,000, could suffer from acute malnutrition. By August, this would be a 15-fold increase. Okay, so this is a little bit of a future projection.
Wait. Not this is a little bit of, this was a complete projection. This has nothing to do with the current situation on the ground.
Well, how do you think they got this? Like, do you think they just made it up?
Yes.
I mean, so but the actual thing you asked me, what was the rate before this whole thing started? 3%, right? So we can just do the math ourselves. So it was 3% back then. And what did I say it was now? What did I pull up? I said it was 1 in 6 children. So 1 in 6 is something like 18%. So yeah, 3% to 18%, that's a pretty big jump.
I would have to see where both of these numbers are pulled from, because now you're getting information that's not here. But I'm just saying that.
Well, this is pretty clear. Stood at just 3%.
Well, it's not clear. I don't know where it's getting that information from, because different people define malnutrition or whatever, or acute malnutrition in different ways. So I just want to make sure that the numbers are coming from the same place. But also, hold on, I'm just saying, scrolling down, that paragraph, that was an if. That's saying if this continues, here's a projection. So none of this is based in.
Okay, so the projection part was an if, but the statement that it was 3% before October 7th was a fact.
Well, that's what this article states, but I don't know what their definition of acute malnutrition is here. And if I'm comparing it to anything pre or post October 7th, I want to make sure I'm working with the same definition before and after.
Okay, I mean, like, yeah, we can go down the definition, I guess, rabbit hole. Give me a second.
Well, hold on, it's not a rabbit hole. It's pretty. We need to know the definitions of words we're talking about. But okay, hold on. Coming back to this.
Well, just really quick, are you disagreeing with the premise that acute malnutrition is so much higher now than before the war? You just disagree with that premise?
No, it wouldn't surprise me if it was. There's a lot of people that are moving, and my guess would be that they have worse access to food now than they did before. So acute malnutrition is probably higher. That'd be my guess. That would be my prior assumption. Would be yeah. But the question is, one, how significantly larger is it? And then two, is it because Israel's intentionally causing it, or is it just the result of having trouble delivering aid to a large amount of people and moving around?
Well, so the deliberate causing it would be a whole separate thing we need to discuss. That'd be a whole different set of evidence. We're just talking about the establishing the facts. So,
well, hold on, wait. But the facts are important, because if acute malnutrition has gone from 3% to 5%, my feeling on that, I'm going to need a really high standard of evidence to say, like, holy shit, we're going to say that Israel is intentionally causing this? I don't know. But if it went from like 3% to like 90%, I'm like, okay, that's unbelievable. Israel is clearly failing in their obligations to take care of an enemy population, to make sure that food delivery is happening. Like that, it would be very difficult to imagine a world where there isn't some failed obligation there, right? So the numbers do matter.
I'm not saying they don't, but I think that we have to separate the intent a little bit, because if first we need to establish the facts before we can even get into the intent.
I agree.
Right? Because it could all be just a weird coincidence. I don't think it is, but I'm just saying that. So let's just establish the facts before we start getting into that. So
wait, I haven't even gotten to do the truck thing yet. We haven't even figured that one thing out. Why we're hopping into something else.
We still haven't addressed this point. Like, I don't know.
Well, this was the first point. This was the first article you linked me, and this is the fourth paragraph of this first article.
Right, but like, let's just get through this point and establish the numbers until you're convinced of the evidence I'm presenting.
Wait, I don't even have numbers on anything. I just want to know why we're measuring anything ever in truckloads. Like, it seems like we're already off to a really bad start if we're measuring aid, including commercial stuff.
So do you think is your kind of explanation it's a conspiracy as a way to?
No, I'm not even. You're jumping like 25 steps ahead. I'm
But
I'm at the very fundamental information gathering stage here in terms of asking a question about what's going on. So my first question is, why are we measuring in truckloads? Now, maybe the rest of the article, it explains it, but it's really weird to me that you would measure these things in truckloads and not break it down by what's going on.
You keep saying me. I'm not in charge of the measuring. I don't work for the UN. This is just what's being measured in the articles and sources I'm reading. I'm not the one that's measuring it.
Yeah, but then my question would be, first of all, I know that for a fact that people know how much food goes in and out of that country. There's no way that that's unknown. So then my question would be, why is it always presented in truckloads? That seems to be a little bit sketchy to me.
Okay, that's a valid question, I guess. I'm still not sure what the purpose behind that question is.
Wait.
Is it just pure like devil's advocate or contrarian, or is it used legitimately? Because the only reason for asking that question is if you doubt the idea that less humanitarian aid is getting in, and you think basically all these international communities are trying to make Israel.
No. You're jumping so far ahead. I'm at a very basic, very fundamental question right now. I'm just trying to figure out why we're measuring something that should have a discrete, distinct measurement. Why are we talking about truckloads? I'm not at any conspiracy. I'm not talking about any third parties. I'm not going way down the road for any. All I'm asking is a very basic question. I don't understand why we're using truckloads when we should know the amount going in and out of the country. It's a super easy, super basic question.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have an answer to that off the top of my head. I can find it if you give me 1 minute. But my speculation for why they're doing that is probably because it's just simply easier. So truck, you see 500 trucks, that's easy. 500 trucks went in. Versus if we're doing food, water, you have to like weigh the amount of each food. It's like, okay, we have 3 tons here, 2 tons here. You have to weigh the amount of water. It seems like it's a lot more complex. So
okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna do no. Everything you're saying is all a waste of time. Okay, stop.
You gotta let me finish. Occam's razor is that they're doing it because it's the simplest way to measure. Go ahead.
No. If you drive trucks, if you've ever worked doing semi-trucks, if you've ever talked to anybody that's humanitarian aid, they're not just shoving random stuff into trucks and sending them down. There is going to be I know this for a fact. Somebody in Gaza, shoot and kill me if I'm wrong. There is going to be an inventory checklist on every single truck going in and out of that Gaza Strip. There is going to be IDF inspections on every single truck going in and out of that strip. There are going to be humanitarian aid organizations because they spend money and they raise money and they've got to do this tax reporting that are tracking every single piece of food going in and out of the strip. So the idea that like it's simpler to do it this way, that's probably, it's even being simpler, that's probably not true. It's probably simpler to look at your spreadsheet and look at like what's on the trucks because it's already accounted for and just add the Excel sheets, add the actual like fucking bubbles up. So the idea that it's simpler to measure in...
Who would be doing this? Would this be IDF doing this or would this be the...
it could be a collaboration between humanitarian aid organizations that are measuring stuff going in. It could be some Palestinian-based organization that runs the gates. It could be the IDF or Israel that's measuring stuff going in and out. It could be any number of things. It could be the UN. It could be anybody.
Yeah, so like, just again, Occam's razor, it's a fucking war zone. It's massive chaos.
No, it's not. What do you mean? It's massive chaos to load a truck and ship it across the border?
Let me just finish my statement. Jesus Christ, bro.
Okay.
So yeah, Occam's razor, that's a war zone. There's a lot of people describe it now as essentially lawless. So yeah, you're talking about before the border, but again, it seems like the Israeli army doesn't really give that shit, at least not that much about the trucks getting in. So I severely doubt they're going to be the ones participating in counting and nickel and diming everything. That's going to be the first thing. The second thing is that I think the organization trying to deliver aid are more focused on getting the aid to people rather than taking some of the manpower from that in terms of doing like very detailed measuring. That would just be my speculation. Again, if you give me a minute, I can pull all this stuff up. But yeah, that would just be my Occam's razor explanation.
Okay, so Occam's razor doesn't make sense here. The simplest explanation would be that you would track everything going in. Of course, you're not just going to send in random shit and hope that you've got enough at the end of the day. Number one. Number two, when you say you don't think the IDF is going to be nickel and diming everything, that's one of the major contentions of the IDF is they do too many inspections. When people say that Israel is slowing down aid, usually...
Yeah, inspections is not the same thing as nickel and diming. So inspections... Again, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but inspection seems to be like a reason to actually deny the aid because what you see, and this is a common tactic I think is pretty well established, is a truck is driving to the border, IDF inspects it, which is fine. IDF should.
What do you think is part of an inspection?
Well, let me just finish. Jesus Christ, dude. So the truck drives in, IDF inspects it, which is all well and good. They should inspect it. But if there's something in there they don't like, and we're not talking about like bombs, we're talking about like a tent because the pipes can be used for this or something that's not commonly associated with like, with war. It's just like some humanitarian shit that people need, like tents because they're living in the desert, blah, blah, blah. And then instead of just like taking the thing off that they don't like, what they do is they make the truck turn all the way around, go back to the original source, and then repack it. And that's something that a lot of human rights organizations and just people in politics have complained about because like, hey, you're just literally just stonewalling. This is just a weird distraction tactic to keep the aid from coming in a timely manner.
Okay, so if you've got a truck going through and there's an inspection happening, my guess is that inspection is going to be a combination of people inspecting the stuff you've got in the back of your truck. It's going to be a combination of using some machines probably to investigate things, and then these like X-ray machines or whatever. And a lot of this is probably going to be based off of the actual shipping manifest of whatever the actual truck is holding. Meaning, my guess is going to be an inspection isn't just they go back there blindly and see what's up. You probably have a truck driver saying like, hey, here's what's in my truck. You can go and check this out. Here's like a manifest of everything that's in my trailer. And then boom, you're going to do the investigation. So they're going to have a rough idea, or not probably, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say rough. They're going to have an exact idea of what's on all of these trucks. Anybody driving any of these is going to know. I need to stop hedging. They're going to know exactly what's on that truck, especially because the people that are donating to these organizations want to account for their money being spent. You're not just going to say like, oh yeah, we donated all of our money to the Gaza Strip, and trust me, they're getting lots of food, but we have no idea how much is going in on any of these trucks because we're not tracking anything. How would a humanitarian organization even know if they're getting enough food if they're not tracking how much food is going in and out? And then on the third point, you said organizing the delivering of the aid is really difficult because it's a war zone. It's not a war zone outside the Gaza Strip. Everything on the other side is pretty calm. You've got trucks, you've got people loading shit, you're going to be accounting for everything. It's not a crazy hellish war zone on the other side. You should be able to know exactly what's going into this territory, the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, so I think I'm starting to get some numbers for you if you give me a minute. I just didn't think you were going to challenge me on this, but that's fine. I'm just going to pull up all this stuff. More than food on 3 March. Okay. I'm going to, because it seems like you can actually get that information.
Yeah, I would, of course. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So let me get the first aid sheet using Russia. Okay. How many tons of food is getting in Gaza? 2,000 British from across Gaza and is being distributed by the National Law Program to families in British from. Well, this is just British food. We don't care about that. We need to see total food getting in. Okay, let's look at the New York Times. Challenges here is under the 20. Just the entry into the turn, driving miles, most of that housing international still on charts. So I see a lot of quotes about how not enough food is getting in, but I want to find exactly the thing you asked for. Okay, I think this is it. Yeah, this is just talking about the. Okay, I think I got it. Okay, 1 second. Next one, inside. That's the offer. This one too. Let's see what I can see. This one, please. Okay. Well, I didn't find the important selling chance that I to do more. They serve one up in the lower concentration in the crossbar trucks. So this one article, it's not exactly what you asked me for, but I'll just quickly specify.
You want to offer? I have every number.
So this one article, in terms of sheer volume of food, there's more than 21,000 metric tons already in the World Food Program warehouses. Import said, but they're not able. Most of them are not able to get in. So that's just a little bit of a side point. Okay. Okay. Well, this might be the right thing. Use it for enough to feed 25 children in the gospel, also malnutrition. Much worse.
Well, here I'm curious. Before digging so deeply into this, which is fine, we can do this. I have no problem. I want to. I'm glad we're. But like, do you even know when it says truck here? Between the trucks going in pre and post conflict, are these trucks even the same size?
I don't know if they're exactly the same size, but I would assume they're the same size.
Why?
What would be the evidence for why they're not the same?
Because when I go outside and I look at vehicles, they're not all the same size. There's tons of different sizes of like trailers that you can attach to.
Yeah, that has nothing. But we're talking about something very specific. We're talking about trucks that are being used by like the UN and World Food Program. We're talking about trucks that are specifically designed to deliver aid. I don't see.
Wait,
any
no, hold on,
evidence
no. On the article you linked me.
Let me just finish.
Wait, no, you're not answering my question. On the article you linked me, these are not trucks for aid. On the article you linked me, these are just truckloads. That's all it says.
Okay, we've established that. Just give me a chance to answer your question. Then you can rebut it. You can disagree with it. You can do whatever the fuck you want. So the question you asked me is like, well, how do we know they're the same trucks? Well, I would have to look at photos of the trucks, but the reason that seems to be the most logical conclusion is because they already haven't. So because before the war, it was about 500 trucks getting in. For these now 90 trucks getting in, why would they get totally different types of trucks unless there's some conspiracy theory going on? They were probably using the same exact trucks they were using before the war. Like, why would they get totally brand new types of trucks? It makes no sense.
Because the security situation is radically different, because the types of stuff that's going into the country might be radically different. For instance, prior to October 7th, I could imagine that some dude called like Sal's Woodworking Company might do a shipment of carpenter wood to Gaza City because they sell wood there, right? This dude in his little truck that's selling this shit, or even Steve's carpet cleaning van, maybe I'll go to Gaza City to go clean some carpets. My truck's probably not making it into the Gaza Strip during the fucking war. It might be the case that the only trucks that go in afterwards are massive semis that are part of like massive convoys with military protection. That would be a case where I could totally understand, yeah, the type of truck going in is going to be way different than the type of truck that would have went in prior to the conflict.
Do you have any evidence for that? The trucks are different, or is this just a speculation?
This is a reasonable speculation that I think anybody would instantaneously agree with, and you would need a dramatic piece of evidence on the other side to say that every single truck is standardized and it goes in the exact same way before and after. I think everybody would agree with that a priori with a very high confidence. You need a lot of information to push against the idea that there's like a standardized truck size in Israel and Gaza that everything is the exact same.
Okay, we're kind of both speculating right now.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. We're not speculating.
You talk.
Wait, no, because you've talked like 80% of the time. You've talked like 80% of the time. I've barely spoken here. Yes, you have.
That's not true at all. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the issue.
I'll pick up where I started.
You keep mistaking my issues that like I'm the one putting forth a positive argument or whatever. I'm not. I'm just attacking the idea that we're using 98 daily truckloads in February, down from a pre-conflict average of 500 to 600 truckloads. The issue is, one, we don't know what's in the trucks. Two, we don't even know if these are dedicated to humanitarian aid. No, we do know that. They're not. There's commercial stuff. And three, we don't know the size of the trucks. We don't know anything about this. This is like literally the worst possible way ever to measure whether or not food and humanitarian supplies are making it in and out of the Gaza Strip when I know better measurements exist. When I see something like this, I'm very suspect about it. That's the issue.
So show me one of these better measurements.
You want me to show you a better measurement?
Yeah, you said you have better measurements, so I want to see it.
Okay. Here's a link right here. Every single thing that goes in and out of the Gaza Strip when it comes to humanitarian aid is being tracked by this. Here's a website that shows you all of the tracking on this. This will show you can break down individual elements of food. So for instance, things like apples or bananas, or you can break down categories of things. You can see,
what's the source here? I've never heard of this website. What's the source for this? This doesn't seem like any kind of like established source or anything like that.
Okay, I can tell you, but just to be clear, you were willing to accept the one sentence thing on that Guardian article that you read to resolutely confirm that 3% of Gazan children had acute malnutrition. But when I've linked you a website that's breaking down every single thing going in and out of the...
That's not the only source I have for that. It was the first one that I pulled up because you said just pull up one of the first ones that you have. Yeah, I'm not even necessarily discounting your source. I want to get clarification. Also, the Guardian is a pretty well-established source. Or at least newspaper. I've never heard of this. I just want to know what it is.
Okay, my understanding is all of this information comes directly from UNRWA.
No, some of it comes, or for this, or for what?
For what I linked you, this website.
Okay, you're pretty sure about that?
I don't know how else you would get a detailed breakdown information like this.
Well, it could come from the IDF. It could come from...
This dashboard is currently a work in progress. For more information, or if you have any queries, please feel free to contact Jenny Baez at j.baez@unrwa.org. We are committed to ensuring the information presented here is current and accurate. As such, the database will regularly be updated as new data becomes available. Stay tuned for the latest updates and enhancements.
Okay, so I'm trying to make sense of this website. So open days 150, and total number of trucks into Gaza by Kareem. Can you guide me where exactly? So we see that the vast majority of the trucks contain food items. What exactly is the better measurement here? I'm confused. Because I see that if we go We see 10, 21, 23. We have to go a little further back. So we have to go to like 10, 01, 23. So if we go further back, so
well, this is giving me like, so I can see, so for instance, if I'm looking at apples, I can see the quantity of pallets that are being shipped on a given truck. So I can see there are on Jesus, the 21st month? No, March 21st, I can see that a truck shipped 26 pallets of apples through the Kerem Shalom crossing into the Gaza Strip. That's giving me information on that there. I see beans, I see biscuits.
Yeah, it seems like if we just go off the source, there's definitely less shit getting in. What does PRCS stand for?
PRCS, Gaza Strip. The Palestine Red Crescent Society. Red Crescent, I think, is another name for like kind of Red Cross, but it's, my guess is going to be this is the division of the Red Cross or humanitarian aid distribution that works in the Gaza Strip.
Okay, so yeah, like just this source, I don't think it's really going to support what you're saying, but let me just kind of.
Well, this source won't support what I'm saying because this is just giving you the post-war entries for stuff that's going into the country, and then I can link you the OCHA website.
We don't.
That's going.
If you change the date, you can actually see before the war. So I'm just going to do that.
I don't think you can.
We can start with October 1st. Okay, so.
Wait, can you?
This website is like kind of laggy. Give me a second, I'll tell you. 21, 10, 21. No, unfortunately, you can't.
Yeah, it's only post-war.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
But we've got the OCHA that will track everything going in pre-war. Let me link.
But why do you think then, not to like detract, but why do you think that the acute starvation is a massive rise?
I don't know if acute starvation is on massive rise. It could be, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was because of how many people are moving around, because especially in North Gaza, the situation is highly precarious. My guess is it probably is. It wouldn't surprise me if it was, but we're not even at that part yet. We're not even at the measurements. We're not even at what it was like pre and post war. We're just like trying to figure out what's going in and out of the country.
Yeah, I mean, again, it seems like, okay, not to keep bringing this up, but it seems like every third-party organization is literally saying the same thing, like, hey, not enough humanitarian aid is getting in. Now, whether they're measuring it in trucks, from what I've seen largely, that is true. But they're also saying not enough humanitarian is getting in. These people are starving. There's essentially now a famine going on. So that in of itself is like, why would every single humanitarian organization lie about this?
What are we having an argument over right now?
We're having multiple arguments over multiple things. So you are trying to deep dive into exactly what is on the trucks and whether it is, whether it's less now than it was before in terms of food and the important stuff. The side point I made on that is, while it is true that that a lot of these humanitarian organizations use trucks as a form of measurement, at the same time, they're also still saying that, hey, these people are starving. Acute malnutrition is a massive rise. Half or quarter of the country is facing a famine. You see statements like that. Like, for example,
so real quick.
The World Food Program saying only 10% of necessary food is getting in. So you also have a lot of really strong statements like that. So all these organizations would need to be lying.
Okay, so if we're arguing about what do third-party humanitarian organizations say about Israel, then I would say you're 100% correct. I'll instantly concede every single point. There are organizations that are saying this. If we're asking about what are the actual conditions on the ground, or what do we think are the conditions on the ground, well, now we have to dig into why they're saying that. So for you to say that these people say that, I know they say that. I've seen what they say. The question is, why do they say that? And that's where you have to dig through the manifest. You've got to dig through the data.
What's your theory for why they say that? Like, do you think they're lying, or what do you think is going on?
I mean, if you want, we can like fast forward, all the way to that part of the conversation if you want, but we haven't even gotten close to that part of the conversation yet. But yeah, I would say that there's a lot of misrepresentation going on here, because I think there are, I think that people are super bought into a really stupid narrative right now internationally that plays well with a whole bunch of different donor bases. It plays well with a whole bunch of different audiences. That when I try to like chase down concrete data for, it seems really fucking hard to support. And I think this goes all the way back to this first disagreement we had with this first article, where I agree with you, The Guardian is typically a pretty reputable publication, and I agree that the UN and everybody else are typically pretty reputable. So it's very strange to me that when we're figuring out whether or not supplies are getting in enough, we're quoting truckloads of stuff. That's very strange to me. When even the source itself admits that there's commercial shipments on these trucks, we have no idea how much is going in on these trucks. We don't know if any of this is standardized, if it's the same size or not. We don't know how much of this is food or medical supplies. We have no idea. So like me asking, how many calories did you eat last week? And you go, oh, I spent $400 on my Wells Fargo debit card. I would say that doesn't tell me anything.
Yeah. So, okay. So I have a little bit more of a source. So the World Food Program said 141 tons of food supplies, including canned fish and sunflower oil, bad for you, have crossed into Gaza on those 74 trucks since the opening of the Rafah crossing on October 21st. For aid to reach the 1.5 million Palestinians who were told by Israel to evacuate from the north of Gaza south, operations need to be scaled up with at least 40 trucks carrying food supplies into Gaza daily. So this is the World Food Program. They're saying, hey, this is how much tons are getting in,
right,
and there needs to be a lot more. Sure. Give me a second. Food getting into Gaza. World Food Program. Yeah, give me 1 second. Okay, there we go.
Oh, is it this article? Food lifeline for desperate families in Gaza at risk without fuel?
No, it's not that one.
Okay.
I need to just make sure that this is the correct thing. Yeah, this is just more future projection. Let me find the horns. Okay. Okay, I think this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, so let me link you this. And let me also pull it up on the screen so that people can see. Okay, World Food Program famine imminent northern Gaza near port warns. So if you scroll down a little bit, so overall, the new report shows 1.1 million people in Gaza, half the population, have completely exhausted their food supplies and coping capacity is struggling for the catastrophic hunger, IPC Phase 5. This is the highest number of people ever recorded facing catastrophic hunger by IPC system and double the number in IPC 5 just 3 months ago. So it seems like it's also getting worse. The report noted a steeply increasing trend in malnutrition across Gaza Strip, where acute malnutrition stood at less than 1% before the escalation fighting 5 months ago. In North Gaza Governorate, latest data includes that 1 in 3 children below the age of 2 are now acutely malnourished. So here we have a pretty clear comparison. This was before the war, and this is after the war. Base emergency, the report said famine. Okay, now let's get to the actual numbers. Okay. Layers involved 18 truckloads of food deliveries developed by World Food Program, Gaza, the convoy, second use coordinated route in Gaza City, delivered some 274 metric tons of wheat flour, food parcels, route needs to be made available, and blah, blah. So this is talking about one delivery, but here's where it gets interesting. World Food Program and our partners have food supplies ready at the board in the region to feed all 2.2 billion people across Gaza. But moving food within Gaza is like trying to navigate a maze with obstacles at every turn. The complicated border controls combined with high tensions and desperation inside Gaza make it nearly possible food supplies to reach the people in need, particularly in North. This cannot be one-off. This needs to be sustained. So this is so they're talking a little bit about one-off thing they accomplish. So to provide necessary response, World Food Program and its humanitarian partners need Israel to provide more entry points into Gaza, direct access via crossing in the north, and the use of Asha port to bring food aid. So this is pretty clear. They're saying, hey, the numbers that before, like something like 1% of children face malnutrition, now it's 33%. We actually have all the food ready, but Israel's making it very difficult, best case assumption, for it to get in.
It didn't say Israel is making it very difficult. There were multiple reasons listed there, were there not?
Right, but if you look at exactly what the recommendations are, so it says, so to provide necessary response, World Food Program and humanitarian partners need Israel to provide more entry points into Gaza, direct access via crossings in the north, and use of Asha port in Israel to bring food aid. So all of their recommendations are like, hey, Israel, if you want the food to get in, you have to do this, this, and this.
Wait, what is the most important recommendation they make?
Well, they give 3. So they need Israel to provide more entry points into Gaza, direct access via crossings in the north, and the use of Asha port in Israel to bring in the food aid. There's 3.
No, read the next paragraph.
Sustained road access both into Gaza and within Gaza is critical because other options such as air jobs cannot live volume. Above all, ceasefires are urgently needed for the program of the humanitarian community. Well, massive. Yeah, so I don't understand.
Above all, a ceasefire is urgently needed. So it seems like the most important thing they want is a ceasefire, which makes sense because when you read their thing above, they say that moving food into and within Gaza is like trying to navigate a maze with obstacles at every turn. Now, they do say in the beginning the complicated border controls, but then they say combined with the high tensions and desperation inside Gaza, make it nearly impossible for food supplies to reach people in need, particularly in the north.
Yeah, no one's saying it's a one-sided problem. It's 100% Israel's fault, right? But there's a whole bunch of things that are Israel's faults. And
well, but this doesn't even necessarily say aid is being turned down or it's saying that Israel is at fault for anything. It's just saying that there are, like it says, complicated border controls. I imagine they are probably really complicated right now. They're literally at war. That makes sense, yeah. But I mean, we're super far away from anything of Israel intentionally denying humanitarian aid. It seems like there is times where they get enough aid in, because it says even in this article that you linked that like, well, 18 food trucks were able to get in on Sunday, which is like exactly how many we need or something. So,
and this also says this cannot be a one-off. So yeah, there was a one-off case where they were able to get a lot of food in, right? One-off case that's going to feed people for like 3 days. But yeah, I mean, then if you look at the actual recommendations, they're saying about, hey, these are the things that Israel can do to largely fix this problem. Again, I'm not trying to argue that Israel is 100% responsible for lack of food. I know Hamas plays a role in this, right? But it seems that there's a bunch of things that are within Israel's control that they could do. Now, next we would have to get into, is it intentional or is it just all a coincidence? And we can get into that when we get into it.
Okay, well, here's like a question, okay? So we've heard this number over and over again. We've heard not enough trucks are getting in. We've heard that people are starving. We've heard these malnutrition, blah, blah, blah. We've heard this over and over again. I'm sure you've got 50 articles saved or whatever. Does it make you uncomfortable that we have no idea, or you don't know, like, off the top of your head, like, how much food needs to go in and how much has been going in? That nobody talks about the tonnage of food. Nobody talks about the amount of food. It's always in these weird obfuscated numbers of truckloads or daily deliveries or...
No, because when I combine it with the other evidence, which is like all these organizations, and most of them which are on the ground saying like, hey, there's a famine going here, or interviews with doctors in all these hospitals who are saying, yeah, like we have now way more patients who are malnourished. When you look at it, combine that with all that, it seems pretty clear that not enough food is getting in. Otherwise, I don't think the Palestinians would be eating like flowers and dog food. So if that was an alone thing, then that could raise a concern. But when you combine it with all the other evidence, no, it doesn't really concern me at all.
How long have people been saying that people are starving in Gaza?
I don't know how long that's claimed been going out for.
Decades.
I'm assuming it's been going out, but we're talking about scale. So before it was a lot better than it is now. That's the thing. It's gotten a lot worse.
Sure, but like if they've been saying this for decades,
it's from 1% to 33%.
Okay,
that's a big increase.
I don't know what either of those numbers mean. Okay, but let's say if they've been saying this for decades, okay, do you know how many people died of starvation before October 7th? The answer is 0. So if they've been saying for decades, and then you're saying, well, people at hospitals have been saying this, sure, and, you know, doctors are important, we should listen, and we should definitely, you know, heed their advice for sure. Doctors also said in Al-Shifa that terrorists never use that as a staging ground or never use that as a hospital, even though in 2014, Amnesty International knew that they had an interrogation center there, even though Israel just recently made a ton of arrests out of there of terrorists, and even though we've got video camera footage of hostages being taken back to that hospital, next to the same doctors that said that none of Hamas was there. So, I mean, like, yeah, there are people that say things, but at the end of the day, I should be able to, if I was debating this from your position, I should be able to say this. This is what I should be able to say. Destiny, this is how many people live in this country. You need this many tons of food per day to feed this population. Less than that, and you're going to begin to induce malnutrition and starvation. Israel, because of whatever reason, or even if it's not their fault, only this much food per day is getting in. But we don't even have a concept of those numbers. Why would that be the case? Do you think that if it was that they needed 20 tons of food per day and only 10 was getting in, you don't think people would be screaming that from the rooftops?
There's a whole bunch of people screaming about it.
No, screaming about it, but not using an exact measurement, not even using an approximate measurement, but obfuscating with things like truckloads. That doesn't tell us anything.
Okay, do you know how many people specifically died in the Holocaust?
Around 6 million, or like for
million.
Jews, or
yeah, for Jews, around 6 million. Yeah, that's the correct answer. But you don't know the exact number, so then. How would it be fair for me to dismiss your whole argument and say, well, you don't know the exact number of people that died, so therefore your estimate is not even correct, right? That doesn't really make sense. For a lot of these situations, we don't know the exact numbers.
No, it's not about, it's about even measuring what we're talking about.
Well, yeah, trucks is a unit of measurement.
No, it's not. Truck is not a unit of measurement. Wait, did you really just say that? Truck is a unit of measurement? I'm the most American guy there is. I don't think truck is a unit of measurement.
For this kind of stuff, it is. Yeah, it seems like they kind of very often talk about now trucks getting in, monster trucks not getting in. It is a unit of measurement. You may not like that unit of measurement. You may think it's a BS unit of measurement. That's all well and good. But it is a unit of measurement that's being used, especially in this conflict.
What if I measured like number of Jews killed in the Holocaust with like trains? Like 34 trains worth of Jews were killed.
Yeah, so that would... So the reason that doesn't work is because you would need what was happening before. So let's just assume that Hitler was like low-key killing Jews like in 1941. It was a little bit. He was shipping 1 train a day of Jews to a concentration camp. And then it goes up to 40 trains a day, right? At that point, it would become a relatively valid measurement because we would say, okay, well, he went from 1 train to 40 trains. So therefore, the Holocaust severely accelerated.
Okay, I don't think that trains is a legitimate measurement of people, but
you may not think it's a legitimate measurement, but it is a measurement that is used in this conflict.
I don't think it is. I don't think reputable sources use this. I think it's a propaganda talking point. That's why when you look at
the UN, Amnesty International,
no. Hold on. In publicity statements and tweets, maybe, but when you actually look at OCHA, when you actually look at UNRWA, when you actually look at COGAT, none of them are saying just trucks. Like they're giving you, that's why I gave you the website that's breaking down precisely the pallets of apples that are on these things. That's why if we go to real websites, they'll tell you like the percentage of construction materials. And I'm being a little bit facetious because I know that prior to October 7th, I think it was like 50% of the supplies going in were construction materials. All of those have been denied, obviously, because they're in war right now. They don't want construction materials going to Hamas for a variety of reasons. So a huge number of those trucks that were shipping things in initially, it was construction materials. And I'm pretty sure that the amount, I think, I have to go check this again, but I think the amount of food going in right now, when you asked me earlier, do you really think that's possible? And then you wrote it off as absurd. I think it's actually factually true that there is more food going in now than there was before on 1/5 the amount of trucks. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the World Food Programs literally said that just 10% of needed food supplies have entered Gaza since the start of the war. This is pretty specific. 10%.
It's not specific at all. You don't even know what the needed food supplies are.
Food. Like, what do you mean? Like, you want me to give
what
a
is needed food? What does that mean?
Things that human can eat that will sustain them.
So only 10% of the food that has been needed has gone in for how long?
Since the start of the war.
So let's assume that an average human diet is 2,000 calories, okay? So you're telling me that only 200 calories a day is being consumed by these people for 5 months?
This is what the World Food Program is.
Sure, but do you think about this? You do workout stuff. You're telling me that for 5 months at most, with perfect distribution, all of the people in this territory are eating 200 calories a day for 5 months.
That's according to the World Food Program. That seems to be the case.
I'm asking you the question. Does that seem, for 5 months, you think all these people are eating 200 calories a day?
So this is talking about entered. So I'm assuming that before the war, there was still some food supplies in Gaza. So people probably had some shit. So they're not eating solely the stuff that's getting in. But as this continues month after month, the stuff they had in their house, like for example, think about it. Like let's say there's a zombie apocalypse and I don't know, like you can't go to the grocery store. If you're like most people in your fridge, you'll have enough shit to sustain you for like a month, right? You have some food. Yeah, a month or 2 months. Yeah, at least in my fridge, I have enough shit to last sustain me 2 months. It won't be comfortable. I'll have to severely cut down on what I'm eating.
I would kill myself if in the United States of America, if the average family of 4 had enough food to sustain all of their caloric needs for 2 months.
No, we're not talking about sustain being alive, because you don't need to completely meet your caloric threshold to be alive. You just need to eat a little bit, and you won't die. You'll waste away. You will eventually suffer malnutrition, which is happening, but you're not going to die, okay? If you just eat, I don't know, 300 calories a day, you will probably survive for a significant period of time. Okay. So to answer your question, yes, it seems that according to the World Food Program, 10% of needed food supplies are getting in, but then there was the fact that, there was already some food supplies there. Then combine that with the fact that, a lot of Gazans have resorted to eating dog food, which can't sustain you for a period of time, or eating like wildflowers or like foraging and shit like that. So I don't think they're eating just 10% of their calories because of all the things I mentioned, but they're definitely eating significantly lower percentage of the calories.
But you've already, to make that 10% number work, you're already throwing in unbelievably wild estimates that you have no basis in reality for. Like what
estimates did I throw in?
You're saying that, well, maybe they'll have enough food to survive for a month or 2 months. What if they have enough food to survive for 6 months? What if they exclusively in the Gaza Strip just store like rice and beans, right? Like,
well, I'm not quoting a statistic. You kind of asked me, what do I personally think?
Well, what I'm trying to show is that
you asked me what I personally think, now what the sources are, so I gave you my personal opinion.
Okay, I don't believe that. Whatever that 10% number, I don't believe that's true. I don't think that's true.
Well, why do you think you know better than the World Food Program?
Because that just sounds unbelievable to me. 10% of the calories needed for those people to survive. Well, I'll be.
Sounds ridiculous, so
sorry,
therefore you don't believe.
I'll be a little bit more fair. My prior assumption is starting very low that number is true, but I know because I've read more that that's not true. That only 10% of the required calories are made it into that country. I don't believe that's true. Link me what you're reading. Actually, let's read about that. Link me.
Okay, I need to find this article. I don't think I have this one on hand, but I could probably find it. So what's a better source?
Wait. Where are you reading this from if you don't have the article? Where's this quote coming from?
It's BBC. I just need to pull up the article. Hang on a second.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Okay, here it is. I just want to make sure this is the right article.
Also, there's no way somebody could survive on 300 calories a day. I'm pretty sure you're dying at that point.
You're severely malnutrition, but yeah, you will survive for months and months.
No, there's no shot. Well, let's think. I would imagine that even in metabolic fucking syndrome mode, you're probably consuming at least 1,000 calories a day for your body to survive, no?
No, I think most of the vast majority of them are not consuming 1,000 calories a day.
No, I said your body is consuming, like for energy.
Yeah, well, then if you don't move much and if you just kind of lay in bed and shit, then you don't need less energy.
No,
but yeah, they're wasting
no,
away.
Hold on.
The point is they're going to be wasting away.
No, hold on. Wait, that's not even, hold on. For your basal metabolic rate, the amount of calories you need to burn just for the systems in your body to work, that number is going to be, if a male is consuming 2,000 calories a day, my guess is going to be what, 1,400 or 1,500 is your BMR or something? Even if you're just laying in bed, like your brain has to function, your heart has to beat, all of the systems, your organs and everything are still functioning.
Yeah, it doesn't. So unless you completely cut yourself off from food, it doesn't, your death isn't going to be imminent, right? It's going to take months and months if you're getting some calories in. Again, we're going a little bit outside of my area of expertise, but as far as everything I've read, that seems to be the case. It's just if you get a little bit of food in, again, you're gonna eventually your organs will start shutting down. There's a whole bunch of long-term, even medium-term health complications, but you're not going to die within a month.
Within a month, probably not. I mean, it depends on your starting weight, but I don't know if you could survive 4 months or 5 months on 300 calories a day.
Well, some of them have not survived for 5 months.
Okay. I'll wait for your article, and then we'll go over that.
Okay, yeah, give me a second. Oh, yeah. So here's something a little different, but they said the food
No,
has
wait,
entered
not a
Gaza.
little different. Just give me the quote that we read before. That exact quote.
Okay. Give me. Let me find it.
You do know that even if you fast for about a month or two, you'll still be alive, right? What are you talking about? Well, it depends on your starting weight. You can only lose so much weight. If you're burning 1,000 calories a day, that means about every 3 days you have to burn a pound of something in your body, because your body is going to have to be drawing calories from some other source. It's going to start burning through fat. It's going to burn through muscle, and once you run out of that to burn through, then you die. You can't invent energy. I don't know if your body can consume organs, but at some point you're going to die. Actually, no. What will happen is your body fat will drop to too low of a percentage, and once you hit a certain leanness, I think your brain just stops working. All of your endocrine system gets fucked up, your hormone production gets fucked up, and then eventually you don't have enough body fat to keep your brain functioning, and then you die. I don't know what the raw weight is of like bones of like a person, but...
Okay, there we go. I found the source. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Need to find it. I have so much shit open. I think. Wait, let me just make sure I got the right article. How much aid is? Okay, this is the correct article. How much aid is getting in? Okay, so here's the source, BBC. Fairly reasonable source. So there's a lot of shit here, but if we scroll down to the quote that you wanted info on.
Wait, link me the article.
Okay, sure. 1 second. Here you go. But I'm also going to pull it out for you. These include, so the 20 trucks, blah, blah, 2 weeks after Hamas included, blah, blah. In November, the World Food Program said just 10% of needed food supplies have entered Gaza since the start of the war. So there you go. Source from the World Food Program, but in BBC.
Wait. Read that again?
In November, the World Food Program said there's just 10% of needed food supplies have entered Gaza since the start of the war.
Okay, so... Isn't that kind of weird that we've got an article that's dated in March, right? This article is March 15th, so this is a week-old article. Why are we quoting what the World Food Program said in November?
Why not? Like, why does that make it like, are you questioning the source? Like, I don't understand what's weird about that. So yeah, sometimes articles quote things from a month or two ago.
Not with a rapidly and dynamically evolving situation. Of course not. What do you mean?
So then show me some kind of source that suggests that the 10% number is wrong.
Wait, I'm not saying that the 10% number is wrong, but for a variety of reasons, this could be
so then what are we arguing about?
Well, what did you just say earlier? You said
in
that
November,
you said they might have had local food stored. They could have had more local food production. They've got farms and stuff there. It might have been that in the beginning stages.
No, because pretty much all the farms got wiped out, so they're not really
immediately on day one. Immediately, every single farm got destroyed.
Not on day one. This is November. I don't think they got wiped out on day one. First
okay.
Was a bombing campaign,
so if it took about a month, right? That might not be that crazy that 10% of the needed food supplies made it in that first month, because maybe they had a lot of local food produced or stored. Also, maybe the situation was fixed in December or in November.
Do you not see the word needed? Needed food supplies, the stuff that's needed. It's not just 10% of food supplies, it's 10% of needed food supplies. Needed implies these are things that are needed for the population to live. That's the key word right here, needed.
Okay. I would be... Some 750 tons of food arrived on the 20th of December.
In total, in January, the World Food Program said it only managed to get 4 cars into Gaza, around 35 truckloads of food, enough for almost 130,000 people. Great, except that there's 2.2 million people there.
Okay. None of this is like compelling. It's...
Just show me a counter source. Why?
No, I can't prove a negative. Well, I've already given you a counter source.
No, you can't. So you're saying that the statement I'm making is false, that this is not a good source. This is the World Food Program. Okay, if you can show me some kind of third-party organization that says, hey, actually, 70% of the food is getting in, or 100%, then that's a different point. But if you're like just saying, well, it doesn't feel right. I don't know.
Hold on. Okay. If you want me to put together a counter argument on how much food is getting in, I can do that. It's going to take me a couple days. But what I'm showing is the type of argument that's being demonstrated here would make me out of hand reject it and assume that the opposite is true. Because if the numbers are so shady and so weird and so misleading and so silly with the way they're being talked about, I'm assuming it's because something's being hidden. Because if there was a stronger claim to be made, it would be being made. But when we're using like, well, it's the trucks number and like, well, 10% of the needed food supplies got in November. We're in March now. Why would we even talk about that at that point? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
You're like nitpicking little things. So, for example,
no, wait, hold on. I am not nitpicking. I'm not nitpicking. Oh, wait. I'm not nitpicking anything. I'm bringing up a very, very, very crystal clear argument for why accounting for the stuff in this way is incredibly disingenuous. You already acknowledged in the first article that number of trucks coming in included commercial shipments. Why would you ever obfuscate data like that when you know everything's being tracked that's going into that country? That's really shady, number one. Number two, why is it that articles being written recently are talking about conditions in November and you're citing these to me as other current conditions? They're not. This is in November, that 10% number. When you initially said this, it sounded like it was 10% of the total food that has gotten since the start of the war.
Well, first of all, it's largely irrelevant because if 10% of the food was getting in November and people are starving, that still in of itself would be collective punishment, right? Just because
we don't know why more hasn't gotten in. It's only collective punishment with the intentionality thing. We haven't even gotten to the intentionality thing. We're trying to figure out if it's even happening.
I promise you we'll get there. But so essentially you're saying that like, well, I don't really like your source. I don't really trust your source. But
no, I'm not saying.
But you haven't provided one counter source. You're trying to make like kind of little, I guess you're kind of making arguments that like, well, it's not really valid because 10% doesn't seem like enough and it would be blah, 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 blah. So there's two possibilities. Number one is that not enough food is getting in. Number two, every single like third-party human rights organization, UN, Amnesty International is just straight up lying. Those are the two options. All the doctors, everyone is lying. There's a mass conspiracy going on, or not enough food is getting in. Which one of those do you think seems like the simpler explanation?
I've done too much reading into this to just appeal to the simpler explanation. I wouldn't have wasted 6 months researching this topic to just Occam's razor away everything.
You constantly argue Occam's razor. Like when you were doing your debate with Jordan Peterson, which was good. You literally said, well, on one hand, we have this grand conspiracy theory, blah, blah, blah. On the other hand, we just have people make mistakes. You always argue Occam's razor.
I'm arguing Occam's razor in lack of evidence by the other side. There is no evidence of the widespread conspiracy. That's an assumption they're making. So I'm saying, okay, well, isn't it more likely? And also, I'm not even truly arguing Occam's razor. I would argue like data and facts and studies, but I'm not even at that point with these people because they're already super conspiracy brand. They won't even buy those. I'm just arguing like, don't you think it's possible that it wouldn't make more sense to believe that something like this is more simple? But that's not a legitimate argument I would give if I like. Let's say I always have okay. Somebody on Twitter recently said they wanted to have a debate on the efficacy of the vaccines, okay? When I go into that debate, I'm not gonna be saying, wouldn't Occam's razor say the vaccines worked? That's not an argument. At that point, we're gonna be digging through studies, and more specifically, the methodology of those studies. That's what we're gonna be arguing. When I'm talking Occam's razor, this is a very macro level general argument that I'm having with a person over like where the epistemology of how they generate their beliefs, basically. In this conversation here, if you want a particular precise argument over the food going into the Gaza Strip, well, then we're gonna be having a very precise argument on the methodology and the data that's being cited by these orgs. I'm not gonna do an Occam's razor appeal. That's only what you do in absence of other information or in a broad argument.
Well, I presented information after information. You haven't presented really any sources, and you don't like my information, which is fine. So I guess I just...
Okay, here, let's read through this. I'll give a piece of information. We'll argue from here.
Clarify one more time, real quick.
Okay.
So what do you think is more likely? That there's not enough food getting in? Or do you think it's more likely that there is enough food getting in, but all these organizations are essentially lying or obfuscating?
Based on what I know, I would say the latter is more likely than the former.
Really?
Yes.
You think like the UN, the Amnesty International, Euromed Monitor, all of them are just lying? Doctors?
I wouldn't say they're lying, but I think they're very shady with how they talk about this issue. Yes.
All the doctors who are commenting saying that all these kids are starving to death, everyone is lying.
I didn't say everybody's lying. I said people are shady and they're incentivized to say dumb things, and I would say a lot of it is highly misleading. Yeah, or lying. Yes.
If anything, the coverage has been largely pro-Israel that we've seen throughout this conflict. We've seen
what coverage?
Like reacting to the stuff. Like there was a very interesting article that came out by The Intercept and showed that essentially when we talk about Israelis being killed in in terror attacks or whatever, in strikes, it's always like horrific attack, kills, blah blah blah. And then when you look at the other way, when Gazan people are killed, it's always like, oh, tragic accident, blah blah blah. So there's clearly a pro-Israel bias in America.
First of all, this is The Intercept, which is a garbage publication that I would never trust anything out of. But secondly, when we're talking about a bias in reporting,
Seems like you don't trust any sources anymore.
I didn't say that, but I definitely don't trust The Intercept. I've argued with authors from The Intercept that don't know what they're talking about. You can watch those debates on my channel. The Intercept is a trash publication. But regardless, but I won't just discredit I won't discredit the publication. But again, that's going to be a thing where I will attack the methodology. That would be like, imagine if I were to say this, okay? I feel like there's a bias in the difference between how they report members of ISIS versus how they report members of the U.S. military. It seems like every single time people in the military are killed, like in Syria, it's like, oh my God, it's so tragic. But when members of ISIS are killed, people like celebrate it. They say, oh wow, this happened because of blah, 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 blah. Don't you think there's a possibility that there's a difference between the style of conflict involving these two different parties that might have different reporting of what's going on?
For sure. But I think we have to look at a consensus. Like we do this with the scientific community, and I think we need to look at consensus. And again,
wait, there is no consensus or scientific consensus around bias between Palestinians and Israelis reporting because of an article on The Intercept.
That's not what I'm referring to. I'm talking about something totally different. So we have to by default throw out what Gaza says, Hamas says, and you have to throw out what the IDF says.
No, I don't. No, of course not. What do you mean?
So you're going to listen to what Israel and Hamas says?
No, I would probably trust the Israeli side by default more than the other side. But I mean, at the end of the day, you've got to evaluate both sources.
But why would you listen? I've heard you say in other debates that Israel clearly has a motive to lie.
Yeah, but they have a democratic regime that hosts a lot of its own criticism. Israel is a lot more open to criticism, both internally and externally, and responds to it.
It doesn't change the fact that the top leadership lies, like you said.
It absolutely changes the fact. Of course it does. What do you mean?
So do you think in a Western democracy that the government is not going to lie?
No. Do you think that dictatorships are as honest with their people as democracies are?
Never made that statement. I think
that's what we're talking about. I didn't say that the leaders never lie, but I'm saying I would trust a democratic leader over a dictator leader, of course. Because
what if instead of having to try to trust both sources who are involved in this conflict, who have every motivation to lie, as you said, we can trust third-party sources who are not involved in this, who are just
I'm not looking.
Why do we need to trust Israel over Amnesty International and the UN?
We don't have to. You just asked me for like a prior statement. My prior assumption is going to be I'm going to believe Israel on a prior assumption more than Hamas. Of course.
But that's not what I was asking you. I'm not asking you who you should believe more. I'm asking you whether you think that we should not believe either one of them at all because they're extremely biased and have every incentive to lie.
If you don't want to believe either one of them at all, then you have just no foundation to say anything at all. What do you mean?
No, we can look at all the third-party sources.
What do you think the third-party sources get their information from?
A lot of them are on the ground, like Euromen.
No, they're not. That's not true. You should read through one of these reports. Amnesty International and the UN. Their information literally comes from Hamas and the Gaza Health Ministry, or they comes from interviewing Palestinian citizens that Hamas guides them to watch. Yes, I've read through hundreds of pages of these reports. That's where the information comes from.
So Euromed monitors on the ground. They're actually calculating this shit. They were there during the Flower Massacre. Then you have UN.
There is no such thing. The Flower Massacre.
I'll get to it. Then you have the whole fact that the UN has sent multiple special investigation teams to investigate various incidents. You have a lot of people coming in. I think I forget what the one that the journalist debate brought up, but he was talking about the organization that talked about the Al-Hifa or whatever, Al-Shafa Hospital. They came in. So there's a lot of third-party organizations that are on the ground. They're evaluating the shit.
No, they're not validating. They're interviewing people. They're asking questions of the people that are already there. For the instance, when the UN came and they investigated the rape stuff for October 7th, they were asking the IDF what information they had. They were interviewing Israeli citizens on the information that they had. They were interviewing people from Israeli hospitals. Same thing when they go into the Gaza Strip. They're interviewing Palestinian Authority. Or not Palestinian Authority. They're interviewing the Palestinian citizens there who work for Hamas, who work for the Gaza Health Ministry, which is part of Hamas. That's who the information ultimately comes from. The UN doesn't have an independent fact-checking database.
How do you think Israel is counting the number of deaths?
How do I think? They probably have. My guess is going to be they've got some military analysis, some intelligence way of doing it internally.
How are they doing that?
I don't know. My guess is when they do a strike, they probably have intelligence that tells them how many people they think are inside or not. They probably are going by some of what Hamas is reporting to see if those numbers are syncing up. That'd be a guess.
So, but you're not 100% sure. So if Israel is able to, again, these are all estimates. If Israel is able to estimates, why are third-party organizations that are intimately involved in this matter not able to do that? To me, this is, I really didn't think you were going to disagree with me on this because of what you said on that debate that, hey, we should always...
Wait. You asked me a question. Why do what was the question? What?
So let me just finish what I'm saying. And
no. You asked me a question. You said, why do you think these people do this? I don't understand the question. Why do I think what? When people report numbers, typically the way that they report is they get numbers from the Gazan Health Ministry, which is run by Hamas, and then they get numbers from the IDF, and then they kind of like run through these databases. What do you think happens?
Euromed Monitor does its own calculations.
Wait. When you say does its own calculations, walk me through that process. A person dies. How does Euromed Monitor find out about this?
Well, again, like you don't have a clear answer of how the IDF does it. I've never really.
I know how the third parties do it because I've read the articles. What they do is they have people that are, they either have wings in these hospitals or they've got people that are in contact with these hospitals, and they email them and they say, hey, how many dead bodies do they have? And then they email back the list of people and they say, these are how many dead bodies we have with names. And then they take those numbers and then they publish them. There was a whole article that was written.
That seems to be a lot better than asking what the IDF is saying. That seems to be a much more compelling system is what the doctors are saying rather than what the country that's waging this war is saying.
We're just talking about number of dead. I would probably agree that the Gazan Health Ministry would have an accurate number of dead people. They tend to even line up with the IDF numbers, and I don't think anybody has ever accused them of lying. It's probably roughly true. I don't think I would disagree with that. But you asked me about information in general, not just number of dead. I don't know if I don't even think the IDF accuses the Gazan Health Ministry of lying about the number of dead. That's not usually a contested number.
Have you not seen all the interviews with the Israel spokesperson? They always say, oh, these are Hamas numbers, just to immediately dismiss them. No. Israel heavily pushes back under the concept of Hamas numbers. It's always, well, we have 25,000 people, innocent civilians that are killed. Yeah, but are those Hamas numbers?
Yes, hold on. But yes, because Hamas, as a matter of policy, tend not to report the number of combatants killed. They only report the number of dead. But that's not contesting the number of dead. That's just contesting whether or not they were combatants.
I've seen them kind of throw out the whole pie essentially by engaging it. But anyway, that's neither here or there. You're saying that wait, so what are we disagreeing about? You're saying that the source, the way Euromed Monitor does it by contacting the hospitals, is superior to what Israel does. So then what is even the disagreement here?
There is no disagreement. I've never claimed that they have a huge problem. No, wait. The initial claim that you said was, who do you trust when governments report things? I said, in general, I trust the IDF more than I trust the Gazan Health Ministry.
That's not what I said at all. My question was, do you agree that we should throw out what the IDF says and what the Hamas says in favor of third-party sources?
No.
You just confirmed that the answer is yes.
No,
you don't monitor over the IDF. That was the question.
Okay, that's not at all what I said, but okay.
That's okay. People can watch it back, but
I don't know what you think. That's why I asked you. Can you walk me through what the process is that you think exists for a third-party source to figure anything out?
Yeah, I can look it up, but I don't really.
Well, here, let's look it up. I think it's a good
process they use. If you say it's based on calling whatever officials, hospital officials, and I'll take you at your word for it. But it seems like you agree with me.
I'm just reading this. How the dead are counted. Healthcare workers like Dr. Ghassan Abu Sittah.
Wait, what's the source for this?
I linked it to you. It's the BBC. Medicines Sans Frontier, okay, Doctors Without Borders, plastic surgeon based in London, who's been treating people at hospitals in Gaza City, are key to recording those figures. He says the hospital morgue records deaths after confirming the identity of the dead person with their relatives. The number of deaths registered so far, he believes, is far fewer than those that have actually occurred. Most of the deaths happen at home, he says. The ones that we could not identify, we did not record. However, once a body is found, it has to be taken to the hospital to be recorded, says a spokesperson for the Palestinian Red Crescent. To examine the health ministry's list, the BBC cross-referenced names included on it with the names of dead people who had appeared in our reporting. One of those deaths the BBC reported was Dr. Midhat Mahmoud Saddam, who was killed in an airstrike on the 14th of October. The BBC spoke to his former colleagues. Satellite imagery analysis carried out by the BBC showed damage to the areas where he lived around the time of death or the date of his death. An image posted on social media shows a body bag with his name and details written on it. And then you can scroll below. These are the records that they pull from the hospital. Comes from the, quote, look it up there, State of Palestine, Ministry of Health. That's the Gazan Health Authority, which is connected to Hamas. Similar work, but on a larger scale, is being done by Air Wars. As part of its work investigating civilian deaths, it has matched names of the dead on the health ministry list with areas that have been bombed. So far,
pretty legit.
Yeah, it's basically like a verification or a re-reporting of like the Hamas numbers. Yes, for the Gazan Health Ministry numbers.
Well, if you verify them and you find out they're legit, then what's the issue?
First of all, I'm not even contesting this particular claim because I've never argued this. I'm not even arguing the claim. I'm just saying that it doesn't make sense to say, oh, well, we should throw out what the IDF and throw out what the Palestinians say. We should throw out the IDF and Hamas, because if that was true, you'd be throwing out all of this, because half of this is relying on what's coming from the Palestinian Ministry of Health. If you throw that all out, you have no way to actually conclude anything. You've got to rely on what the administrators to the regions are saying.
But I'm much more interested in not what the Hamas health ministry says themselves, but what the Euromed monitor actually verifies for themselves, right? I'm more interested in the verification process. But it sounds like we're not even disagreeing that much because you're acknowledging the fact that third-party sources will be superior to either the IDF or to the Gazan health ministry. So what are we? So this is besides the point. Yes. So the first priority, in terms of burden of evidence, the first top thing is going to be third-party sources. That's I think we kind of agree on this. So I totally lost my track of thought where I was going with this.
Do you acknowledge at the end of the day that all the data comes from Hamas and Israel?
I don't know, honestly, enough about how they calculate. I believe that for Euromed Monitor, they also calculate people who are trapped under rubble, which I don't think the...
How do they know who lives there?
Hamas Health Ministry does that.
How do they know who lives in the area?
Probably some kind of official database or something like that.
Which is ran by?
Ran by the Gazan Health Ministry.
Which is Hamas, yes. So it doesn't make sense to say we have to throw out all of the numbers from Hamas and the IDF. If you do that, you've got no way of knowing anything. Any third-party organization is basically just going through what Hamas and the IDF are reporting and looking for inconsistencies.
I'll adjust my statement. That I think we should first, as number one priority, rely on third-party organizations rather than either one of those two things. Okay, I don't want to quibble about something that we largely agree on or essentially completely agree on. So the initial point we're talking about is, okay, is there really famine going on, blah, 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 blah. Just to kind of fly through some of these. Okay, I'll focus on the key ones. So UN-backed report said Monday, as the EU top diplomat accused Israel of using starvation as a weapon of war, 70% of the population in northern Gaza, let me clarify, already suffering with catastrophic levels of hunger. Then we have Doctors Without Border saying that millions of civilians in Gaza face collective punishment due to Israel's blockade on fuel and medicine. Then we have Refugees International saying that research analysis by them shows Israeli conduct has consistently and groundlessly impeded aid operations within Gaza, blocked legitimate relief populations. Then we have the World Food Program saying that just 10% of needed food supplies are getting in. Then we have the UN's leading expert in right to food, Michael Farkriki. Israel is intentionally starving Palestinians should be held accountable for a war crime. He also said it's blah, 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 blah. So the point is that you have a whole bunch of third-party sources saying this. And I would love it if you can show me some counter evidence. Show me a source that says, no, there's no starvation going on there.
First of all, I've never said there's no starvation going on there. Number one.
Why were you even debating this? I feel like you're just being contrarian right now, if you agree with me.
You're saying contrarian because you don't understand how to construct an argument, okay? Right now, you're presenting a positive claim. A positive claim means that there's a particular conclusion or argument that you're trying to give to me, and you're trying to say that I have provided ample evidence to support the claim, okay? What I'm fighting with you right now on are the premises that you've given. I'm saying that your argument is not sound, okay? That the premises that you've laid out, they don't work. I'm rejecting them. And then you're saying, oh, well, you're not even giving your own argument. No, I'm not, because I'm attacking your argument, because you're the one presenting the argument right now. I haven't even presented an argument. You have no idea what my position is on this particular thing. But you started off with, first you said Israel was intentionally blocking humanitarian aid, and now you're giving me arguments about how, the sources say all these people are starving. And what I'm showing is that they might be starving. I haven't even disagreed with the conclusion. I'm just showing you that I disagree with how you're getting there. I don't even know if I agree or disagree with you. We haven't gotten to that part of the argument yet. But I'm saying that that's why I asked you, what are we arguing about right now? Are we arguing about the facts on the ground, or are we going to argue about what third-party organizations say? Because I know what they say. I can read them. I have read them. But I've also read the underlying reports.
The question is, do you believe them?
When it comes to a lot of the reporting on this, no, I check the methodology and I check exactly what's being reported on in the actual reports themselves, because reading the top line summaries or reading paragraphs out of news articles doesn't seem to be giving me the information underneath that is actually important. Because there's a huge.
Don't you think if you doubt literally every single third-party organization that you should have some counter evidence that you can present?
No. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. You're getting lost. You do not need counter evidence to attack the validity or the sound.
Are you claiming an agnostic position on this?
I didn't say that. I'm just. So you don't need a position to counter a position that you believe is unsound. I don't need a position on that. If somebody comes in and they say, okay, here's my syllogism. 5 million people died yesterday to shark attacks, okay? And I know that because on TV, I was watching a cartoon where Dora said that 5 million people died. Therefore, my conclusion is 5 million people died to shark attacks. I can attack that argument all day and say this doesn't logically follow, and the premises aren't even true, so it's invalid and it's unsound. And then you can't go, oh wait, so what's your position on it? I don't need to have a position to attack the validity of the other argument. My whole point is to show you the flawed methodologies being employed here, like measuring trucks to figure out if people are getting enough food or not. Whether or not I think there's starvation or not is irrelevant. The argument being constructed here is not good. That's all I'm making the point on.
You're doubting the conclusion of the sources. You're saying that, no, I don't believe it. On this issue, I think they're wrong. So that's what you're saying is all these sources that you cited, I don't think they're correct. The conclusions are not correct. So then, once again, my question is, okay, if these sources are not correct, give me some counter evidence of a source that would show what is actually going on.
Sure, I could do that if you want to give me time to assemble those, but me putting forth a positive argument isn't required for me to reject somebody else's positive argument.
So you said you're not arguing the agnostic side. So that by default, if you're arguing the negative side, that you would have to provide some evidence.
I haven't argued any side. My side is going to be largely inductive. We can go through my arguments if you want. If you want to do that, we can do that. If you want to switch gears, but I'm just saying that so far on the other side,
ample chances. I was like, okay, show me some counter evidence, and you haven't done that.
No, because you're asking me for counter evidence to debunk your argument. I don't need counter evidence to debunk your claim. I just have to show a flaw in the methodology.
No, not debunk my arguments, debunking what all the third-party organizations are saying. You're saying that I don't believe what these guys are saying. Okay, show me why they're wrong. Show me some evidence. Show me a source.
Okay, you're asking me what the conditions are on the ground is different than asking me if I think that their style of argumentation or their methodology is wrong. Anybody that starts off by quoting, these organizations included, by quoting to me trucks going into the country, I'm instantly discrediting their argument. They might be correct in their conclusion, in an accidental way, but it's not worthwhile to me. I wouldn't waste my time reading it.
Even if you discredit my argument, but you agree with my conclusion, that still wouldn't really necessarily change anything.
It changes everything.
If the conclusion is correct that there's mass starvation going on, Israel's blocking aid, even if the methodology isn't correct, but we get to the right conclusion, then what's actually the difference? So again, it's not my argument. I'm just repeating what the sources are saying. And you're saying, you very explicitly said, yeah, on this issue, I don't believe pretty much every one of the sources, third-party sources, that's saying that this and this is going on. So once again, if you want more time to prepare for that, that's well and good. But I'd just be curious if you can provide at least one source.
Here's a question. Okay. Do you know the answer? Do you know what 2 squared is? Do you know the answer to that math problem will be?
4.
Okay. If I say that 2 squared equals, if I were to say that expression can be simplified to 2 plus 2, is that a correct simplification?
No, but the answer would still be correct. And we're talking about the answer here.
Okay, but would you say that would you trust that methodology?
No, but if the answer is correct, then the conclusion would be correct.
But how do you know the answer is correct?
Well, you just said that you actually believe the answers are correct, the conclusions are correct.
No, I don't. I'm saying that even if the conclusion is correct.
Do you think the conclusions are correct?
Personally, I don't think Wait, hold on. Wait, what? I don't even know what the specific question is. Here's I'll make some general statements on what I believe to be true, okay? Right now on the Gaza Strip, okay? So my first assumption is that there probably is a higher level of food insecurity, starvation, malnutrition, famine, or whatever, than what's ever been seen in the Gaza Strip in the history of that region, at least since in the past 100 years. That's one, that would be a prior assumption that I would have. And my guesstimate on that would be based on the fact that a huge number of people have moved in a very short period of time in an area that was already like a developing region at best in terms of food security, and the fact that it seems like a lot of people are complaining about food getting in and out. So that would be like a prior assumption I would start with. So there's probably hunger, famine, I don't know what to say. There's hunger, starvation, malnutrition that's being experienced in higher degrees than I've ever been. Number one. Number two is I think that getting food in and out of there, I keep saying in and out, getting convoys in and out seems to be complicated, but I don't think that it's because Israel is intentionally blocking anything. Because I think that if, this is inductively reasoned, I think that if Israel was intentionally blocking stuff, I think that there would be people screaming from the rooftops about that. So the fact that I've seen none of that, and no. So I don't believe that's the case.
What do you mean, no?
So on the third thing, this is the argument that you were making. You thought you were making two, but you're making another. On the third thing, where Israel is being is obfuscating or is making things too difficult for some arbitrary purpose in getting food in. Now, I've seen a lot of claims about that, but the fact that nobody can give me a single concrete figure on how much food needs to go in and how much isn't getting in, and the fact that when I've dug through like 3 or 4 of these reports, all of them are sourcing stuff that's either months old or they're sourcing singular quotes from other people rather than an actual empirical breakdown, because we know the tonnage of stuff that goes in and out. It's tracked by the UN. It's tracked by the human. It's tracked by UNRWA, and it's tracked by the United Nations food delivery stuff. So if none of that is happening, and people are still saying these things, it makes me feel like there's some bullshit abound. Now, I don't have a high conviction on this, but in the absence of like concrete arguments about what's going in and what needs to go in, and in the absence of concrete evidence about Israel deliberately blocking shit, my prior assumptions are going to lead me to believe, my a priori assumption is going to be that food is probably pretty fucked right now because it's in war, and it's hard to get shit in there because of war, not because Israel's fucking things up intentionally. That would be my assumptions.
So there's high. I just want to make sure I wrote this down correctly. There's high. So you agree there's higher level of starvation than everything that's been the last 100 years, but you believe that's because a huge number of people have moved. Okay. And then when it comes to convoys, you're saying essentially that, well, yeah, it's more difficult, whatever, to get them in now, but that's not really Israel's fault, because Israel is not really doing anything to stop the blockage of the food. Is that correct?
I haven't seen strong evidence of that. So that's where I'm sitting at right now. Yes.
Which one would you be leaning more towards right now? Just if you had to bet your money on it, would you be more leaning towards Israel is blocking at least some of the aid, or Israel's not blocking any of the aid?
My prior assumption for Israel blocking aid is going to be very, very, very low. I can't imagine why they would do that. It's an unbelievably stupid thing to do.
Okay. I mean, I think you have a lot more trust in Israel than I do. But I guess just to like where the disagreement lies in is that I cited like 4 or 5 third-party sources. Most of them are pretty well respected, of them saying exactly what I'm arguing, which is Israel's blocking food from getting in. Just because they don't know exact number of food tonnages doesn't dismiss their statement that it's not getting in.
Which is why I said for the 4th time, if we're going to argue about what the parties say, then I agree with you. They have said this. But
I'm saying it's true, and you're saying it's not true.
No. I'm saying that the third party said is not an argument. It's 2024. We've got a fuck ton of cell phones. We've got a fuck ton of record keeping. We've got so much information at our fingertips. If you want to prove, or if you want to make a strong statement about Israel blocking something, we should have a very strong argument for that. Not this doctor at this crossing said this thing.
It's not this doctor at this crossing. We have every single major humanitarian rights group.
Yeah, quoting a doctor at a border crossing. Show me the data.
They're not just quoting. I've showed you a bunch of it.
You haven't. First of all, none of your sources have said Israel's intentionally blocking anything. Not a single one of your sources even said that.
That's not even true at all. So let me pull up the. Okay, so famine is imminent in North Gaza, where 70% suffered with catastrophic hunger. A UN-backed report said Monday, as the EU's top diplomat accused Israel of using starvation as a weapon of war. That'll be pretty clear right there.
Wait. Which one are you quoting from? The BBC one or what? Or wait.
I'd have to find the source for this, but this is a UN-backed report that came out Monday. Said the U.S. top diplomat accused Israel of starvation as a weapon of war. Then we have.
Wait. Why not one thing? You're obfuscating. You know you're wrong. Okay.
I'm just answering your question.
You're not. You won't even. I don't even know what you're reading from right now. Like, link me what you're reading so I can read it. I don't know why you would just start rambling off quotes when the whole point of me has been challenging you on the individual quotes. It makes it seem like you're not confident in the underlying source material.
Okay, sure. If you want to do that, I can pull it up. I would still like it if you can provide at least one source that goes against what my sources are saying. Just one.
Okay, sure. Just one would be the COGAT reporting. Hold on.
Okay, I think this is CNN. So yeah, there we go. I have it pulled up. Okay, let me share this. You want me to send it to you too?
Sure.
By the way, there's so much more shit we gotta get through. So, but I don't mind doing a part 2 debate or whatever. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen for the chat, and then I'm gonna read off it. Famine in northern Gaza. So the CNN, pretty decent source. A UN-backed report said Monday that the U.S. top diplomat accused Israel of using starvation as a weapon of war. All 2.2 people live in Gaza not have food to eat, with half the population on brink of starvation. Famine projected to arrive in North anytime between mid-March and May.
Projected.
According to the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification.
This is projected.
Okay, fine. Acute hunger and malnutrition have already far exceeded the threshold for famine in northern Gaza, and the IPC warns of a major acceleration. So
also, where is any of this saying Israel intentionally is blocking it?
It was the first thing that I read. So it was right here. So it says a UN-backed report said Monday the U.S. top diplomat accused Israel using starvation as a weapon of war.
That's an opinion. A UN top diplomat accused? What's the evidence? Did somebody shut down a crossing? Did somebody say your truck isn't allowed to come in? Did somebody say no more food? Fuck hungry Palestinian? What is the evidence for this claim? It's just a UN diplomat's opinion.
So yeah, I can give you. Well, yeah, I mean, UN is not just some random person on the internet. So there's many ways how Israel is blocking aid. So one example of this would be that they kind of play this weird game. So when a truck gets to the border, they inspect it, which is obviously, they should inspect it. But then if one thing there's off, and we're not talking about like there's a bomb there, we're talking about there's like a little thing that they don't like, instead of just taking the thing off and allowing the truck to go through, they make the truck completely do a 180, go back to the origin source and repack.
Can you give me an example of this happening or an accounting of this happening?
Sure. You've never, you actually don't believe this, what I'm saying right now?
My prior assumption here is really low. I don't think this happens very much. I don't know if it's happened at all. I don't know, but I'm...
Sure. Okay, New Yorker, 1 second. Fuckers want me to subscribe before I can, wait. Okay, I don't want to pay for this shit, so let me...
Well, you can do archive.ph, it'll show you the article. Or just link me the headline and I can link you to the archive of it.
I think I will find, just give me a second.
Also, to be clear, before you show me whatever you're going to show me, like, there are ways where I can see this being reasonable, but the way you're telling me this is very unreasonable. So, for instance, if somebody shows up and their corn is packed incorrectly, and they're like, you need to go repack your entire fucking truck, then yeah, I can say, okay, well, this seems like bullshit. But if somebody shows up and there's like okay, then show it to me. But if somebody shows up and there's like a bomb in their truck, and they're like, you need to go back and redo your whole truck, that's totally fucking reasonable. So it would depend on what's, but yeah, I'm curious. I need to see the...
Yeah, so here, I think I got a CNN article pulled up. Mm-hmm. Okay. So we actually have here a quote from a U.S. senator. In January, U.S. Senators Chris Vallon and Jeff Markey saw maternity kits and water filtration system among most items turned back from its inspection point in Nevada. So here's where it gets. We learned that when a truck with just one of those items is turned down, the entire truck gets turned around, has to go back to the beginning of the process, which can take weeks. So basically, they have to go back to the origin source.
Can you link me the article that we're reading?
Sure. But I mean, this is pretty well established.
Well established. You're quoting random U.S. senators now. This is the opposite.
Yeah, U.S. senators are. We can't listen to U.S. senators who are actually there.
When people were getting killed by ISIS, I didn't need, like, U.S. House of Representatives said they talked to head UN diplomat who swore to God that they heard that people were dying in Mosul to incoming ISIS invaders. You didn't see that. You had video footage of people being fucking executed. You had thousands of eyewitness testimony saying ISIS wanting to execute our fucking people. You've got, like, governments. You've got military people. You've got radar satellite. You've got a billion different things. You don't have, like, oh, a statement by UN convoy director says that they don't feel like enough food is getting... These are the weakest fucking statements I've heard in my entire life.
That's not what they're saying at all. They're saying that there's a policy of when they see something on a truck they don't like, which I think most people would say, like, yeah, like water desalinization is pretty reasonable, and they make the truck
Wait,
all
is
the way
it?
around. Go back. Okay, I'm not gonna squabble on that. Go back all the way to the site where the truck was sent from, repack and do that, which adds weeks to the process.
How do you know? How would you decide what's reasonable to go into the country or not?
If it's something that's not likely to be used for killing IDF, I think it's pretty reasonable. If it's something that's necessary for people to survive, like water purification, which is pretty important.
I thought they were just shipping in water. Why do they need water purification?
Because with water purification, you can obviously, it's much more dense. So if you give, like, for example, a pack of water purification tablets, you can purify a lot more water than just sending a bottle of water. So it's much more...
What if desalination machines can be used to construct weapons of war?
What if this? What if that? I think most people agree. Okay, fine. Even if the IDF thinks there's a risk there, the solution is not to make the truck turn all the way around. You would just take the thing off.
No, why the fuck? If you can't get your shit straight when there's already thousands of trucks being investigated every day, no, my guess is this probably happens at the U.S. border too. You probably get turned the fuck around.
Or Israel's just playing games to not allow the aid to come in.
Okay.
Yeah, we have also medical kits for delivering babies. Could that be used as a weapon, you think?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't know that you could dig up water pipes and build rockets out of them with fertilizer. I didn't know that. Do you know what can be used to create weapons?
I'm pretty sure that medical kits for delivering babies is probably fairly safe.
Really? Okay. Do you know that...
Do you disagree with that? Do you think that...
I don't even know if medical kits for babies are being... I don't know what a medical kit for a baby means. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Number one.
Why are you even disagreeing with me?
Because I don't even know why we're bringing that up. That's why I caught myself. It's like, I don't even know if these are things that are being rejected.
Well, again, according to like every single source, that seems like...
Yes, I understand. You keep in mind, you keep saying every single source, and every single source we've read so far, reading one more paragraph has shown that it's saying the opposite of what you think. It's been projections, it's been statements by random people, or it's been things that have said, it's not Israel at fault. That there's a wide variety of things going on. So every single source, you keep saying every single source, but every single source you go through seems to disagree with you.
That was such a bad faith summary. So there was one thing that showed that it was a projection for the future. But then literally, if we go 2 sentences before that, after that, it shows you what is happening right now. So
yes, that there is famine, that there might be starvation or malnutrition happening, sure. But that's not, we're not saying that your claim is because of Israel. You're saying Israel's causing this to happen intentionally.
Well, we haven't gotten to the intent part of it yet. I can't, unless we get through this part, I can't get to the intent part. We haven't covered the intent.
Okay, but if we can't even get through the fact that Israel is turning back trucks that need to go in, what if I showed you stuff, for instance, that trucks have been approved, but they're just sitting on the other side, and it seems like they can't drive them out to where they need to go to?
You haven't shown me anything yet. So also...
Okay, wait, here's a tweet. Here, open this and read this.
Okay. Twitter? You're going to quote Twitter?
Twitter is not a person.
Right, you're going to quote someone on Twitter? That's the source?
When you link me a CNN article, are you quoting CNN?
I'm quoting a CNN article.
No, you're not. No, you're quoting the person in the article.
Also the people they interviewed. Sometimes they do their own inspections. But okay,
no,
fine.
CNN never does their own inspections. It's CNN. They're not inspecting trucks. That's
not what I'm saying, dude. Not inspecting trucks, but they do. For example, with the drone footage, they did their own assessment of it, or maybe it was Washington Post. But yeah, so sometimes they do their own analysis and stuff like that. Yeah, obviously they're not going through trucks. The aid has to accumulate waiting for UNRWA and other UN orgs to distribute. This is equivalent of hundreds of aid trucks which will be distributed to Gaza, and we remain committed to the transfer of aid in Gaza. This doesn't really show me anything at all. I don't.
Who is the source? Scroll up.
The aid has been accumulated waiting for UNRWA. The UNRWA is not the source.
What is the Twitter account? Who's
Kogad? Coordination of government charities through the U.S. America towards Gaza. I've never heard of these guys. I would need to see if they're legitimate.
On the
or not.
Israeli side, I believe this is who manages what goes into and comes out of the Gaza Strip. These are the guys that report on and discuss like what's happening in terms of like pileups and.
This is an Israeli source.
Yes.
Okay, then yeah, I'm not going to take it with much credence.
Okay, click this. Are the pictures fake?
Sure. You can't really see shit in the picture. We don't know why they're not getting in. We could be that Israel's blocking them. All we see is pictures of trucks.
No. They're already inside. They just haven't been distributed once they're inside. Because there's a huge issue with distribution within the Gaza Strip for reasons that part of your articles have already said, that the condition inside is very chaotic. Have you seen videos of some trucks going to Palestinians, them getting attacked when they get to certain areas?
Yeah, I'll clarify for the 5th time. I never said that it's 100% Israel's fault. So if we look at this image, it's kind of confusing what the fuck we're looking at. It's super blurry, but this is not showing us that, for example, that all these trucks that these trucks are choosing not to travel or anything like that. This is just showing us that there's some trucks. So I can barely fucking tell what this is, but this doesn't prove anything. And also the fact that it's a pro-Israeli source or Israeli source is just not something I'm going to take too seriously. But if we don't mind, let me get to the I guess the other stuff that you said. So you were talking about, like what's the motive, blah blah blah. So why does the U.S. have to airdrop aid and build a dock if there's not legitimate? Like, why would if Israel was allowing the aid to get in, why would America, if they felt not enough aid was getting in, just basically send more aid? Why would they have to start airdropping and going around Israel's border to get the aid in?
Because the issue is aid has trouble getting to certain areas, and they're having a problem distributing aid within Gaza. Airdrops are both of those problems, solve both of those problems, theoretically.
Well, airdrops also kill innocent people sometimes.
If you stand underneath it, it does, yeah.
Well, yeah. Do you think the people are just walking around? They're like, oh, here's it coming. I'm going to hit right under it. Anyway,
I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait. So don't airdrop food? I don't understand what the counter is there. Some people die because they drink too much water and they run out of electrolytes in their body. So do we not give anybody water? Yes. Sometimes there are mistakes with the airdrop. Sometimes the parachute doesn't deploy. Sometimes people get crushed. It's tragic. People have died in the convoys. We saw that happen where a convoy got fucking surrounded by a ton of people and people started getting shot around the convoy. What do you want to say? Yeah.
Airdropping aid, like from what the calculations I've seen, will provide maybe 1% of necessarily food. It's not sustainable. It doesn't provide enough, even assuming no one's getting killed. So what the solution is for the U.S. to actually force Israel to allow all the aid in. So we saw this happen with Reagan. We saw this happen with George Herbert Walker Sr. So with Reagan, for example, there's a classic example when Israel was starting to carpet bomb Lebanon, and he said, "Hey, we're going to stop giving you aid, stop giving you supplies if you stop doing this," and they stopped doing it. So exerting a little pressure on them would be the way around this problem. Because why do we have to? They're our ally. Why do we have to go around them to get aid into Gaza? Like, wouldn't it just make more sense to just force them or at least pressure them into allowing all the trucks in, all the aid in?
It's not just letting them in. It's also letting them in and escorting them. Getting trucks into North Gaza is apparently incredibly difficult. We've seen that footage of the one convoy that went in that some people call the Flower Massacre, where it was a huge fucking shit show driving aid to northern Gaza.
Yeah, so we'll get to the Flower Massacre, I promise. So this is the argument that I've heard is Hamas is stealing all the aid. Is that the argument you're trying to make?
I mean, I've heard there's a problem with redirection from it, but my understanding is that the biggest issue is distribution of the material once it's inside the Gaza Strip. That's the challenging part.
How so?
That just because you've got stuff inside the Gaza Strip doesn't mean that you're able to easily distribute it to the people that need it.
Well, yeah, because the people are so starving, they're starving to death. So if you get more aid in, there's gonna be less and less of like swarming the trucks.
No, because it's hard to drive through a war zone where there are multiple communities that are fighting at any given point in time, and it's hard to identify accurately where the aid needs to go, how safe it is, and how you can distribute it once you're at that site. It's not just starving people swarming trucks like zombies.
So do you think Hamas is blocking most of the aid? Stealing all the aid?
I'm sure Hamas is stealing some aid, but I don't think that's a major contributor to the issue right now. I feel like you got a talking point loaded really right the fuck up. If you want to talk about why it's not Hamas, then go for it. But I don't think, if I had to guess in terms of an overall percentage of like Hamas stealing the aid versus aid that's not being delivered, my guess is less than like 2 or 3% of aid being stolen.
Then we completely agree. No, it's documented. There's been incidents of Hamas stealing the aid, right? I just wasn't sure what side that you were on. But yeah, they're stealing 2, 3, 5, whatever. Even say, be generous and say 10% of the aid. But then the majority of the issue is not Hamas. The majority of the issue is not enough trucks and not enough aid specifically getting
No,
in.
I think the issue is the war. There are enough trucks, there are enough people on the other side of the border, but they can't get to where they need to go.
But then why is it that when Israel has had wars with Palestinians in the past, they never cut off electricity or never cut off water? This one is kind of unique where they decided to cut everything off.
Everything hasn't been cut off. I think they did that for like 2 days.
No. Even if we look at now, the vast majority, let me actually get the exact source. So, yeah, they allow, wait, let me pull this up. They allow, there's no water that's allowed into the north, and there's a trickle of water that's allowed in the south, but it's not enough, and people have to drink from the sea. Like, I don't think people would drink from the sea if they didn't fucking need to.
Wait, I don't think they can drink, you can't drink that water, it's salt water.
Yeah, and that's why it fucks them up.
No, like, okay.
So let's get into like intent, right? So I'll just throw out some, I guess, statements and quote. So we're talking about intents now. So Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and I'll preface this by saying you did do a good video where you, I think I saw part of it where you deconstructed some of the quotes being used in, I guess, being used to decept the picture or to kind of obfuscate from the situation. And that's all well and good. I'm not saying that every single quote from Israeli leadership that everyone has read is valid. But here are ones that I don't know how you were going to defend these. So October 9th, Defense Minister Gallant said, "We are imposing a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and must act accordingly. The United Nations warned that a siege endangering civil lives by depriving them of essential goods was prohibited under international law." Well, too late for that. Then we have National Secretary Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, our favorite boy. In a tweet on October 17, so long as Hamas does not release the hostages, the only thing that should enter Gaza is hundreds of tons of Air Force explosive, now an ounce of humanitarian aid. Here's the biggest one. Netanyahu himself, the big baller, said that until all the hostages are returned, we will not allow humanitarian assistance in the form of food and medicines from our territory to the Gaza Strip. Even Biden himself has come out and said Israel is doing indiscriminate bombing. So I don't know, you can dismiss maybe from people in this cabinet. It's hard to dismiss Netanyahu himself, who's probably the most powerful man in Israel. So there we have pretty clear intent right there.
What is the argument here that I'm agreeing or disagreeing with?
Well, we're talking about intent. You asked me before, okay, but how do you prove that Israel's
intent of what?
Intent of deliberately blocking humanitarian aid.
Okay, but most of the quotes here, like blocking all the water and everything, ended up not coming true. They rolled back all of this in like 2 days to where they did let water in, they did let humanitarian aid in, they did let stuff in. So it feels like all of these...
That's not true. The vast majority... First of
wait, what did I just say that's not true?
The vast majority of water is still not getting in. Well, the vast majority of clean drinking water is still blocked.
Okay. You haven't demonstrated that in a single article or in a single source, so if that is true, I haven't seen it yet.
I can pull up a source, sure. I still feel like you should have to pull up some sources, but okay,
You're the one making the argument, the assertion. I thought that is... my understanding is that siege lasted for like a week and a half, I think. There was like the big siege initially, and then afterwards, basically they did the aid process. My understanding is right now, to repeat, that there's a bunch of trucks that are in Gaza, but they just can't drive them to where they need to go. But it's not Israel blocking them, it's a war. They don't know how to get them to where they need to go.
Yeah, okay, so let me pull up a source for that.
Wait, before we do this, okay, specifically, what source are you, or what is the source that you're pulling up? What are you purporting it's going to support? Because I feel like every source you've pulled up has been talking about a totally different statement.
No, not at all. You just keep like obfuscating by.
Okay, I'm obfuscating. Then let's be very clear now. What the source that you're looking for right now? What do you hope that it's going to prove?
That what you're saying about is this lasting for 2 days is not true. That essentially that there's it first of all lasted way longer, this total siege, and second of all, in terms of things like clean drinking water, that's still largely a problem. It's certainly a problem in North Gaza.
A problem. It was largely a problem pre-October 7th. What's changed? What is the claim that you're?
It's gone because before that, Israel did not cut off electricity, or fuel, which is needed to process to desalinate.
Before that, there were restrictions on fuel and electricity. Yes, of course there were.
Again, we're talking about scales. Just because there's a little bit of fucked up shit in the past doesn't mean that we're not at a whole new level here. The point I'm making is that the majority of the water is still being blocked.
Majority of the water is being blocked. Okay, so is the argument then the majority of the water going in is being blocked?
the majority of the water that is necessary that was going in pre-October 7th is now not being allowed in.
Okay.
Yeah, if you give me a second, I will pull this up. So you want to know a source for this claim?
I'm just curious what your source is going to purport.
Exactly what I'm saying, but sure. Yeah, I think this is it. Okay, I think this is it. So let me pull this up. So we can skip the title. After more than a month of Israel's government unlawful
Wait, can you link me real quick?
Sure.
Thank you. Also, I have to leave in like 5 minutes because it's late for me.
Oh fuck, dude! I didn't even get a chance to like some of my most important arguments.
Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. Okay. Well, also, we can do it again tomorrow too. I'm here tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do a part 2. I have so much other shit that I want to get through. I was saving the good stuff for the end.
Okay.
I was gonna make you watch videos of like Palestinians being killed and just kind of.
Yeah, but my counter to every single one of those videos is you have to prove to me that Israel didn't have a reason to believe or suspect that these people were involved in military operations.
Yeah, we'll get to that tomorrow. Okay, Israel authorities could. Well, I'm gonna skip past the title. So after more than a month of Israel government unlawful blockade of Gaza, which include catastrophic cuts to water, fuel, and electricity. So it wasn't 2 days. It seemed like it was a month. The lack of clean water resulting in grave concerns by public health experts and main infectious disease and outbreak, including waterborne illnesses like blah, blah. On November 19th, the UN Relief Works Agency for Palestine refugees in New Gaza said every little girl, boy, and man in UNRWA asked me for bread and water. Okay, take that with whatever. October 7th, the Israeli government shut off pipes and supplied Gaza with water. It has since only resumed piping water to some parts of southern Gaza, while some water has entered via Egypt, but it's not reaching everyone, and it's not nearly enough to meet the needs of the Gaza population, acquiring more to rely on local.
Okay, wait. So right here,
more than 93% of the water supply is unfit for human consumption.
Yep, that's the same number that's been reported for a decade. So right here, this sentence right here. After October 7th, the Israeli government shut off the pipes that supply Gaza with water. It has since only resumed piping water to some parts of southern Gaza, while some water has entered via Egypt, but it's not reaching everyone. Okay. The fact that they resumed piping in water contradicts the statements earlier that they were going to stop it forever. We're going to turn it all off and never turn it back on. We're going to fight the entirety of the war. We're going to do this. Already contradicts those statements. That's all I was looking for.
Not necessarily. So if I
what do you mean? Wait. Reread the statements again. Reread the statements again.
No, I understand what you're trying to say. So if I say, hey, I'm gonna Destiny fuck me over and I'm gonna go and murder his whole family, and then I just go and murder your mom and dad, right? I leave your cousins and your children alone. That still doesn't change anything, right? Like you don't have to go 100% all in on a crime for you to be guilty of a crime. Just because they didn't.
We're not talking about
100%. Just because they didn't cut it off for 100% of people doesn't mean they didn't cut it off for a large portion of people.
If some guy beats me up and I say I'm going to murder your whole family, and then I go to that dude's house and I just kill him, and then I leave, then I clearly didn't mean I was going to kill his whole family.
Yes, but if you kill him and also his mom and also his cousin, then we get a different picture. But you don't kill his whole family. You left 6 or 7 people alone. Even that would be, you left one person alone. That would be more.
The initial. Okay, so then,
So
we're going to reform your initial point. Your initial point then is it wasn't that, look, they're expressing this like intent to destroy the whole population, or they're not going to turn it back on, or blah, blah, blah. The intent was they're just going to control it more than they had before, or what is the initial statement?
Control is a very, very loose way of paraphrasing that. My statement, I was showing you here. Here's what the Benjamin Netanyahu, or what the top leadership is saying. And then, yes, their actions aren't 100%. So they made a very extreme statement, and they maybe carried out 80% of what they said they were going to do. That's still pretty extreme. If you're blocking water to 80, 90% of the population, 60% of the water, that's still collective punishment.
What were the initial statements for the quotes that you read?
They're on the screen. What do you want me to read?
No, the quotes, you said that you'd read quotes, not these ones. You said that you read quotes proving the intent of these people.
Yeah, so okay, so here's one. Netanyahu, this is probably the biggest one. Netanyahu said that until all the hostages are returned, we will not allow humanitarian assistance in the form of food and medication from terror to Gaza Strip. Now, he has allowed some in, right, but most of it has not been allowed in.
So that statement that he said, that's not true then. He said until every hostage was returned, we're going to lock everything down. But that's not true. That didn't happen, right?
He made a very definitive statement that he only 80% followed through on.
80% followed through after 1 month letting in aid? Was 80% following through, never letting anything in until all the hostages were released?
Well, if most of the people, if most people in Gaza are not getting water, if only a small trickle is allowed in, then yeah, we can 70%, 80%, 90%. But the majority of the statement is still true.
What do you mean when you say most people in Gaza aren't getting water? What does that mean?
Okay, like, just to give you an analogy, if Trump said,
no, wait, I don't need an analogy. I just want to know, when you say most people aren't getting water, what does that mean to you? What do you mean when you say that?
Most people are not getting the necessary drinking water.
So are they like thirsting to death, or they're just not getting as much as like the daily recommended amount, or?
Yeah, like a lot of them are thirsty, which is why they're drinking from the sea.
I don't think you can drink. I don't think you can drink from the sea. I'm pretty sure you would die doing it. I don't even know if you.
Well, that's what they're doing. You want to see videos of that? Because I've seen.
Oh, well, no. Show me numbers then. How many people have died due to drinking seawater?
I don't have the number on.
Can I Google that? Well, let's look it up. Deaths to seawater consumption, Gaza Strip.
Also, at least 12 wells in the area have been destroyed, so that's another thing.
I see a headline that says, "Fears grow. People are dehydrating to death in Gaza as clean water runs out."
Okay.
This article is from October 17th. So where are my dehydration deaths since then? I didn't find anything. Let's try this. Let's see. Dehydration deaths, Gaza Strip. Let's search. Death rate of elderly people. We've got a Gazan Health Ministry number that says 25 people have died from malnutrition or dehydration.
What's the date?
I'm assuming this is recent.
Well, why are you assuming that? Check the date.
Because I Googled for news, and typically it shows recent articles for news.
Not always.
October 3rd, 2020. Oh, this is March 10th. So recent, past 2 weeks.
And this is what's the source website for this?
Okay, hold on. When you ask for sources, the source is not the website; it's who the website is quoting. The website here is just www.aa, but the source is the Gaza Health Ministry. That's who they're reporting about.
Say that again. What's the website?
I linked it to you. It's in the thing.
Okay, let me take a look.
Do you understand how strange it is that if on October 17th there was fear of people dehydrating to death, and 5 months later that number is 25? Something isn't adding up here. Something's not working. Something doesn't make sense about the reporting of what's going on here.
Well, I need to deep dive into the source, but no, I mean, first of all, sometimes it's hard to account for, hey, how exactly did this person die? I don't think they're doing very detailed autopsies right now in Gaza.
You don't think if people were dying from starvation, they wouldn't be able to tell? Maybe this emaciated person just like...
Well, it seems like most people, like this would only include people who are going to hospitals. I would assume the majority of people are just quietly dying in their houses.
Why would you assume that? This is one of the most highly densely populated regions in the world. These people are... You think they're just dying and no one's noticing?
Hospitals have been shut down.
Okay. Then how are they accounting for any death figures at all then? You just don't trust any of them?
No. I'm just giving you an explanation for the discrepancy they're pulling up. I've never heard of this source. Let me just...
What do you mean heard of the source? It's citing the Gaza Health Ministry. Google Gaza Health Ministry death number. The website itself doesn't matter. It could be Fox News, it could be CNN, it could be...
Right, but I would need to believe that... Wait, is this Alcoholics Anonymous?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I need to look into the source because I've never heard of it. Like if you pull up CNN or whatever, or Washington Post, I'll be like, okay, yeah, they're probably not going to lie. I don't know if this source is lying or not.
You think that this site would just like completely misquote and list the source of the...
Well, you said earlier that all these human rights organizations like Amnesty International are also misquoting and...
No, I've never in my life said they're misquoting. In fact, my main argument was that they were just quoting, not misquoting. They would just quote a random doctor and say, oh, this must be happening. Not that they're misquoting. I don't think any of these third-party orgs are completely fabricating quotes or lying about things. Apparently, this website is called Anadolu Anhasi. There you go.
I think this is another Jewish Israel site.
Why do we even think that?
Because the name seems like it's like that. I mean, I would have to, and I'll lose you. Okay, LA Gaza location. Okay, let me see. But that's kind of the feeling I get.
This is a state-run news agency from Turkey.
From Turkey, okay.
Wait, so we trust it because it's from Turkey?
No, we trust it more because it's from outside of either Gaza or Israel.
Why would you trust? A media organization ran basically by Erdogan? Why would you trust it? Wait, so would you trust information about what's going on there coming more out of like Saudi Arabia or Iran than you would from Israel or from Gaza?
No, not necessarily. The point is that I wouldn't trust when it comes to this war where Israel has every incentive to lie, an Israeli organization saying that. Just like I wouldn't trust a Hamas-run organization.
Just because you have an incentive to lie doesn't mean you are lying. You would check and see like what else is going on because they also have incentives not to lie. For instance, they have democratic elections, and if their leaders get caught lying, they could pay heavy consequences in an election because of that.
Oh my God, this is such a naive view of the world. So many of our politicians, their politicians, have already been called lying multiple times. How many lies has Trump been caught in? Millions and millions.
And he lost an election.
Well,
he's not the leader anymore. How many times has Erdogan lied? How long has he been a leader? How long do you think the average Egyptian dictator is a leader? Saudi Arabia and all these other countries literally have monarchy families that do lineage through family name. Why are you comparing these two things?
I'm not defending them, but the point is that, first of all, Trump is likely to win the next election, it seems like. So, so him lying over and over again didn't really seem to take a big toll on his political career. You see also...
Trump is facing 91 criminal indictments. How many indictments does a dictator that currently rules a country face?
Are you trying to create the argument that I think that dictatorships in the Middle East are better than America? No, not at all.
Not better. I'm saying that you seem to be thinking that like, oh, all politicians lie just as much as dictators might lie. That's not true. A democratically elected politician has...
No, I'm sure dictators lie more. But the point I'm making is just because it's a Western country doesn't mean their leadership isn't going to lie. Doesn't mean that people who are very emotionally involved in this conflict aren't going to lie.
I didn't say it means that they're not going to lie. I'm saying that the incentive structure...
I just prefer third-party sources.
Okay.
You kind of do the exasperated side, but it seems like...
Because when you say third-party sources, I don't think you understand what a source means. CNN is not a source. Fox News is not a source. This website is not a source. The source, your primary source here, the Gaza Health Ministry. Your secondary sources or your tertiary sources are just people that are reporting or compiling information about it.
I understand, but we have to trust the fact that this website is reporting on the information accurately, and they're not lying or distorting the picture.
I don't have to trust it at all. I can literally just Google what the Gaza Health Ministry says and probably find 15 other things to find out if it's true or not. Okay, so hold on. So you just said, okay, hold on. Opening this. Open in new window. Okay, the headline is dehydration at Gaza hospital surges to 25. Okay, this is on March 25. Okay, and this is according to the Ministry of Health in Gaza said Saturday. So what I could do is I could Google Ministry of Health Gaza 25 dead. Let's see. We've got another Egyptian source that says 25 children died of malnutrition in Gaza, quoting the Palestinian Health Ministry. We've got a New York Times article that's 5 months old.
So yeah, I think actually I was doing.
We've got Al Jazeera sourcing saying that children are dying in Gaza. This says 6. This is a couple weeks ago. Also sourcing the Gaza Health Ministry.
Yeah. So the death toll from dehydration has risen to 25. So that's 25 people who are dead from lack of water.
We were arguing over the validity of the sourcing. Okay, give me one more talking point. I got a piece. I got to bounce. I got to go eat.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, when we do this, write down your objections to what I've said so far. Let me write it down, and then I will, when we do a part 2, I'll give you direct sources and everything for that. So just
okay, but when I do my research on this, I'm reading the underlying material. It's not just going to be a quote from a guy.
Yeah,
it's going to be like, okay, we're going to read the underlying material, and we're going to see like how is it, and also a quote from like, well, this UN senator from fucking Holland, from the fucking Netherlands said this thing. I don't care about that. That's not a thing I care about.
A U.S. senator.
I don't care about a U.S. senator saying it. I don't care. I want primary source. Yes! The U.S. senator is not a truck driver. He's not working and doing first-hand reporting.
A U.S. senator who's on the ground, that is a primary source.
I don't know if he knows what the fuck is going on the ground. There's a reason why I wouldn't go on the ground and go, oh, looks like these people aren't getting food. I would probably ask somebody there that's in charge of distribution, that's in charge of...
That's what exactly, if you read the rest of the article on those 2 senators who went from being largely pro-Israel to being much more pro-Palestine, is they did do a lot of interviews with a lot of people in charge of the programs. They interviewed everybody, Israelis, Palestinians, they did Jordan, blah, blah, blah. And that's the conclusion they came to. So yeah, if they witnessed this firsthand, or they interview people who are in charge of the program, they are a primary source, or at least in some cases a secondary source. But why would we, like, if for example I murder my girlfriend and my friend witnesses it, would we then say, oh, well, like, why does his opinion matter? No, he's a primary source if he witnessed it.
Okay.
So let me just write down what exactly.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I have to explain. To be clear, primary source usually assumes some level of first-hand knowledge combined with some amount of expertise on the situation. That's typically what a first-hand source means. So for instance, if I go down to the local nuclear power plant and I look at it and I go, power plant looks like it's not running very well right now. You wouldn't say that Stephen Bonnell is a primary source reporting on the power plant. He saw it with his own 2 eyes, because I don't know fuck all about power plants. When I'm looking at these quotes from January, U.S. Senators Chris Van Hollen and Jeff Merkley saw maternity kits and water filtration systems among the items Israel turned back from its inspection point in Nitzana. Among the items, does that mean these were just in trucks with a whole bunch of other stuff being sent back? Were these rejected specifically? What a real reporter would do, is a real reporter go, okay, well, these things were being sent back. Well, let's go up and talk to the IDF and see if they'll give a statement on it. Let's get a statement from the people running the inspection points and find out why they are saying that it's being sent back. Here's a question. You're saying there's maternity kits and water filtration systems being sent back. Primary sources, 2 U.S. senators are saying this. Why do you think they're being turned back?
Why do I personally think they're being turned back?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think Israel's goal is to collectively punish the people of Gaza.
Okay. So your position is that Israel is at the checkpoint. Some of them are just like, yeah, fuck this. We can probably turn this truck back with no consequences. Fuck them. Turn them back. Fuck these guys.
Essentially. Yeah, I mean, that point would be buttressed by the fact, for example, you see a lot of the Israeli protesters basically blocking the roads, and Israeli police and military does absolutely nothing about it. When you see a pro-Palestine protest in Tel Aviv, the Israeli police is very, very quick to deal with that and disperse of that. So, yeah, like that to me suggests a complete lack, at the very best, complete apathy. It's just like, whatever. These people are giving us, whatever. They're blocking the aid. Fuck them. Whatever. It is what it is. We can't do anything about it.
even though you have no idea why these trucks were turned back. There's no comment from the IDF whatsoever. You have no evidence or proof whatsoever.
Well, the
for
IDF doesn't comment on a lot of things.
What do you mean? The IDF puts out tons of statements. It comments on a ton of things. What do you mean?
Not quite often when they're challenged. Like if we go to the Flower Massacre, they released 3 false reports.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Firstly, that entire Twitter account that I gave you, that Kogat, is a part of the IDF. So everything on there counts as an IDF statement. Everything about that relating to humanitarian distribution. But go ahead for the Flower event.
Well, I mean, I think that's gonna, if you got to go, that will take us quite a while to get through, at least 15, 20 minutes. The point I'm making is we're talking about like, oh, well, they don't always answer. So first of all, we typically care more about, especially when it comes to intent, like the Israeli leadership, not so much the soldier on the ground when it comes to intent. Because in every war, there's going to be some bad apples who do some fucked up shit. But yeah, I mean, I think that in terms of saying like, okay, well, are they really are they really answering questions? Well, in the Flower Massacre, again, not to deep dive too into that, but essentially when they got pushed on their story of the fact that the drone footage that they sent over was heavily edited and didn't include any audio, and then new video footage came out showing kind of that what they said was false, and they were pressed on that like, hey, why did you send us this? They were like, we have no further comments. So they do have a history of not commenting on things that make them look
When you
bad.
say heavily edited, my understanding is it was just 2 different pieces of footage that were spliced together for one video on
No,
Twitter.
according to the New York Times and the BBC, they both said it was heavily edited.
Can you show me one of those links, and then that'll be our thing for today?
You really want to get into the Flower Massacre? Because this is going to take 20, 30
No, I'm
minutes.
just curious on that it was heavily edited. When you say heavily edited, the implication being misleadingly edited, heavily edited. Yeah, I'm curious.
Sure. Give me 1 second. Okay. New York Times.
Also, just so I have it in my brain, so what is your narrative of what happened at the Flower Massacre? What do you think happened?
What I think is I don't have a definitive answer for you, but what I think is most likely to happen is that Israel just opened fire on a bunch of hungry Gazan civilians, whether it was because they were that was their intention the whole time, or because maybe one of them felt threatened and started a chain reaction, or maybe there was a bad apple there. I don't really know, but yeah, in terms of what actually happened, they opened fire on a bunch of Gazan civilians, and they lied about it over and over again, and then they got caught.
Okay.
And I can, with that one, I can run you through exact like timelines and everything like that. All right, so you asked me for the proof that it was heavily edited. So give me a second, I'll find that.
When we say heavily edited, the implication is done deceptively.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I'm just
think
curious.
that's most likely conclusion. Massacre. Drone. Okay, I think this is it. So yeah, so this is a pretty good. It doesn't. This article specifically doesn't say heavily, but I've seen other articles say that. But it essentially will outline that. Okay, here it is. The Israeli military claimed that the drone video it released showed a mass stampede in which Gazans were trampled, but the quality and the length of the clips makes it difficult to confirm these claims, adding confusion and sequence led by deaths. The video, which does not include audio, was edited by Israeli military with multiple clips spliced together, leaving out key moments before many in the crowd began running away from the trucks, with some people crawling behind walls, appearing to take cover. After cutting the drone video, at least a dozen bodies are visible on the ground at the scene. It's not clear where these people injured or dead. A small number of people may have been struck by 8 trucks in panic to also stop visible scene. A separate video released by Al Jazeera of the crowd near the 8 convoys captured the sounds of gunfire and multiple tracer rounds, which essentially is like marking, originating from southwest where an Israeli military base is located. The Israeli military has acknowledged that soldiers opened fire, saying it was only in face of danger of Mahmoud. So that's when they changed their story. And then we have, and then also the second part of this is wounded and killed Palestinians.
Wait. Where is it changing its story?
I mean, I don't know if this article I can sum it up for you. But essentially, here's what happened. So first, Israel claimed that the people were killed as a result of the pushing, trampling, and being run over by trucks. Then one drone video they used to support this was analyzed by BBC and New York Times and found to be heavily edited. Now, I can give you the...
Hold on. When you say found to be heavily edited, did you watch the video footage?
Yes.
Isn't it like, it's obviously like different things that are spliced together? I don't think they tried to hide it. It's not like they were...
Well, yeah, because key moments are left out of what happened before, and they also removed the audio. And also, when they were challenged by the New York Times saying like, hey, can you provide the audio? They refused to provide the original footage. So that seems a little sus.
Wait, audio?
Yeah, audio.
Do drones record audio?
For this one, apparently... Well, actually, for this one, there was original footage. So I don't know if there was...
What do you mean original footage? The drones don't work. There's no drone footage with audio. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, fine. I'll even grant you that because I'm not sure if this drone was recording audio, but they refused to provide original footage. That's the most important part here.
Why should they? Well, first of all, whether they should provide or have to provide original footage, I don't even know why there would be an onus on them to do so. Number one.
Well, because if like I'm accusing you, you're accusing me of some incident that happened, and then let's say you prove let's say you and I went out together and you claim that I was harassing girls or something like that, and then you take little videos from the night and slice and dice them and edit them and show that, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think this is real. I think that's not what happened at all. Can Destiny provide the original footage? And you're like, no, I'm not going to provide that. That seems pretty sus. Like, if you have nothing to hide, why not provide the original footage?
Because people like you are going to pick it apart and try to make up stories out of nothing. The entire idea of criminal justice is you don't have to provide footage just because you have nothing to hide. If somebody has to bring a probable claim to compel you to provide the footage.
This is not a trial. This is...
What do you mean is that a trial? Of course it's a trial. Yeah, of course.
It's not a criminal trial. Why would Israel then provide any evidence at all?
To show that what they're saying isn't completely baseless?
Right, but if it's heavily edited, that's going to also only work against them. Why not, if they're asked by the newspapers, hey, you guys sent us this, it's heavily edited, can you provide the original footage? If they have nothing to hide, why would they not do that? It seems like such a no-brainer.
Okay, maybe. All right.
Do you disagree with that basic premise?
No, I don't disagree with that. If I was Israel, I wouldn't fucking release anything, because every single thing that gets released, people like you are going to say, well, you can't trust anything by Israel. It's Israel, so it's all lies anyways. Or if you see any person get killed ever, you're going to say, oh, well, they killed him because they just wanted to murder hungry people, I guess, is your running narrative you think of this, which is an insane position, by the way.
I don't know why you're putting me in this hardcore anti-Israel category. I'm
not putting you in an anti-Israel category. I asked you what you thought was likely to happen. You said that you feel like a bunch of Israeli soldiers went and lured a bunch of hungry people out and just started shooting them because they wanted to kill them all. That's an insane...
I said that's one potential explanation. Is that
I asked you what you thought happened, and you said that was the one you were leaning towards. I
gave you multiple explanations. Another one is one soldier accidentally misfired, and other soldiers played it wrong. It could be any amount of things. I don't know what exactly their motive was because I wasn't there, and I'm not in the minds of these soldiers. It's really hard for anyone to prove what the soldier's motive is at that point. What I do know that happened is they opened fire on a whole bunch of people, killing over 100, injuring about 700. Then they lied about it over and over again.
Wait, how many? What is the confirmed death toll for this event?
Yeah, I'll tell you. It's about, I believe, 112 civilians killed, 790 injured.
Who's reporting that?
I don't know. I have to deep dive into that. I'm not sure who's reporting that.
Well, who do you think would report it? If this is in North Gaza, where not many people have access to it.
Dude, I would have to, I didn't write down the source for every single thing that I know that I used pretty reliable sources for all this. I didn't use typically Al Jazeera or Palestinian shit.
Who could even possibly report this number besides the Gazan Health Ministry?
People who were on the ground, people working in the hospitals who saw the dead
I thought you said
bodies.
all the hospitals were shut down in North Gaza.
This is in South Gaza.
Wait, am I retarded? Where is... Hold on.
I believe so. Also, the point is that Israel...
Wait, no, hold on. No, okay. Just to make sure. Okay. The whole reason why this was so fucked is because getting aid to North Gaza is so fucking difficult. And this was a convoy that was sending aid to North Gaza. That was part of the reason why this is such an exceptional thing, is because it was North Gaza.
So you're saying this happened in North Gaza?
Yeah, of course, yeah. That was part of the big reason about this particular convoy, yeah.
Flower massacre location. Is what I read is that it was near the border, the south. Can you link me where you found that it was in North Gaza?
Listen, I believe in you. You can find it. I have to go though. I gotta leave. It's 11 o'clock. I'm 2 hours late.
Come on.
Okay, listen.
With all due respect, whenever I ask you for a source, you're like, yeah, man, next time.
You can literally just Google flower massacre, probably look at the Wikipedia, and it's going to come up on literally the first picture on the thing.
So if you found it, why don't you just tell me?
I just did. I told you it was in North Gaza. I said that it was a big deal because this convoy.
What's
That's
the
why when you
source about it, where did you read that? Wikipedia? Where?
It's on Wikipedia, but it's on every single news article ever. The whole reason for this convoy, the reason why it was such a deep into their convoy, and the reason why the starving people, surrounding everything is because of how dire the situation is in North Gaza. Every part of this story is important because it's about North Gaza. Like if this was happening at one of the crossings, it wouldn't make any sense. But this is like a big story relating to like the North Gazan stuff.
Okay, let's actually take a look at the photo of where it happened. Yeah, this seems right here. It seems like it is actually South Gaza from what I'm seeing. Joint first 3 hospital training, then has been a massacre. Details on duration. I'm seeing South Gaza here, honestly.
Link me where you see South Gaza.
I don't know how reliable the source is, but here we have one, which is where apparently it seems like it happened.
Wait, in which part did it happen?
I believe it's either south or central.
Wait, where is it on this map or whatever?
This would be south or central. This might be like central southish. Oh, probably central. Because south would be like right here, so this would be like central.
Okay, maybe they use different terminology. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I gotta go. I need to go. I love you because all the restaurants are gonna be closed. I'm gonna be in big trouble. Okay.
Okay, no worries. So you're down to do tomorrow?
Sure, why not? Yeah. But I have kick or keep from 4 to 7, I think. So it has to be like or at 2 o'clock. It might have to be Tuesday. I'll give you lots of time to gather sources. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow night after kick or keep, so we'll see.
Okay. Well, you gotta gather some sources too. So far, I've seen that. I don't like this source.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate you coming on, man. Appreciate you.
No problem. It's always fun to argue. Have fun.
For sure.
Bye.
Have a good one, buddy.
All right.
Hope you had fun there.
Did you see the picture of South Gaza?
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm leaving. I love you. We can talk tomorrow though. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Have fun. Bye. All right, I love you guys. So much fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Peace out. Bye.